And the next thing I know, he was just here. His face was literally just beside me, like, you saw me, right? That kind of vibe.
Oh my.
My name is Yu.
My name is Anne.
My name is R.
My name is W.
My name is K.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We are back for another season. Thanks to all of you guys out there, our fans. So we wanted to kick things off with a very special episode. We're joined this evening by not one, but two guests. First, of course, there's the host of Incredible Tales throughout its 13 years. You, welcome back.
Hello. Hi guys, it's good to be back in this environment and location. This is like,
Yeah.
I want to say it's a treat because we had mentioned this in the last
We
last
did.
season.
We
Yes.
did. It's nice having very vocal fans, but sometimes they're a bit too vocal, so we're here now.
Yeah, we're here courtesy of all of you, and plus I'm here across N.
And
Hello. Hi, Anne.
Oh my god, I'm not freaked out by the location. I'm freaked out by him.
but why?
Okay, you. Oh my god, you're like my child. Stop,
So this
guys.
episode is going to be at least half of N just fanning herself.
It's okay, we got plenty of space.
Okay,
Just in case you guys forgot, N is another returning guest from last season as well. N is from True Horror Stories POV, the hit YouTube channel featuring short POV videos based on or inspired by true events. It's good to have you back again, N.
Thank you for having me with a
Yes.
plus one.
Yes.
Manifest, and you get.
I know a lot of you will listen to it at home in audio form, but this episode you have to watch
Yeah.
on video. The reason being is that because we are on location.
We are on location as requested by all of you. We are at Bukit Brown Cemetery.
Yeah. So Bukit Brown Cemetery, based on research, is actually one of the oldest, if not oldest, Chinese cemetery outside of mainland China. This cemetery is very old and it has a lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's really interesting and random to still have this in Singapore. Yeah. It feels as if we're not in Singapore.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is smack in the middle of town.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. So anyway, the reason why we are using our initials and not our names is because we are in the cemetery first and foremost, and we do have spiritual protection. We have help. We follow all the protocol. There's respect done. There's prayers done. So because we are still in the cemetery, there is a rule according to a certain religion is that you're not supposed to say the person's name in the cemetery, actual name. If not, things would follow you back. So bear with us for this episode. We will try our best to use initials.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, it's been a while since season 1. So in case you have forgotten, in every Tales from Incredible Tales episode, we explore a different theme and tie back to the classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, we have to talk about the Hungry Ghost Month.
Yep.
This episode's theme was inspired by the aptly named 7th month from season 3. On the 7th month in the Chinese calendar, the gates of hell are opened and the dead are let loose. It is said that hungry ghosts are not to be taken lightly, and when a ghost is angry, beware. After a young man doesn't show the proper reverence to a spirit, he and his loved ones have to pay the price.
Let's take a look.
Oh, I know. Don't poke the offerings with a stick. Don't do this. Don't do that. But auntie, it's already done. Even my mother-in-law says it's okay to start to clear the mess.
We will need help lah. Don't do that!
What?
Get away! Leave him alone!
Janice, are you okay?
It's for her.
For who? Janice! Come on, Janice! Janice!
Wow, my hair stands, yeah. I know. I've seen this. I was the one who cut the clip, but my hair stand.
wow.
It's different when you watch it on location, bro.
Yeah,
like it's
right.
different. Yeah.
I mean, now that we're here, and you know, the fans knows that, you know, you and Anne, you both have third eye. How does it feel like to be here on set, right here, right now?
Feels like home. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow.
Cool. I'm actually very excited that you guys actually invited me here.
Thanks
of
for
all
coming.
episodes. Like seriously. Yeah.
I feel comfortable too, because I think we have taken the precautions and everything, and we are here out of respect. So now that we've established that, then we can just have a comfortable conversation to say, for me to say that, I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable being here with the rest of you, and also being here with our other special guests.
Have you guys like watched this episode before?
I remember bits and pieces of the episode.
So what do you think of it? Like, especially for the both of you, like, you know, you guys possess the third eye. So on Hungry Ghost Month, you will be a bit more livelier, right?
Is it is it different than other months?
I think for me, it's not any livelier, because I think for me personally, I don't know if Anne agrees, is that it doesn't really matter what celebration or rituals or I tend to have the same experiences throughout. And I think in regards to the Hungry Ghost Month is because my parents are Chinese, you know, Chinese Daeju. So like in Thailand, fair amount of Thais are from Chinese descent. So there is the whole celebrations and rituals that are done in Thailand as well. So it's nothing that's foreign to me either.
I agree with Art. In fact, like throughout the whole year, it doesn't matter what happens, whatever festival is going on, right? When we see it, we see it. But I would say that I would see something a bit more different than usual. That's the thing. Yeah, and previously before I got into this horror thing, right, I didn't know what it was. I was like thinking like maybe it's my eyes playing trick on me. Then after that, when I confide in some of the more well-versed friends of mine, and then they say that, oh, actually, do you see this during the Hungry Ghost? I was like, yeah, I think so. And then they say, oh, this is the da-da, da-da, da-da. Then I was like, oh, really? Interesting. Yeah.
Speaking of that, do you have any experiences during the 7th month?
I have two. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna start with the more chill one.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so if you watch one of my videos, you better watch. But okay, it's titled Night Laundry. It was one of my earlier ones. God, yeah. So if you actually watch it, right, you can see that through my kitchen window, there's a big field down there. And during the 7th month, they would actually set up a big cage for people to actually make offerings there.
Right.
So there's this one time I was doing my laundry, and then my husband was telling me, hey, you better not do that lah, because they are burning stuff, you know. So it's better for us to use the dryer instead. So I was like, no, it's gonna end soon. That's what I told him. Then I peeped outside the window, and I saw, oh no, there's a lot of people still gathering around the fire. So I told him, oh no, okay, yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people. I mean, I think the thing is gonna still last maybe 1 or 2 hours more lah. Yeah. Then he went to the window. Then he was like, okay, no, just bring everything in. I was like, okay, what's going on? So I just followed him into the master bedroom, closed everything, and then he said, babe, there's no one at the fire. Literally, there's no one. And then when I sit and I think back, and when I think again, right, the people that I saw slightly taller than usual. I don't know. The cage is really huge, you know, because beside my house, the field is really like a big field. So it's not those tiny cage, not those small containers, you know. It's really the big cage. So I saw the people proportionate to the size of the cage. Wow. So then I realized, oh yeah, then I asked my husband, oh my God, did I just acknowledge it or something? And he said, no, let's just do our prayers and hope that nothing happens. Yeah, so we closed our windows and thank God nothing happened lah. So this is the more chill encounter.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, but
that's quite intense, isn't it?
I just want to ask you, like, is it really, I mean, based on your knowledge, is it like really the height?
I think it depends. It really depends. It's like they can morph into anything, honestly.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it could be an optical illusion. Like because of the distance Like if you're high floor, they could seem like they are the same height, but I think it doesn't matter if they are the right height or not, because your husband didn't see it and
Yeah.
you saw it, and they were crowding around the fire.
Yeah, they were crowding around.
That's why there's a saying. I think I'm gonna give a lot of pro tip. 7-month pro tip: don't look into the fire when people are burning. You
I
might
did
see
that.
different things.
Even the incense.
Incense okay, but just don't look into the fire during 7 months, because you might see.
I did that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, cool, fire.
It's a natural response, right?
Yeah.
You want to
Right.
see people. What do they do?
Yeah, it's different for
Especially
our
because
culture.
it's different
Yeah.
cultures.
So for us, I was like, wow, what's that?
Yeah.
Cool. The fire is so big now.
Just evade your gaze, Just evade your gaze.
Right. Okay, I didn't know about that.
This is just interesting because, I mean, we live in a very small country where we have multi-races, different races living together. So we learn all this and we get to know what we should do and what we should
Yeah.
not do, especially during this kind of period of time. So hence we have to respect each other.
Yeah.
During like these the Hungry Ghost Month, I think for me is not being able to separate what I see as being real and not real, because it's so vibrant.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so vibrant because it's like it's a festival, and basically a lot is going on.
Right.
So actually being in the actual celebrations, and sometimes I don't know what I'm seeing is
It's hard to
Real or
distinguish,
not
distinguish
right?
what,
Yeah.
because it is possible that in the mix of what I'm seeing as physical being, there could be a spirit kind of in there as well. Yeah.
Does it apply to you, Anne?
Yeah, actually, I had this encounter, which usually when things happen, we don't acknowledge it. We don't,
Yeah.
When I used to stay with my parents, our neighbor used to be a Taoist priest. Okay, so one time I got home from school, and imagine this: the lift door opened, and there's this person dressed in the costume or the outfit with his tongue out. And it's a very long tongue. And then he was doing stuff. So imagine me, a secondary school student, the door just opened, I just finished school. It was about 6 p.m.-ish.
Oh wow.
And then he did that. So I was so scared. And then behind him followed, there were I think about 15 other people doing some small, I don't know what to call it, procession? Yeah. So they were doing some. So then I realized that it's actually a ritual, or they are doing something. Then I make way, and then the thing just continued to dance around me.
So the first one that you saw, what was he wearing? White or black?
He was wearing both, and then with his tongue out. But the ones beside him was wearing one black, one white, and then they were guarding him or something. I don't know. Yeah. So
probably saw, I don't know. I think assuming based on what you physically described them, is黑白无常. They are the hell police.
that's what I'm told also.
So in Singapore we call them Tua Diape lah, in Hokkien. So basically there are two hell police that actually they guard the spirits especially during Hungry Ghost Month. There will be a lot of procession to get them. Even in this very cemetery at the front, just now when we were doing the prayers, there is an altar dedicated to them, because they deal with the dead, the deceased.
Right.
So they have authority over that lah. So I presume that is something that they are doing lah.
Later that night, so nothing happened after that. Later that night, about 8 p.m.-ish, I decided to go to a shop lah. So I went down, nothing happened. I just bought my stuff. I went back up. Okay, like I mentioned, this person, they are my mom's neighbor, direct neighbor, literally the house next door. So I was walking and I wanted to open the lock. I noticed via my peripheral view, right, something was standing just beside me. So I was I did a peep and I looked. And I saw the guy who did that thing standing there. I was okay, why is he still standing there? Isn't it over already? It's a few hours have already passed, right? Okay, never mind. I continued to try and open my door. And then curiosity got the better of me. Then I you know what? I just need to turn and look at him. Then I turned. And I realized he wasn't standing. He was actually perched atop the ledge. HDB ledge. And you know how thin, right?
Yeah.
He's perched on top of that, and he was just looking at me with his eyes extra big and his tongue still sticking out. He was just looking at me. So I was okay, never mind. Then I just pretended I didn't see you. I continued to try to open my door, my lock, and the next thing I know, he was just here. his face was literally just beside me, like, you saw me, right? That kind of vibe.
Oh my.
Yeah, I just went in. I opened the door, went in, but then he didn't follow me in lah. Not that I know.
Oh,
of.
but at that point you weren't like inside your house yet lah.
No, I was just outside.
no wonder
Yeah,
lah.
I went up to my my bedroom, which is just beside my neighbor's house, right? And I could see him already.
Oh my
So
god.
I don't know. I don't know if that's considered as him following me, or did I break a taboo or anything?
As in he was inside your house.
No,
your room.
outside my window, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a double deck. So how can he be outside my window? No one is that tall, you know.
Yeah.
So until now, but it was a
I'm imagining.
yeah, and he's still in that position, you know, with his tongue still sticking out. So when I did this True or Stories POV thing, right, then I confided in my parents. I was like, hey, do you know our neighbor last time? I was like, yeah, I know. Then my dad said that same night when the whole thing was going on, he came home and he saw the same thing still perched outside the neighbor's house. Yeah. So 2 versus sorry. Then I was like, okay, that means it's really, but I don't think it's human. That's why I agree with you when we say it's difficult, because I think maybe he imitated the guy in the one that I came out from the lift, right? So maybe I got a feeling that he pretended to be that guy, because I don't think it's humanly possible for someone to be perched on the railing like that. I live on the 8th floor, you know, anything could have happened. He could have lost balance or something. I don't know.
I think it's difficult when if you see a lot, if it's like within the festival and you see a lot going on.
That'll be more difficult.
Yeah, it's more difficult.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like a small procession as well. It's like, especially when they have it around Yawalat, Chinatown. It's like it's very vibrant, but then it's also very ritual as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, if I'm in the procession and I'm seeing all this going on, then I start to get a bit confused with certain things I see, because certain things I see aren't very human-like.
Yeah.
Then that gets a bit distorted. So it's just very interesting.
I like hearing from both of you, because both of you have third eye, so that hearing this experience basically means that across all third eyes possibly, you guys see the same. Like
I think we have
vividness of,
different variations of third eye. I think some of us have less or more of. I think my third eye is probably less than N's. I have more of a sense and feeling of emotions. I sense the energy, so that I'm more. My frequency is higher in that area.
Right.
So that means like if we're together, then it's going to be
Complete.
Yeah,
If we're
exactly.
together, they just say that.
I did say that, and you are lucky your husband's not here.
He's in my heart. He's in my heart.
So what would you say, and what is your level? Like, what yours is more visual?
Okay, I can only sense if it's malicious.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
honestly speaking. So remember the first time we met and then you asked about the studio? The first thing I said is, aside from yes, I said that, but it's not malicious.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that's the only feeling I can.
But you can see lah.
Dude, like it was just here. Yeah, I don't know why it got more clearer as I get older.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think as you get older, from my own experience as we speak, is that all your everything that you have, it's more heightened.
Agree.
So that's
Why
why.
though?
So as it's more heightened, then it's just clearer. Yeah.
Yeah, so going back to your story, right? I think it's probably what you saw is it could be related to the 黑白无常
Okay.
or some form, because there's different levels also, the hell police. So it's a form of hell police. I think it was just like, oh, you see me, hi,
Right.
and that's his normal look. Like the tongue is really like come out on, and
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it needs to be fearsome for the spirits. They need to keep them in line.
Right.
And I think it's also like a form of fate, because not many people can see him.
So it's an extension of what Kyle was saying. It's not so much that you did anything wrong or
Right.
like you overstepped anything, but it's just your gift. And sometimes with certain beliefs, it's like it's special that you're able to see that.
The thing that I saw perched outside, could it be guarding?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
It could probably be the guardian deity of that Taoist priest. So every
Okay.
priest will have like a deity they pray to. It could be that. And that procession, you just somehow saw it. It could be a procession of remove. You say there were a lot of people following, right?
Yeah.
Dancing, right? Could be like chasing out something that is not particularly good lah.
Right. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on 7 months? Because okay, for myself, I know that during the 7 month we have to respect the possession more, because when we see them, like you mentioned, not to look directly to the fire. I mean, I've heard stories growing up. My friends tell me if you see an offering, like don't kick or accidentally step on them. If you do accidentally, say sorry. And it became a habit lah. So whenever it happened to me, I was just like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Even though we have different beliefs. What about you guys? 7 months.
I agree. Whatever he said.
I agree. Second to that.
I will expand on it.
You go ahead.
I think your perspective on it is a bit closer to the festival itself. So I'm gonna third them, and I said I agree, but I will also add that I always found it very interesting, and I think comes back to the idea of respect, because I've had this conversation with my mum before when I was younger. I was raised in a different religion, and every time it was the 7th month, my mom would be like, don't come back too late.
Oh yeah,
7 months.
Yeah.
And make sure if you see the offerings, if you can, cross the road. Like she was really cautious.
Oh yeah.
It's like cross the road so that you don't accidentally step on them. And I always was confused by that, because I know it's not part of the religion that I was raised in. So I always wondered about that, and then as I got older, I realized no, it was about respect. And even when we let's say we come here, or whatever precautions, for example, that the spiritual master has set forth, just because it's not my religion doesn't mean I'm not going to follow it, because it's just a matter of respect.
When is it the right time to clear the offerings? Why I'm asking is because someone I know works as the cleaner of a certain place, and then she was told that she needs to do certain things before she cleared the stuff. And then she followed the things, but then something still happened afterwards.
Actually, you asked a very, very good question. I think the people who clean up the offerings are like unsung heroes. So I think basically telling them that I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm gonna clear it now because it's part of my job. But at the same time, they were human once, right? You can tell someone, hey, I tell you something, bro, don't get offended. But if the person get offended, you can't help it.
Understand.
I think it could be a rare occurrence. But I think usually to clear things, right, is I think after one day you pray, you can clear already.
Right.
You just need to say, I'm sorry, I need to clear this. Not when the fire is burning. Only do it when the fire is gone or whatever. Like the incense, nothing is burning already. You can clear.
Okay.
Yeah. If not, most of the time the animals will clear it. There's this funny story that that my uncle told me. They happened to him personally. It's very funny. So he said that sometimes during 7 months in the day he will go and visit my grandfather's grave to do some offerings and prayers. And this was when my grandfather was still buried in Lim Chu Kang, the cemetery, before they exhumed, right? Layers and layers of graves but there was nobody, because it's like an off-season kind of thing, so not Qingming festival. So he brought out the chicken and everything, he prayed. And he turned, and then we turned back to the grave, the chicken was gone. The chicken was gone, gone. He was like, oh my God, Father, you come back. Because the Chinese believe that, you give the food to the deceased, they will eat it. Then after that, you bring back home to consume the food is good luck, because it's descendants. Only in that case, not for hungry ghosts, not for the spirits outside, for your family.
Right.
Then he was like, wait, where the chicken go? Then he turned, the dog took it. Like a whole bunch of dogs took it. Somehow the dog went through ninja training, they were silent when they took the chicken, and then they were tearing the chicken apart. It's like then he had a really good laugh. He's like, wow, it's funny.
That's a good one.
Depending on it's time for them to move on.
Yes.
But maybe they can't move unless they have assistance.
Yes.
So whether we have the third eye or not the third eye, if we give merits to help them cross over, that's sort of why they are still lingering around.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
So you've seen the Hungry Ghost Festival in Singapore before, right?
Yes.
So, are there any noticeable differences between how we celebrate it here and in Thailand?
There are like slight differences.
Okay.
The scale? Is it bigger there?
There, I feel like it's no. I was gonna say like everything's like centered around Chinatown. So like
Right.
you see, so I think the rituals and the processions are happening in Chinatown, and then the houses do it separately.
Okay.
Here, I guess it's like it's the same and different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different because it's like a different country.
Yes.
And I see like little bits and pieces that's different. For me here in Singapore, I see like some of the performances.
The Getai.
Yeah, the
Yep.
Getai performances. I don't see the performances in Thailand. What I see is like more of like the parade.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's like a parade and a procession of like for the Hungry Ghost. So it's like very lively, very vibrant.
Right.
Here, it's vibrant in a more theatrical way.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's the difference that I've experienced.
All right.
But for me, it's like I guess my experience with the Hungry Ghost is I'm not freaked out by it or creeped out. For me, it's sort of like celebratory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's, yeah.
Yeah. I think Singapore, Malaysia, and Taiwan are the three places that still do the whole Getai, the whole more like showy kind of thing, like the big burning, that kind of thing, like sort of retaining that history. Actually,
I think it's also quite dangerous too in this day and time when like everything's so dense.
Yeah.
Because there was like news like I think like in the last maybe a year or so where a grandma she was doing the burning for the Hungry Ghost 7th month, and the whole balcony and her flat just burnt.
Oh, God.
And it was a whole entire floor that she was on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
So that's the danger of any ritual in any religion.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like to practice caution.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just need to do a vibe check.
Yeah.
Everybody, okay?
What's a vibe check?
Like, how's your vibe?
How
you
do you
feeling?
feel? Especially you
Are
and
you
Ann.
vibing with us?
Yeah, I'm good.
You and Ann, okay?
Are you vibing?
Okay.
You
very
alright?
good, Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
We're vibing.
Okay, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm very comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah. You look good. You look good.
I'm fine. I just okay. Look, we can keep this in, but I keep hearing the lizard noises at the back, and that's
No, I know.
That's a lizard. No, let me
No.
Why do you legit lizard still? I'm not.
So I love that we're talking about this. How we are feeling right now, because I think one of the superstitions that we saw in the episode is that to not poke the offerings with a stick.
Yes.
Right. So what are some of the superstitions that you have heard of for Hungry Ghost Man? I've got one. Getai, you're not supposed to watch. I know I was told that I'm not supposed to watch it as a child.
really?
It's it's an extreme precaution,
Oh, is it? Is it?
but it's more like you can watch, but don't sit on the front row.
yes.
The
I-
front row is for the spirits.
It's a-
I only learned about this fairly recent. Thankfully, I've never gone to a Getai before, but I only learned about that recently.
You should go. It's very happening.
Yeah, but like,
yeah, very good. This, yeah.
I think it literally was from you. I learned that you're not supposed to sit in the front row.
The front row is for the deceased.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Okay. So what if you accidentally sat on the front row?
Apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't know.
Yeah.
So I think
It's like physically sitting on someone.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think like the extreme precaution is don't watch at all. I don't know about that, but I think it's quite fascinating. It's literally a concert, like a
Yeah.
concert.
Oh, yeah,
Then there's
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot of people, like
Yeah.
I mean, actual people,
Yeah.
really attending the concert, and it's like just for everybody. So it's like a festival.
Yeah.
in that sense. Just that I think is cool. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all go together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's go. I know one.
front
Let's
seat.
go.
No, I'm just.
Okay. What about you guys? Superstitions you've heard of for Hungry Ghost Man?
Don't eat the offerings.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
a given, but I
Yeah.
think some people still dare to do it. I don't know what's their
Okay.
game.
Yeah, there are.
Really?
There are. So there was this documentary that I saw on the news channel, documenting about this movement called the Freegan movement,
Okay.
which is you take free food and then don't waste. I mean, it's food waste. It's against food waste, which I completely agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
And these people that are doing it, like the ones that they feature, they are Chinese.
Oh. Okay.
So that one of the movement is to go around during 7 months, pick out all the oranges.
Oh.
Okay.
And they are good oranges because, you know, like we always pray with
Yeah.
like, 2
Good ones.
oranges. Yeah. Then they're like, oh, this is good. Then we can give it to the needy. It's a very good idea, but you forgot the aspect of the spiritual part.
Yeah.
And then I don't think they pray before they take.
Oh dear.
But technically, you're not supposed to take because it's
Yeah.
for the spirits. So
Interestingly, like in not maybe not in regards to the Hungry Ghost Month, but any offerings for spirits and any rituals that we do in Thailand, it is encouraged to take the food and to eat the food, and because after the offerings, because the thing is, after the incense run out, basically the offerings has already been given to the spirits in the spirit world. So then now it's back to the tangible physical merits, all the food. So it's believed that there's even more blessings in the food that has been given in the ritual. So people want to take the food.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have another question. Let's say you do the burnings, and then papers fly out, right? And then they happen to go into your house, because especially HDB, sometimes
Yes.
your window might be open at night, and then they go into your house. How should you react to it?
it's okay. It's okay.
You can just pick up.
Can you
say
just-
sorry, lor? Sorry, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Just throw it away. Yeah, it's because it's not meant to go into your house. That it's not really a pro tip lah. But for me, right, I do burn during the 7 month, but I burn not a lot lah. But I always close my window, cause I personally I don't like the smell.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about those papers lying on the floor? Are you allowed to? Sometimes
Throw
you
it?
might walk and step on it,
Just apologize. Say it's not on purpose.
because sometimes it can be unavoidable. You see.
Yes.
If the
Yeah.
pathway is really blocked with.
It's literally like what my mom used to say, cross the street.
Cross the street.
So I just cross the street.
it depends on how kiasu you are lah. For me, it's like I will try to navigate it. Then sometimes I step a little bit. I say I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's unavoidable. One of the superstitions that I would like to share, I think people know, but not as much, is that during 7 months, because there's so much activity, right? Don't do the you stand and then you look down between your legs.
Oh,
That's right,
You'll
yes.
see things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's not good.
actually, it applies to us as well, right?
Actually,
Yeah.
any time also.
Any
It's just
time
that
of the-
7 months a bit
Extra special.
extra special.
Right. Kind of did that though.
I was about to ask. I was gonna say.
N is very strong.
Thank God.
I was gonna say it's like then you'll see N and you doing it. Like you go to like a Hungry Ghost and you see these two.
Yeah, we want to distinguish, right? Is that real? Hey, you see. Yeah, doing that.
You're not allowed to go swimming.
Oh, I heard that also.
Is that right?
Not advisable.
Okay.
I don't know if
The reason?
you can testify for that, but because it's the Hungry Ghost Month, there is more spirits out. Sometimes they are looking for replacements, especially for water spirits, because it could be very sudden. They don't want to go, so they need a replacement to complete the cycle. So it's a never-ending cycle. So I remember growing up, my grandmother always say, "Hey, 7 months, you don't go swimming. You swimming, I smack you." Yeah. Then I said, "Oh, okay." But I was scared because she would tell me in very gruesome details. I was like, okay, I'm not going swimming forever.
Okay,
Especially in the sea, actually. Yeah.
in your expert opinion, right?
I'm not an expert. Why you want to put me as expert?
This is not even the first time somebody's like, oh, Kyle's an expert.
I'm not.
Season 1,
I'm not an expert. Please do not find me. I don't care if you're human or whatever. Don't find me. I'm not an expert.
Kyle is not an expert. Please, just
I'm an enthusiast.
he's very knowledgeable, but
Not an
you know,
expert.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do you think it's wrong for me to shoot horror stuff during the 7th month? Is it like disrespectful, or am I like asking for it, or is it okay?
I think it's no different than what we are doing right now.
Yeah.
So as long as you go into it being respectful, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there is no choice, then you have to do what you have to do. I know of other filmmakers, because sometimes it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable,
Yeah.
like really unavoidable. So, but then you do your due diligence. I'm sure you guys also will do your own prayers, your own blessings. It's across the board. When people like us, we do horror, right? The first thing is respect.
Yeah.
Second is don't antagonize.
Yep.
Third is don't acknowledge.
Yep.
Yeah, so all these, if you follow, you should be fine. It's just that sometimes, cameras, they also have third eye.
Yeah.
Then you might find some extra
Accidentally,
footage. Then you
yeah.
can sell that camera for more money. Just kidding. But But yeah, one thing that I've noticed is that a lot of my friends who shoot wedding, they don't shoot Chinese weddings during 7 months because pantan ma. So the Chinese will not get married during 7 months.
I mean, with what we've heard, I think there's more to it that we all need.
It's a tradition that's been going on for thousands of years. So yeah.
So this question is for everyone. There's a theory that goes around saying that the food offerings during Hungry Ghost months are tasteless. What do you think about that?
I've never tasted it. So I
can never give that answer.
But it looks not. It looks appetizing. Sorry, I seen those like biscuits, right? At one point of time, I was contemplating, but I didn't.
I buy for you.
Okay, thank you.
That's like-
Not offering one. I know where to buy.
I honestly thought it's food that people just buy from like
isn't it?
shops. I
It
didn't
is,
realize
it is, right?
Oh, it is, right?
Yeah.
It's just that they use specific, like, okay, for example, like when you pray to the Kumantong, you give Yakult. It's just a preferred taste.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
So that's it's the same idea.
That's exactly what I thought. So
But so specific.
Yeah. Like that probiotic drink for that particular entity. So for the Hungry Ghost, it's like someone started it, the small little low biscuits, right? Those biscuits, then they put, because you need something sweet. I don't know what's the mythology behind it, but you need something sweet as part of the offerings. Then with the food. And then depends on your belief. Sometimes the food is vegetarian.
Oh.
Not necessarily meat. Depends. And also depends where you are at.
In Thailand, they have like the vegetarian festival once a year.
Vegetarian festival.
Yeah, for the ghosts.
Oh,
it's
wow.
so it's like specifically, it's sort of like an extension of the Hungry Ghost, but it's like pure vegetarian. You can search and look it up. It's where like you have these crazy rituals that's happening, like huge giant like swords that's being like put through the mouth and everything.
They are being possessed by the deities. So that's why they have supernatural powers. So they can pierce through, right? Then there's no blood. I've seen it.
Okay, but how does it ties with vegetarian?
I think like this, the period of this celebration is, it's like a week or 2 week period of eating just vegetarian, no meat.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a form of respect to the possessions and the gods. They abide by paying respects by not eating any meat in that period.
It's a form of giving respect. It's like it can be followers as well, or people who help out. So it's their way of giving back. So for example, the Chinese do believe that when you have your family member who passed away, within the 100 days of that grieving period, if you go full vegetarian, they will have a lot of merits. So the more vegetarian, because you're essentially not killing animals,
right.
so it's more merits for them.
I see.
Yeah. So
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, very interesting. I didn't know about this.
I really didn't know about that. I had no idea there was a vegetarian festival as well.
Yeah. So I mean, have you guys tried any of the food? I presume no, right? No, the food that's the offering food.
The merits that you want to give is just you want the food to be as good or even better than what is eaten by in real life. So the food is quite good.
Good, really?
Okay.
Yeah. The food's quite good.
So
the food is normal.
After offering, then you eat. The taste doesn't change,
For me, it doesn't change because the thing is like when if they have a basket of apples, it's probably that one apple that has the incense that's poked in that you won't eat that particular apple. So it tastes like just a normal apple.
What about meat?
Meat?
Like offerings?
Like it's more like food that's been offered. It's just like any food that that you eat. So for me, it's like it just tastes normal.
I have a different perspective and experience on that. Then every death anniversary we will like pray, and then we have a lot of food. And then some beliefs is that you need to serve a certain amount of food, like fish, chicken, all the poultry, like vegetables, that kind of thing. Then for them for full meal, then you will invite back all the ancestors for like a family dinner. Then you pray to them, then you burn.
Is that Cheng Meng?
Yes, it applies for Qing Ming, but it also applies for death anniversary. So because that's their new birth date, you see.
Right.
Yes.
So then after that you can eat, right? So every time I eat the food, I mean it's like my grandma will whip up very nice food, like curry chicken, all these, like very nice. By the time they offer it, it tastes bland. Like it's been eaten. It could be a psychological thing. But I grew up experiencing that.
You try heating it up.
No, we tried. Then I complain and I say, I'm very privileged. I complain, hey, the food like not nice. Okay, I will prepare. Next time I prepare a separate section for you all. Yeah. Then maybe like after leftover, then we mix together. Then keep
that's a very interesting observation because I think for me when like you were asking, like I don't really dig into the food as if like it's a whole meal. Like for me, it's like I just maybe like a bite or two bites out of the tradition of getting the merits of the blessings of having it been offered, because I think the way my mom has like embedded, it's like, no, you have to take a bite, or like you have to take a bite to get that blessing. So it's like, oh, okay. But it's in some ways I've had similar experience with Kyle, where it's like I just feel it's bland. But it's like but I guess like psychologically it's good because it's been made good. So I think my answer was like from a psychological point of view that I know like the best food is being given, but the realistic answer to it is like after taking a bite it just tastes like normal.
It could be like it's out there for a while. Food you put out there for a while, like 1-2 hours, the taste not the same. So your mind is like, this is not good. And it's like,
it's great to be back, but I cannot wait to get out of here. Truth be told, it's more for the sound of lizards than for anything else. And why are you guys messing with me? So let's wrap this up with our morbid fact of the day, Kay.
So, different regions and different countries celebrate Hungry Ghost Month or like that period differently. Ke Thais are mostly like, as mentioned, Ke Thais are mostly Singapore, Malaysia, some parts of Indonesia and Taiwan. However, Taiwan focuses more on the lanterns and the lamp. And Japan, they focus more on the gift giving, but the gift giving part is unique because they do their Hungry Ghost Month is not called Hungry Ghost Month, they are called Obon.
Right.
So in fact, it's about the same period as Hungry Ghost Month. So it's where it's a very interesting one because Japan is much bigger than Singapore, and people usually work in the cities. They don't go back to their hometowns. But during the Obon season, it's like internal travel season. It's like packed because it's summer, then it's packed, then everybody travel back hometown for like a week, and then they will pray to their ancestral spirits for blessings. So and then there's like summer festivals and stuff, so it's like a big cultural thing.
I think every culture has not specifically a Hungry Ghost Month, but at least festivals honoring the deceased. So it's interesting. I think the differences in the different cultures and regions, that's the stuff that really I find quite compelling.
A lot of times it comes from the same root, but then it just expands differently when it goes into a different landscape, different culture, different place.
Agree.
Hearing from you saying that you eat the food offerings while here we don't, so that's something unique, something that we all learn.
It's like the end goal and means is the same, but then it's like getting there is different, which makes it very interesting.
It all comes from the whole idea of like giving. It's giving energy, giving light. It all comes from the same place.
Right, so thank you once again, you and Anne, for joining us. Alright, it's been great. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Yu.
My name is Anne.
My name is W.
My name is K.
My name is R. And we will see you next time.
And suddenly, the big burly guy started to lose focus, and I guess he got possessed. My name is Das.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We have a very special guest with us tonight. Das Didi is a multilingual host, actor, and comedian that you know from Just Swipe La and All That Glitters. In 2023, Das was named Best Rising Star at the Star Awards. Das, thank you for joining us and welcome to the show.
Wow, I'm so excited to be here also because we have our four main races represented.
Nice.
So can this be our National Day episode?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Kyle's like reworking the schedule in his head. I was like, can we
Where we at?
just right?
I think it's just about just right.
Wait, yeah, you're right.
It is. This episode is second episode, ma. So you will go just before National Day or after. I think around there.
So is this a coincidence?
It
is a coincidence.
The spirit, even the spirits wants us to CMIO. You know.
Yeah. I think it's the spirits. We just always link it back to the spirits.
Yes.
Hungry Ghost Month always falls around the time of National Day. You will see like a lot of the flags, right? And then you will see like the offerings on the roadside. I remember as a kid when I saw.
Oh, yeah.
You know, your P5, right? Then you all go like the National Day thing.
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh, yes.
So you've been there. Then you see all the thing. Then you feel like very like proud, but at the same time you're scared because got
It's like you see Hungry Ghosts, you're scared. There's only fireworks. Then you shock of your life.
Speaking of which, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, just for you, Das, we're looking at creepy forests. This episode's theme was inspired by Challenging the Spirits from Season 6. A group of university students conduct forest research for their final semester assignment in Malaysia. Spirits are everywhere in the forest, but the students don't see any initially and seek to challenge the paranormal elements.
Let's take a look.
It is believed that dogs can see ghosts. And if you take their tears and put it in your eyes, you can see ghosts too.
I like how we always end up laughing after.
I don't know.
It's the nervous laughter.
Yeah.
My laughter is not a nervous laughter. I actually thought it was quite funny. Why would you go out of your way to want to see a ghost?
I know.
Yeah.
And then you gotta drag the poor dog into this as well.
Yes. Then you dare to go and touch the dog's eye.
No, it's quite
Not dog bite you. What?
not very cleaner.
Yeah.
I know, right?
That was the other thing I was thinking. Like,
You'll get like pink eye, won't you?
I mean, what if she regret right after? Any way to wash it?
I just wash off that all. No, but like do you know of all these like superstitions? Like don't open umbrella, then the dog eye thing.
I do know a lot of superstitions, but I actively try to respect the superstitions because I don't have a goal in life to want to come into contact with any paranormal activities. I don't. I'm good. Thank you very much. But there have been times where I think I feel something, I hear things, but I don't actually see them, and I'm very grateful for moments like that. I have been into very weird situations where you just feel like things are just not right. But I just never see anything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why we got Das on the show because another MediaCorp show, Mr. Zhou's Ghost Adventures, you were on an island in Singapore and then one of the casts actually got possessed, right?
Oh.
Yeah, you were there. So it's like, you witnessed it firsthand, right?
Yes. I was. It was a very, very traumatic experience. So what happened was when I got this job, I was like, really? They want me to be a ghostbuster in a sense? I'm the last person because number one, I am not really interested in like paranormal stuff. You know, I'm not one of those people who, let's go and visit the haunted house.
Yep.
That's not me. And secondly, I don't see any ghosts. So this is going to be a really boring episode because if I'm there, I'm not going to see anything. So what are we going to do? Then I got introduced to this production, and this is the first time I actually met Dennis Chu. He was a very, very supportive host, and he's very good. And I was very excited to see him, a bit starstruck. And I was told that, we're going to play with the Ouija board. So the thing about me when I'm going to variety shows is that I don't read the script. If I'm not hosting, I will just want to go with the flow because you don't want to know about the guest. You want to organically get to know them.
Yeah.
And I always like to come in from the audience perspective, so I didn't know what I was getting myself into. So we actually did play the Ouija board in the studio at the start. To get a better idea of what the rest of the show was going to be like. But I don't know what's the rest of the show. I just know that we're going to go to an offshore island in Singapore. The thing was moving. So all four of us put our finger on this thing called, you know the one, the Chinese, you go to China and they give you soy sauce in that thing. So they flipped it
saucer,
around.
the saucer.
Yeah. So you put your finger on it and then it started moving on its own. Then I was thinking maybe the guy pushing, right? Pushing it over my brother. I tried to push back. I couldn't push back. And didn't even feel the guy trying to resist. So I did somewhat believe, but then I was a bit skeptic. So as we were going to the offshore island, we were all laughing and joking. You know how Dennis is, right? He's hilarious, he's funny. And then we had guests also, and they were paranormal investigators. So what happened was they went 6 years ago, prior to us filming the episode, 6 years ago, they went to this particular cemetery at this offshore island, and they played the Ouija board by the cemetery. Like, why would you do that? I mean, like, why are you interested in doing that? But whatever floats your boat, you know, you're paranormal investigators. And then we went there, and out of respect, it was a Chinese cemetery. We did burn incense and all of those things to show them that we are here. But then we went on to stand on the cemetery, and we carried on our rest of the episode. So again, I don't know what's happening. Dennis knows because he reads the script, because he is hosting, right? So he has lines in the thing he has to say. I don't have to say anything. I can just say whatever I feel like, whatever I'm reacting. And then we started asking the paranormal investigators what actually happened to them 6 years ago. There was one main guy, and then there was this other guy who was a big buff guy. You know, he looks like a bouncer in a club. But he's a very teddy bear, very soft-hearted. He laughs at everything that we say, even if it's not funny. It's like, if I ever do a stand-up comedy show, I want to clone like 100 of him because he'll find everything I say funny. So it's very light-hearted, and I love that. And then when we got to the serious part of the show where we were asking them what happened, then they relate to us that 6 years ago, both of them came to that particular location, and then they played the Ouija board. And suddenly, the big burly guy started to lose focus. And I guess he got possessed. So, and then he started saying things like, you know, I just heard this name someone calling this name in my ears. And then at that point, like, we could feel like our hair standing, our arm, we felt goosebumps. And then I knew it was a show, and we wanted the show to be successful. So me being like a very noob host, right? I want to ask, what name did you hear?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I knew that it could be a bit like off, but if I'm watching the show, I would also want to know what their name is. So like I said, I always come in from the audience perspective and try to give them what they want. As soon as he said the name, he answered my question, he said the name, and then he was letting his friend do the most of the talking. And halfway he just raised his hand and said, I don't think I can do this, you know, like my entire half my body is numb. I cannot do this. And the director was asking him, like, you know, during our pre-interview, you had so much to say about your experience, but like, why is it that you can't share anymore? Tell us what else was going on, what do you all do, and all of that. And then his friend helped him to answer. The big guy, he started trembling, and he started shaking. And then I said, like, do you need anything? Like, can I help you? Do you need a hug? I thought he was upset because the director told him that, you know, he's not talking good enough. So I said, it's okay, you know, like, he said, then I thought, is it because of your Mandarin or whatever? Because this is a Chinese show, and prior to this, he said that his Mandarin is not very good. Right. So I said, you know, don't worry, you know, you're standing right next to me. This is not a Mandarin competition. We're good. I'll always make you look better, my friend. And then eventually he said, like, I'm very angry. 我很想打人. That means I really want to beat someone up.
Wow.
That 我很愤怒, 我很生气. I'm very, very angry. We realized that, okay, after he said the name, I think it took over. And so we had to clear the place. Nothing felt right about what was going on. We had to clear the place. We went to the van. On our way to the van, and our friend was still possessed and still acting up. So we left him with his partner, someone he's familiar with, and they're all paranormal activities. Like, you know how to get yourself into trouble, better know how to get the fella out of it, right? Not my problem. Just don't do anything to me. After a while, he was still very possessed, and then Dennis talked him out of it. So just imagine the sun. I don't know where he learned this. I was very skeptical. Like, what do you mean? The guy is possessed. I asked him, imagine the son. Is it going to be better? But eventually he did. So I was like, wow. Dennis knows his stuff. Then the sound man, I was standing at the side, trying to avoid the whole situation. The sound man came to me. So he does. 刚才你有没有听到有一个女孩子唱歌? It's like, do you hear a girl singing? Then I said, no lah. What girl singing? Then I said, then after this, Dennis apparently heard. I said, I never hear anything. Anybody singing. Some of you like leave your AirPods on. Sometimes when you leave your AirPod on in the vicinity, you can still hear the music, but it's very faint. Although this offshore island has some residents, but we were at the cemetery. We were very far away from where people are living, and definitely the cemetery is not like a tourist attraction or anything where people be. And we are there at 3-4 a.m. at night.
Wow.
So there's no possibility. So he took off his headset and let me listen to what he was listening to. And then there was this girl humming. I was like, when are we leaving? This island, can we go already now? You know. And we were just very, very surprised that some of us could hear that sound and some of us couldn't. But the device, the sound thing caught the whole recording.
Yeah.
So we had to finish some of our hosting bits and all of that. Like, oh, how's everyone? You know, how's the experience and all of that. And then when we were doing the post-interview, I mean, we got him to share a bit more about what his experience was like, the burly guy. I got him share his experience, and he said actually he had this strong rage and he really wanted to beat me up. And he said, 我很想打他，但是他对我这么好，我就没有打他。That means he said like, oh, I really wanted to beat up Das, but Das treated me so well during this shoot, so I didn't want to beat him. And I was like, you better not lah. You know. But he's a very lovely guy. After that, we went for supper, and that really went down as one of the very, very good episodes, of course, the series. And also it was submitted as the episode that was nominated for Star Awards. They eventually won for 周公讲鬼 that year. So that was my experience. I've never come across anything like that. So the moment it happened in front of me, then how not to believe and realize that this actually exists, you know? And also, please don't go and play Ouija board by the cemetery. It's like an important trivia tip for everyone.
Agree.
Yeah.
I think jumping back onto the experience, right? Just wanted to find out, like, were there any like spiritual masters on set?
Okay. So there were no spiritual masters on set.
So I think that's one. That's one. And luckily, like, Dennis knew like that. I think the sun thing works because it's light, right? It's basically asking the person to bring in light. But I think the fact that y'all got burned is kind of like respect. But at the same time, there's a theory is like when you burn, especially in the cemetery, all will come. That's why some people, when they go adventure, they choose not to burn at all. Because if you burn the incense, its connection to the other world, then they will come towards you. Makes it worse. Unless you know what you're doing, which is what we did for the Bukit Brown episode, the first episode when we shot on location in Bukit Brown. We got a spiritual master. He did the actual chanting, like to say that this is for you. Come and take, and then you protect us. Like just leave us alone, that kind of thing. So there's communication done, but I guess your side never really say anything. So this is offering for you. Could be for
I don't know. Maybe they said, but I never hear. Then we were standing on the cemetery, and the cemetery was very under maintained. Of course, it's like an abandoned cemetery. So the lalangs were like very tall. The grass was quite tall. It was like maybe like almost to a knee length. So and then when we were standing on the cemetery, then all the lights turn on. I think that would have been very irritating if I was a ghost. You get what I mean? Like, you're not only standing here, you're on the light so bright.
Come my house, turn on this kind of light.
They all talk. After you mention names and all that. I think until now, Dennis blames me for that entire episode. He'll be like, why did you go in and ask their name?
But that's the best episode, bro.
That's the best episode. My one contribution lah.
I think it's
quite a big contribution.
Okay, I think it's a gamble. But I feel like when I watch the episode as a viewer, I feel like the guy's energy is very low. He may look very, very, very big, but I think his energy is particularly low. That's why the spirit targeted him. Because they go by energy 嘛。
Yeah.
They see 这个人的气势不好 that means like you don't look good then attack you. So it's the
He's like the more vulnerable one.
I can tell like he got a lot of things going on then like just attack.
Yeah, but maybe then my energy was high. Like let's just keep it high.
I think your energy is very high.
Let's just
His
do
energy confirm
like,
high.
keep it up throughout this episode. As
When does keep quiet, right? I think need to be careful. Yeah, they start like
Actually, there were many moments where all of us were just standing at our spots and we were just blank.
Yeah.
We didn't know how to deal with this. You know, if someone falls ill, we can call the ambulance.
Yeah.
But possessed could call who?
Yeah.
You got me?
spiritual master. lor.
Yeah.
Spiritual ambulance,
Yeah.
yes.
But you mentioned that you played the Ouija board before heading over to the island. Do you had a closure with the board, or did you just like, okay,
That's a
bye
good
bye
question.
and leave?
Okay, so there was closure. We said at some things.
Ask them to go lah.
Yeah, we thank you very much. Thanks for showing us some signs, and we did have a closure because I think both those two paranormal investigators were the one who guided us through this Ouija board, and they know exactly what to do. And usually, people who are paranormal investigators, they do respect the spirits lah. It's not they don't go there to like rough things up or cause drama. Yeah.
I mean, I also want to jump back to the song. I saw the episode. I heard the thing. Now I was like, no way. Because I'm a filmmaker, so I know like roughly how technical works, right? Because I believe that the sound guy was using a boom mic for ambience or whatever. Like, sometimes they need to do that. Or like it could be a left from an unused talent that's not talking. So that one is very hard to fake. And I don't think it's fake. And the fact that the girl is singing some form of sun girl is like a olden Chinese folk song. Which is very old. It's like 100 years old, that kind. It's like, it's weird. Like, and that cemetery could be 100 years old. I've been to that cemetery myself. I went in, I was like, whoa, this place is creepy.
You go for what?
Last time I fished. I fished. Then I took the wrong turn. Then the auntie selling the ice cream, oh, boy, why you go there? Then I said, no, I want to go fish. Then I go with my friend and we walk.
Are you sure the auntie the ice cream was not the one who was singing? No, different.
No, after that we walk back. Then she's like, I told you walk the wrong way already. Because got crossroad ma. It's at the end of the island.
No, but we after that whole saga, we actually went to the security at the area to ask them whether there's any girl or any residents who are living near. They said no lah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, most people who are living in that offshore island are older.
Yeah, why would they sing?
We sing at night.
Yeah,
and
night,
so we thought it was a radio or what.
cannot be.
No, don't have.
It's a Sanker, bro. No radio will play that kind of song.
Sanka is like a folk song.
Folk song, bro.
I didn't even know the genre of music.
It's a folk song. I think what would be creepy is if they did a follow-up episode and then you went to each of the grave and see if it's the name or not.
Oh, God.
And then if they found the name, then good luck, man.
Oh, yeah.
If the price is right, I will go.
What's the price?
What's the price?
And no, actually, I was after the episode, I thought, okay, not bad. Yeah, I just felt like this episode really did help me a lot for my career. It really did, because it really popped me off. And then like when the episode came out, then I became a bit more popular. Then a few months later, I won Star Awards and all of that. So it actually did help me for my career. I'm not like saying that it's a horrible episode. It's just that it just made really, really good TV. It just made me realize that Singaporeans want to know this haunted stuff. Yeah.
They love horror lah.
Yeah.
There were some MBs, Taiwanese MBs, right, that captured supernatural things. Like actually like abandoned house, then the door started opening, closing.
Oh, yeah,
while they were rolling. Then the musician went on to like win a lot of awards.
Do it.
Is that an invitation?
Yeah, invitation. Just like let's not near me. But yeah.
So why do you think Forest has a lot of these kind of stories? Is it because of the ancient rituals that were done there, or is it just that the things that not soft at all?
I just think that because forests have very little footfall, very little human traffic, so I think these things find it more comfortable. These spirits rather find it more comfortable to be there. And a lot of times, people that I know, if you want to get rid of something dirty, you try to leave it in the forest. So like, you throw it away, right? They say, oh, you have this in your house, go and put it on a tree or put it on a forest, put it on an abandoned place. So I think that's why a lot of these things live there. And there are a lot of bad things that happen in a forest as well. Murders.
A place where no human resides is where the thing resides. It's like their city.
I used to hear that one of these other offshore islands used to be a place where people used to dispose of toils. And they thought to themselves, oh, it's on an island.
Is it in
fine.
Singapore? Singapore
Yeah. Yes.
Island. Okay.
And they thought it'd be fine. You put the toils on there, they can't come to the mainland and everything. And then a path was built directly to the island.
A bridge.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you all encourage people to investigate?
No.
I don't even like going to these places. So I there's no way I'm encouraging
So
people.
if you say one day you and Raihan, you and I go out and then we see something, and I say, Raihan, go and see if it's real.
No.
You know, right?
No, I
But then
won't.
there's these people on this.
We are very clear with what we do. We are horror creators. We tell stories.
Yeah.
We tell stories, but we don't go and investigate.
No, you see, I understand people who are paranormal investigators, they may have the know-how, they may have the equipment, they have done a bit of research, But these kids from the Incredible Tales episode that we saw, they have no background whatsoever. All they know is if they use the tears from a dog and rub it on their own eyes, they'll be able to see it. I personally wouldn't encourage anybody to be that adventurous in life.
Yeah.
You want to be adventurous, go and put on a harness, go bungee jumping,
Insurance got cover.
Yeah.
I guess it's the factor that you cannot see. So as long as you don't see, you don't believe it. So they will take the risk to want to see it. Then they will believe it. So I guess that curiosity kills the cat.
I chalk it up to like young and stupid,
Yeah.
I did the umbrella thing before. I did it before. I cannot smack my grandmother.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I straight away opened one big umbrella in front of inside my house. Pop. Then she say, why you open umbrella in house? I said, I want to see got ghost or not. Then she smacked me.
But that's the first time I see that kind of superstition, because for us, Malay folklore, we believe that if you open an umbrella in the house, the snake will come in.
Yeah.
Oh, but maybe your parents, I feel a lot of things is your parents lied to you that it's a snake so that you won't get scared as a young kid.
Maybe so.
They don't want to tell you that it's a ghost.
Actually, that's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah. Like until now, my mom doesn't allow us to, I'm sure Malays as well, or Muslims, you're not allowed to cut nails at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, like jangan sepik kuku, And I was like, why? I got no time to. Who's gonna wake up at like 6, 7 a.m. to cut the nails, right? Like when the hell am I supposed to cut my nails? So my mother doesn't allow me to do that, and she told me the reason is because the ghost will come and pick it up at night.
Yes.
Oh.
And so every time we dispose our nails, we don't throw it into the dustbin. We will flush it down the toilet.
Oh, that's just smart.
Yeah,
That's
so
just smart.
it leaves your home completely.
Oh.
Next time I should do that.
Yeah.
Because we always cut. I like to cut nail at night.
But what do they do with the nails? I mean,
Makan
Ghost,
lah.
makan.
Okay, so for the Chinese, right, we also believe that they like to take things, hair also. So there is a proper way of disposing it. Yeah, hair is of course like black magic, but also like the ghost will eat. So I heard from people with the third eye, they say they eat bodily fluids also.
Oh my God.
So you can imagine from where it's quite disgusting. Yeah, especially in nightclubs. Yeah.
Oh, now I know why.
Can you just be more explicit? I don't get it. Why is your body?
I like how he's trying to dig it.
say it.
It's vomit, vomit.
Oh, vomit. Just say lah, vomit. Bodily fluid.
Then the other kind, I
was
don't know
thinking,
lah.
what the hell? You pee the toilet? The club got no toilet, man. You cannot pee in the toilet bowl. Never mind.
I honestly was thinking something else.
Like why? No one not PG.
This is a MediaCorp production. Okay.
Yeah. So about the same more. Like the new one is like they will also take lah. They will take it.
Yeah.
Not good lah.
Yeah, I've heard about the hair one. Wow.
But for me, I don't really believe, but I think it makes common sense because at night not enough light, right? Then you cut yourself.
Yeah, and my mother also tells me that at night when I go back home, I shouldn't look up. So I don't look at trees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So in case someone is sitting there watching you, So I'm very scared of all of that. But in the grand scheme of things, I do feel like I am someone who is not very interested in meeting or seeing all of these people. I'm happy the way I am.
That's it. If the conditions were like right and everybody was going back for good reasons, would you go back to?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
That's a fast one.
Yes, I maybe this time we want to do it better. Like you said, maybe we can bring a shifu or a master, and maybe we can also use this opportunity to apologize. Because the other time we didn't get real closure, we just left.
Yeah.
So maybe this time I just want to say I'm very sorry. And also like the next morning I have fever. after the episode. And I had a very horrible dream of a bunch of villagers chasing me in my dream. Then they surrounded me and they said in Malay, don't come back.
Oh, damn.
And still you're okay with going back?
To apologize lah. I think to give some closure. It's like they kejar, they were just running after me. And that entire scene was in Malay. Yeah, everything was in Malay. And they were speaking to me in Malay. They looked Malay. They were wearing a sarong, songkok. And they don't look like our Malays from this generation. They look like it's a bit from a different era. So I'm just very confused. Like, it's a Chinese cemetery. The person's name that was uttered was an English name. And then there were a bunch of Malay people chasing after me in my dream at night. I never told this to anyone. I didn't even tell like Dennis, because Dennis and I were texting the day after. He said, hey, are you okay? And stuff. Like, I didn't want to startle him and scare him also.
Okay, I'm really curious to know. What about the others? Have you asked? Like, what about the guy who got that raped?
I did. He said he was fine the day after. Because he's like a paranormal investigator, I think. So maybe they did something before they went to sleep or whatever. But I don't know what to do. I just went home. I reached home at a lot of us, we reached home at 4 a.m. And then we went back to the studio where Dennis's car was parked. Then after Dennis's car drives off, right, there'll be no cars in that multi-story car park. So I said, 从今那个你可以载我回家吗? Can you just send me home? Then he was like, he was just okay because he's a very nice man. He was willing to send me back. But I just felt that I was not alone even after I left. Yeah.
Man, you left that.
But you all got go supper lah.
We go supper, then after that we went to the studio to pick up his car because we set off on a bus. We went to the studio to pick up his car and then I went home after that.
Okay.
So, but the studio was where we did the Ouija board.
Yeah,
so I didn't want to stay in the studio also kan? Yeah.
That's you need to release the bad jujus.
Yeah, like Buang Sui. Yeah.
Buang Sui.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That was last year, right?
Yes.
This is like, I think, it's a sign because the fact that you told us about this, I don't know if it could be manifesting, but just after you shot it the same night, then you get that dream, right? Maybe it's a warning from the villagers because like we said, right, the island has villagers and it had like people staying there. Maybe some of the people that passed away, the spirits that were lingering there, the villagers were not happy. Yeah, because you invade their space, and they were not happy. Then they were sending a message.
Yeah, it just changed, and then I remember in my dream they surrounded me. Said, "Jangan balik."
Wow.
Oh, this gives me goosebumps.
Yeah.
See your goosebumps.
Yeah, and also like the thing is that my first language is not Malay, right? I mean, although I can speak a bit of it. I mean, okay lah, I can speak Malay. I always have dream in Tamil or Tamil because it's my mother tongue, right?
Yeah.
So every time when you think about something in such a deep state of consciousness, you always want to go back to the language that you think in.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you're dreaming, it's because you're thinking in your sleep. But Malay, where did that come from? And also we were doing the entire show in Mandarin. So it's not like I did some Malay activity before that and then the Malay was still ringing in my brain and then I went to sleep and I dreamt in Malay. So it was very weird.
Yeah. So after the villagers surrounded you and they warned you, then you woke up.
I woke up.
Then fever.
Yes. And I just want to tell y'all, when I went back to my home, I didn't even bother trying to sleep in my own room. I just took my pillow and my bolster. I went to my mother's room and slept next to her. After when I woke up from my dream, I just saw my mom. So thank God I'm at home. I went back to sleep again. Yeah. It was. I always remember that. So that's why I always have a bit of guilt that maybe we could have done something more respectful, some in a way that, I mean, definitely we can go and like dabble or whatever. Just be like, hello, hi guys, we're gonna come in. We're not gonna disturb you. Can you protect us like you said? Maybe not like that lah. We don't talk like that. Maybe get a proper person.
Yeah, you get a spiritual master to help you translate.
Yeah,
they will know the proper way to do it. We just follow only.
Yeah. But I mean, I have had a lot of weird things happen to me also. I mean, in my life in general. When I was really, really young, a lot of people believed that the house that I lived in was haunted. My parents also divorced because of that home. Always, every night, whenever I'm watching TV, I'll always think that my mother is in her room because I felt something walk past me. Right. Then I'll tell my mom, Amma, then I'll look at the direction of the room. She said, I'm in the kitchen. I'm like, but you just walk past. Then she's like, oh no. Then my dad bought me this doll when I was very young. It's a teddy bear. It's a sensor teddy bear. So like, you walk past it, then there'll be sound. At night at 12 a.m., it will make noises on its own. Then I would look at my mother for like some response or justification, right? What the hell is going on? Then she'll be like, oh, it's very normal. I think the battery or some problem or what. But now in hindsight, it's like, hey, you don't scare me, leh? There was once I was in a hotel with my friend. We stayed over in Malacca. And then my friend said he wanted to use his... he wanted to use the bathtub. But then he didn't use. Then I was like, why? Didn't bother. Thank you very much. So you don't hog the toilet. And then I said, then my friend was like, can you go and close the toilet door? Don't leave the toilet door ajar. Then I was like, why you leave I want a bit of light, kan? Then in the middle of the night, then I don't go into the wrong door or what, kan? After he told me to close it, my phone started making noise and it went directly to TikTok live. So some random person on TikTok was talking on my phone. And I didn't even use my phone or go and watch any TikTok live before that. Just started talking.
As in, like, it was unlocked or not?
It was locked and charging.
Oh my god.
So then, of course, as me being the expert, paranormal expert from Zhou Jiang Gui, I didn't go and ask my friend like, hey, what is that? How come? We just like went to sleep. And then, the next morning, my friend told me that, so when he was showering, he saw something standing in the bathtub. So we wanted to leave the toilet door open to let it come out.
Right.
Yeah, so at least it doesn't get stuck there. Then I said, like, that's a very lame logic. You know, you should just close the door and leave it inside. If you need to pee, I will go downstairs and pee lah. Go to the lobby and pee. You let it come out. Let it come and attack me when I'm sleeping. Like, what kind of logic is this?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Then I said, also, it's a dark figure. I said, then is that why you didn't use a bathtub? I said, yeah. I said, together lah. You go and shower. I mean, I only cracked the jokes after I left the hotel lah. In the hotel, yeah.
Wait, so your friend can see? So
yeah.
Third eye lah.
I don't know if third or fourth eye, but I don't believe him also. But I mean, he said he can see, so we trust that. Yeah, but also a lot of these hotels and all that in these places. Because I wanted to stay in like a colonial heritage hotel and all that, right? Because I want to immerse in the history of Malacca. So that's what it gave me lah. Yeah. But it's good to have friends who can see ghosts.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We have Nakia and we have Art.
Yeah.
Both have third eye.
Yeah.
It's not that fun.
Yeah.
Especially if you travel with them, right? And then they start like, you know, like film people, right? We on set all the time, it's all about the eye line. So imagine I'm talking to you, then the eye like that. Then nobody's standing behind you. Well, how would you feel?
Yeah, it's
You'll
always like that.
Yeah, right.
So with my friend, suddenly like he will stop and then he'll be a bit stunned. Then I will know what sometimes happen. I say, can we faster go? We faster go. After that, I ask like, oh, what do you see? I saw a dark thing. I say, maybe it's our shadow lah. You don't scare me. At night, don't tell me all this ghost story and all that lah. You know, at night only suddenly you're so inspired to talk about his ghost experience. I say we were together the whole morning. You don't want to tell all this. When it's sleeping time, especially when I'm sleeping alone, you want to tell all these stories.
Annoying,
my friend is a doctor. He works with children.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. So he sees a lot of bad things happening to children, like, you know. And there was once he was on call. So then doctors are on duty overnight in the hospital. So all the doctors will leave at 5 p.m. Then there'll be some doctors on duty to stay in the ward lah, to look after the patients who are already there and take in new admissions. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his blanket. Then he saw a boy pulling his blanket when he was sleeping. And then my friend realized that he had a patient who was very ill. It's time to go and check on him. And just nice when he went to go and check on him, the patient was coding. That means like the oxygen level and everything started dropping. So these spirits are not here to only do bad things.
Yeah.
They earn some brownie points to the spirits.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think like sometimes to imagine them as very scary and very fearful and evil is very unfair.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
they lived a life, maybe they had a few regrets, and that's why sometimes they act out. But we just don't go and disturb lah.
Right, so this question is for everyone. Which forest that you've visited is the most creepiest? Ka?
Why always me? Fine.
Because you
Fine.
always have excellent answers. To
Okay.
He has visited more forests than us.
Yeah, I know. Hey, hello, I don't go forest all. What is this activity that you're doing? Why can't y'all just do like be normal and go for a dinner or something? Why do you need to go forest, camping, glamping? My friend asked me to go for camping. I said, are you out of mind or not? I already served national service already. That's the maximum camping I'm doing in my life. Okay? Okay, so sorry.
No, it's okay. I love the tangent. No, I'm also thinking.
And the tension.
I think the creepiest one would be Okinawa.
Oh, you actually.
I went to Okinawa to shoot a documentary. Then our car got stuck, like literally got stuck in the ditch. Then it's just me and the client, and on a rainy day.
So weird, to be in this kind of scary situation with a complete stranger or someone that you're not close to.
Yeah,
right.
No, we're just chilling lah. Then it did not click until I went back to my my Airbnb, which is on the top of the mountain, alone in the it's like haunted cabin in the woods. So I had one cabin, then the client had one cabin, but I was the only one on the mountain after the car incident lah. But then I just realized that, Okinawa went through World War II. Then a lot of people died, and a lot of atrocities were committed to the villagers. So there were a lot of spirits. Then I was like, Hantu. Then I got scared. Then I was like, oh shit, I cannot sleep already. I can't sleep already. Tonight I confirm cannot sleep. And it was like 3-4 a.m. It was raining hard. It was raining hard. It's one of those like very big hut that you can see the top of the roof. Then it's like had a spiral stair, and then the bed is right in the middle on ground floor. So if I look up, right, then there's like a ledge, right, you can probably see Jewel like woohoo come out.
Oh my god.
So it's damn creepy. Then I on the news there, I just watched the news. I was like, I'm very invested in the news right now.
You're staying in a what?
A hut lah. It's like
what is the TripAdvisor rating?
No, it was beautiful. So in the morning, right, because we had like a lot of scenes that we need to shoot for the documentary. So in the morning, right, when you open up the sliding door, it's like literally like one of those like huts. Then you open up the sliding door, you can see the whole of Okinawa. Like very nice. Wow. We rented that place for this particular reason, but nobody was staying except for me. My client was dealing with the car.
So I don't really have a particular forest that I would mention. But if I were to say anything that is very closely related or something that I've just went through, that'd be Bukit Brown.
Last episode.
Yeah. But that's technically a cemetery in the forest setting. Yeah.
I would say the offshore island with the bridge. Because I've never been there at night. And even knowing people will get rid of the toyos out there and everything, that's one thing. But I've walked through there during the day. And even during the day, I think just because it's mostly just forest. You'll see maybe one shelter here, one shelter on there, and that's it. But it's mostly just forest. All right, now that we can see the forest for the trees, let's wrap up this episode with one of Kyle's morbid facts of the day.
So right, in Mexico City, there's this place called Isla de Muñecas, or Island of the Dolls. Has hundreds of dolls hanging on the trees and scattered among the grass. And the origin of this creepy forest, it traces back when a resident of the island, quite similar to one of our offshore island the origins, right?
Yeah.
Found a dead girl's body in a nearby canal. So the resident basically hung out the doll as a tribute to ward off evil spirits, and also because of the girl. So the girl's spirit supposedly still haunts the area, but now together with the force of 100 dolls.
Yeah.
I think the death is scary enough, and you think that it would be better if you go and put the dolls, but no, it's making it more scary. I heard Raihan is going to book his next holiday to Mexico, right?
So it doesn't help that you need to take a boat in. Would you want to visit?
No. Thank you.
For a show?
No, for a show, yes.
Consummate professional.
Yeah.
Consummate professional.
Right, so thank you so much for joining us, Daz. It's been great to have you here. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Das.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
when we cleanse her, right, give her something to drink and cleanse her, right, she started vomiting. Then when she vomit out like worms, nails. My name is Chitong.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We're joined tonight by Lee Chi-tong. Chi-tong is a Taoist priest in his mid-20s. You might have seen him on TikTok as Chuan Chen Taoist, where aside from chronicling his own life's journey, he also explores the paranormal. Welcome to the show, Chi-tong.
Hi, Chitong.
Yeah, nice. I mean, when I first saw your TikTok, right, like about you like talking about this thing, I said, this guy confirm will blow up because it's so interesting. And I was speaking to actually our Taoist priest, on set when we were doing the Bukit Brown episode. I was talking to him, he said, yeah, actually it's very cool that, now youngsters are getting it. Because when I was younger, like when I was in my early 20s to mid 20s, this was not cool at all. It's like if you're into like the whole like, religion and, becoming a priest or monk, it's not that cool. But now, somehow you've made it cool.
Yeah, I have to say that.
Yeah. I thought that's like, and then he kind of blew up. Like, then I knew like when we went to season 2, we had to get him. Yeah. Because I want to get like a perspective from a young person who is like pursuing this.
Imagine us at that age, or his age. Would we be doing this? I like all of us are silent. I was like,
I would if there was vampires in the world.
Vampires?
Yeah, like the jumping vampires. Because I grew up watching Mr. Vampire, 僵尸道长. So he always made it very cool because the special effects, he would like do the sword, then he do the blood, then the sword got power, like lightsaber.
They're not real.
Yeah. I know it's not real.
But it's real, right?
Yeah, it looks very, very cool.
Yes,
like, it's like, wow, it's so cool to be and then he can fight like kung fu and shit. Like, so yeah, if that was real, then I would probably have joined it. But we all know that it's not real. It's just movie effects, guys.
I'm not going to say anything more because I believe I've already disappointed my religious mother enough.
So anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, we're looking at exorcisms. This episode's theme was inspired by Curse from season 5. After Patrina is rude to a seemingly ordinary delivery man, she starts behaving strangely and her entire personality begins to shift. Has she been cursed? Is she possessed? And how can she return to normal?
Let's take a look.
I come in the name of Jesus. Who are you?
One who dares you.
Tell me your name.
Names.
very intense, huh?
Yeah.
Very funny.
It is like the worm. Like, how?
But I did remember this episode. Yeah, it's one of those episodes that I've kind of like got exposed to the other religion's exorcism method. Yeah, because usually I will usually see the Muslim method, the Islamic method, but this is like, oh, you need the name.
Yeah. So I wanted to check with you, like, it's like the whole idea, like, you need to get permission from parents or whatever to actually conduct the exorcism when it comes to this kind of case.
I think that's a thing that only exists in the Catholic Church. But for us, wise, we don't really need approval because we don't really have like a central figure of head or some like a leader like that. So we don't really have to seek approval. Usually when your believers come and seek you for help, then if you are able to solve it, you feel that you are able to solve it, then you take it long. Yeah, then you just try.
But so do you like when they say, I think there's an evil spirit with me, do you just believe straight away or do you need like proof?
No. We definitely need to investigate, to prove, to see if there's any entity following or not. Because actually a lot of times, I think like about 80% of the times, it's not really ghosts. It's more psychological in a way.
Interesting.
But when it's really the 20%, it's wow. very exciting.
This guy, that's another one way too excited over the supernatural.
Yeah.
So how did you become a Gen Z Taoist priest?
It's more of like there's both sides in a way where I was attracted by the philosophy first. I tried to explore other religion, then I explored Taoism in a sense, and I like the philosophy, so I went to it. But what made me believe in a sense was because I went to participate in a 7-month ritual. So my master asked me to go into the ritual to participate with them. Yeah. Then when I was in the ritual, I saw something. Yes, that I couldn't explain. At first I thought it was a demon, because it really looked like a demon. So it's like a man, but it's not really a man, but having wings and have horns, and his whole like skin is green color with like a big belly or something. Then he was just walking around, just patrolling. And I was like, whoa, what is that? Yes, then I was very, very scared because he was just looking at all of us. Then it's only after I ordained as a priest, really, then I started asking. I was like asking my like Taoist brothers. I was like, hey, do you know about this thing? Then one of my senior was like, this one is this particular deity. Then he showed me on we have this token that we used to summon the heavenly soldiers. It was just there. I was like, oh, really? Yeah. So apparently it's like one of the thunder gods.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's the name? You can say in Mandarin.
雷震子.
雷震子.
Yeah, 雷震子.
Thunder gods.
Yeah.
So what is his function? What does he do?
His function is to guard. So in the rituals wise, because we will summon a lot of deities, a lot of gods. So his function actually is to like because thunder is associated with like vanquishing evil. So it's actually to suppress the ghost there. Yeah, so make sure they don't don't cause trouble. So that's why he's like patrolling. Then I was like, oh my god, yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But why did you like, choose to use like social media as your platform to share all these happenings and stuff?
Okay, I started my account during the Chinese 7 month. Yeah, so because at that time there was a lot of people that were actually like giving a lot of misinformation out in the public. So I couldn't stand it. I was just like, wow. Then I decided to make. So my first video is actually a stitch to another person's video. Then I thought like, no views or something. Then it's like, it blew up. And I was like, hey, not bad. People like this kind of thing. Yeah, so I just took it as a chance, as a platform to educate the people about more about Taoism. Then it's just been there since.
Wow.
Yeah, I must say that he's doing a good job because I saw that stitch and he was like correcting, no, actually this is this. He wasn't being angry, he just say, oh no, actually it's this is how it truly is. Because in Singapore it's very unique. Because Singaporeans actually mix up Buddhism and Taoism. They do share certain things, but it's not the same.
Actually in Taoism wise, there's also the difference between like the Orthodox Taoism and like the folk Taoism. So the beliefs wise is also very, very different. So for example, like the Chinese 7 month, they believe that the hell gates open. This is actually a folk belief. Yeah, yes. So in Orthodox Taoism wise, actually we don't believe in that. Yeah. So our belief is that the hell gates will never open.
But is 7 months still a thing for Orthodox?
It is. It is. So actually the 7 month is only 1 day. It's not the entire month. Yeah, it's only in the Southeast Asia area that it is the entire month because there's not enough priests to do rituals. So they spread it through the entire month. Yeah, if not, it's on the 15th day. Just 1 day.
That's why there's a saying that on the 15th of the 7th month is where the spirits are the strongest. So that's the actual date. That's the actual date.
I see.
So for like Orthodox Taoist wise, that 15th day is actually the birthday of one of our deities called Di Guan Dati, or the Earth Official, because he has the power to forgive sins, wrongdoings. So during that time we will seek forgiveness and repentance for the living and also for the dead.
Off camera just now you mentioned that you used to have the third eye. Can you share a little bit more about that?
I think it's like, okay, I don't like to say third eye because third eye makes it very like hocus pocus. But
so you can see spirits.
Like more sensitive in a way. So in the past since I was young, so there's like a lot of stories in a way. Yeah, but I closed it last year. I decided to close it last year.
Why did you close?
Okay, so as a Taoist priest wise, actually we have to do cultivation. So cultivation in a way is more like, like their meditation, leveling up, all this kind of thing. So being sensitive wise is not useful and it's actually considered a defect. Yeah, a defect. Yeah.
There's gonna be a whole bunch of people in the comments that I'm not defect.
I mean, okay, so the theory is, why is it a defect? It's because, if it's a sense, right? Like, we have the 5 senses and all.
Yeah.
So if I want to see, I can see. If I don't want to see, I can close. Yeah. It's like I don't want to smell, I can just close my,
Right.
Yeah.
close my nose. I don't want to smell. But for the third eye, it's not something that you can control. For a lot of people, it's like a frequency, a channel that's open 24 hours.
Right.
Yeah, so this is actually like, in a way, a defect. It's usually this happens because a person, maybe their soul is damaged, part of their points. The body, we believe that their points, one of it is damaged, and their soul is actually not tethered to this earth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's why a lot of times, people that are more sensitive, they have a lot of issues going on in their life. Yeah. So maybe they will get sick easily, or their life is not smooth, or they have like certain very easy to die, Yeah, because their soul is not tethered to this earth. So anytime they can just go to the other side. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you encourage anybody with the third eye to have it closed, or?
I think it's very hard because a lot of times people rely on it. They will rely on it. Actually, when I closed it, for a moment of time, I felt that I was like, I become blind like that, because there's one sense that it was taken away.
Right.
Yeah, but then you will come to appreciate it, because I think it became very quiet.
Is it fair to say that once you reach a certain level, then you will regain the power?
Yes. So actually, now what I'm doing is actually trying to learn from the basic up again. Because having a third eye is actually everybody can have the third eye, or have the ability to sense spirits in a way. Depends on your level of cultivation in our belief. Right. So maybe this skill is like unlocked at level 50. But now your body is like level 1. Then you already have a level 50 skills, right? Then you will, in a way, go crazy because you are faced with the level 50 difficulty. Like that.
So that's why I feel like some people with the third eye, they will eventually move to more spiritualism. They'll do meditation. They'll be closer to religion or closer to the light. Because I think they're trying to control it, aim it. If not, it's very, like you say, noisy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So as a Taoist priest, have you performed any, exorcism, or have you followed anybody else who have done exorcism on anybody?
Yes.
Oh,
exciting.
Do you have any
exciting.
stories?
Okay, so the first time I performed an exorcism is actually before I get ordained as a priest, but I learned some stuff really. Yeah, so I was in Malaysia. Then one of my cousins went to the cemetery to go and play. And then after that, he suddenly fainted and couldn't wake up.
Oh,
yeah. So they wanted to bring him to the temple in the middle of the night to like settle. Then I was like, hey, let me try. So I blessed a cup of water and I sprayed at him. Yeah, I sprayed at him, right? Then he was actually like fainting. Then I sprayed at him. Then he lied out again. Then after that, he woke up. Then I was like, eh? Oh, you woke swore. Wow. Yeah. But the second time I did exorcism was we went to play the Ouija board.
Oh.
The Chinese Ouija board. And we played it with we up the intensity because, usually Ouija board we just like with the finger and we just play, right? We did things to attract spirits. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And we summon the spirits over using our Taoist ways. Summon them. So there was a lot over there waiting. Then there's this new girl that happened to follow us. She was like, hey, faster go back. Wow, my leg very, very sorry. Can you faster go back? Like, they're very rude, to the spirit. Then at one point she, tired, then she take off her finger. Yeah. Yeah, after that, when we were doing a prayer downstairs, some of my friends went to do the prayer downstairs and they were burning the joss paper, right? And then we were still upstairs. We were there sitting down, meditating, waiting for them. Then this girl started, yeah. Then she started, then we like, hey, what happened? Then I look at her. Then she started standing up. Then she shake. Yeah. Then very funny because like me and my friends were like, hey, you settle? I settle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like how they were like, okay, it's hey, the moment has come, guys. Let's do this.
Yes. Then all of us don't want to settle. We want to watch the show first. So we just sit there for a while. Say, you okay not? Yeah. Then she like, oh, I cannot. Then we're like, okay. Then I settle. So I was like, sit down. Then she don't want to sit down. She'll be like, I think gone already. Yeah. Then I was like, sit down. Then I push her down. Then I just draw a talisman to her, hit into her body. Then she quiet already. Yeah, so it's actually very simple. But then after that, when we walking back that time, we got her lah. So we actually set a protective barrier around her. Yeah, then while she walking back, because she keeps saying that she keep hearing a voice behind her calling her back. Yeah. So after that, we went away. Then we did a whole cleansing on her and all those. Then she okay already. Yeah, but after that, she's scared. She really very scared already. Yeah. Then after that, then we know that actually has been developed to become a medium. It's just that there's nobody to guide her. So actually, all her points, right? Her body is basically an open channel. So actually, by right, any spirit can go in at it.
Right.
And she still do this kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Jumping to the exorcism, right? I want to ask you, like, you say that it's exciting. Have you seen any where it's like super, like not say crazy, like quite high level, quite tense one?
Okay, I don't know whether this is intense enough now, but the woman say that she has been cursed. Yeah. Then after that, like went to check whether she's really been cursed, and she's really been cursed. So she has been put this thing called what, 拱头, 降头. Yeah, it's basically a curse by the boyfriend.
Black magic.
Yeah, black magic.
Oh.
Yeah. But this girl, this woman also do black magic on. Anyways, yeah. So anyways, like when we cleanse her, right, give her something to drink and cleanse her, right, she started vomiting. Then when she vomit out like worms, nails, all these things, and black water. Then the entire floor also. Then I was like,
nails, actual nails. You've
like,
seen it?
Like, yes, like not the fingernail, but the nails.
Yeah, metal lah.
Metal nails. And worms, like the maggots, like wow, vomiting out. Then the whole like vomit, right, is black color. Yeah. Just like, I think quite intense. But to me, that time it was more shocking than intense to me, because I was just like, wow, really got this kind of thing. Yeah.
I can tell you now, as somebody who's not seen any of this, that's intense. That qualifies as intense.
Okay, so in our previous episode, we interviewed Das Didi, who spoke about a co-host that was possessed while they were walking in this forest in an offshore island. So what are your thoughts about the island, the offshore island, forest, and also being possessed in such an area?
I think for offshore islands wise, because there's not a lot of people, maybe there's a higher tendency for these kind of things to happen. If you are there to purposely go and disturb, I think there's a higher tendency for these kind of things to happen. Because for me, I was just wondering, the people stay there so long, so nothing happened. Yeah, then it's true. Yeah.
But do you think being possessed has to do with the location, or any time can happen?
I think anywhere also can happen. Right. Yeah, because the spirit can move also, right? Doesn't have to just stay there.
Yeah. So what happened in the show was where Das said that one of the co-hosts actually did a Ouija board last time, and then they asked the spirit's name.
Oh.
Then after that, then Das asked the person who asked to ask the name again. Then it's the same name.
Ayo, okay.
That means it's the same spirit lah, essentially. So is that like a taboo?
When you call upon the name, because the spiritual realm is not bounded by space and time. So once you have the information, you call upon the name, the spirit will just come. If you have that level of maybe this person unknowingly know how to do it, Yeah, so when he call upon, because he already have experience with the spirit at that time, so he's very familiar with the energy. So the moment he call upon that name, that spirit will just come.
Wow.
Yeah. So maybe that's why he gave that name again, because it's the exact same spirit.
When you mentioned that, irregardless of space and time, meaning to say that even in 10 years down the road, if he accidentally said the name again, it could happen again.
Yeah, it could happen again.
Wow.
Yeah. So actually, that's why they ask you to not speak about the names of the demons the evil spirits or even in a surrounding like that. We talk about ghost stories, right? If you think about the ghost stories that happen, that spirit might just come here.
Yep.
Yeah. So they will just gather around here.
It's damn creepy.
Yeah.
Like it's like, that's why we say when we tell ghost stories, they come on. You're talking about me. So there's in my mind, right, there's a lot of stories that I don't say because those are still active. And talking about them, you might summon them straight. To them, right, space and time doesn't matter. They will just come. And evil spirits, usually they last longer than normal spirits.
Yes.
So there was this place that me and my dad went. And my dad is a staunch non-believer. He don't believe in ghosts. He's not scared also. But there was this house that he stayed, right, in eastern part of Singapore that is very, very haunted. Basically, someone unalived themselves in that room. Then nobody dared to stay in that room. But he stayed in that room. But he do things that there's something weird about that room. So he brought me there at night.
Wow.
And we go and see. Now it's like occupied by a restaurant. Then upstairs is like maybe their living quarters. So it's one of those shop house. So we just outside only see only. He say, is it creepy, right? The moment he say, got one gush of wind, like that. Then we went home. Then when we were at the lift landing or going up to our house, right? He's like, when I tell you the story, right? What color you imagine? I say, pink. The moment we both said pink at the same time. He didn't tell me what color. I didn't tell him what color of the spirit. I say pink. Our hair both stand. Then we gush again.
My hair also stand.
Then he say, don't talk already. Don't say already. This one damn creepy. Yeah. So that one, I think lah, is still there.
I like how your hair is standing and you've performed actual acts.
Yeah. Because even though I close, I'm still sensitive in a way where people talk about stories or like tell stuff, I will have visions. So actually last time my thought is more about seeing visions lah.
Yeah. So it's certain stories that is like cannot say, then you better don't say. So that's why when we were there, actually Master Jason did say that we cannot mention names, right? In cemeteries, there's a reason. Yeah, like we cannot say our names in the cemetery. There's a reason for that lah.
Okay, Chitong, I'm just really curious to know: Are you scared or afraid whenever you face any potential exorcism cases, or are you more of like, okay, no, I think I'm okay with this?
Oh, okay. Last time it used to be very lost because it's like it's like exam like that. Oh, instantly you need to know what you need to do. But I'm not scared. Yeah, I'm not scared. Yeah. Last time I even more not scared, but now I a bit will control a bit because I went to the the East Coast there got this tower, right?
Yeah. Yellow color one.
Yeah, yellow color. We went there to make contact, and after that I go back. Wow, very very jialat. Yeah. So also anyways. We went there to make contact with the spirit. Then after that, we did a prayer for the spirit to send her off. Then afterwards, right, when we went back that time, I just felt that there was something sticking inside of me, like that cannot be cleansed. Then after many rounds of cleansing, I still have that feeling. Then so one my senior gave me a talisman to drink to cleanse it internally. The moment I drink that, I started shaking. Yeah, so then later after that I started to sit down, right? I become dazed, They said I become dazed because apparently I was getting possessed, right? But I don't know. Then I only remember that when I started shaking, right, I heard this sound behind, which is I started hearing people crying like that crying. Then I was like, hey, am I going mad? Yeah. Then but I was really very scary because I don't know what's happening. Then I started hearing dogs barking in town. There's no dogs. Yeah, then the next moment I just shake. Then I daze. Yeah, then even until they come and seal my points to prevent the entity from coming in, right? Yeah, so after that, then I know that maybe I need to control a bit. Yeah, but that spirit was very nice because that spirit let us strike 4D.
Really? Wait, so that spirit tried to possess you lah?
We don't know whether it's the spirit or something that followed.
Or a different thing lah.
Yes. Yeah.
So why dogs though? Why you hear dogs barking?
Okay, actually we are not sure whether it's a spirit following us or is it a deity trying to enter my body to cleanse. Yeah, so it's a very extreme way. So why people retch, right? It's when especially mediums, they will retch when they get possessed. It's because they are trying to retch out the dirty, the filth in your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are not sure which one it is.
Till today, you're still not sure?
Yeah, still not.
But after that, settled already lah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, interesting.
Yeah, settled already.
So learning lesson.
Learn lesson.
Don't play too much.
That one very scary, because I was doing live, It was caught on my live camera actually. So the whole process we were doing live. Then we're just talking. Then actually, there's a lot that were gathered around us already. Suddenly, my friend's car just opened by itself.
Oh, as in you were live at the tower?
At the tower. So we ended everything already. Then when we were walking back, right, then we saw a $10 note just folded nicely there for us, Yeah, then we tell everyone, hey, go and buy this number. Maybe we'll strike 4D. Then really strike 4D. Yeah, first prize.
Raihan and Wayne's threshold is like that. I believe my threshold is slightly higher.
A bit more than slightly.
Then maybe Art is about the same level as mine.
Yeah.
Then Nakia one is like that.
Yeah.
Eugene Tay one is like that. Then yours is like
No. Oh, you should see my seniors one. My seniors one is I don't think they have fear.
No, but honestly, I really feel like it's because you're very well versed. So
Yeah.
and you've seen it, so you know how to settle.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're talking about demonic lah.
Yeah. If not, you get distracted a bit. You will get consumed by fear. Yeah. So it's very good training.
Sounds very Jedi, right? Yeah. I'm one with the Force is with me.
So speaking about the Force, so Dr. Melgill, he views possession as a dissociative identity disorder. What do you think about that? What are your views?
It kind of makes sense, but to call it a dissociative disorder is like quite serious, right? Because possession, I know that disorder is continues for quite a long time. It's not just a one-time case. This kind of thing. I would say that the word dissociative is appropriate, but to coin it with the term of the medical term, then I don't think it's like appropriate at all. But because why I say it is appropriate for the term dissociative, because for possession to take place, actually dissociation is one of the key factors. So this is why they say, how to not get possessed by ghosts. Don't be scared, because once you're scared, actually your ego or your identity gets blurred out. You start to, or they say if you don't know any way to prevent possession or anything, or you feel that you're getting possessed, just always remember your name. So for example, my name is Chitong, so you just need to remember I am Chitong, I am Chitong, I am Chitong. Keep your identity strong, then that spirit cannot enter. Because you're not dissociating. So in a way, possession is more of like your soul or your identity is here. Something is overtaking it, overriding it, trying to take control. So now you're fighting it by reminding yourself of your identity, so that you're fighting it. So once your control of your identity is stronger than spirit, you cannot get possessed.
Okay, I
Interesting.
think now I'm trying to relate it to what I know as growing up and all that. They always say that your faith has to be strong. You have to be. They call it iman lah. Iman has to be strong, so that you know that you are you, so that this thing don't take over you. Okay, now that I can see.
In Muslimism.
In Muslim perspective.
Okay.
If you are easily to be possessed, it could be because you are low in faith. You don't really believe in yourself, in something like that. This is interesting.
So this is why like those people, they say, they are we like to say, this person a bit sway, a bit unlucky. Then then they will usually meet this kind of paranormal stuff. It's because they have usually they will have low confidence, or they don't believe in themselves anymore. Their identity is very weak in a sense.
More vulnerable.
More vulnerable. So they'll easily get possessed, overridden.
So this question is for everyone. Is there a particular item of faith that you carry with you when you go somewhere that might be haunted?
I got a lot.
Don't need to just show one. And don't really need to show. I can just say.
My bracelet is one. So my phone is also one.
What really?
Your phone? You know you can actually bless your phone.
Serious?
I bless my friend Apple Watch.
How to bless your phone?
Can I just because talisman don't have to be a paper, can be written using qi.
So you bless already. Is it true that once you bless something, like it's like only 1 year, the power?
No. Actually, okay, so for example, talisman, right? It will never expire one. So as long as, because at the bottom there's this red dot, big dot, that one is the power. So as long as that thing don't fade, right? It will never expire. The only thing you have to do is every year you go to the temple and you just circle around the incense. That one is to feed the soldiers inside. So because within this talisman there are heavenly soldiers. So in order, the incense is like their salary, their food. So every year you give them to recharge. Recharge. That's all. But it won't expire.
You do that for the amulets also lah.
Yes.
Recharge the amulets. I do that when I go back, to my parents' place, because they have the incense. My house don't have to recharge. So for me, it's the Thai amulet given to me by my mom lah.
My mom, when she found out that I was doing horror, gave me a rosary. I don't think it's hers. I think she just had one extra one in the house, because my mom's very religious. So she gave me a rosary to carry around. So literally every time we're filming horror stuff, every time we're doing all this, I have it with me. And Kyle also has pointed out, your mother always prays for you. So I think that adds to the strength of it as well. So that's the thing I carry with me all the time. I'm sure when my mom actually watches this episode, she'll be very proud.
Full circle, right?
Full circle. When we did the cemetery episode, I actually used the rosary and prayed in the cemetery before we started filming. So, Mom, if you're watching this,
for me, we do have holy water, so I actually brought it for anywhere now, especially after the Bukit Brown episode. So I still remember when I was at Bukit Brown, before I came in, I sprayed all over my hands, my face, and I said some prayers. And then the makeup artist, Sarah, thought it was insect repellent. So she actually, when she saw me spraying, because my brother was there, so I sprayed on him as well. And then suddenly she was like, "Can I have some?" Because I think I'm itching.
Oh my God.
And I just looked to her, "This is my holy water." And she's like, "Oh, sorry." And she had to look for another person to get the proper insect repellent. And I was like, "Whoopsie, I'm sorry guys, this is not insect repellent. If you think I'm spraying, it's to protect myself against mosquito, it's more than that."
can you imagine if she kept going to different people on the cruise, like, "Can I get the insect repellent? This one my holy water." So
Right.
Can make holy insect repellent or not?
You start off.
No, I mean,
You start, start a new business.
can idea.
You bless the insect repellent, I guess. Right?
Yeah, maybe,
right.
yeah.
all right. So before we bring this episode to a close, let's turn to Kyle for another morbid fact of the day.
Okay, so thespians, you will love this. So, exorcism, right, was actually popularized by the movie The Exorcist, right? However, before exorcism was like shown in, Hollywood and entertainment, actually it's already been shown in a long time in theater, supposedly in William Shakespeare's plays. So like people like, I don't know what, Macbeth?
I can't remember which play it was. I think it was The Tempest. I think.
The Tempest.
Yeah.
It's like you have a bunch of English people. English, right?
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
To our English viewers, we do love you guys.
No, I just like, like how like the English plays, right? They are a bit like, they wear like the high, they talk in a certain manner. Then suddenly they like how you show possession, right? It's like you do the ratchet. It doesn't look good, what? It doesn't look cinematic. It doesn't look scary.
Oh my God.
I have to say, I really want to see you just recite some Shakespeare now. This is going to be wonderful. Huh?
Thou shall not pass.
That's Lord of the Rings. Oh my God.
But okay, on a side note, I just want to say that I think most theatre actors will agree that if you are working in a theatre or you act in a theatre stage or whatsoever, I mean, there will be stories like this.
Hafiz.
Yeah.
A lot of stories.
I am pretty sure that whatever exorcism that you see on stage may not be planned.
Bro, they legit have a light called the ghost light. And that light cannot be off in the theatre. It's called the ghost light.
Oh.
The whole theatre, like done ready for the production, and they tear down everything. The ghost light remains off. There's a reason one for it.
Oh.
Yeah.
In Chinese also, Chinese opera, all this, there's also stories like that.
They pray underneath the stage. Then there's like they will invite like the deity to guard, right?
Guard that place.
Puti Gong, I think, Earth deity.
They are grandmasters lah.
Yeah.
They're grandmasters, yeah.
There's that Shakespearean curse also, where if you're performing Macbeth, you cannot say Macbeth.
Yeah.
Because apparently that jinxes the production itself.
People will get injured and stuff lah. Yeah.
So if you're performing a stage version of Macbeth, you can only refer to it, I mean, obviously outside the actual play itself lah, you only refer to it as the Scottish play.
Wow. So thank you for joining us, Chitong. It's been great to have you here.
Very informative. Very informative.
Yeah, very fun.
Yeah. And also thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Chitong.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
A bunch of you commented in the first season that our set has something, specifically Kaka. So I just want to tap into art's feel. Do you feel anything around this prop with your sense?
Hi, my name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
And my name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
For this episode, we're joined once again by Ut, the host of Incredible Tales throughout its 13 years. Hi, Ut.
Hi, guys.
In every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and tie it back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, we're looking at objects that might be tied to the supernatural. This episode's theme was inspired by Finders Keepers from Season 3. A man is presented with an opportunity to take something that doesn't belong to him. But is it Finders Keepers or Losers Weepers?
Let's take a look.
And with spells and sacrificial blood of a pure white rooster, the Toyol can be brought to life.
I love the quietness.
I know.
Crickets.
Oh, Raihan. Is this like very similar to how they make the kumantong?
I wouldn't know the exact details, but I would say it's going towards that way. Yeah.
It's like necromancy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is my first time actually watching Toyol coming out of, the white shroud.
Yeah.
Because usually in Malay folklore, we think that Toyol is green in color. Small.
Right.
It looks like the Harry Potter character.
Oh, Dobby.
Yeah.
How does it look like Dobby?
A very evil version.
It's
I
not like you
guess.
can give it socks and then you will be free.
No, this one needs more than socks.
To be fair, has anyone actually tried?
Not here? Like four of us?
You mean
No, to give socks to like a Toyol and see whether it's
Oh, okay.
I thought like
No. The difference is like, have you tried summoning a Toyol?
just like casually, like, oh yeah,
Guys-
guys, me and Kyle were doing it.
We've been through one season. I know better than that now.
In relation to the episode itself, have you actually accidentally found anything that that it was cursed or it was supernatural?
It was really weird. I think I was like 12 or 11, like a bunch of kids, right, being stupid. And then we have like chalets, so you can stay in like chalets in Singapore. So just like you live like a bunch of teenagers. A whole bunch of us like decided, hey, let's go and dig sand. And then it was like super low tide. So like the coastal barriers in East Coast Park. And then somehow the tide was so low, it's beyond that. So the sea was like very some weird thing that's happening. And then we started digging, and one of my classmates actually found a sword. Last season we talked about Chris, right? It kind of looks like it, but it was longer, so kind of like a saber, and it was very thick. And guess what? It was gold in color.
Wow. Was it completely intact?
It was intact. Wow. And then we were like, we found a treasure. We found a treasure. That was like, we're trying to pull it. Just somehow we couldn't remove it. And then a part of me felt that it was cursed. I don't know. I just feel that this one not clean. And I had no like supernatural thing going on then. I wasn't superstitious or anything. I was like, it's not weird. Like, like how your grandparents tell you, don't pick up strange things.
Yeah.
But you're a kid, right? And then one of my friends actually pulled it very, very high. It was like a jog. So he was quite big size for a 12-year-old. So he tried to pull it and then he slashed his hand. It got really bloody. There was one, I remember one of my Malay classmates who was very wise. He was like, guys, don't go around picking things from the sea out of random. Let's just leave it alone.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it was cursed or anything, but I didn't have good vibes from it. Yeah, but then I didn't hear anything like, haunting happening to my friends.
Okay.
But we were staying at the very famously haunted East Coast Chalet, which is no longer around. Yeah.
I mean, cursed or not, the fact that the ocean revealed it to you, that's
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
It's really strange.
Could have auctioned it
And
off.
yeah.
To Sotheby's.
What if it was like a historical thing? I don't know. But 8 of us tried to pull it. It just couldn't come out. Yeah.
I have more like a perspective on it and like just sort of stories around it. I mean, I can tell you like the most recent one. I went to a friend's dinner party and they just moved in and then she was showing like, you know, her artwork and everything that was around the house and everything. And then at one point in time, like near the living room and where the television was, she's like, oh, come meet Uncle. So apparently Uncle is this carved sort of wooden tribesman looking statue that she said she got from Indonesia. So everyone was walking, I think my friend's daughter and her friend's daughter, and they walk in, and then automatically I didn't know, you know, I didn't know that it was so apparent that I stopped. So I just stopped, and like she goes, "Oh, but this is a replica. It's not the real thing." She goes, "You don't have to be scared." But I automatically stopped, and I forgot that my friend knows that I have sort of like a third eye, and I sense things, and I kind of just sense energies. Yeah. So like I think when she looked back, she stopped, and everyone stopped. And then her husband, like my friend, he goes, you know, he just starts laughing and he plays it off and everything. And I play it off too because, you know, there's no sense in making a situation out of it. But then I realized afterwards, because I had to kind of just set my thoughts as to why I did that. And I'm like, I knew right away that the energies were not, you know, not aligned and sort of right. So I did sense something from Uncle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I sensed something from Uncle, and I thought that was interesting. Other stories I have, I had a friend back in my teens. Apparently, I think he went to Africa, and then he brought, he bought some stuff, souvenirs and everything. I don't know what he brought back. I was hearing this from other people. He wasn't happy that my friend brought things back because he is a believer in objects, and you have in respecting objects of different ethnicities and cultures, and you have to be really careful. And we were probably like 16, 17, so you don't think anything, you know. So apparently he was going through a lot of situations at the time. For example, he had like a lot of accidents. People the manager felt that it had to do with bringing certain objects, and he wanted him to bring the objects back. But it's not as easy as going like, you know, from here to down to the East Coast. Exactly. You have to fly back to Africa. But I don't know. It just made me think of that time. There are specific situations, stories to it, which I don't remember right now, but he has passed away, by the way. He passed away probably a year after those bad situations.
Oh my God.
But I don't think it's attributed to that one object or objects. I do feel when something happens, a lot of things can contribute to things. So if you're already in a dark place or in a not so good place, you can be attracting more and more along the way. So he was in a car accident to leave this life going through that. So
then he ended with that thing that he brought back. So it's like negative energy compounding on negative energy. And then he just imploded.
Like what Kyle shared with his story, I feel objects can be taken, but you need to have the precautions of giving kind of sort of like respect to the object and asking for the object and just creating that energy before just taking it. And being very conscious when you're in places traveling to purchase certain things and be conscious to know that there are stories behind things too.
That's right.
I found it quite interesting as well that you said that Uncle was a replica. So that seems to imply that it isn't the object itself, but the image that they've placed on the object that might be carrying the energy with it, I guess. I don't know.
Well, to me, I don't know. To me, I can't tell whether a carved statue is authentic or not. But to me, I just felt the energy rather than like whether it was authentic or not.
Yeah. You were authentically creeped out, and that's enough.
Authentically creeped out. I was like, and it's very interesting because like the whole house is very minimal. It's like very modern, and then you have like a carved statue, which kind of is misplaced in the whole entire like setup.
A bunch of you commented in the first season that our set has something, specifically Kakak. So I just want to tap into Art's feel. Do you feel anything around this prop with your sense?
No.
There you have it, guys.
That was a very long pause.
No, he was building up the thing. Building up the
Holy
thing.
crap, the amount of tension I felt right here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was like,
So you hold your breath, right? You hold your breath, right?
I don't know whether like you added a little bit more because, oh man. Yeah.
Okay. So to be frank, I think a lot of the listeners, they was seeing like the cloth like as of right now, it's also like kind of flowing. There's aircon lah, so it's not really the hantu most of the time. But we also taken extra precautions since the first season for this particular prop lah. So they did say that for props that look like human, like uncle, it's best to paste a red packet or something red squarish on it, so that's to prevent things from entering it. Especially when you lay it dormant for a long time. It's like houses. If it's not blessed, it's not, there's no yang energy, then people will go inside lah.
In cases of exorcism, where they have taken out the spirit out of the person's body, they will put it in a small black bottle. The spirit is being enclosed in a bottle, tight, very tightly, and they will tie a yellow cloth on top of the bottle. And then that bottle is thrown off into the sea so that the spirit can just remain in the sea. But there are cases where the bottle drifts ashore. And people picks it up, thinks that, oh, what's this? And there goes the spirit out of the body, and then the spirit will be attached to the person that found the bottle. So which is why, your Malay friend says, do not pick anything up.
Yeah, very wise.
When you find anything at the at the beach. Which is why we have this folklore. The other thing is, anything that is yellow in color, a cloth or whatsoever, even if it's a squarish thing, yellow in color, found on the beach or at the cemetery or anywhere, please don't pick it up. Because again,
notes on this.
Because they may actually contain certain spirits that they have already enclosed and not let anybody touch. Or some people can be mischievous, where they just like, I'm just going to put it here. Anybody who picks it up might get it. Get it?
Oh. That's just bad.
That's just bad, yeah. So my uncle has a story where he went to visit my grandma's cemetery, and then he found a cloth on top of my on my grandma's cemetery.
Oh, wow.
And then the cloth doesn't belong there. So he knows. So he's wondering, why is it here? Like, why is the cloth there? So he picks it up, untie it, and then he saw some writing on the cloth. So he threw it away. Nothing happened to him, but these kind of things usually is practiced by somebody who is trying to tap on an energy to create energy. So meaning to say maybe somebody is there at a cemetery wanting to do something for another person. So he or she just place it on top of a cemetery. Maybe that's one of the rules. Go to a cemetery, place it on any of the cemetery. And then things might happen to that person. It could be a bad intention. So hence that's one. The second part about objects, I agree with you. When things are left dormant for a long time, things can come in. So I'm not sure about. I'm not sure whether you've heard of this, but my mom said that long time ago in schools they used to have that skeleton, science lab skeleton, and they said that it's not plastic; it's real bones.
I'm not surprised. Honestly, I'm not surprised.
Right. I mean, back in the days. So my mom said that she was in a science lab before, and then the skeleton at the back just started to move. And she was alone. So she turned around, and then the skeleton was supposed to be facing this way, and then now it's facing this way.
Oh, come on.
And then she's like, okay, I think there's something.
Can we bring your mom?
Hi, mom.
Nice. That's creepy though.
It
Like
is.
she was alone.
She was alone.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's an after class kind
I
of
don't know.
thing.
I feel like schools are like almost as bad as hospitals.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
You think about it, right? Like months, right? There's a few months that is completely empty.
Oh yeah.
And it's mostly empty at night. Yeah. So it's like
And there's a lot of history too
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
schools.
Okay, so the question is, what would you do if you do happen to have anything that is cursed with you? If you happen to pick up an item that you know is cursed, would
Buang
you?
lah.
Buang
Throw
lah.
lah.
Yours
Okay.
is just buang lah.
I just throw it away, bro. I'll be honest, I was really looking forward to this question just because I would like to know as well. Because I can't imagine if you just throw it, isn't that like disrespectful?
I would probably somehow get rid of it.
Yeah.
Or not have it. But then when Kyle said, I'm like the way you said it, it was
Yeah.
like, oh, you just pass the curse to someone else. It's kind of like, you take it. but I mean, literally, it's like, because I wasn't thinking that way until like you said it. I'm like, oh, that's like passing something that's a bad omen or a curse to someone who might not know, which is good to know because I think I'll be conscientious next time to know where I'm gonna leave it. I think the best places, like for me personally, if I was in Thailand, is to maybe talk to like a prajan, a monk, where I can discard an object or where the object should go, rather than passing that somewhere accidentally, because you don't want to pass that accidentally to someone who doesn't know anything. So I'm trying to think what I do nowadays. I think for me, what I do nowadays is to sort of cleanse the object by somewhat giving my own respect to it. I'm just more conscious of like objects around me, and anything that I feel uncomfortable, I just don't have those objects around me.
So there is another saying as well that you need to tie something heavy to it and let it sink.
Right.
So that it sinks all the way in the deepest end of the sea. Nobody will ever be able to pick it up. So yeah, it's to throw, but throw it in a way where nobody can ever pick it up.
The closest I've come to ever encountering a cursed object wasn't an object. It was my dad. When we were much younger, my dad found a bird, and it was this just a bird at a void deck, and its wing was injured, and he decided to nurse it back to health. So he brought the bird into our home, got a nice cage for him, put him inside. And the thing, every time my dad tells the story, the thing I remember him saying was, boy, that bird could sing. And it was beautiful. Every morning we wake up and there's beautiful bird song in the house. But terrible stuff started happening to our family. Just like, my dad got into like a lot of trouble at work. There was money issues, and it was a very bad point. But the disposal of this bird is just, it's the ribbon on the story. Because my dad and my mom were on holiday, and my dad calls my brother who was, I think he was alone at home, or maybe he was with a friend. And my dad said, just let the bird go. Just open the cage, let the bird fly out. And this is the middle of the afternoon. So my brother was like, you sure? And my dad was like, yeah. Just, I have all this stuff has been happening, and I have a very bad feeling that it started when we picked up the bird. So my brother goes to our balcony. It's a beautiful, clear day. He opens the cage, the bird flies out, and from out of nowhere, 4 crows just swoop in and tear the bird apart.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my brother's just shocked at that point, and his friend just goes, it's not your fault. Which is the only thing he could really say to him. After that, things went back to normal.
Basically, I just feel there's a time for in my own opinion on things, like with life in general, it's like everything's sort of like destined. Okay. So I feel in the situation where it looks extremely barbaric, but it was meant to be. Yeah, it was meant to be. Yeah. And the fight of that bird is over.
Yeah.
Because I guess like in some sort of ways being caged, even though it was out of good intentions, but it was just not its timing anymore. Yeah.
That's a really interesting way of looking at that story because
It's a karmic cycle.
Yeah.
It's a karmic cycle. But maybe my theory has always been the same for these stories, that the bird is something dark.
Yeah.
People always blame that the crows being evil. Maybe the crows were just trying to help.
Yeah.
To take it away.
Yeah, because that's what we thought as well. But that's a really interesting way to look at it, where the negative energy wasn't because of the bird, it just followed the bird because it was its time.
What color was the bird?
I cannot remember. I think it was brown.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, because we had a myth saying that Kapi can also come in as a bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you had a Kapi at home.
I'm just I'm amazed like through all these episodes, and there's just these stories amongst the four of us. Like, just some, especially from you two. I mean, it's like, if it's Kyle and myself, you're like, okay, they're just gonna pick something out of their like pockets, and they're gonna roll with it. But when you two come up with something, not come up with something, when you two share something of your own experience, it's like, oh my gosh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Mic drop right there.
Thank you.
You dropped it.
I'm just picturing like inside your head, you've got like this folder of which story should I tell.
Sometimes
now?
we forget how much.
Yeah.
Like I have new things happening to me also. We will share.
No, we've got plenty of time.
We've got plenty of episodes.
Okay, so next question. So the Toyo plays a huge part in this episode. So what do you know about all these creatures?
I actually am very interested in what are things. Do you know what's a Toyo?
No.
It's like...
Maybe you want to explain?
Yeah.
Yeah, Toyo. Okay, so a Toyo in Malay folklore is a spirit that is derived from a baby. So hence it's really small. Hence what it's supposed to be in green color. That's what I know. And it's bound to an owner.
Yes.
Someone who calls upon it. So the owner, we will usually tell the Toyo to steal money from people's houses.
Just like a guman.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Is it the same?
It's similar.
Okay.
Similar. Yeah.
Yes. So anything that, the owner says, maybe go to the house, kill this person, steal money, etc. So back in the days, in the kampong times, I've heard people losing money all of a sudden. Like, where's my money? Where's my money? Is it because there's Toyo going around the kampong? Yeah.
So is it unborn spirits of children?
It could be just children dying of a young age, and then they, use the body.
So similar. Yeah.
Similar.
It's quite similar. Yeah.
So the kumantong is basically, it translates to golden child, golden baby, golden child, but it's the unborn fetus.
Yeah.
And it's used to. Sometimes people have it in their house. It's quite common to have it in Thai houses. It's not necessarily evil unless you don't feed it. I understand that the Toyo feeds on blood, right?
Yeah.
Of the owner or like animals?
Animals.
I'm smiling because it's like the Toyo is the evil version of the kumantong.
so there's no folklore where the Toyo is like good lah.
No.
It's evil lah.
It's evil.
Whereas the kumantong, that not say evil, is neutral.
Neutral. It's the cute version.
Yeah, it's a cute version. Yeah. So I have stories of friends who have kumantongs at home. It's quite common actually in Singapore, especially when you are a guy who like Thai culture. Confirm will have. So they will have usually one or two. Usually it's best to only have one because there will be jealousy. They're like cute children. They will fight. And then he will put like toys, right? There will be a small altar, put toys, then with yakult, then with some sweet, right? And they will play the toys at night. Then you will have sound. Yeah.
Because that's what I heard about the Toyo as well. Like if you give it toys, they'll play with it as well. Yeah.
So the Malay folklore also says that it's best that you have pets, like fishes or anything that can entertain Toyos at night. So that because Toyos are kids, right, children. So when they come into the house and they are supposed to steal something, but they see animals, they see things that they can play with, they get distracted.
So they won't do their job lah.
Yeah, they won't do their job.
How I'm seeing it, if we don't put labels on them like Toyos or Gumantong, it's actually the same spirits.
Yeah.
It's just like the approach created the spirits to be a certain way.
Yeah.
So I think within culture, the Toyos have an evil presence about them because of how how the spirits are approached.
Yes.
And then like for the Gumantong, they're approached in a different way, but they can be neutral or turned different ways. So that's really interesting.
Yeah. I have a story. I think it happened to my neighbor. I'm not sure whether it's real, but I've heard it somewhere. I think as I recall, that there was a Toyo that entered her house, but she has a fish tank, so there are fishes. She was going to the kitchen at night when she saw a small little figure right beside the fish tank.
Wow.
Watching the fish.
Wow.
So it could be that Toyo lah.
Your neighbor.
Yeah, but same block.
Oh, same block,
Not
not the same floor lah.
No lah.
Okay, then good lah. You're safe.
Yeah. It was back then, so I think I'm not sure whether this is
Go buy
a story.
fish. Go buy goldfish.
Is she still a neighbor, by the way?
No.
Oh, then okay lah.
I was gonna say we should,
Record an episode there.
I was like, hello. Hey. We should have a call section. Are you this person? Then he's like, oh, sorry.
Record an episode on that, all the equipment starts going missing.
Yeah, like there's this thing that I've heard from spiritual master. They say that actually, right, people who could be parents, tends to have a child spirit following them.
Oh.
Especially when you're about to conceive.
Oh.
Because if you believe in the whole karmic cycle, that's
Right.
part of your karmic cycle. So perhaps, right, in your previous life, because there's this joke right, when your parents give birth to you, the parents say, hey, I owe you since my last life. Because you're such a pain in the ass, I need to raise you up and stuff. So we are all in debt to each other in some form of sense in the karmic cycle, right? So the child spirit will be waiting for them to be reincarnated into your child lah. So usually it's a form of spirit that is following you. And it will protect you in that sense. Because you're tied in that sense that this person will be my parent someday. So I'm just waiting for the right time.
Hello.
that came out of nowhere. I'm going to clip that.
Okay, look, already this episode we had Art just staring intently over there. I don't need
this.
This
It's a fun episode. But that's what I said, like, wow.
Because if you think about it, for Toyos, the only time that they become mischievous is when they're given instructions.
Yes.
So if the
It's like how you raise a child.
Exactly.
And where you raise a child. Like
Yeah.
in what sort of environment, what sort of situation. So like the way I understand it, it's the same spirit.
Yeah.
It's just like a different environment, different way that it's brought up.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Agree.
yeah.
So this question is for everyone. In this episode, Kasim picks up money earned from black magic. If someone was trying to trick you into picking up a cursed item, what would it be?
I'm Singaporean lah, come on. Like I'm very Singaporean. In the last season, I did mention that I almost picked up like $10 or something at Bedok Reservoir during the 7th month. So I would say money. Maybe you put $1,000, I might pick it up.
Actually, same there. Same answer. I will pick up money.
Money hard to earn, bro.
See, I wish my answer was more practical was as practical as what both of you are saying. There's a secondhand comic shop near my flat.
Okay.
I like going there and picking up secondhand comics. It'll be very easy for somebody just to leave a cursed Spider-Man comic down there. And I'm like, ooh. And not only will I pick it up, I pay for the curse. So at least you guys would get money. I'd end up losing money and gain a curse item as well. You're laughing way too hard at that, man. Way too hard.
It wouldn't work on me. Any type of objects, whether it's like money or comic books, which I collect as well. I think my sense would be very attuned to what's not okay.
That is true.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine you were like, oh, no.
I mean, the fact that you subconsciously just stopped halfway through walking through the flat. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I think Art, right? If he opened a second-hand shop, right, that sell second-hand, all the items very clean one.
Yeah.
Or I would have my own section.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I would know that this section and this section and this section.
I like that. And then I can come in and go, I want the good ones. What about the bad ones?
See, if I'd ever open that shop, you better be one of those nice customers. Don't ever be rude to them. If not, you'll go, hey, I've got something just for you. The ultimate lesson in customer service. So, let's wrap up this episode with, of course, a morbid fact of the day. Kyle?
So in 1904, right, there's a supposed cursed doll named Robert that was given to this 4-year-old boy named Jean. Like, I don't know why. So every time his room was messed up, right, Jean would blame the doll. So after he grew up and then he got married, Jean moved Robert to the attic of his house. And then when people visited his house, right, they can hear footsteps from the attic.
Why did that boy still keep?
Memories.
That was my thought as well. It's like, why would you know your doll is cursed? Why? I mean, maybe it could have been cursed for other people, not for him.
There's so many questions, right?
Yeah.
Like, why the doll named Robert?
Yeah, that was my other question as well.
But it was the 1904.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Uncle's a much more evocative name. Robert sounds like an accountant.
Yeah. No, I mean, dolls, definitely they can harbor spirits inside.
Do you agree?
Well, I this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, like, kakao, or, when you have things and objects laying dormant, it's like it's an attraction for energies because they need to be housed. Sometimes they are just floating around. So it's very sensitive. So, similar to the cursed doll, basically, we, like you were saying, interesting, Robert, why the name Robert? We don't even know if there's like history behind that name as well.
Actually, you're right, yeah.
So there's so many layers to all of this. And the layers to, like what you were saying, Wayne, it's like the boy, until he grew into adulthood, might not have seen this doll as being cursed.
Yeah. That's true.
I don't know, man. I think attics in America are just like places for dark things.
Yeah.
I mean, you lived in America extensively, right? Mm-hmm. Have you seen an attic?
I was bringing myself back to my house when I grew up. It's like we didn't have an attic, but then it's like you can crawl into the ceiling space.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So it wasn't, but you have ceiling spaces.
So it's like a crawl space, right?
Yeah.
It's dirty. It has like the heating thing. Like it's like a foam, right?
Or like
right?
asbestos.
I don't know, like asbestos is like
they stopped using that for like ages.
Yeah, so that is disgusting. And then you just put unwanted stuff up there, and it's all darkness. Wow, the energy there is confirmed.
I mean, it goes back to what you guys were saying, like, because an attic is where you store stuff. So, people hardly walk.
I think it's attics and basements.
Yeah.
So it's like everything that everyone's saying right now. I think it becomes like a very dark place because it's where things are stored.
Yes.
And when you store things, there's like history and the energies in the stuff you store.
Yeah.
And it's just a place that harbors energies. Yeah.
Wow.
And like it how in different types of traditions, cultures, like you have the cleansing, like New Year's, Chinese New Year's, you had that one day where you just clean the house. I think it exists in all cultures, and I think attics and basements aren't clean. They're never clean.
Agree. You were like, hey, let's go celebrate Chinese New Year on the attic. Nobody do that.
Like everything's, you clear out everything except for maybe the basement. And
we should create a new holiday, like Spirit Spring Cleaning Day. You just spring clean all the dark places in your house. Internationalize it.
Well, there's like different methods of cleaning. Like, for example, like how you light up sage, and then you clean. That's more of like a cleaning on a spiritual level, rather than like, physical level.
All right, thank you again, Art, for joining us. And thank you all for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes will be up every week on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Ut.
My name is Wade.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
This is my lawyer, and we are going to be suing you for doing this episode.
Wow.
My name is Daisy.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We're all a little bit excited tonight because without tonight's guests, I think it's fair to say that Incredible Tales wouldn't exist. Certainly not in the way that we all know and love at the very least. You might recognize her as Daisy Matthews from Under One Roof, or from guest appearances on Phua Chu Kang and Masters of the Sea. You might be familiar with her as the founder of Hum Theatre, but you definitely have seen her work as script supervisor, director, and executive producer of Incredible Tales. Daisy Irani, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Big honor. Big honor to be in the same space as the creator of
IT.
Is that a code name? Do you guys use that IT?
Yes.
You don't use like Incredible Tales lah.
Actually, when we were planning the opening titles, what happened was there was a whole feeling of the title itself should already give you that feeling of the supernatural, right? So when you talk about the supernatural, what do you call it? Like a word, a mantra, it is there. It could be it. And so it's because it's formless. What is this it? We don't know what it is. It doesn't have a form. It's in your... Is it a figment of your imagination? Is it really there? It's tapping into this whole universal fascination of human beings about the supernatural. So then we thought, okay, why don't we just keep it as a... with the whole it thing? Because after a while, everybody has a short form for... Under One Roof became UOR or whatever. But this... It really stood out because if you see the way the titles are, the forms are there of these it's. And then it comes it, and then it comes Incredible Tales.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we are learning about the law.
Yes.
Anyway, in most episodes of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to the classic It Incredible Tales episode.
For this special episode, however, we're looking at Daisy's impact on the show instead, particularly through the episodes New Flat and Third Door from season 1. We had spoken about these episodes in our previous season, but just in case you forgot, in New Flat, a young couple with a child and one on the way moves into a new flat. The pregnant wife, alone at home with the little boy, discovers that a certain entity haunts the flat. Her husband questions her sanity, for he does not feel any presence at all. In Third Door, we explore probably the most famous urban legend among the men who serve national service. A mysterious death of a recruit prompts a series of events that cause a particular bunk in an army camp to put up a third door.
Let's take a look.
Actually, it's really good, if I may say so myself.
Yeah.
I'm seeing this after I don't know how many years.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mentioned last season, right? Actually, the first 2 seasons are my favorite. Being someone behind the camera as well, I felt that because of the technological difficulties back in the past, and you guys were shooting on either tape or like 360p cameras, you really had to know how to light in order to create that atmosphere. Now it's a lot more easy because the cameras are much better. You can literally see in the dark with the camera. So it's easy to use lesser lights. But back in the day, you really need to light the scene. Yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
You see, when you asked me to come on the show, after my initial absolute shock and surprise, oh my God, there's a show like this, Tales about Incredible Tales.
Yeah.
I think that's when I really started thinking back, how did it start? Or, it's more interesting to share those things because that's what happened behind the camera for us creators, And I think that would be interesting to your listeners.
Oh, yeah.
Because y'all have seen the show, enjoyed it. A whole new generation is now, exploring exploring it, finding it, and thinking, oh my God, is this what happened, when we did it? But there was a lot that happened behind the scenes, and I'm going to share some with you.
Yes, please. Yes.
So starting with, how did we even come about this show, right? Yeah. Now, you must understand, every year we had to come up with certain concepts. Those concepts, and that's the process. Those concepts, we discuss them. Then it goes to programming, and then they look at all the different aspects of how this concept could work on the channel, depending also on which channel it is. Now we were sitting around, we were like, oh my God. Now, we had done Under One Roof. It was a massive hit. And then, there were other shows going on, Masters of the, there's a drama, there's a comedy. And then we were thinking of what else can we really do? And then there was this young writer who had just come in and joined the team, Charles Kim. And he was from Korea. And he suddenly came up and said, how about we do a ghost show? Ghost shows were not really done on the channel.
Yeah.
And you'll ask me why? Because you see, it's always a balance between finding the sponsorship and then getting the permission and approval of the authorities. And last but not least, the most important thing, eyeballs, right? So when you look at a sponsorship and you say, what am I sponsoring? I'm sponsoring a ghost show. I don't want to say, please go and buy this product, but I'm going to be associated with ghost show. So that was out. But last but not least, there was this whole ghost show. We've never done a ghost show. People will like it, Should we try it? Should we? Because every country has their own tales, their own folklore, their own traditions. And most importantly, the budget is comparatively lower than doing, a whole drama or doing an action like we did, later on. So anyway, we appealed and we said, please. And there was this group of very, very smart programmers during those times who said, okay, let's try it. And so for us, when we worked on the concept, it was not enough just to have a ghost show, because that's fiction, right?
Yeah.
We took the very, very big step of deciding we want to do episodes, stories, which are our own, which are real. And that's where we need to talk about your HDB flat and your third door, okay? Now, the first episode was supposed to be Third Door.
Right.
And Third Door is such a famous story amongst all. We went through the filming. Now, I don't want to name the camp. It was a fabulous episode. The promo came on air. And then I got a call as executive producer of the show. I got a call from my CEO. And that was a bit like, why am I getting this call? Daisy, you come and see me. And I went. And they said, you are showing Third Door as the first episode of Incredible Tales. I think we can't do the show at all if this is what's going to happen. And I was like, but, why? What? And we got a call from censors. We have got authorities talking to us and saying, do you know the impact this is going to have on the NS, the recruits? Because you have these young boys. They're 16, they're 17. They're starting their lives in the camp. And there you see this the camp, with a third door. And then they talked about it. And then we said, okay, we'll go in for certain edits. Because first it was quite gruesome. You must understand our enthusiasm, right? We didn't know what the censorship lines were. There were lots of censorships, but we were like, we must do this, We had all this body parts there, and we were filming, and it was, gosh, it was really something. Anyway, we accepted the thinking behind it. We said, yeah, this is our NS. It's my NS duty to make sure that my young NS, they don't have to go and live through this. Oh my God, I'm being followed. I'm going to keep being killed. I'm not going to do NS. We didn't. So then we had to move it. And then HDB flat came into the picture.
So can I clarify? So it was much more gruesome before the final edit. There was like you actually saw
the third door. Yes, the third door.
So the famous story about the third door camp is basically the recruit died and then standby organs.
Correct.
So the organs is all out neatly, like you will arrange how your fuel pack is, but it's organs.
Correct.
Everything out.
You must understand, when something new comes on, actually lots of people weren't even aware of what was going to happen, right? You don't know the impact. Yes, we are doing a show, and then we used to really work, man. We used to get those permits, the passion, the commitment. We need to do it as authentic as we can. What's really, for me, exciting about Incredible Tales was this quest about actually finding people who were willing to come and share their stories. So let's say you come to HDB flat, right? There is a producer of ours in the team, and one of his relatives went through this. And after a lot of coaxing, because people need that, it's not that they can just find that courage to come. When you because there was a initial process where you meet them, you talk to them, you suss out whether there is truth in it, you see. And people who have really gone through an incident, you can see it, in their eyes, the way they describe it, the way they talk about it. It's not about, yalla, I saw a ghost. No, it has an impact on you.
Yeah.
So when we spoke to this lady and she talked about what happened and her, I remember very clearly her son being there and, that episode. So it was the second or third episode we filmed. You can actually feel now. So this episode comes on air, right?
Yeah.
And we are, okay. And those days, the ratings were like off the roof, man. Because people started finding out about the show. And it's amazing. But Singaporeans just love ghost stories.
Yep.
And of course, people say, it's so scary. We shouldn't be watching. Close one eye also and watch.
Oops.
Somebody came and called me and said, Daisy, there's some people who want to meet you quite urgently. I go over there. And there were these 2 or 3 people who looked like all suits, They were in... and I said, yeah, can I help you? I said, yeah, this is my lawyer. And we are going to be suing you for doing this episode.
Wow.
And I said, listen, can we talk about it? What has happened? And they said, you did this episode. Now, at the end of the story, this person who was living there, they sold their apartment.
Right.
And they moved away, right? And what we did was we actually showed exactly which block it was, exactly which floor it was. We have a shot of the unit number.
Yep.
Oh, no.
And we have Art walking past that, And they said, do you know what you have done? You have inadvertently ruined any kind of pricing we can get for the flat. You have, without knowing, made a situation for us where our own friends and family are like, there's a ghost here. Oh my God, we saw the episode. So imagine the impact. They said, this is absolutely not acceptable. Again, it went through the motions of going through, whatever, our management and this and that. And I totally understood where they were coming from. You see, these are also some of the follies that we go through. We didn't realize the impact of the show. Yeah. And then we went and we edited that. So today, if you watch the episode, you do not see the unit number. We used to connect to the traditional, the folklore, or even the religious festivals.
Yeah.
See? So it's a very Taoist, this whole concept of the seventh day, the soul comes back, right? Okay, so if you remember in the episode, if you watch the episode, right at the end of the episode, you have the burning of the house for Akong. So he gets a house. Yeah. All right? And I went to Recce at the Adam Road Cemetery. And it was supposed to be during the morning. It was beautiful. Oh my God, the cemetery. Very peaceful, very nice. And again, this idea that cemeteries somehow are, and during the day when you see it, the whole atmosphere is different. When the night you see it, it's different. So I decided, I found one altar. Beautiful altar. It was really a beautiful altar. And I said, okay, this will be Akong's altar. We will bring the house and we will, burn it there. Okay, fine. We go for the filming. The whole cast in one bus, the camera crew and all in the other bus. And we set the camera. The crew, the cast got down to come and stand in the altar. Just when we were about to roll camera, there was a shower, a burst. Everybody ran, the cameramen, they shield their cameras and they all ran and they put the cameras back. Cast came in and I looked out. Okay, it was sunny. That little burst had gone. We went back. We put the camera. We again stood over there. And just about the time when we were supposed to roll, there was another kind of little bit of a, shower like that. So again, we all went back into the bus. And then my cinematographer, Sunny, who is not with us anymore, he came and said, hey, Daisy, you sure you want to film near that altar or what? Enough lah, we find something else, And I was like, how can you say that? Look at this altar. It's so beautiful. Look at the backdrop. Look at the, it's very, all the artistic creators, we're all like that, right? Don't want to let go. Oh my God, this is my perfect altar. I said, it stopped raining. Come. We go down quickly. Let's go before it rains again. And then the bus door opened, right? Shh, that vacuum, the bus door was open. And I was just about to step out. And there was a snake there. Right there at the step of my bus. And I said, Uncle, close the door, Uncle. And they closed the door. And there were people around me, the cast and all. And they looked at, with this look, we really don't care if you're going to ask us to go back down. Because if this is not a sign, what is? So, then you come back again to the question. You're in Adam Road Cemetery. Why can't there be a snake there?
Yeah.
But then again, why is it that you had these showers and this snake? And do we really need to take the risk and shoot there and film there? And then, you always give in to that. Because without the crew, I can't do anything. They're like, please don't talk. Don't talk. We go from here now. And then we went to this place, which was just open. So if you look at the shots, there's no background,
Yeah.
It's just white. And we filmed, the house got burned and then the just sticks and all that. But yeah. So is it there? Was the person whose altar it really was he there? He didn't want his altar to be seen on camera? Akong didn't want this place? I don't know. Just sharing lah.
Did you guys pray?
Oh my God, we prayed for every shoot.
But did you ask permission? Can we film here?
Absolutely. You're so spot on, Kyle.
Did they say yes?
In our minds, they said yes, lah. Otherwise, you see, I remember. This is important because I remember every shoot we used to every shoot we used to pray, which in other shows that I have done is usually at the beginning of the show, no?
Yes.
Like you do the starting of the show, the blessings from the gods.
Yeah.
In Incredible Tales, every location we went to, we prayed.
I want to jump back to Dr. Melgil. I like that when you mentioned that, you have him on the show so that there's a bit of balance. But why him specifically?
What happens is when you decide to bring somebody on board, it's not enough just to have somebody who is knowledgeable. But you're on television. So you also need somebody who can engage you with their knowledge. So that you can believe that there is some credibility.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what happens is so many times you have people who are extremely knowledgeable and they have but maybe when they talk to an audience, they are not so appealing. And Mel did have those qualities, he kind of came and looked like when he spoke, you'd believe, maybe they are not, maybe they are. See, you must understand, why do you put that in? What was the reason you put that in? You put that in also because you don't want to be just propagating, yes, there are ghosts. Everybody in Singapore, please be scared. Every turn you take, there's going to be under Jurong Bridge, there's going to be somebody, one spirit that will come out. It's not that, right? Yeah. You want everybody to believe what they believe. So you give the different dimensions and perspectives, which helps the audience to, at that point when you're like thinking, oh, damn, and this Mel Gilter suddenly turns up and you're like, okay, maybe not.
Art mentioned that you fought for him to be the host of Incredible Tales. So what is it about Art that you saw in him and made it right for him to be part of the show?
I think it's very sweet of him to say that. Yeah. Okay, first of all, so as executive producer, you go through the casting and it's whether it's about hiring your crew, your cast, your presenter. Presenter is very crucial, right, for this. I mean, when we did shows like True Files and all that, we used to have Pierre Pang and different kind of people depending on the genre.
Yeah.
Now, when we saw Art, it's absolutely without dispute that he looks very charming on the camera, and this you must remember in those days. I think Art hasn't aged at all, but even in those days when you saw him, he looked fresh. There was something that attracted you to keep looking at him, correct? Mm-hmm. But he was not Singaporean. He was not from here, right? Now, what happened was, it was mainly his accent. Mm-hmm. If you go through a couple of the episodes, in the first season, at one point of time it was difficult to understand with clarity what he was saying. For example, this episode, and I'm bringing it back to the episode of the HDB flat.
Yes.
There is a line over there that says, the Sungai Api River.
Yeah.
I mean, 23 takes.
Oh no.
Just to make sure that he says, Sungai Api. There's no Sungai Api. You have to say Sungai Api because that is your Singaporean river. So before we took him on, there was this whole discussion. Oh, his accent is this. But I don't know, there was something within me which said that Incredible Tales needs an international appeal. Needs somebody there who you feel that audiences from around the region at least can connect with. The rest is history, like we say, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's it was great and very professional. Come, you do your job. I mean, at the end of the day, Sungai Api, I'll never forget.
Yeah, very little has changed about him in that sense. Not just his looks, but yeah. I mean, we're always so grateful to have him on the show because he comes by and he's friendly to literally everyone on the crew. And you're right. It's he'll do whatever it takes to make sure that the show works.
Yeah. Well, I haven't met him for a long time, so Art, wherever you are, we've got to catch up soon.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're essentially regarded as the creator of Incredible Tales. Would you agree?
I think it's important to understand that nobody can create anything alone. You can't. Yeah. There's so many people in the team as committed, as dedicated, as passionate to see this through. So no. Yes, part of it is correct because I was there to go and take this fight and go to programming and say, let's do it and no and yes and who wants a pantang showa, pantang. But then, so that part is there.
Yeah.
But then alone, creating these episodes? No. The team.
I did want to ask Daisy, what point do you think to yourself, this show really is making an impact on its audience?
To be honest, when you are working full-time and you have a lot of shows which are going on, you don't really think of one is a hit versus another is not. Yeah. But how do you know that something is a hit? Is because the ones which are, they have a lot of reruns. Then you kind of, again, I used to get that for whether it's Under One Roof, whether it's Portugal, our hit shows,
Yes.
which, and they'd be, Incredible Tales is on again, And that's when you realize that, oh my God, you've watched this episode. See, a rerun most of the time is also for people who have actually watched it.
Yeah.
And they are sitting again to watch it.
Yeah.
And they're feeling as scared as they did the first time. So, that's when you start realizing, not bad, the decision we made.
So this question is for everyone. Where do you remember Daisy from the most? And for Daisy, what were the most memorable things you've done in your career?
Well, of course, has to be Under One Roof to start with. Because if there was no Under One Roof, it changed my life. It did. And I really thank the whole production team, the writers. I know I'll never get a chance because I'm not going to get an Oscar, but I'm going to say this here because I really feel, thank you for that. Yes. And so, and that also went on for a very, very long time. So, shows which go on for a long time, the bonding is there.
Yeah.
Of course, the tension is also there. Not that we are all so fantastic. There's, there's always a little bit of layers. But at the end of the day, if you're not a family, you can't go through these long shows. So, Under One Roof, yes. Actually, for me, Incredible Tales, now that when you all talk about it, it seems like we did something quite good. I've never, for some reason, because like I said, there were so many shows going on. And there was Crime Watch and there was... but I think something very exciting for me was the launch of Octo as a channel.
That's right.
So I was vice president. I was heading the team that launched Octo. And so launching Octo for me was just so exciting. That was fabulous. And simultaneously we had Vasantam, which at that time was also under me, and it became a full channel at that time. So now again, you must understand, look at it like chalk and cheese. You have Octo for the young, you have the art lovers, you have that going on a certain demographic, certain target audience on one channel. And exactly totally different, you have Vasantam going on, with different culture, different styles, So I loved that.
I didn't know about the Octo thing, but I used to watch Octo religiously.
Oh.
Because I didn't have cable as a kid,
Correct.
Not as privileged lah. So Octo was the only channel for children. So I remember watching Octo.
Correct.
And of course, Incredible Tales.
I remember you from Under One Roof. And I think that was that sitcom that I would always sit in. And I will never miss it.
Yeah.
And I love your character there. So when they actually mentioned that you were coming on the show, my inner child, I just feel childlike right now because I remember watching you as a child.
As a child, correct.
So now I'm like, I feel I'm 5 years old again.
1993 is when we launched Under One Roof.
Yeah. And that was
I know. Only the guys with really white hair remember us now. So all of them are kids otherwise.
Yes, I absolutely remember. So I was 11 when Under One Roof came out, and that will be what I remember you for the most. Even with Incredible Tales and everything, that I remember watching that and seeing you, and as the years go on, I will always see your name in all these different shows. I was like, that's Daisy from Under One Roof.
That's Daisy Van.
That's Daisy from Under One Roof.
But that's what free to air does, because your community, your country, your people are watching. And there's a recognition.
Yes.
And that is when you feel so privileged that, yes, there are people who yet respect you for what you did.
Agree.
Those days, it was different. Everybody is discussing the episode they saw the night before, like you said, and that bonded us. Yeah.
And as much as we enjoyed exploring Daisy's history with our favorite horror series, it wouldn't be an episode of our own show, Tales of Incredible Tales, without a genuinely morbid fact. Inspired by New Flat, Kyle, do you have a morbid fact for us today?
Right, in some parts of the world, specifically in the United States, right, it is actually illegal to sell a house that is suspected of being haunted without letting the buyer know.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That is so interesting.
Yeah. I like how
So how do they do it?
I guess they just have to.
Yeah.
By the way, literally just tell them matter of factly, this home is suspected of being.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just they don't sell it. Like for example, there's the X house. There's a house that that had like the X murders, right?
Yes.
So that house is not on the market. It's like used as a tour house because it's very hard to sell it and it's open history. So everybody knows that it's on. Who will buy a haunted house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unless they're thrill seekers.
But in Singapore, I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah.
There's no law that states that, you as a property agent, you can't sell a haunted house without telling people.
But Kyle, in Singapore, I don't think there is a law which actually accepts the fact that there are ghosts or supernatural.
Agree.
Yeah.
I mean, first you have to agree to that. And there's always this understanding that what you see might not be there. It's your own wish to decide what to do.
Yeah.
So this apartment near the Sungai Api River, somebody's living there, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that whoever was there in that apartment might have also moved. I mean, what do we know?
Might be true.
Do they move?
They do. Apparently, according to some sources, they do move.
So thank you so much for joining us, Daisy. It's really good to have you here.
Very
It's
honor.
my pleasure. My pleasure. So lovely to just hear all these things and to listen to you also.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Daisy.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
So she remember driving on the highway, and this is like morning rush hour Singapore. And she saw something jump out from the side of the highway, and she was going like 80, 90. And then the thing like just latched onto another car, and then it dropped off.
My name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
The host of Incredible Tales throughout its 13 years is back with us again. Welcome back, Ut.
Hey.
Hi,
I am
Hey.
back.
Looking
And the
good.
Incredible Tales continues in my ears. Like in a different form. Tales from Incredible Tales.
So in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to the classic Incredible Tales show.
For this episode, we're looking at haunted roads. This episode's theme was inspired by Pan Island Expressway from season 1. A stretch of road that goes through the PIE underpass is a favorite bike route for a young group of cyclers. Riding through it at night poses more of a challenge than mere poor vision. The site is reportedly haunted. 3 boys brave the rumor and ride straight into the mouth of the underpass and discover that what's inside is more than just a simple rumor.
Let's take a look.
After when she said that, she actually pointed to a very dark hole or something like quite portal or something on the ground, and she kept saying in Mandarin that my grandson is buried there. Please help me to dig him. Desmond told me that if he wasn't wrong, he swore he actually saw that the woman had no eyeballs at all.
Wow.
Can I just say, I am so impressed that the guy ran faster than the 2 bikes.
Yes, and left the bike too. So now the auntie has a bike.
Oh, great. Now she can chase us a lot faster.
All right, Art, you actually filmed there, am I right?
I think I filmed everywhere in every corner. Yes, I filmed there.
How does it feel like to film at that spot?
I don't think I felt anything strange at this particular spot. It's more like reflecting on the story itself. I've been in other spots in Singapore that's similar on my own. There was a period where I used to just go out to these really desolated, empty roads to longboard. So that's where, like, you know, outside of like the city, where sometimes like certain roads will feel like a bit more creepy than others and stuff like that.
Did you feel for that road?
Not particularly with the shoot. I didn't feel so much, but I do feel the essence of how particular junctions and intersections or bridges can have that feeling.
Because the location that they filmed is where we actually, very near where we shot our first episode of this season, Bukit Brown Cemetery. So it's actually an underpass, a small underpass, and then right beside the underpass, both sides are the graves. But it's a nice place to shoot a long two-way road. Then, of course, then you see an old auntie stealing bikes.
That's what she's gonna be known as now. The auntie that steals your bikes.
No, but that's the effect that it has on me, because I remember watching that episode of Incredible Tales and committed that place to memory. So I've been there both day and night. Then I always get like the image of the auntie just staring at you. Then the camera pulls out. Then you see the long stretch of road and then the underpass. That always gave me the creeps. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I'm well, not impressed is not the right word, but I'm amazed that there's still so many. Like you were saying that you'll longboard out to all these like roads where they're in the middle of nowhere in Singapore, and I'm still quite impressed that there's so many of them in Singapore.
I'm really surprised that they exist. And then with longboarding, for me, it's like it's just a different experience at night, because there's a lot of history, a lot of energies at night. That particular spot, I mean, it's a very interesting spot because of the two cemeteries, and then you have a bridge, and that feng shui is just very, very interesting. It'd be interesting to get like a feng shui master take on it of the energies that revolve in that particular spot.
Yeah, I mean, you look at feng shui and Chinese customs, right? Usually the spots for cemeteries are very good feng shui. That's why they bury, the ancestors and the dead there. Like particularly in Hong Kong. So some of the cemeteries are actually on the cliffside, overseeing a sea. So it's really nice thing. One of the first things that I did in Hong Kong was to visit a grave, like a cemetery, just to see. Because you always watch the Hong Kong films and then you're like, oh, this one, like the scene they shot, they're very nice. Then you see in real life that, holy, it just looks magnificent. I mean, you can imagine if the living was living there, that would be
So what are some infamously haunted roads that you've heard of before?
Well, for me, like in Thailand, and I know Kyle would probably agree to this. Well, we both agree to everything we talked about. I don't think we disagreed to anything so far. But when you see these huge trees or pillars, and you see the colorful cloth wraps around them, and all these offerings that's given to that particular space, you'll see like little little dolls and stuff. It depends on the pillar or the tree. Then these trees or these pillars are alongside roads. So automatically those roads are going to feel very haunted because like those pillars, like either if it's a pillar or if it's a tree, it's where most of the accidents happen. And they probably happen frequent enough for people who have lost their loved ones to go there to pay the respects. So then it builds up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the lowest hanging fruit in Singapore is Old Tampines Road lah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the back way towards IKEA, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I took a ride there once not knowing the road was that road?
So it's like you can link it to Hougang also. So from Tampines to Hougang, you can cut through that space. So it has a lot of temples. There's like 7 or 10 temples around that range, all in that area. Just right next to Paya Lebar Air Base. The things are going to change once they move out because they're going to build houses there, right? But I remember in relation to what Art said, there's a big tree at the 3rd bus stop of Old Tampines Road, because Old Tampines Road has about 4 bus stops.
Yeah.
At the 3rd bus stop, there's a huge tree. They have the cloth around it. And also like there's a lot of fatal accidents that happen there actually. Yeah. So like what Art said, like they tie the thing to appease the spirits or what. Very creepy road. It's very creepy road.
I used to pass by that road a lot when I was a kid because we used to live in Hougang, and my mom was we used to go to this sports club that was in Changi, and we always pass through there. So we go during the day, and during the day it's great because you got lots of tall trees, and they form like a canopy, and it's like, ooh, we're going into the tree tunnel. It's nice and beautiful. And then if you're coming back at night, completely different story altogether. Just really dark, and there's street lights, but they might as well not be there because it's so dark and so imposing in that place. And you're in a bus, and you're like, it's fine, just don't look out the window.
Look
Hell no.
I love looking out the window.
To make matters worse, when I was young, the buses, a lot of them didn't have air conditioning, so the windows were wide open.
Right, that one.
So I was like, ooh.
Fun to me just content.
Your idea of fun and my idea of fun are very different.
Would you find it fun?
To just ride around in the bus? Yeah.
With a whole bunch of people, then it's okay. I mean, unless you're the only one on the top bunk, then it's a bit sketchy.
It could be a full bus. Nope, no thank you. I was looking at Carl because I thought to myself, like, if he's taking Old Tampines Road, I know exactly which road I'm going to be talking about.
Okay.
Karak Highway.
That one.
Yeah, in Malaysia. So I'm sure people know the story about, and I do, like, this has passed into urban legend already, where a young family are driving down the highway and the car starts having trouble. And the dad gets out. This is ages ago, no cell phone. Dad gets out, says, I'm going to go look for a phone to call for help. So he tells his wife to stay in the car with their infant son, or the infant child. And he goes off to look for the phone or for help. And he doesn't come back for a while. So the mom, his wife, starts wondering, where is he? Police car pulls up beside their car, and the police officers just look at her and go, like, gesturing for her to come to the car. And they keep telling her, don't look back, whatever you do. So she gets to the car, she gets to the police car, gets in with her infant child, and at a safe enough distance, she turns around and she sees on the roof of their car, Kakak devouring her husband. So that's the one that I've heard constantly about Karak Highway.
Yeah.
And the more we get into this, the more I realize there's like a ton of urban legends around Karak Highway as well.
There is a movie that was actually made out of
Karak. It's called Karak. Yeah.
Oh, is it? That's the title of the movie. Yeah, I still remember that scene. Oh, it's quite graphic.
I think roads are very interesting because when roads are being built, you don't know what it's being built on top of and what history lies behind it.
Yeah.
My two personal situations with roads, we're both on an island, in different islands, one Phuket and one Samui. And the similarities is the experience of being on a motorbike and then feeling as if I'm in a deja vu mode. So it's like, it just kept on going, but then it's like, if I'm going to point A to point B, but then I'm passing by the same things, seeing the same things, maybe seeing the same people. You feel like for me, it's like 5 minutes and then I'm like back into the original 5 minutes. So that's happened to me twice in Thailand, where it was kind of like it was being in the twilight zone. So obviously those roads are haunted for me to experience that.
I have a story that a friend shared. In fact, this friend is part of the crew here. So he shared that there's this road in Sembawang that's near to the beach. Okay, thanks for the thumbnail. No, so that road, right, is actually quite a weird kind of road. It leads to a very old mosque, right?
Oh.
Yeah, we lead to a very old mosque. Then all the way at the end is towards the beach. Then it is a roundabout. Then it cuts through a affluent estate. So there's a standing order because when you serve our nation in the national service, right, sometimes they have to patrol around there because the base is near there. For some reason, there's a standing order from the in-check, basically the warrant officers. When you pass by a particular tree near that area, drive faster. Whatever you hear, whatever you smell, don't say anything.
Because I was there in the morning, and at that time I didn't know any of this story. I was like, oh, this is a nice place. I should bring my wife here, to just walk around and have some fresh air. So when I went back home and I said, hey, let's go to the area, then just by the beach. She'll say, no. Why? It's nice. It's the beach. No, not there. And I'm like, why? She grows up there, so she knows the stories behind it.
Yeah.
And then now I know that, until you told me that particular place has that story. So I'm like, okay,
Drive
now
faster.
Yeah, drive faster.
I like how drive faster.
And I was just walking around, strolling there at that point of time. It's nice.
So romantic.
It's nice.
So I'm not sure here if the belief is the same, and it's interesting because I don't see it being done as often anymore because the generation has changed. But before, when you would pass certain areas where you felt was haunted or like they had those pillars or the trees, it's like people would honk.
Wow.
You would honk to sort of not pay respects to the spirits, but kind of acknowledge the spirit.
Oh.
Yeah. But interestingly, I don't see it done as often now because I don't know, we're in a new generation, but the former generations, that's what they would do. When mopeds, motorcycles, cars pass by a particular spot, it'd be like honk, honk.
I can attest to that.
Really?
Yeah, because my parents work in F&B, so there's this place called Golden Mile Complex, which is the Little Thailand of Singapore, right? So it's a tradition, and apparently it's a Thai thing. I did ask my mom. So when they drive out from the car park, leaving Golden Mile Complex, then there's this four-faced Buddha. Apparently it's very revered, this Buddha. That's just right by the road in front of Golden Mile Complex to bless the whole complex. Then every time people drive past there, they will honk once, and then they will pray to the Buddha for blessing, to say hi to the Buddha or something. So I guess that's the thing that Thais do. It's also you say blessing to the whatever spirits is there. Oh, okay, I'm just passing through. I acknowledge you, I'm just passing through. That's it.
I think this is interesting because if you were to ask me, by honking, it could mean that I might be disturbing their peace.
That's a very Singaporean.
That's what I thought as well. It's don't honk, don't wake them up.
Keep Singaporeans, they honk, that means you know what's up already. My way.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, it's a different perspective to things.
Yeah,
right?
agree. Because it's like what the warrant officers were saying about that one particular tree. Don't say just drive faster.
Yeah, just drive faster.
I always assume that's what you would do, but it also does make sense that you want to honk. It's a sign of just instead of ignoring you.
I think it's a sign of you acknowledge, respect.
Yeah,
I'm going now.
Bye.
Yeah.
I just think that Asian people, right, Asian culture in large, right, it's like there's so much depth to an action.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not just a honk. It's like I respect you, I acknowledge you just by one honk.
Just by
you
one
get
honk.
it. One honk. It's like, I get it. Interesting.
Okay, so now we've spoken about roads, and certain roads are much more haunted as compared to other roads. So why do you think no one tried to cleanse these roads the way certain places or homes are cleansed?
I feel they are cleansed. I feel in certain places, from my standpoint, from Thailand, I think a lot of times when things are being built, they do go through rituals. They feel it's important land or space to give the rituals. But then there are roads and places that are overseen, overlooked, whereas things start to happen and then they happen again and again. And I do feel they do get cleansed, but then they become a center energy of where situations happen over and over. And it's different from a home because it's like, it's roads, it's an open space. So it's like, it's very hard to go cleanse such a vast amount of like roads and streets and everything. So I think there's just so much that you can do.
I agree to that. I mean, it's an open space. How much can you do? And because energies once an energy is there, probably it's going to attract more energies there. So hence, even though if it's cleansed, I think there's still remnants of the energy that could come in.
I mean, like in Asia, generally the roads are very old. Right? I think maybe the prayers were already done way past. The negotiations with the spirits that are there are already done way past. But what is interesting is that because particularly for Singapore is such a dense country, and then we lack of land. So sometimes we build new roads, right? So in our first episode, we talked about Bukit Brown Cemetery, and just cutting through Bukit Brown Cemetery is a highway. So I would like to think that there were negotiations done, not just the usual negotiations and the usual rituals. It's like double that, because you're essentially exhuming a whole bunch of graves, like few thousand graves, and then building a massive highway through it. So I thought that would be interesting because that's actually a new road. In fact, a highway. And then you're building over some of them also. So can you imagine the amount of like prayers, the amount of like, spiritual advice that you need to do for that?
In the olden days, they would do it differently. If they had like superstitions, they would probably find people and just bury them alive to protect the areas.
Wow.
Yeah, they did that back in...
It's like a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That practice probably isn't done anymore.
I hope not.
I just wanted that reaction.
No, but you're welcome. It's similar to the bridge guardian that we talked about in last season, where we say that whenever we build a bridge, something would use the skull of young children to support the pillars of the bridge so that it will not collapse. So there were like conspiracy theories that certain bridges in Singapore were built that way. So it's very paganistic kind of belief, right? Would you say so, right?
I mean, it's related to that sacrifice. I mean, do they willingly volunteer to be sacrificed, or they're forced to be sacrificed?
They're forced to be sacrificed.
I don't think anybody would like, I volunteer as tribute. Nobody would do that.
Oh my God, forced to sacrifice.
And for a road as well, you're like, it looks like a nice road. All right, I'll volunteer.
Wow.
See, you get two reactions.
I mean, this was, probably a practice that was done way, 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 way back. But it just depends on the beliefs and everything, because it's kind of like to counter the energies by sacrificing energies. So it's like if there's a whole ritual happening, it's like dependent on what they feel will fit the circumstance. Like what Kyle said, if they feel like finding children will fit the circumstance, then they probably would have children spirits to protect that bridge by sacrificing them.
Out of curiosity, I know you've shared that you've had a fair share of experience on the road, the deja vu experience. What about maybe Wayne and Carl? Have you had any experience on the road?
Okay, not my personal experience but it happened recently after we produced season 1 of Incredible Tales. My sister is very sensitive. I'm sensitive, but my sister is way more sensitive. So she said that there was one period of time she kept seeing white shadows near her car. So she would pick up her child to go to the kindergarten in the mornings, and then she would see this particular shadow that's right at the corner of her car. So she remember driving on the highway, and this is like morning rush hour Singapore. And she saw something jump out from the side of the highway, and she was going like 80, 90. And then the thing like just latched onto another car, and then it dropped off on the road. And then she almost jammed the e-brake because she thought that it was an actual human being. But then she was like, no, this is not human. Like, this is trying to cause me accident. In the blink of an eye, and then she just drove through it, and then it just went through. translucent. So that was like creepy. Yeah.
Yourself?
The only one I can think of isn't really supernatural, but it was creepy. Was I was visiting a friend in Texas. This is way back in 1999.
Nice.
And we were driving through a suburban neighborhood, and again, there's street lights, but it's not particularly well lit. And you're driving, and we passed by. I remember it was a junction. And it's a very small junction because it's suburbs. And there was a guy just standing underneath one of the street lamps. And he, bear in mind, this is like 9 o'clock at night. And we're driving by, and he's just staring at us the whole time. Doesn't move, standing completely still, straight, but then just glaring at us as we drive by. And both of us were like, what was that? I was like, I don't know, let's just keep going. Apparently around the same time, there was a killer roaming around Texas. I don't know.
Wow.
So
could be one of those, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the guy was just weird. Maybe it was something else. I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't real.
Yeah. Oh God, that would be far worse.
I mean, in America, ghosts don't kill you, serial killers will.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah,
Nice
I agree
point.
on that. For myself, I've had a couple of, because I write, so especially if it's at night. So when you pass by certain areas, you will smell different types of scents.
Frangipani.
Yeah, so I've had frangipani, I've had stench. So one particular road that until today, if I pass by, it's very prominent, is right at the back of my mom's house. That alley there. So it's like a very small road. Once you head the gantry, open up, drive in, and then after that you will enter at the back. So there's a hill there, right? There's a hill, and then there's a small road there. Every time I walk, either I walk or I ride, there will be two smells: the frangipani or the stench, and it depends. It gets. Initially when I was younger, of course, I get scared. But now that I am slightly older, I'm like, I'm a regular here, resident here, so I think you know me by now lah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure riders would have this experience themselves.
It's weirdly quite sweet that they recognize you and then they're just like, yeah, okay.
All right, so this question is for everyone. Would you rather walk down a long stretch of haunted road with spiritual protection or speed through in a car without protection?
I'll switch it up. I'll walk down a haunted road without protection and in a speeding car with protection.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
So you do both?
I'll do both.
Why?
But he will switch them up.
Yeah.
What? Okay. There's a lot to unpack here.
There's so much to unpack.
Why would you walk
Yeah.
in a haunted road without protection?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel I need protection in a speeding car. But I guess that's not like on a spiritual level, I guess. Like just like kind of...
No, that's... okay, I see what you mean. Because it's just...
I think I'm more... if I'm on a road and I'm pacing, I'm not speeding through, I feel there's more calm. Kind of more calm, more taking my time, assessing the situation. And I feel that you do have your own inner protection as is. And then in a speeding car, basically, I don't know, I just feel not as in control in the car if it's speeding. So, yeah.
That's interesting, yeah?
That is actually a very logical way to approach that question.
I mean, I'm in agreement with you for that, but driving down a haunted stretch of road, right, is a big no-no for me.
Yeah.
Even driving down. I presume in this scenario, I'm alone, right? So I will probably walk, because driving down without protection, then your mind will be like, okay, this road haunted. Then I'll drive faster. Then I'll be more prone to accident. Then plus the fact that I don't even have protection, then it goes, haha, got no protection. I'm going to haunt you. I'm going to appear in front of you, and then you crash, and then you die. So I'll take my chances. I'll walk. I think haunted road probably no cars, so you just walk. Then you got protection.
I actually am in agreement with you on this one. But I am in agreement with you because also, as you've pointed out, I'm quite oblivious to stuff. Yeah. So I think if I know I have protection with me and I'm walking down the road, after a while, my own mind will just like not really focus on what's around me. And because I am so oblivious to everything, I'll be like, eventually I'll just start thinking about something else.
Yeah.
Like doing like my grocery list in my head.
Yeah.
And then before I know it, I'll be at the end of the road. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, cool.
Well, what if you have like, some people helping you out with the grocery lists while you're walking? Like, wait,
nothing
you
on your
need to
mind.
have cabbage on that list too.
Personal shopper.
They're quite.
Here's what will probably happen. I will be freaked out, and then I would like to believe immediately. I'll go, oh no, they're right. we are running out of cabbage. Oh God. Oh my God, they're right. Yeah.
Hey,
So I hope so. I hope that is the extent of me getting disturbed.
I've actually ride down a long winding road. I'm not sure, Jalan Ibadat, the area. So it's a very long stretch, right? From Lim Chu Kang all the way to the end until you get into the highway. So I've ride down, of course, with prayers and protection. So technically, did I speed? I didn't speed. I was just riding safely, but with protection. But I would, yes, walk down a long and winding road, but with protection. Because I think at the end of it, if I know that I'm protected, I should not be worried. Yeah. So I have this very strong feeling that as long as I'm protected, if it appears in front of me, it cannot do anything to me. Yeah.
At this point, I'm just worried about wild animals.
Oh God, that's another thing to consider. That's a good point.
I've cycled through Lorong Halus in the middle of night, just with one friend. Then we go there ghost hunting, right? Then what we get a pack of wild dogs attacking us.
Yeah.
They were chasing us like they were ready to bite, and we were like, pedal faster, bro, pedal faster.
Not what you're looking for.
Yeah, not what I'm looking for.
See, you should have followed the lead of the guy in this episode. Drop your bike and just run. No, that would just be faster.
No, because the auntie was holding onto the bike handle.
Yeah, that's right.
But the dog never, so I can run.
Yeah, okay. Good point. We've reached the end of the road for this episode. Let's cap it off with a morbid fact of the day, Kyle.
So right, in Taiwan, there's this highway called Beiyi Highway. It's actually a site of many fatal accidents that anyone driving along the road can actually see a lot of unburned or partially burned pieces of ghost paper. It's the one that, when you finish burning, then you throw. So it's quite common to see that there.
It's going to be so creepy to drive.
Yeah,
around.
I mean, when you drive past and you see all this paper, even though you may not see anything, I think the first reaction is, oh my God, why are the papers here? Right.
It has the same meaning for you, right? You're just like, why?
Yeah.
The first thing you think, even in Singapore, you see, you'll be like, why?
Yeah.
So even if you didn't know the history of that place, it's like, oh.
What about you, Ant?
If I saw that,
Yeah, you saw like pieces of burnt paper.
I would automatically know why it was burning.
But would you do anything? Will you be like extra on guard?
I think I would just be aware what's going on and probably just, quietly, mentally pay my respects to what I see, and then be more conscientious of that space and what I'm doing. Yeah, if I'm driving, then I would be conscientious to drive even more careful through the space.
I'm not sure about you, but have you had a situation where you're driving past and then you see, a funeral procession going on, or people are doing prayers at the side of the road, and you just tend to slow down a little bit, kind of like give them a bit of respect, and then after that you move faster as you pass by them. I have that habit.
Yeah.
I mean, because I feel like if I'm really loud when I'm riding or driving, and then I'm just going speedy, I'm just scared I might scare them or kind of disturb their offerings at the point of time. It's just me.
Yeah, I agree. But for us, we would just try to avoid lah.
Yeah.
When you see it, you can hear it. Especially for Chinese one, it's very loud. So you can hear it, you avoid it.
Oh, yeah.
Even for
Voice
like
out,
the void
that's
deck one, because it's bad luck lah, in a sense.
Is it?
It's not good to be facing it. I don't know if you heard of it. Because in Singapore, like we do like for the Chinese, we do funerals at the void deck, right? So the casket is there. Then sometimes you can see the photo of the deceased. So they say try not to see the photo of the deceased, or don't have like weird thoughts when you're looking at them lah. Like just avoid at all costs. At all costs.
I've heard of that saying. I've heard of my parents saying, "Oh, when you see or hear that, try not to watch."
Don't watch. It's bad luck lah. It's
Right,
purely
now I
bad
know
luck.
why.
If I see, whether it's a funeral procession or like a wake at the void deck, I tend to I tend to, walk around.
Yeah, walk around.
I think it's less fear or superstition. I think it's just respect. And not just for the deceased, but for the people who are mourning this person as well. This is a time for them to be with their family and their loved ones. So I figure instead of even getting into their line of sight, I just, as far as possible, try to avoid it.
I think lately I acknowledge it. I used to avoid it, but I think now, like if I'm walking through like a funeral, I just acknowledge and then I just move on. Yeah, it's kind of like an acknowledgement of like respect, light, and then move on. Yeah.
That's actually a really healthy approach to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how art comes in with the honking and the acknowledgement.
Yeah.
While we are like, keep it quiet, walk around.
No, I think that's where we're a great balance because we have like different insights.
Yeah.
And I think each time I come back, it's like I have like a personal growth from like the last time I seen you guys because it's like I do feel in the last few months I've kind of have a different energy when it comes to dealing with energies. It's just very it's like very beautiful in a way, and also I'm just kind of more in tune in a more centered way.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna start trying that actually. Just politely acknowledge. That sounds very sweet, and it also sounds like because death is always such a taboo, but it's a natural part of life. So yeah, I think I might start doing that from now on.
I think it's part of your personal growth lah. People will reach a certain point where it's just normal. Death is what makes life beautiful.
Yeah.
But I'm not there yet. I scared.
All right, so thank you once again, Art, for joining us. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up on every week on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Ut.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
My relatives did ghost marriage, but it's ghost to ghost.
Huh?
Yeah, ghost to ghost.
Huh.
My name is Maito.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We're joined tonight by Maito. Maito runs an interior design firm and co-leads the media company Double Up. But he is probably best known as a content creator on social media. Thank you for joining us today, Maito.
Hello, hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello. Not spooky, yeah.
Spooky voice gone already.
I think the ghost scared already.
This voice more scary for ghosts than for me.
Yeah. Later we got a story to tell.
So anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to the classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, we're looking at uncommon rituals. This episode's theme was inspired by Paper Bride from season 3. A wedding is a ceremony to celebrate the union between a man and a woman. A marriage bound by love till death separates. But what happens if one partner dies? How can the living unite with the dead?
Let's take a look. Grieving, right?
I love how you laugh every time. Every time I talk to you, like.
Actually, I laugh all the time when I finish watch with all our guests.
Yeah.
Is it like funny or is it because it brings some memories?
I think a bit nervous. What memories? I did not marry a ghost bride, okay? Yeah, like.
But it's pretty one.
Huh?
If pretty.
Oh, cannot. You can.
I still married.
We safe. I just want to say that all four of us are married, so we are very safe.
Yeah, very safe.
But the story is that this guy, he's married also. Then he had like this mentee work under him. I think he's like some insurance agent. then after that, they fall in love. Then they have an affair. Then she asked him to leave his wife. Then he said he don't want. Then she, unalive herself lah.
Oh,
then become ghost. Then she started to haunt him and the wife. Then suddenly the wife, I think, fell very, very ill. Then he had to go and like appease her by marrying her because he did promise that, I will leave my wife. And that's why the ghost marriage happened.
Wow.
Oh, this affair bohua.
Define bohua.
A lot of tai chi. So what's the lesson learned? Don't have affair.
Yeah, don't have be a good man. Be a good man.
Wait. So he's still married to his wife. But then he also has to marry the spirit.
Yeah.
But different world, ma.
Yeah.
He just need to cater time properly.
Actually, if you think about it, right, he can because he sleep, then he will dream, then he will go to the other world when he sleep,
maybe,
then he will cater time for the
24-hour cycle.
Yeah. So anyway, are you like familiar with the concept of like ghost marriage? Do you know of it?
I got hear before but I never see one in real life before lah. Ritual
Yeah.
You want me to solemnize stuff?
No. I think it's something. Is it mostly in the Chinese community that there's such a thing? I know in Taiwan they practice it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And normally when this kind of thing happen, right? If I'm not wrong, it's normally when they need to repay something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. For the living party side lah.
Yeah.
If not, no one in the right mind will do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Maybe they want to like strike Toto, strike 4D, or there is favors that they need to return. Yeah, then they will have this kind of arrangement.
Yeah.
Oh, like the banana tree spirit.
Not really, because banana tree is one night stand, ma.
Okay.
Hey, I remember the episode
Banana tree spirit.
They ended with the guy stuck on the tree, right?
The tie his
Yeah.
You're about to die, You're about to die, Like he like all pale and yeah. So I mean, no disrespect, the banana tree is one night stand. Ghost bride is forever.
Yeah.
Till you die.
Wow.
Even you die also still
Is
together.
there a way
But
to
because they
divorce?
started with one night stand first, then
Different spirit.
You asking?
Is there like a divorce terms if possible or what?
That one I don't know, that one
maybe
you think very far.
maybe we don't have living example to explain that one.
Maybe some of you might know if you are watching this and you have seen or heard. Maybe you can share in the comments lah.
It's like what Maito says, that it's usually you need to return something like karma like that. But there are cases where like it's more of ambush. So for example, this person died young and then has no spouse. So his or her family will actually like trap. So it's been depicted in films, actually in local horror films as well.
Yeah,
so basically they will take the hair or the fingernail of the deceased, put it in a red packet and put some money inside. And then they will put it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Then somebody who is very sway will go and pick it up. Then the moment the person go and pick it up, it's like you've been chosen by the deceased. You need to do the ghost marriage. If not, you will sway. But if you do it, then you will get some form of compensation.
Yeah.
But it's like an actual marriage kind of thing.
Yeah.
My relatives did ghost marriage, but it's ghost to ghost.
Huh?
Yeah, ghost to ghost.
Huh.
So both died young and single, but then they marry in the afterlife. It's very strange. So the story, right, is basically I have an aunt who passed away relatively young, I think in her 30s. And then shortly after she passed, like maybe 2 years, then I think my grand aunt had a dream. Then it's like, like now like smoky one. Then she came to my grand aunt and tell her that I'm getting married. I met someone. Then can you like go and contact this person's family, like the name, full name, this person's family. I'm getting married to him. Then somehow, right, they have like a someone who is like in between. They have an acquaintance that knows this family. Then they manage to contact. Then turns out that the family's son, right, also contacted to one of the relatives to say that I met this woman in the afterlife. I want to marry her.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's very strange. And then they actually perform the whole ritual. But it's 2 paper dolls. Like legit 2 paper dolls. And then they got married.
Wow.
Yeah. This is like, it's so coincidental. Like both had the same dream, but of their own children or like their own relatives. And then they got married. So it's ghost marriage.
But before that, both families don't know each other.
Don't know.
Oh, serious?
Yeah, don't know each other.
Oh, wow.
So technically, I have a ghostly uncle.
Ghostly uncle.
Technically, I have a ghostly uncle. Yeah. So they are married in the afterlife. Yeah, it's kind of sweet, but it's kind of creepy also.
Yeah, right.
Kind of creepy. Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking, so the other side don't have ROM lah. They cannot settle, then they need to...
What do you mean RM?
Registry of marriage.
Got lah, the temple lah.
Then why they need to bother?
No, but
family.
But it's like you need to invite the family then go at the banquet No, they met up to do the procession. So all the family members need to be there, then they pray Then they will do like all the the pie.
I guess it's like an invitation to the officially getting married.
Yeah.
After
then they do already in the temple. Then after that, I think they went for a meal lah.
Wow.
Interesting wedding.
It's like if you get married in real life, then you only do ROM. Then the rest of the family like, why you never invite me to?
Exactly. Roots, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these are one of the uncommon practices. And since we are on the topic of uncommon practices, have you guys ever heard of other uncommon practices? There is a village that keeps deceased body of their loved one.
Oh yeah, I seen the documentary.
Yeah, right. And then after that, after a specific time, they actually open up and then they sayang, and then they put makeup. They did. So there's a ritual where every certain period of time, they will actually take out, remove them from their coffins and then put on makeup.
Yeah.
But by then, their body is really dried out, right?
Yeah.
It's a deceased body. So they will change their clothes, comb their hair if there's still hair, and then put on makeup. And then they'll pray. And it's a common ritual.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's something...
To them is like, I think the culture is that they are asleep. They haven't died yet. They are asleep.
Okay, I don't know whether this was just within my family or whether it was just within like my race. I had an uncle pass away, and he passed away single. At his wake, they were serving wine.
At his wake?
They were serving wine.
Okay.
I didn't even question it. I was like, ooh, wine. Started drinking at his wake. And then I found out later on, the reason why they were serving wine at his wake was it's the wine that you would have had if he had gotten married in real life. Or when he was alive. So because he didn't get married when he was alive, at his wake, they served that wine instead.
Then for Chinese, it's Martel lah.
I guess so.
But it's not quite unheard of
Yeah.
It's not quite unheard of. The reason.
That's why I've never heard anybody else talk about it outside my family. So I don't know whether it's
a Eurasian thing lah.
That's the thing. I don't know whether it's a Eurasian thing, whether it's part of the religion that I was raised in, or whether somebody just wanted to drink and then they made an excuse and then they brought wine. So it could be any of those things. But again, like, in the comments, if your family practices this, please let me know. Because none of my other single uncles have passed on yet. So the next time one of my single uncles pass on, I said the next time, not
That's our logic.
not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. I'm not going to kill him. But yeah lah.
So, Mahito, you're starring in a horror feature.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So, maybe you want to tell us how that came about and how is it so far?
I think we started shooting in May. Then we wrapped around June. Yeah.
That's fast.
Okay, a movie is generally about 1 month, thereabout lah. Okay, so it's more of like Thailand side of the such myth and superstitions. Then how did it come about and the good and bads of it lah. Yeah, and so please support when it's out in the cinema.
Okay, so you mentioned something happened lah, but you want to save it, right?
But in return, I will share another story of mine lah. You get what I mean?
Okay.
But I think for guys, especially for guys, I think a lot of our happenings happen in NS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, when I was younger, I had very, very brief encounters with the paranormal, but it wasn't to the extent where it's scary one. Yeah, like maybe you go, like primary school, you go toilet, then you hear someone talking at your ear, that kind. But pretty much that's about it. But the NS one was a bit different. So I'm a medic by training. So for medics, right, one thing that we do every week is we will have a IV test. So we learn how to do IV. Okay, so we need to poke our veins, need to insert the solution every week.
Yeah.
So at our training area, which is the training shed, right, there's always blood. Okay, there's always blood. Because when you train, sometimes you miss.
Yeah.
Even when you take out, there will be blood. Okay, so that particular area, somehow, the commanders will tell us, when you all do your guard duty, right, the area just faster go.
Oh.
Just faster go. Because there have been incidents lah, or maybe spottings. I always wear a safety, what you call that? Amulet lah. Amulet. Yeah, my mom got me the amulet when I enlisted lah. So I've been wearing that thing since day one of enlistment. That particular day that I forget to bring, right?
Oh.
Normally, right, when I sleep, right, I will hang the amulet beside my cabinet. Okay, just as a protection lah.
Yeah.
So just for that particular week, right, that I forgot, right, I use a beret. You know our beret, because our beret got one crest, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
To put at the bed frame lah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then we went to sleep. At 3+ a.m., right, I woke up. That I cannot move. Yeah, and you must be thinking, there's no sleep paralysis. Normal, correct? But no, you open your eyes like that, your entire body cannot move. Then you look at your buddy sleeping beside you, right? You want to call out for him, right? But then you cannot make out any sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then at the same time, our bunk, right, you can see the corridor one.
Ooh.
Yeah. Then suddenly the corridor, right, you can feel that there's people looking at you. But you cannot see anything lah. Okay, so after struggling for maybe, that thing I think was just maybe 5-6 minutes. Felt damn long. Then you slowly, like act movie like that, right? Your hand can slowly like that move a bit, right? Okay, so my first instinct reaction, right, was to reach out for my beret. Because got crest ma. Yeah. My first instinct reaction when I can move, I did this. I cannot find my beret. Hey, think no, it's stuck to the wall one.
Yeah.
Stuck to the wall. I reach out to my hand. Tung. I cannot find my beret. So, logically speaking, the beret will have dropped to the floor. Right?
Yeah.
So I turn, I double check. Okay, no beret. So I need to go down to see what's up.
Oh my God.
I don't know what came over me. I really bent down. Okay. Luckily, there was nothing there. What came after was a scary one. I bent down. Straight away, I came back up, right? The beret was right in front of me.
Oh.
On the bed.
On the bed.
Oh.
Nicely. Yeah. My action was like that. I went down. I came up only. Right in front. Right in front. It's like a slap to your face. Tell you, no use. No.
Yeah.
That one was the scariest experience ever. Normally I recover this kind of thing, right? I was angry. Then normally you get angry, something will go off, right? But the moment the moment the thing appear, I lost it. I really lost it. I cannot sleep the entire night. So I call my buddy, hey, can go down, smoke with me. Then look at me. See our 3+. Yeah, but after that I really went down. 3 a.m. right? I chain smoked until morning.
Oh wow.
Alone.
But the bunk got more people.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just needed to
Okay lah.
Let it out.
to calm myself down.
Yeah.
But I literally wear my beret and wear like minty. See at the smoking corner with that beret, right? I smoke until the morning. Yeah.
Wow.
But okay, so this one happened in your bunk.
In my bunk.
In your bunk.
And only me.
Oh.
Yeah. And only me.
But there were other people, but they were asleep lah.
They were asleep.
Oh,
yeah, they were.
Shit. You were the one without protection.
Yeah. And that was the only time I forgot to bring my amulet in.
Your bunk, it's all medics as well lah.
Yeah, all medics. But I mean, that building is quite known for got such things on. Yeah, quite known for got such.
To be fair, most of the camps in the area are quite known for such.
Yeah, somehow like all the camps got such stories on.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to the beret, right? A lot of people say the beret, the urban legend is that the beret is blessed by seven major religions, right? But there was one guy who went to debunk it. He said that he did the calculation based on mathematics, right? It's improbable. So if you believe in that kind of thing, but like I think it's someone spreaded it to make people feel that I'm protected.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's like a psychological thing. Like this beret represents the army. So you need to be scared of me. But the fact that this happened is like, I'm not scared of you, bro. I can just
Yeah, like sleep paralysis, so like phase 1. It's not so scary.
It's like what you said, it's like a slap in the face. Like, now
the moment I will not come down,
But did it happen to you anymore after that? Or
other incidents in camp? No. So after that, I make sure I bring my amulet. So every time it's the amulet, I realize. So after that, I go posted out, right? Got 1 week, I forgot to bring the amulet again. Yeah, it's somehow it always align one. It always align. It's always that week, right? That I book in, I forget to bring that amulet, right? But that one was rather minor lah. So that day itself is Sunday, which is book-in day. Then somehow I woke up at like 4 p.m. lah. Then when I book in, right, I cannot sleep. Yeah, I cannot sleep. Then without the amulet. Then that time don't have smartphone ma. So you can only try to turn, twist and sleep. Cannot be you play snake until like 6 a.m. Yeah. So for that particular bunk, it's bed to the wall. Left and right, lockers. So there's some like safety space that only you can access.
Yeah.
Okay, especially your pillow area lah. Then right at 3+, right, I turning the other side like that. Okay, I trying to sleep, right. Then suddenly, got people press my pillow.
Huh?
Yeah, literally like that. Like got people like. No, it's not like, you can feel one ma. It's not tap It's like, it's just like tung.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But then I angry lah. I turn there, I scold. I turn there, I scold. But then, next day, I went to ask people, hey, you all got this kind of thing in the new building lah. Then nobody believe what I'm talking about lah, because there's locker, you're to the wall, it's impossible ma.
Yeah.
It's impossible ma. You get what I mean lah? Like for anybody to reach within such a short distance. Yeah. Then after that, right, a few more of my company mates kena. Yeah, so always sleep halfway, then either people sit on the pillow or people touch the pillow when they're sleeping.
Creepy, yeah.
Hate that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you still have your amulet?
No. So that one, after NS never use already.
ORD also lah. Your amulet also ORD.
Also ORD. I give him back the IC.
Then the reservist how? Reservist.
Reservist, I never stay on it. I mean, my camp is the Bukit camp.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't really I touch it. But I think my temperament now, if I really cannot again, I would just scold. Yeah, I think I cannot tahan. It's like, I'm busy enough. Can you just leave me alone? I got my script to write. I got my video. Don't disturb me.
I think that's why he has no. The experiences that you had so far didn't really disturb you much, because I think they go scared of him lah.
Yeah lah.
No, I too busy. Like, don't come and disturb me.
Yeah.
Unless you want to help me with video editing. That kind.
Oh my god! Imagine the nails.
No, then next day the computer open, he wake up. The video done already.
Yeah.
Then got like one receipt invoice. You must burn how much for me.
That's not haunting already. That's outsourcing already.
That's outsourcing.
Outsourcing.
Freelance work.
Like somehow in every household, right, there will be one corner that is just darker or feels off. Like when I was younger, I would hear my mum screaming out of nowhere at night. Then maybe you're just thinking, maybe just adults having bedroom fun. But after that, when after we grow up, right, then she tell us it's quite normal that she sleep halfway, right? Someone pull her leg.
Then she scream lah.
Then she scream.
Wow. So the whole time you all were staying in that place, this would happen to her, is it?
No, she's still staying in the place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe the person sian already. Like,
but you do film there, right?
I filmed there last time lah.
Yeah. But not scary, man. Like knowing that fact.
I don't go into the room, man.
Oh, so it's that particular room.
That particular room.
So the particular room don't use
Yeah, I had my first nightmare in that room.
Oh my god.
Like, cause I kena chicken pox when I was 15.
Yeah.
Then I never had nightmare in my entire life before until I stepped in that room. Because I got chicken pox ma, then it will be quarantine ma. Yeah. Then that's the only time that I dreamt that I was in a cinema. I remember very clearly, 3rd floor. You finish the show, right? You want to go down, right? My 3rd floor to 2nd floor won't end one. Then at every turn, there's a lady in a red dress.
Oh.
At every turn. Yeah.
So you got watch Yin Yang Lu, is it? Because there's one story that is like the Tai Lo Pi one. And then it's the same thing. Exactly the same scene.
Like that.
Yeah, so Troublesome Night, this Hong Kong anthology horror. So that exactly same scenario.
Oh.
So the two person cannot exit the haunted cinema. Then how you wake up?
Suddenly like that, boom, entire body in sweat.
Cold sweat lah.
Cold sweat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you still living there? No.
No lah.
Parents?
My parents are living there.
We're still living there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe they made peace with the.
Yeah.
Oh, but what is interesting is my wife's old house. That one interesting. It was during one of the World Cup. Because the father liked to watch soccer. So in the old house, right? Imagine the toilet is here. The room is here. Okay? So you got toilet, you got room. Then you got living room is here. Okay? So at the toilet spot, right, you can see both the room and the living room. Okay? So every time that I go over, I just feel that there's one part of a house that's quite dark.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Then never give much thought about it. Until one time, right, she texted me late at night, like scared one. Okay? So every time she needs to go to a toilet, right, she can see both the bedroom and the living room. Okay? And World Cup period. So that particular day, late at night lah, okay, she went to the toilet, right? She saw the father watching soccer in the living room. At the same time, she saw the father sleeping inside the bedroom.
Oh my God.
Then the father in the living room talked to her. But from her eye view, she can see the father in the master room. She can see the father in the living room. Got two father.
So what did the father say? Come watch.
No, I think he just asked something like it's very normal to her. Yeah. But at that very moment, you don't know how to react. What? Because you see your father sleeping in the master room, then you see your father in the living room. It's like, yeah. Then she went back to her room, locker room, messaged me. Yeah.
Wow. So you guys still go back quite often, right?
No, they sold their house already. They sold their house. Yeah.
He very scared of doppelganger.
Oh really?
Scared of the two one.
Yeah. That one, I think how to react, yeah.
That's why when you tell me the story, the hair on the back of my neck just starts standing.
Yeah.
I really
how to
cannot.
react.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you don't know also which one is the real father. So if you start to one,
correct.
Yeah. But the fact that if the one that's asking is the spirit, that would be quite a manifestation, because normally you just see only like they walk. Then you say, I thought you in the living room or something like that. Very mild one, but can communicate. That one next level. Now this one is really scary. Yeah. Wow.
I like how he mentioned about house. Now I'm just evaluating my house. But my mom's house has, the area lah, because it's Bedok ma. No, I got to Bedok. No, because Bedok has a lot of stories, right? So my sister can see, right? So recently she just told me, that she was just saying that there was one point of time when she wanted to go inside the kitchen, and then she saw Pochon lying down on the floor.
Why your house can go in on, right? Your parents' house can just come in on.
I think it's a kitchen window lah.
House is a portal.
Close the gate lah.
Huh?
You open the gate on.
Okay, sometimes the window accidentally not close.
Oh.
Remember I told you the story, if you have to close the window?
Yeah, why? Just close lah.
Yeah, so when you forgot to close the window, this is what happened.
Then they will come in lah.
Yeah lah.
Wow.
Yeah. But just the kitchen.
Wow.
And the kitchen is famous for that.
Yeah.
And then also she said that she was going back home that day and she saw Kapi at the car park. Apparently that place lah.
Actually, I wanted to ask. So is there any negative side effect if you are married to a spirit?
Like you need to go and try first, then.
No. So from what I remember, the hearsay is that there's something called yin and yang.
Yeah.
Okay, so the alive people, we normally have yang energy. The people who are in the other world will have yin energy. So in a marriage of like ghost marriage, right? The other party will in a way absorb away the yang energy.
Oh.
So in short, right, your life will be shortened.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear.
It's the same. It's the same concept of the banana tree spirit. It's like you ask her to do whatever, right? She'll suck your yang energy. And then depicted in like the Hong Kong film like Mr. Vampire, the guy will literally age faster or like will eventually die.
Okay, so this question is for everyone. What would be the strangest ritual that you would have your followers to perform if, let's say, you're famous?
Or maybe you start with the most famous guy here lah. Like
Perform what?
Ritual.
Any strangest?
Like you ask them to do something stupid lah. Like I don't know, like ritual.
Yeah.
Why would you want to ask your follower to go and perform ritual? What's your problem?
Here's a good one.
Good celebrity. This one.
Yeah.
Why you want to do this kind of thing?
Just for the kicks.
You think you full metal alchemist?
Yeah.
No lah, this kind of thing, if you don't know, don't touch. You never know, then the next thing you gone already. Yeah. Then later I ask you to do one, then you can't find me. Then
wear red.
Yeah lah.
Then he never.
Then I need to go and fight back my amulet.
The amulet don't have. Never wear.
See, lucky thing you answer first. So now all my answers will be nice. And now I cannot. Okay lah. If I had like the kind of following that my YouTube has, okay lah. I will say every one of you must go be nice to one person.
Wow.
During this week.
What is this? Friendlier SG?
Hey, he already gave a very nice answer, though. So I'm like, okay lah. If I must give different answers, I was like, okay lah. You just be nice to one person this week.
Fair enough.
Do a favor for one person this week.
Okay lah.
That will be my ritual for them.
I need to balance lah, ho. Like it cannot be too positive. He got image to protect. Then you need to be healthy. You need to be friendlier SG. I'll be the bad guy lah. I will do what we in production do. So if you don't want it to rain, just put chili and garlic in the four corners. Then it will not rain. But I must warn you, because I've been told by spiritual masters that doing this actually minus your yang energy also. It's not good for the person who's doing it. Yeah.
Also, you hire someone to do it lah.
Then the person kena lah. But usually it works best if you are a virgin lah. Yeah. Yeah. Legit. Yeah. So all the
hiring now. No.
So all the poor production interns then they kena, then they minus. So I try to tell people not to do it lah. Like we don't mess with all this lah.
Wait, so it's chili and what?
Garlic.
Chili and garlic. Why chili?
Four corners of the area. I don't know. Maybe they like chili. They need condiments there. Don't have condiments. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Now I have to balance that as well. A little more pressure. Two good side, one scary side. Okay, let me think. I think the most strangest ritual that I will ever give anyone to do, which I don't even think I would want them to do, is to put on a clown makeup.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
And attend, like I don't know, a fan meet and greet session. I'll get freaked out lah.
That's why. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Scared of clown.
He's scared of clowns.
I am scared.
Clown convention.
You. Okay, I cancel the idea.
Just ask them to go and cleanse your kitchen. Maybe that will work better.
That's better ritual.
Yeah, better ritual.
It's a cleaning day.
Just throw salt. Ask them to throw salt.
Just salt. Yeah, that's good.
Apparently salt is something that helps to cleanse off bad energy. Yeah. Be it for religion. Like I do have a feng shui master.
Yeah.
Every year, right, we need to reset, right?
Yeah.
I had to go to all the corners, right, to throw salt on it.
Yeah.
Every year.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Well, let's wrap this up with, as always, a morbid fact of the day. Kyle, take it away.
In this religion, Mormonism, right, you can actually baptize the deceased, the dead. Yeah, you can baptize a dead person through baptizing a living person of the same gender, like proxy like that. So it's kind of like you baptize this person who is the same gender of this person, this deceased, as a proxy. So then the deceased get baptized. I don't know how it works.
I don't know how it works either.
But it just sounds quite morbid. So imagine if you baptize, right, then the deceased must be there. Then the dead person is there. A bit. Yeah.
I wonder whether it.
Are you going to say reverse?
No, not reverse. I was going to ask. I was wondering whether, like, if you baptize the proxy, does the proxy also get baptized, like, as collateral damage or something like that?
Collateral.
Like, some of the baptism falls on him also.
But it's supposed to be blessing, right?
Yeah. Well, collateral blessings then.
Collateral blessing.
Yeah.
Where do you find all these morbid facts?
The internet is a strange place. If you keep searching long enough, you'll find something weird.
Yeah. You know, I like the fact that the morbid facts makes me really question a lot of things after that. I'm like, does it work? Really, how does it work? You know?
I will say when researching your morbid effects, there's a certain point where you just think to yourself, okay, maybe I have to stop today. This might be going a little bit too far into
your Google the target, right? Wow.
Yeah.
Google is like, wow, this guy a bit weird, a bit perverted.
Imagine his recommendations for all the videos now.
I just stick to Google because already bad enough that I'm screwing up the search engine results.
Yeah.
So now it's just like, okay, I don't want to screw up my YouTube results. So enough of the weird stuff being recommended to me. Thank you.
Right, so thank you, Maito, for joining us. It's been great to have you.
My pleasure.
Thanks for coming, man.
And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Maito.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time. Yeah, just what happened was we were in the living room watching TV, and then after that, all of a sudden, my mom noticed a black figure coming from the kitchen all the way into my sister's room.
Oh my God.
My name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Ut is back with us once again. Hi, Ut.
Hello. Hi. So in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and tie it to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, we're looking at super creepy superstitions. This episode's theme was inspired by The Mirror from Season 5. Superstitions should not be put to the test, whether we believe them or not. A young woman named Pamela had to learn this the hard way.
Now let's take a look.
Days later, Adrian died first. Linda died mysteriously. 2 weeks later, in the same spot as Adrian, in the same way. Right in front.
In front of the same mirror. It's like the legend says. The spirit will claw out the eyes of whoever summons it. If we don't help Pamela now, the same thing can happen to her, or worse.
That's graphic.
I know, right? Like as the season progresses for Incredible Tales, right, like it becomes more and more graphic. Like as we've seen in the previous episodes, right? So for this episode, right, specifically this mirror is haunted lah.
Yeah.
Right? And this apartment is also haunted. Then they don't believe what the warnings are, and then people start getting possessed and being haunted lah.
Yeah, I guess there were a lot of superstitions as we grow up, hearing. So what were the first superstitions that you've ever heard?
I think mine was more like cultural stuff, like like as a kid, where I would pee or urine, my parents would tell me like, I have to be respectful, go to the proper places. And when I'm saying certain things, to be mindful where I'm saying it. These were like simple things that like my parents instill in me. And my mom would instill like me just like, praying before I go to bed. Praying when I'm in environments that were different from mine. Like if we were staying in a hotel or we're staying at another family's house. So she instilled that in me.
You mentioned praying before you sleep. Is it a thing to pray before you sleep?
Well, it was in my family as well. So it was this whole idea of, before you go to bed, say your prayers, everything. So it was kind of similar for me. Mine was a lot of Western superstitions. It's not stuff that we believed in our family, but I heard like, don't walk underneath a ladder. If you break a mirror, it's 7 years bad luck. So those were the kind of superstitions that I grew up with. But even stuff like saying your prayers before bed, that was stuff that I was raised with as well.
Yeah, myself as well. I think religiously and culturally we practice that. In fact, every single, even entering the room, you have to say a prayer. Even like wearing clothes, you have to say a prayer. So you have a certain prayer to kind of say out, and so that you can protect yourself against whatever evil doing that there is. On top of that, culturally, one of the things that I've started hearing when I was younger is to always close your door and window once the clock strikes 7. Because once it starts being dark, it's best for you to close your doors and windows because spirits can enter through windows.
I think I'm very, very safe because I never open my windows.
Oh, yeah.
I never knew that you would have to pray before you sleep. Like,
really?
like from the, I presume, Buddhist perspective, right? What's the reason for it?
My understanding is you're giving blessings to members of your family.
I remember there was a particular line in the prayer as well. It sounds, when it starts off, it sounds like, something that kids would say, and it almost sounds like a nursery rhyme. Then the last line is, if I die before I wake, pray the Lord my soul to take. And I was like,
damn, that's like,
I was like,
that's so macabre. Yeah, as a kid, when you hear that, what were your thoughts?
I didn't think anything of it because I thought like, it's just, raised in a religious household, they're like, at any point in time, death comes for all of us at some point. So, you want to make sure that your spirit, your soul is it's pure, it's cleansed. At least for a fact that, your soul is safe.
I second to that because I think our religion have similar teachings.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, before we sleep, we say a prayer. So just in case anything happens to us, we are kind of like secured. Like we say the prayer before we die, something like that, But we have, of course, specific verses that focuses on shooing away the evil deeds. Like, so, certain prayers that we say before bed is to also kick out all the evil things that might happen to you when you are sleeping, because there is a belief in the Malay folklore to always wash your hands, wash your legs before you go to sleep, wash your face, and then say a prayer, because if you don't, you get nightmares. Which it happens to me all the time whenever I don't do that. So it becomes a habit as well.
I mean, speaking of washing your feet, right? Like my superstitions, my grandmother taught me was to wash my feet. She's like, every time you leave the house, just wash your feet. And it's like, no, why? Not the bad jujus follow you. And then also, like, I live in a household where everyone washes their feet after they come back. Then it's like a ick thing. So it's kind of like superstition, but at the same time, like, just clean, right? We just like our feet because we don't wear shoes in Asia, right? So wash your feet, lor. That's for me, lah.
I think it's so interesting as we're sharing all this because these are all things that we did as children, as kids, and then now we're trying to break it down. It's like, what exactly is the story behind everything? For example, washing your feet, and if you don't, then you have the bad juju following you. But what's the story behind that?
Yes,
it's really interesting. And what's the story behind, like, having these prayers before you go to sleep? Because it just becomes like, very methodic. But then, like, what is the meaning behind all this?
Yes. Okay, so I want to touch on the mirror because I think the mirror is an object where all of us probably have heard something about it, right? So someone told me before that, if you stare at the mirror at night after 12 midnight, and there used to be a practice where people shave their eyebrows because they want to redraw it and all that.
Oh, okay.
So you won't have any facial hair and you stare in the mirror, something else will look back at you. Because I don't know. I don't know whether that's real. Anybody tried it before? I hope not.
Like Bloody Mary? Is it the Bloody Mary thing?
No, that one is another. That's another mirror.
Then you say Bloody Mary 3 times, right?
Oh my God, I don't know how to do that. Okay, but it's almost the same. But this time it's just that you have no facial hair.
Like your bald.
Eyebrows and all. Your bald is fine, but no eyebrow.
As in, like, in your reflection, you don't have eyebrow and you don't have hair.
You have hair, but you don't have eyebrow.
There's no eyebrow.
Yes.
Why?
I think because you're resembling a spirit that looks like that, and then they actually reflect back to you. So hence they kind of enter your body. So hence I when I heard that, I was young, so I've
had fear of looking in the mirror after 12 for no reason, even though I have eyebrows.
Oh, you want to see whether you got what would I look like without eyebrows? Is that what you wanted to do?
Just a thought.
Now just looking at you and try to figure out what you look like without eyebrows.
It's just weird. Just Photoshop my face.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
People look weird without their eyebrows. I mean, I ordained as a monk, and it's like because I had to shave everything. You know, my hair, my eyebrows.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, I did not know that. I thought you just have to shave your head.
No.
Okay.
So it's really interesting. So you look, people look different without their eyebrows. Yeah, for me, I feel like mirrors are like dimension. It's like a different dimension that we're going into. Actually, I want to touch on something that I'm going to forget. It's like it's something that Raihan and Kyle mentioned in terms of like opening windows, closing curtains, and stuff like that. I think it's really. It depends on your perspective of it, because it's like I have a very different perspective from my mom, because she closes everything, you know. At night she closes the curtains. During the day sometimes like the room is closed. But for me, I think like her perception is she's keeping the energies outside from coming in. And then for me, I feel energies are being holed up inside, therefore they need to be released out. So to this day, it's like it's funny. Like if we're in the same space, she closes, I open.
Oh,
yeah. So it really depends on our perspective of things. Because for me, it's like I feel when things are dark, when things are claustrophobic, you're just keeping the same energies.
Yeah.
And then I do understand her perspective, because you don't want to invite the wrong energies coming in. What's your perspective on it?
First of all, mirrors do trap things, right? Like as shown in that episode, the spirit is trapped inside the mirror, therefore it's repeating the curse, like killing other people, like affecting people that staying in that house with that mirror, right? So I think I would defer to yours, because there's always a balance, like yin and yang.
Yeah.
So when everything is enclosed, everything is dark, you tend to trap the negative energy. So that's why, like in the day, right, it's always advised from the perspective of a spiritual master is that you open all your windows, let the energy come in, like the yang energy, then let the air breeze out, like just flush out everything. But of course, at night you close it. So it's like a day and night kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't really practice it because I scared of bugs, but but dude, like I should, yeah. So yeah, I agree with your sentiment.
I can't remember where I heard this from. I don't think it was you, but somebody was saying that the reason why you want to open your windows is, yes, maybe something unwanted might come in, but because there's a way out, they'll just pass through. So yeah, that's what I heard, and that's what I'm also scared of bugs. So I've got mesh on my windows. So hopefully the spirits can pass through the mesh.
Yeah, but I want to touch on one thing, like the mirror thing, right? Like it really freaks me out.
Oh yeah.
Especially when I'm in a hotel. And then, right, I don't know why the interior designers for the hotel, right, they always like to put the mirror facing the bed. I remember like going to Philippines for some NGO work, right? And then immediately my friends were assigned a room with mirror. You know what they did? They brought the towel and then they just covered it.
Yeah,
I can't deal with this. I really can't deal with this. Yeah. But I recently heard from a feng shui master, they said that mirrors can be good or bad. Depends on where you placed it. For Taoism, right, the mirrors, there's this thing called the pakwa. So it's an octagon shape, right? Then there's a mirror, and then you put it on top of the your house gate to ward off evil spirits. Because the legend is that this kind of mirror, they will show the entity their true selves, and then they will be afraid of themselves. Then you'll run away. So it's a deflect, but it's only on the door. And on the flip side is a lot of people like to have walk-in wardrobes, right? These days, and then there's a mirror. But if the mirror is facing the door of the walk-in wardrobe or the door of the room, actually is very bad for your feng shui, because it means that it's a never-ending struggle. Yeah, so then that would be bad lah. Or it's mirror against mirror, even worse. So it means that you have a very challenging road ahead when you meet. Not saying that there's ghosts lah, just not good for your feng shui or your aura if you believe in that lah. Yeah, so that's what I've learned about the mirrors.
Because I am redecorating the house now, so I just need to double check. So if the mirror is perpendicular to the door, that's still okay?
I don't know. I'm not a professional. That's just what I heard, man.
You just need to invest in getting a feng shui master.
Yes.
And that will solve your problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but that's interesting because we are talking about superstitions. We are talking about our beliefs in superstitions. How is it that, okay, have you ever, because now that we are talking about it and you're redecorating your house, right? So have you ever had a situation where you followed a superstition and it saved your life? And if you hadn't followed that superstition, would it be different?
Very subjective whether or not what you did got you out of what was supposed to happen. But I do believe in, like, when you do good, it's going to take over the bad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you're gonna, you're advised to do merits, release fishes, release a cow from being slaughtered, or going to an orphanage. I feel that's goodness anyway. So the goodness is gonna override any bad juju that's around you. So I mean, on the flip side, if you continue to find yourself in situations that's going to attract more bad juju, then that's going to take you the wrong route.
So I think the latest one was when I was in my mom's hometown in northern Thailand. It's a very long ride. Not like Singapore, like 30, 40 minutes you reach already one, and it's like a 1-2 hours ride. And then I was kind of hammered already. I drank a lot. And it's in the countryside, so like you don't really have rest stops.
Yeah.
So me and my dad were like, we need to pee. And well, guys, okay, we'll settle by the roadside. Then we rode up to this, like, in the middle of nowhere, like rows of abandoned shop houses. Then a lot like tall trees, like forest around forest area. But there's like a road and then we just went up. And then like, even though you're an adult, right? Having your parent with you makes you a bit more braver. Yeah. And then they are the ones who teach you the superstition. Yeah. Then I asked my dad, hey, you think it's fine or we just say, sorry, excuse me, let me pee. Really urgent. And he said, yeah, it's fine. Then you get the parents' chop of approval. Yeah. And then we basically, sorry, then we both pee together. Then it was fine . I mean, it's one of those moments that it's kind of like bonding. It's kind of weird, but at the same time, it's also like, I think I dodged the bullet with my dad. But no choice. It's either that or you pee in your pants, right? Yeah, really no choice. I just say, I'm really sorry. I do horror one. I know I shouldn't be peeing around the forest, but I'm really sorry. I need to go because I drank way too much.
Yeah. I think it makes you feel safer that you say sorry rather than not saying it at all. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether post peeing, you might have this, what if something actually followed me back because I didn't say sorry?
That's what I thought. But having like my dad there I felt safer. Because one, I'm not alone. Because I have to walk to a secluded section where there's barely any lights. Two, it was my dad, someone who I'm very close with. So like it's easy . Yeah.
I think going back to what you were saying, like, what happens if I don't say sorry? Like, for me, it hasn't happened to me. Just want to clear that up. But when the question is like, has a superstition saved your life? For me, I look at how it's played out for other people, and that's how I think to myself, like, maybe I'll just keep doing this. Because, saying sorry before you pee, and, it's something similar happened to somebody else I know, where it's not peeing but might have knocked over something that they shouldn't have in a very forested area, and maybe they didn't know, but then like for a week after that they're really sick. So for me, we've talked about respect for the supernatural so many times in the series, and I think that shows, even unintentionally, like if you disrespect something, then there will be consequences. So when I think, has a superstition saved my life? I don't know for sure, but if I'm comparing it to other people who not even consciously did not follow that superstition, I think I can say yes. Just because, thankfully, so far I've been quite safe.
Right. I think for myself, I'm a strong believer of superstitions, and I do them because I've had a fair share of things that happen to me. I mean, sleeping without saying a prayer, and then you have nightmares, ghost hauntings at night, like in your dream, that happens. Not closing the window. I think I'm not sure whether I shared this story before in one of the episodes, but there was one moment in time where back in my mom's house, when we were younger, we didn't close the windows, the kitchen window. And the kitchen window is famously known for sightings. Because it's an old block, right? So there are a lot of birds flying around at night. Mysterious birds.
Birds, right?
Large
Birds.
birds. Get what I mean? So, I mean, my brother has spotted them. The void deck is famous for whispers and sudden winds, etc. So, just what happened was we were in the living room watching TV, and then after that, out of a sudden, my mom noticed a black figure coming from the kitchen all the way into my sister's room.
Oh my God.
And then at that point of time, my mom was like, looking around, and we were all in the living room. So she was like, who just entered the room? And the room is dark, by the way. So my mom switched on the light, my sister's room, came in, and then she immediately felt like goosebumps. So she went out. My father was not there. So my father is usually the savior. So he knows best. But he was not home. He called my brother, and then he went in, and then he also felt the same. So we got to do something, I mean, I think the thing is in that room. So I remembered coming in, saying a prayer, and so is my younger brother saying a prayer. Both of us had goosebumps.
Oh, man.
And we just stayed out in the living room until my father came back home, and then he decided to say a prayer, cleanse the room, splash some water in. And after a while, the room starts to ease down. Hence, closing the window and doors are very important in my family, especially after a certain hour.
Just don't open.
We open in the morning. I agree with what I think you mentioned, the yin yang. We open in the morning, but nighttime close.
Yeah, nighttime close.
Yeah.
So you also close, right? Your windows?
I open the windows during the day, and then I close them at night. As what you were saying. I think we're both
similar
in understanding that type of understanding that on the same level of like energies. Where during the day, because it's light, it's the yin yang that Kyle said, and then at night it's like you just close everything off. But I don't believe swing to one, like closing everything all the time and everything. But I find it so interesting because we all have different types of upbringing and culture. So I always find it fascinating just listening.
I mean, I am a big believer, right, that whatever you do, as long as it's not extreme, like in terms of superstitions, right, you don't hurt anyone. I think it's fine. And what Art said, right, like he cannot justify whether it saved his life, but by doing it, maybe it already did, but you don't know because nothing has happened thus far because you follow the rules and respect, right?
Yeah, and I think when you're more like you're in tune, you kind of create your. I don't even want to use the word superstition. It's like you create your own methods of respecting the energies, and then you have those particular methods that you do. I think I tend to follow that more clearly nowadays.
Agree.
I think it's also interesting that the culture that you live in informs those decisions that you make. Like my family was raised with a certain religion, but during the Hungry Ghost month, for example, my mom will always, when I was a kid, my mom would tell me, make sure you're back really early because the Hungry Ghost month. And I was like, but that doesn't gel with our religion. She's like, well, just to be safe.
Yes, likewise. I mean, we have to respect each other's culture. And we might accidentally cross the line if we don't.
Exactly.
I think that happens a lot when people don't know when they're in a different culture. Like, when you have a lot of foreigners who travel to Southeast Asia or Asia, it's like we have our own culture and things set and traditions that they can overstep not knowing. And I think a lot of times that's when they end up with bad juju or bad energies without them knowing.
I think we should have like a sign, when people come to Changi Airport, like, these are our laws. These are our supernatural laws.
But honestly, it's just simple respect too.
Thailand has it. like in Thailand, right, there's actually a set of rules already. So it's just one rule, like treat Buddha with respect, because it's a Buddhist country and they hold Buddha as like the highest esteem, right? So Falangs are basically foreigners. They like to go to Thailand to get like the Buddha tattoos. And it's not Satyan tattoo. Satyan tattoo is like blessed one. It's like by a proper monk that's ordained. They just go to this random tattoo shop and they just tattoo Buddha. Then that's ultra disrespectful. And a lot of like the Western architectural interior firms, right, they like to decorate their house with Buddha statues. And those are actually bad. And there has been like people collecting Buddha statue heads and then they just put it in their toilet or something. That's major disrespect. Yeah.
Wow. It's become sort of like a fashion, like, because you have the whole Zen, yoga, New Age. So then it's like the lines are very blurred. But it's interesting that Kyle mentioned this, because I remember there was a billboard, like when you come out of the airport. This was probably in the past year. I think it was coming out of COVID, and was huge. And basically, it was because you mentioned like, oh, there should be like, these are the laws of the common laws. And then you have like the spiritual laws. And then that reminded me that there was a billboard in regards to mocking the Buddha for foreigners. I thought that was so interesting because I've never seen that. But I think it's gotten to the point where it needs to be, it needs to be kind of stated. And there are different extremes of tourists. Some they just don't know. And then some they should know better.
Exactly.
So I thought that was really interesting that, the government took a step up to actually be informative about the religion and Buddha and how to respect. It was specific. It was saying that, Buddha and the culture should not be taken lightly or something like that. It was like a big billboard.
Agree.
Okay, so we spoke about mirrors, and we know that mirrors are a part of a superstition, right? We have beliefs about mirrors. So what is it about mirrors in particular that inspire this kind of fear?
Well, I think it's like the unknown of when you're going to look into the mirror. It's a natural response. I don't think it's even like, because we're articulating it, but then when you feel it, there's that you don't know what's gonna stare back at you, depending on the environment. If you're like, in a safe environment, you're using the mirror to look at yourself, brush your teeth, but you're in like a very kind of dark environment, uncomfortable environment, then you start to feel uncomfortable.
I agree on that.
I generally am okay with mirrors, but every once in a while when I'm in a particularly cowardly mood, I can't even look in the mirror, even in a comfortable space. It creeps me out a little bit every time I look in the mirror. And we'll be talking about like doppelgangers in a future episode, but it's the idea of looking at yourself. I don't know why it just creeps. Thing where if you look in the mirror and you see yourself without your eyebrows, that would freak me out. That would absolutely freak me out.
Not knowing what you will see in the mirror, that really scares you. Especially if it's in a dark, shady place. If it's in a bright place, it's fine. Unless you wake up and you look terrible and you look in the mirror, that scares you.
that scares me everybody, yes.
For me, I'm generally fine with the mirrors. I think mostly it's just what I'm afraid of is just the ones that you see in the circus, which is very rare. The mirror attraction, so it's a lot of mirrors. It's like a mirror maze, right?
Yes.
So that I'm scared of. But speaking of that, let's bring back the incredible scale. So basically the incredible scale, right, is a scale where we see from 1 to 10 how scary something is, okay? So I'm going to ask all of you, including the audience also, like, how scary do you think the mirror is? Raihan?
4.5.
It's not bad.
Unless you put a mirror in the cemetery and have to look at it. That's a 10.
Why? Why would anyone put a mirror in the cemetery?
Why would you put this idea in other people's heads?
People are going to put it there now.
Shit. Anywhere between an 8.5 and a 9.
Wow. That really hate mirrors.
They just, I don't know. They just creep me out so much.
We know what to get you for your birthday.
We get you a mirror for his birthday.
Thanks, guys.
You?
5. 5 being because I'm neutral. It's like not either or. I don't think mirror really freaks me out, even though I had that one experience that I told you guys about. But I'm aware of it. I do feel I understand mirrors in the sense of like what Kyle was saying, like in terms of feng shui, how like if it's placed, it's because it can house, and it also it's the opposite. It's like it can also house, but it can also actually just be limitless as well. You know, in 2 dimensions and whatnot. I feel.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm not as freaked out with mirrors.
Kyle?
0, bro. 0. Like, you know why?
Okay.
You all haven't think of something that is logical in that sense, lah. You can just smash the mirror.
But then you get 7 years bad luck.
I don't believe in that. to me, I don't believe in that. I believe if the mirror crack on its own, like when you stare at it, you know, like one of those things that just crack, then maybe you 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
But if you smash it, I don't think so. It's just material, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. Love the practical response.
Very practical.
Yes.
It's to add on to Kyle, it's like it's the emphasis that you give to objects too.
Yeah.
You know, it's
actually, yeah.
So if you give the emphasis and you give it energy and you give it a story, then it's gonna start to become that story, and then energies are going to start to embody in those objects. Yeah.
Wow. The mystery of the cup. Just putting a story.
If my barber happens to be watching this episode, I just want her to know this is why every time I come to you and I want to shave, it's because I just don't want to look into the mirror.
Nice.
So yes.
All right, so this question is for everyone. What's a superstition that you have heard that is just too silly to believe?
I actually have an answer ready for this one. I remember, because I said like when I was growing up, I would hear all these Western superstitions.
Yeah.
And so like, you know, the break the mirror, you can't walk under the ladder and stuff like that. All those, I'm like, The one I heard was a rhyme, step on a crack, break your mother's back.
Oh?
Wow.
Yeah. So if you see a crack on the pavement and if you step on it, your mother's back would be broken. And I was like,
okay, I like how that you gave context because my mind was going
I know.
somewhere else.
I can see where your mind was going. I was like, that's a step too far even for me. No pun intended, step too far, but yeah.
It's not like the common methods to take, but then you have people out there who are going to take advantage of people who are looking for hope or they feel hopeless and they don't know what to do. Yeah. So then they go to these quote unquote self-professed like gurus and doctors. And I think they start to come up with all these like strange and silly ways of like, you know, of superstition, you know? So it's like, yeah.
So, okay, I just remember I got one. Basically, this one is, I think, quite universal with Chinese people, I guess. But I never believed in it. They say if you eat quail eggs, any eggs like from birds that are smaller than a chicken egg, you're going to get like bad luck.
Oh.
I don't know why. I challenged the notion and I was like, why? It's like, no, like, just get bad luck because you eat like something so small. But you eat egg, what? Egg is also so small. Like, it's also like sin, isn't it the same? So you're saying that you value the life of an egg over a value like of the quail egg. So doesn't make sense, what? So I thought that was pretty ridiculous.
Right.
I know you said that that's something that you don't believe, but from now on, just to be safe, I'm not going to have any more quail eggs.
Walao, quail eggs are nice, okay?
They're great.
They are amazing.
But
especially the lock ones, you know, the lock ones.
Oh, yeah, those are nice. Yeah.
Those are nice.
For myself, there was a belief that if you open up an umbrella in the house, a snake will enter. Yeah. Yeah, there was a belief. So, you know, my parents, they used to say, don't put the umbrella in your house, put them outside the house. And then also, if you put it in the house, better to close it, you know. So I was like, are you sure? So I actually tested that theory before. I did. I opened up the umbrella and I just put it there. And I'm like, I'm just going to leave it for like, I don't know, hours. There were no snakes. I kind of argued back, and well, there's no snakes. Then I understood why the context happened. Is because back in the days, in the kampong days, when you open an umbrella, you put it there, and there were a lot of snakes, right? In the kampong days, the snakes will come in to seek shelter under those umbrellas. Hence the belief.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Also, there was another belief saying that because the umbrellas have sharp edges. If you put it in a closed room or a house, young children might accidentally poke their eye onto the sharp edges. Hence, they created this kind of beliefs to make you, not open up.
It's interesting because it has a practical element to
Right,
it,
yeah.
and
Right.
then it's been like converted to a superstition.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very
It's
interesting.
like the wash leg thing.
Yeah.
Wash your feet. Kind
Right,
of thing.
right.
Yeah.
Although I still believe in that.
But on the flip side, Wayne knows this. So never open your umbrella indoors for Chinese.
Oh.
Because umbrellas can shelter spirits. So a spirit can actually hide inside an umbrella.
Oh,
so you open it up,
likewise.
then the spirit come out. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why they always keep the umbrella outside of the house, or you don't open it. It's bad luck lah.
Right.
So that's the most famous one. Yeah.
All right. So it's time once again for our morbid fact of the day, courtesy as always of Kyle.
So right, there's a one about a famous superstitions where you walk under a ladder is actually bad luck. So the reason, right, for this possible origin is for that when you walk under a ladder and it's placed against a wall, it forms a triangle representing the Christian Holy Trinity. So walking under a ladder actually breaks the Trinity, hence bad luck.
I used to play under the ladder as a child. You know when your parents open up? I mean,
It's just dangerous, bro.
I know. Whoops. Please don't do this. But the ladder, when you open up the ladder, it's like that, right? So it's like, there's this the bridge is falling down, and you go in and out, in and out, in and out.
I like how you were so excited about something very specific. I used to play under the ladder as a child.
Have you heard about that? Like the bad luck for the ladder thing?
I've always heard it since growing up, but I never knew the origin of it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm actually like reading it because it's so
Yeah.
it's very interesting deep diving into these things like that's
Yeah.
been embedded in you and you really don't know where the facts are really from. You're like,
Exactly.
oh, okay, that's where it came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
Like, growing up, right, when we walk past something that is bad luck or walk under something that's bad, for example, a ladder, so they will do this,
Oh.
Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So if the audience, know, please put in the comments and let us know, because this means that you will negate the bad luck.
Oh.
So if you walk,
This?
yeah. So you walk under a ladder, you do this, then you walk under all the hanging clothes,
Yeah.
especially underwear, you do this also. So to negate the bad luck. I don't know. I really don't know what's the thing. This was told by my grandmother and this was told by my schoolmates also. I don't say, you walk under this and you must like that. Then the bad luck gone.
Okay.
Can you go find more info behind
Yes,
that?
please. But what is this action? What is this?
That's what I mean because that's what I mean.
For the audio people
it'd be
who are
interesting
listening
to
in.
know where the origin is because like we can easily. I mean, let's say like today we come up with like a. Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like in the next, when we see people walking through.
I think for every
But I think
subsequent episode
there
we
should be a
doing
story.
this.
Behind it. There is.
I'm sure someone will let us know. Yeah.
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 What you would say?
No, I was gonna say like for every subsequent episode from here on, we should just do this randomly.
Okay.
We're gonna. It's gonna be a thing. Yeah, it's gonna be a thing.
This is an example of superstition.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of the superstition that we follow, we don't like. Some of them could be something that's just it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then it just became something that was symbolic to for us to do to get to a certain place to ward off bad energies.
Yeah.
So I think it's really interesting that we have this conversation because it's
Yeah.
like we're comparing notes of like things that have been embedded, and then it's interesting that there are facts where they're
Yeah.
from, but then there's a lot that we don't know too.
I agree.
I'm looking forward to finding out what your search terms are gonna be for this. Slapping chin with hand, bad luck.
Probably the search result will be how to get rid of your double chin. Right, so thank you again, Art, for joining us, and thank you everyone for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes will be on every week on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Ut.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
Then so the long tunnel, right? The lights at the end started to turn off. So it was like tung, tung, tung.
Oh my God.
My name is Kai.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
So we're joined tonight by Kai, better known online as Pale Nerves. Kai's videos include rants, skincare chats, horror movie reviews, and a collection of ghost hunting videos, not so coincidentally titled Incredible Tales.
I still want.
It's fine.
Yeah, hi,
It's
Kai.
fine. We love it. Hi, Kai.
Hi.
Yeah.
So for this episode, we're looking at the roots of creatures and spirits. This episode's theme was inspired by Orang Minyak from season 3. Most Indonesians would shudder at the mention of Orang Minyak, or oily man. Is he human or spirit? And what does he do to his victims?
Let's take a look.
I was waiting for your standard laugh.
a bit hard
the
to
uncomfortable laugh.
A bit hard to laugh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for Kai, do you remember watching this episode?
I think vaguely. Actually, honestly, I got short-term memory. But it's like, I remember got Orang Minyak one. Because I remember that time my helper was watching with us. And she was telling me if I naughty, then later Orang Minyak come.
Oh my God. I've always been on the fence on whether if this spirit is real.
Yeah.
It could be just a man, someone who's committing a crime, then just happens to use this spirit.
So basically what I understand about Orang Minyak in Malay folklore is that they are actually summoned. It's a spirit that is summoned by an individual for them to gain a bit more power, for them to also sexually assault virgin women lah. So especially in the kampung days, I don't know whether it psychologically, is it because this particular guy never had any sexual encounters and he feels very, I want to have a partner whatsoever and nobody wants me, and he decided to take up this spirit so that he can satisfy himself through the spirit.
When you say that, like the person summons the spirit onto himself or as an actual being?
Onto himself.
So he will possess, I presume, like certain powers lah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he will transform into that figure lah.
Wow.
So Kai, your videos, you named your series as Incredible Tales.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe you'd like to tell us more why you named your series as Incredible Tales.
I think because growing up, I had a lot of this kind of experiences. But I never really had a platform to talk about it. For me, it was just like, I tell either my helper or my sister. So I didn't really talk about a lot of paranormal stuff. I think until I created TikTok during the pandemic, because I got nothing better to do than to yap. So I was yapping about a lot of other things. I think one time I yapped about paranormal, then it gained a lot of traction. I was like, I didn't know that would be something that people would be interested in. Yeah. Then I was like, I should collate all my paranormal videos into one playlist. I was like, what to name it? Incredible Tales. Let's pray that they don't sue me.
Your Incredible Tales are, as you tell these stories, did anything happen to you while you were telling these stories, or have you had any experiences yourself?
I think in terms of telling stories, there's a reason why I stopped in the first place. I think I stopped for a few months really, because I think back then, especially when I was still in NTU, whenever I was trying to revive the series, because obviously I'm very lazy, so I'll do it when I got the feel lah. But then when I tried to revive the series, I think a lot of weird things started happening.
Oh?
Yeah, I think some things I haven't captured it on video. Yeah, so I think there was once I was trying to tell one story in hall. Then my cloth rack just budged. And I was like, oh, I just turned back. And then it was still filming though. So I was just like, and I just continued because I was like, oh, maybe it's the wind. I was like, cannot be the wind because like my aircon was on and like my windows were closed. So I was like talking. Then it budged again. I was like, okay, maybe not today. Then I just switched off the video. So I think it's like small instances and like waking up at odd hours of the night whenever I start to like revisit paranormal experiences. Yeah, I think it got very taxing to a point where I just decided to like not do it so often. Yeah, every now and then when I feel quirky, I'll still do it lah. But like I try not to be so like, every Sundays you get an Incredible Tales. I'm like, yeah, I think that's not happening. Like, yeah.
Right. Is it a psychological effect that you might be paranoid, or do you think it's something about it?
I used to think I was just paranoid, but I think like I had a roommate in year 3, and he gets to me like, yeah, Kai, after being your roommate, like I'm a believer now.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, it's not a me problem because like my roommate, like I'm so sorry lah, Josh, but like you asked me to be your roommate. So you also kena lah. So yeah.
Do you think that is because of you telling ghost stories that the things that are happening in your room, or is it because of that particular room?
It's not the room, try and test it. After I moved to single room, also kena. So
they are following you.
Yeah, at first I blamed the room. Then after a while in year 4, I was like, yeah, guys, it's not the room, it's me. Yeah.
To clarify, you are telling all these stories at campus?
Campus and home lah.
Where is the scariest place that you're willing to go while shooting one of your videos?
I think I've went to all the cemeteries already.
What?
Yeah. That time I did this live stream with a brand, then they make me go cemetery for 12 hours. Yeah. Like until like 3 a.m. Then they asked me to go and like explore all that. Yeah. Because they wanted to test the data. Like it was a carrier brand. So then I just like...
So you went alone?
I was alone at first. Then they had a guest feature, which was my friend. Then I asked my friend like, please stay with me. Then he just stayed with me throughout. Yeah.
Like, do you experience anything?
At first don't have. At first still okay. But then I think when we reached there, right, I asked them, oh, y'all got sweep, like pray.
Yeah.
Then they say have. Then I was like, oh, okay lah, then it won't be so bad.
Yeah.
Then because it was live stream using like this heavy, like HD camera thing, like a whole like cameraman need to handle on. Then I was like walking. Then halfway through, I just felt like my chest tightening, like very uncomfortable. Then after that, like I just told my friend like, hey, something like not right there. Like I told him straight out, like something like not right there. Then the moment that happened, right, the live stream got cut. Then the lights just went out. Then I was like, what the... Then when I asked the producer, I was like, yeah, I really feel like something's not right. Then they went to tell them, like, hey, sorry, haven't do the prayer yet. Then I was like, oh, then I was like, then we shouldn't start ma. Because I said I only okay to start it when you guys told me that you all did the prayers already. Then, oh, sorry, you go and sit down a while first. Then they did like the... And I was like, oh, okay.
What time did this happen?
I think around like 1.
Wow.
In the morning.
Yeah.
So they had the whole crew with you lah?
Yeah.
Oh,
so it wasn't so bad. There was like...
Okay.
Yeah, but I just felt like something not right lor. Then they told me I haven't prayed. Then like, walao, like...
Yeah,
don't
wow, you see, you feel lucky, right? We got everything settled, yeah.
But Kai, you have third eye, if I'm not wrong, right?
I guess, yeah.
Have you seen anything in particular? Or how do you know that you actually have third eye?
I think I only found out in poly.
Ooh.
At least that's when I remember lah. But then apparently like my parents said like they knew all along. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I used to be forced to like wear this amulet thing every time when I go to school. Then I think in like secondary school I just kind of stopped wearing because like, it's not very like aesthetic. Then I was like, I leave house right I wear. Then when I in school that I take out, then I put in my bag. Yeah. So I think after a while, I think the one instance that really like confirmed this theory was when I was in poly. Then I had like, those school camps. Then they have this culture called like Fright Night, which is where like they create a deliberate like scare path. Like Halloween Horror Night lah. Concise into one very amateur walkway that we thought was very scary.
God, I remember that.
Then we'll make props, all that. Yeah, so technically that's what we did lah, because I was the organizer of one of the school camps back then. So I did this Fright Night route, and then we were trying to recce it. Whenever we walk past, right, the seniors were like, oh, don't look up. Because if you look up, got something. But then I always thought it was like they just want to like mess with us lah. So I didn't really like believe it per se. Yeah, so there was one night, I think like around 12, like me and my team, we were like wrecking the tunnel. Then we were like looking. Then I went ahead because I just wanted to like get it done over with and go back and sleep lah.
Yeah.
So I went ahead. Then I was just like looking out in the tunnel. Just like, oh. And it was a very, like once you look up, right, I can see all the pipes.
Right.
So it's not just like a ceiling. It's like, it's very steep and like congregated for some reason. I don't even know why. So out of nowhere, right, I heard this like slithering sound. So I was like, wow, must be a lot of lizards, yeah. Then I whoa, happy. And so out of nowhere, I saw okay, this one really is like, believe me if you want, but it's like a body of a woman, but it's like lizard hybrid. You get what I mean? So it's like woman, but the body is like lizard. Yeah, so that was my first supernatural sighting. Then I was just like stunned. I was like, what the, like, am I tripping or what? Yeah. Then I just stare. Because I think at that point I was also like too shocked to even talk or move. I was just really like paralyzed. So I was staring. Then the point that like really shook me to the core, right, was when she turned around and she smiled at me.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I just remember that all my friends can like, they can like confirm this story because I just like fell and I just like started bawling my eyes out. Like they had to physically drag me out of the tunnel. Yeah. Funny thing is, okay, so when I was just like going through it, like just crying at the end of the tunnel, right? So my seniors came, then they were like, oh, what happened? So they had props, you know, like big hammer props.
Right.
Then I don't know why they're so stupid. Please don't try this at home, kids. But it's like they went to hit the ceiling with the props.
Oh.
Then they went to taunt it, like don't disturb. I was like, I don't know why they do that, like, honestly, like, guys. But then they like, pom. Then they were like scolding whatever was there, lah. Then so the long tunnel, right? The lights at the end started to turn off. So it was like, tung.
Oh my God.
If Incredible Tales had a tunnel episode, this would be it, lah. So it was like, tung. And it just ran out. And then we just like, yeah. And honestly, right, that was our first time not to use that place, but we still used it either way. And like a lot more shit happened, lor. So it's like scarers that we got halfway through, right? This girl, she just ran out. She was like, sorry, I cannot do this anymore. Then she just like, don't want to tell us what she saw. She was like, I'm sorry, I cannot. Then she don't want to tell us why also. Then like a lot of other weird things happen, like partitions that we set up with tape, right, will fall one after another. Like fall sequentially, like even though they spam the duct tape like crazy, it was just like, yeah.
This was in campus.
Yeah.
So I have a theory of what it is. Could be a demonic presence.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Chinese we call it yao lah, like the demon lah, because it's no longer human. Half a human actually. I don't know. Like lizard body, lizard demon. Oh.
Yeah, because I always thought my first like ghost sighting or what would just be like a human that's transparent. I don't know why I see lizard. Then I like why?
I think we will faint. Our greatest fear combined into one.
Yeah, I was about to
then
say.
plus spirit, that one straight to.
And then the worst part, right? Like, so to me, I thought, okay, maybe I hallucinate. I keep thinking in the back of my head, I damn tired, what? So there's a chance I can hallucinate. Like, I'm gonna like still believe the scientific sense of it lah. But then 1 week after, so me and my friends, in broad daylight, we were gonna go to, so this is the tunnel. Then there was a food court ahead of the tunnel.
Right.
So we were walking over to the food court. Then this cleaning auntie stopped us. Then she was like, boy, girl, come here. Then after that, we went to the tunnel. She took 2 rubber bands and she gave one of us each. She was like, 帮我射那个杂抓女孩. So it's kind of like shoot the lizard woman.
What?
Yeah.
She literally mentioned that to you. That was before you went to the tunnel.
Then she was like, but she was saying it damn casually. She was like, 帮我射那个. Then we just like,
this was after you saw or before?
After. Then my friend just like, auntie, sorry, 我知道了. Then we just like, we're late, sorry, cannot help you. Then we just left. Yeah.
So that was your like third eye awakening lah. Like you really saw something that's super
I think
terrible.
the rest of it was just like feeling. But I think that was my first like, that I can remember.
Can you still see?
Ever since I stopped telling, I didn't really have much experiences really.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know, you know, because certain things, like for example, right, like, okay, I don't want to see it. I will never ever want to see. But what if they really want to show themselves? That means we could see, right? Even though we don't have a third eye.
Yeah.
Does it happen?
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? I think the site, right, has different levels. Depending on how like your energy is. Like Art mentioned that his one is more of like
Sensing, right?
Sensing
Yeah.
and more emotions. You can feel the emotion. Now, Kia's one is more of like full on sight. Can see one like, wow, macam, you know. And what about yours?
Okay, sure.
I think mine is half-half. Yeah, because I don't see like very often. It's not like I wake up and like, hi guys, this room is like filled with like ghosts. It's like when I see is really like once in a long time one. Like I go cemetery, I also won't really see.
But
it's more of like feel.
You feel
I feel very often, but it's like I don't see it very often.
So it's like, can I say that it's more like a sixth sense?
Oh, yeah.
Like, is okay, for example, if you close your eyes, you can imagine, you can sense like whatever's standing or whatever's walking around.
I just know that there's something there. Like whether the proximity, I cannot tell you, hey, behind you or like on your back. I don't know
can
what
tell,
it
like, if
is,
a
but I
room
just know that it's bad juju. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do the listener service. I have to ask every single time someone with the third eye or sixth sense is here. Do you see or sense anything in this room?
No leh, too early. The sense haven't wake up yet.
Serious, don't have.
No eh.
No.
Don't tell me you got keep ghosts, no.
No,
Run out of this building, eh.
So do you know of any people who keep ghosts?
I know of my friend's dad who keeps ghosts. Then he has a shop in Chinatown. Then like he will like halfway talking to me, oh, I'll go and weigh the kueh first. Like, okay. Yeah.
Then you go to the shop.
Yeah. Because he got help me before.
Or to settle some stuff.
Yeah. That time when I went to Old Changi, then got a thing follow me back. Then he helped me settle.
Wait, so do you know why his dad keeps ghosts?
I don't have to ask.
No, that's
I just act blur lor. He's like, oh, I go feed the ghost. Like, okay, I go and buy McDonald's. I just act blur lor.
Okay, so going back to the episode, have you ever seen something similar to an Orang Minyak?
No, I think the closest is the lizard woman. Yeah, but I never see like oily man before. I think if I saw that, I would not even think it's ghost. I'll just call police. There's a slimy guy spotted.
Is the slimy guy like literally slimy or like you're just expressing?
I don't know. I never touched.
Yeah.
What about other entities or I mean, in terms of genre-wise, horror genre, like, are you more of the Asian genre kind of person? Like, you know, this one.
This one.
She has a name, okay?
I don't want to mention. Don't want.
Because when you did that, I thought you were like pointing to me. I was like, what the hell, man?
I think in terms of the ones I see is, other than the lizard woman, most is just really look like human. Yeah, but I think in terms of like the kind of spirits or like spirit knowledge, you want to test knowledge, I think I only know the Asian one. Yeah, because the time my kakak will read me ghost story before I sleep. Yeah.
Wow.
So what's the scariest? I mean, aside from the
Lizard woman.
what's the scariest entity you have seen?
Okay, scene-wise, nothing else really scary. For me, it's like when I go and say this kind of things, then maybe sometimes I'll like see shadows and stuff. But it's like in terms of like fear factor, in terms of looks-wise, right? Like none of them are very scary. But in terms of experience-wise, I think it's the Changi one. Yeah, it's because I think like, as we all know, I also don't know why I suka go Changi Hospital. But it's like, I went there, then in the end, something followed me back. And I only found out cause, okay, so basically my house, the corridor, right, got these two dogs. Then they don't bark one. Like even if strangers all that, right, they don't bark. Then I don't know why that night, cause I stayed at the chalet. So after we went Changi Hospital, then I went back to the chalet to sleep. Then next morning, then I come home. Then I walking home, then the dogs bark at me like crazy. To the point where like my neighbor had to like apologize. Like he's, hey, sorry, I don't know. Like I don't know what happened. Then he just closed the door. Then even when he closed the door, can hear the dog still barking. Then I was like, oh. Then I didn't think much. Then I go home, sleep. Then my parents want to eat dinner. Then come out, my mom, my dad, my sister. Then when I walk, then wow. Like, the hell? Then that was when I started to feel like, okay, something maybe not so right lah. Then I texted my friend that went with me. I was like, wow, I feel like something really damn off. Then he was like, you want to come my father's shop? Then I was like, that was the first time I went to his father's shop. Yeah, at Chinatown. Then when I went, he took out 2 poles or something. Yeah. Then he point at the sofa. Then he went like that. Then he point somewhere. Then he went like that. Then he point at my friend. Then he went like that. Then he point at me. And then he inversed like twice. Then he was like, oh, got 2 things following you. Then I was like, okay, thank you, uncle. Then after that, he just like, oh, okay, you sit down. Then after that, he go and prepare. He just damn casual. Oh, you sit down a while. Then he just go and prepare something. Then he take some paper, he burn inside the water, whatnot. He asked me to drink. Then I was like, uncle, it's what? Then he just say, these two things didn't come from the hospital. He said it came when I left the hospital. Because he said the things in the hospital cannot come out. But then he said me going there kind of like widened up my barrier again. Because he said like actually my barrier was quite close really. Because I always wear the amulet. Then I bring around the food. Oh yeah, I brought around like a charm thing before I went in. But he said like me going in there again like kind of widened it up again. So when I came out, I was very like, very open to things getting attached to me lah. Yeah.
Right.
Then he was like, oh, these two things got follow you before. And I was like, oh, good to know. Tell them I say hi.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So friendly.
But I mean, he said it's not
malicious.
Malicious. He just said like it's things that have like tagged along with me before. Yeah. And I was like, okay.
Then already? Gone already lah.
Gone low. After I drink, then I said, hey, then how? Then he said, oh, actually you drink the water okay already. Then,
Oh.
Then I asked whether can tap out a few. Then he said cannot. I was like, what? Like emergency leh? Then I burned myself lah. He was like, no. If got anything happen, you just come back.
Right.
Dine in only, no takeaway.
Yeah. I was like, buy a few stash up, in case.
Oh.
No, but he said that they had followed you before. So was there an incident before you went to Old Changi where these things
This one I'm not very sure. I don't know their identity. I don't know where they come from. But I think the follow before, the only part I know is from my parents, where they told me like, when I was young, I will talk to myself.
Wow.
Yeah. I talk to myself. Then after that, I will open the door for people that's not there.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like imagine you sitting in the living room, you're watching TV, then your kid just like, then they go and open the door, then they let someone in, but got no one. Yeah. That kind of instances are, yeah.
Do you remember doing that?
No, it's my parents tell me. They're like, siao. I also think crazy, yeah. But then, my parents after that, then they just went to get like the amulet. That was when it started lah.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your parents, do they have the third eye?
Not that I know of. I think also feeling.
Your sister?
My elder sister have.
So do you guys share like ghost stories like with you and your sister?
No leh, we don't talk about it one. Yeah, and unless it gets very bad.
Then you all like ask for advice and stuff lah.
Yeah. Sometimes she just come to my room. Then she like, hey, you know what? Then she say what? Got once she was waiting for the MRT, one of the late MRTs. Then she say the MRT didn't open the door. Then she was saying her friend like, what the? Like so many people, why they don't let us in? Then her friend just tell her, the MRT got no one. Yeah.
Chew.
Yeah. She was still like, what the? Like they skip this station. Then she was like, oh no, I don't think it's in service. She was like, still got so many people. Then the person just like,
Your sister?
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like things, because I think she know that I can relate. Yeah. Because I'm more open online. So I think like when it gets very bad, she'll be like, wow, I tell you all today, no. They'll be like, shag. Like, yeah.
Would you consider yourselves to be a thrill seeker, a ghost hunter, or more of a storyteller?
I want to find ghosts. But then the thing is,
wow,
no one want to go with me. Yeah. All my friends just like, after I think the time got once, one of my friends rented a car just for us to go ghost hunting. Then in there we cannot find. So yeah, after they don't go already lame.
I like how like, he kena so many times already. Then he still, I want to find.
Yeah.
Just curious. I think because for me, it doesn't repel me. I think there wasn't one instance where it shook me until like I want to totally avoid it. You get what I mean?
The lizard, man. The lizard.
I think that was kind of, no, actually that's the reverse. Okay, I was scared then, right?
Yeah.
But then a part of me also like very, very intrigued. You get what I mean?
Understand.
Yeah. Like at that moment, I wanted to like die lah. But then after that, like once I come down from the shock, right, I was like, I'm very intrigued. I want to know why, how. Yeah. And content, yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
I like how Raihan is like, yeah, really, because this table, right, this side of the table, right, it's usually the people who are like a bit more on to the horror. Like I also like, interesting, what? Right, we went for the walk of courage. Say, why don't walk alone? Why walk in pairs? Walk alone, lah.
What are your thoughts about stories of ghosts coming up from history?
In terms of history, okay, I think one theory that really like bothered me, right, actually is going back to more of like the science. Okay, even though I failed science lah, like let's be real. But it's like, someone told me, he was like, hey, actually, they say like energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Yes.
Then when you die, where your energy go? Then ever since then, right, I was like, wow, I cannot sleep at night. Yeah, I think I'm like, cannot be like. He also cannot believe it. He's in shock, guys. Like, where does our energy go?
So, in regards to the whole idea of energy not being destroyed, actually, the science is there, right? But at the same time, I've met multiple spiritual masters that said that actually the dead, there's more dead than the living. They are all around us. The energy will never dissipate. They will still be there. Yeah. The Chinese believe in the 7 souls. 三魂七魄 means that when you die, right, even if you reincarnate, there's parts of your soul and your spirit that will remain in this realm. Therefore, there is hauntings. Therefore, there is spirits. Therefore, there is like a lot of rituals. So I think it is quite creepy.
So this question is for everyone. What's your favorite origin story for a ghost? It doesn't have to be an Orang Minyak or a Pontianak or anything like that. It could be your favorite ghost origin from a movie.
I think Pontianak. Yeah, because it's like very sad.
Yeah.
But like, I kind of feel for her until she starts killing. Then you're like, because hers is the she cannot. She miscarriage.
Yeah.
Or something.
Die from childbirth.
Yeah. Then she also yearns the baby. Then she would. Yeah.
I was going to go with Kat P, but then I figured somebody would go for Kat P, so my other answer was the ghost from Shudder. For the exact same reasons, where it's a tragic origin, and then I really like it when, whether it's in myth or whether it's in movies or anything like that, I feel for the monster. So something like Shudder, I was just like, the end of that movie, I was like, yes, good for you, you got your justice.
What about yourself, Carl?
There's so many spirits.
I know. See, that's the thing.
There's so many. I don't want to have a favorite.
Oh, now you don't play favorites.
Okay lah. I will go more a bit more ridiculous one lah. I think I really like the idea of 僵尸. How the jumping corpse is created.
That's true.
Because the legend is, Chinese funeral, there needs to be people to 守岁, basically people to look after the deceased body. If not, a black cat jumps over it, will reanimate, become a vampire, and you will bring upon the plague to humankind. So that's how it's created. Or it's the whole idea of like, if this person died of unnatural causes and is like a victim to, I don't know, like a crime or something, right? Then they got this, what we call the 冤气, vengeance. Then you come back as a vampire also. Yeah.
I like both the origins, the supernatural explanation and the logical explanation as well.
Yeah.
Both of them are great.
Yeah.
For me, it's not really a ghost per se, but it's the story of how if someone... Have you heard about Susok?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the story of how someone goes for such a very dark magic kind of a dark spiritual kind of a method to gain their own, for their own good, for their own gain lah. So if someone wants to susuk, they have to look for bomo, and then from the bomo they get this needle where the needle is inserted into the body, and then immediately there will be an entity that is attached to you, and then forever the entity will be attached to you as long as you don't remove the needle. And then usually the story ends with the person having difficulty to pass away because the needle is still not removed. And then if you want to remove, you have to go back to the bomo, right? By the time the bomo is gone, right? So imagine having difficulty dying just because the entity is inside you all the way. So that kind of origin story is something that I'm really familiar with. Seen, heard, so hence that's my take lah. Yeah, I mean it's still happening though.
We talked about Susok in season 1, didn't we?
Yeah.
So it's either the needle has to be taken out by the same bomo or you pass it on, right?
It's either have to pass it on. But then that's the thing. Sometimes if nobody wants to take it, if nobody wants ever to, don't take it please. If nobody ever is the next in line, then you just suffer until death, even beyond death.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's a good one also. I mean, not the suffering, but like just in terms of
Because it's still happening, right?
Yeah.
Still happening. It's still happening.
I think especially in Southeast Asia, right?
Southeast Asia is still happening. It's still vivid. I mean, I know of people even still living today still has it. So
just get plastic surgery lah.
Oh yeah, lor. Why cannot surgically take out?
Expensive.
Oh,
cheaper.
So actually, it's cheaper to. I would imagine it's expensive because it's such a there's such a process to it.
Oh, it's very cheap. Oh, very cheap. Oh, yeah. All you need to do is just to exchange your lives.
Oh, I like how he said that. Hell no.
You've been learning from art in terms of dramatic reading. Right? I can tell.
Learn from the best.
So this episode's almost over, which means that it is time for another morbid fact of the day. Kyle?
Everybody knows the world famous, pretty much the first vampire, Dracula, right? So did you know that Dracula is actually not only based on the infamous Prince Vlad the Impaler? So he basically literally impales people's head on a stick. Yeah. But it's also based on the author's boss. Talk about having like a really bad boss.
Yeah.
That really hit him. Maybe always push road to him, ask him OT. Then he's like, I'm going to write you as a vampire.
I'm just picturing like Bram Stoker down there, like, oh, my boss them better. Every time suck my blood.
Blood sucker.
Origin story. Yeah. I shall become a novelist right after this, guys. No, I'm not mentioning to anybody, just experience-wise.
No, of course.
Everybody had that experience before, yeah.
So you base your own trauma as the like a preface for your book basically.
Yeah.
I've literally done that before, so...
Okay, someone has done it before, so it's not a copyright.
Well, there's me and then there's also the writer of Dracula.
Yeah.
So I'm far from the first.
All right, so thank you for joining us, Kai.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
so fun. Yeah. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Kai.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
Where the Ouija board pointed 3 days later from when they played it. And it was exactly the same day where he drowned and his body was never found. My name is E.T.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Joining us for this episode is Eugene To, better known as E.T., co-host of Radio Paranormal Singapore. RPS details, discusses, and dissects true paranormal encounters and ghost stories, providing reasonable and conventional explanations to the most extraordinary experiences where possible. E.T. was also a member of Singapore Paranormal Investigators. Welcome to the show, E.T. Thanks for joining us.
Nice meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you too, man.
Yeah. You want to investigate here? See here got ghosts or not?
In fact, I've been here before because I think one of my friend has a factory here selling furniture somewhere.
Were you asked to investigate at the factory?
No, so I came and I told him some parts feel a bit weird.
Wait, but you use science, but you also use your feelings,
Yes, because there's some things which cannot be explained by science. So majority of my investigations can be explained by science, but I do have to admit some things I just can't explain.
In every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
So for this episode, we're looking at trying to find the truth behind the supernatural. This episode's theme was inspired by The Spirits of Glass from season 6. Because most Filipinos believe that disturbed spirits could follow you home, 3 friends were warned not to perform the ritual Spirit of the Glass inside a haunted building. What happens, however, when the friends don't heed those warnings?
Let's take a look.
it's like netherworld. Nothing, sir. Sorry. We were just like.
I think the scary part is the security guard come out. Hey, what are you doing here?
I hadn't seen this episode for the longest time, so I was watching it. I was like, and the security guard came out. I was like,
So based on this episode, right, it's Ouija board.
Yep.
So have you ever played a Ouija board?
Okay, that's something I always frown upon doing paranormal research. Even in my days in SPI, I said, because I used to be in charge of the gadgets, and at the point of time I was the president, right? So whenever they want to conduct an experiment on that, I say, I do not authorize this, but if you want to do it for research purpose, it's fine. To me, it feels like you're conjuring something that you don't really know. For me, my main purpose in investigation is more to see if I can explain by science, but not to conjure stuff that, might cause harm to people. And in one very particular investigation, I think it was documented in a documentary that SPI had as well. It was a Ouija board being played at the German Girl Temple in Pulau Ubin. So what happened was, and it was even more complex than this, because to me, the English Ouija board is easy to con, because you know how the alphabets go. Technically, Chinese is not really an alphabet. So they actually use a Chinese Ouija board. And they sat at a table with three of them, three investigators, and they left one seat empty. So they were asking questions. And one of the particular question was, because it started moving, it started replying. I can't remember what reply on the gender, but one of the question was, where are you now? It gave the location, probably one of the directions, east or west or something like that. Sorry, my Chinese sucks. But so that direction was exactly where the empty seat was. And that totally freaked everyone out. Thankfully, because there was a Taoist priest there, they managed to conduct a ritual and cleanse everyone.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, right, the Chinese Ouija board is very different, because Chinese character, there's like the simplified version and there's like the harder version, and there's so many characters, right? So what we call it 碟仙. So it's like a coin. Yeah, you trap the spirit in the coin, then you move it around. Sometimes it's pencil also. So a lot of students would play this game as like a courage thing. So you play in the classroom at night. Then of course things happen lah. And there's a Japanese version also, quite similar in that sense lah. So yeah, we were told not to play it. Yeah, so don't play Ouija board, guys. Yeah,
I'm not sure whether you guys remember in season 1 I told about the story of my friends who played that in school.
Yeah. And kena lah.
Yeah. So no, please don't.
Yeah. So ET, you had another story about Ouija board.
I've got this friend. She apparently has the yin yang yen, and I know her from JC. So it's quite freaky lah. Sometimes we take bus together, and then she'll like, "Hey ET, I'll tell you later." So she's that kind of person. And then later she tells you like, "Yeah, I saw hundreds of hands trying to grab your shadow." I don't know how that makes me feel better lah, but I think she just kept quiet. So anyway, she told me this story. They decided one evening to play a Ouija board. The difference was, it was a satanic Ouija board.
Oh my God.
It is not something that's common. Usually you use a coin, or like in the video was a glass. This one is a saucer. And everyone needs to prick their finger, press out some blood, and then you put it in the saucer.
Oh my.
So if someone, so most of the time, if you know the way I analyze stories, people tell me the story, I want an actual witness.
Yeah.
She was playing it. Okay, so she put her finger there along with, I think, 2, 3, or maybe 4 other friends. And when they put it there, she said it was the most amazing sensation, because it feels like something was sucking the blood out of your finger, but the saucer was never filled with blood. So when they asked the question, and there were some rules lah, typical Ouija board, there are certain rules where you don't ask, like for example, when am I going to die? So one of the friend, I don't know why, he asked that question. And it pointed to the date that was about 3 days later. And after that, the saucer actually shattered, and they were all cut on their hands. And later on, upon realizing it, they thought it's just a normal cut. My friend told me, she said she only realized a couple of days later, or even a week later, that they were cut exactly at the lifeline on their palm.
Oh.
So not thinking of anything, because they thought, okay, let's just not tell anyone this story and everything. 3 days later, not remembering exactly, because at that part, traumatized, they can't remember the date and stuff. They went to Pasir Ris Beach, to just chill and everything. So my friend is a non-swimmer. So she was just chilling by the beach. And then the guy that asked the question was the first one to get changed. So he was chilling there while they juggled the bags, while the rest went to, the toilet to get changed. So that friend who asked the question went to swim first. So he was swimming and everything. Then suddenly he had some difficulty. And he started screaming to friend, hey, help, help, help. But my friend can't do anything because she can't swim. And before the rest could come out, he drowned. She told me that the naval divers came and they could never find his body. And then it was only there where they were gathering. They realized that was the exact same. You see, now I'm telling you the hair at the back of my neck standing. It was the exact same day where the Ouija board pointed 3 days later from when they played it. And it was exactly the same day where he drowned and his body was never found.
Is that the reason why is this story the catalyst of why you are against this?
Not really. Like I said, I always want to go out there and try and see if I can understand it by science, because I do have a theory of what paranormal entities are. But doing something like that, you tend to conjure stuff.
Yeah.
And most of the time, because of many documentation, right, it's always that of something negative and sinister than something positive. So that's why I'm against it, because you're conjuring stuff instead of trying to investigate why is that particular place haunted.
So kids, please do not play with Ouija board. It's not fun. My reason is slightly different from his. I've never played it. I would never play it. It's because I believe that it is not calling upon the spirits. It's calling upon demonic energies. How can something, like as simple as a piece of paper have so much power to call beyond the veil, right? So I think it's demonic. And the fact that when they played that game, blood was drawn.
Yeah.
Blood, right, is a binding object.
Yeah.
It's used by both dark forces and light forces also. I think you're one of the few guests, right, to give us such a hard-hitting story from the start of the episode. Like, wow, damn. I thought it was like, maybe gonna possess or something. Then, woo.
Yeah. I'm quite sure this is the first time where the episode started and all of us just like,
Right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
E.T., is it one of those stories, right, that to this day you still feel like, wow, when you talk about it, it still gives you the creeps?
Actually, there are many because it's been 20 plus years that I've done investigation. And there are quite a number of stories that I cannot explain. Although majority of it, I wouldn't use the word debunk, because when I use debunk, people get angry, So, but I always try to explain by science. Because the reason why I do that is not to make people upset, but I just want the community to know that, hey, there is something we cannot explain. But if I can explain, then okay, put it aside. Let's look for something else that's even more interesting.
Right.
I'll give you an example. In the past, people used to worship the sun because they used to think it's God, because they didn't really understand.
Yeah.
But if we can get closer and we all join forces to find out if certain things we can explain by science, then maybe it's not that scary. Many a times we say, it looks like a humanoid and everything, but is it really that?
To clarify further, the purpose of you trying to find the scientific reason is that so that there is a bit of calamity for certain things that can be found.
Yeah, it can be explained, yes.
But of course, there are certain things where you cannot find the answer.
Yeah.
Then it would be something that is supernatural.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, personal thoughts are, it's like, I used to think that the role of supernatural investigators are redundant until I started doing horror. After doing horror content for 5 years, then of course meeting you and Eugene Tay from Supernatural Confessions, I realized that actually is needed because there needs to be proof. Or there needs to be some science before you actually seek religious help. And certain religion, they ask you for proof. Show me first.
Yep.
Show me. And it's a little bit like doctor lah. You observe 2 days, then you come back and you let me know. Then if really escalate, then I will come and help you.
Yeah.
Something like that. So I think the advancement of technology allows us to do that. Then I think there is still a need for that. So actually they are the brave souls. They'll say, this house haunted. Okay, we spend 1 night here. We document, then we will present you the evidence. Then you do what you must.
Yeah. Now it gives me another perspective because, like what you've mentioned, like earlier on, we've always been hearing about stories of people telling ghost stories, etc. But, it's rarely that we come into context of how do we differentiate that this is science or this is horror. And I think it really would help those people out there who maybe are experiencing some things to maybe look at both ways. Yeah, before they come into a conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I just like to highlight is that many a times we don't realize how psychology affect us and how we see things. And one thing is not even your own psychic. It is external factors. One of the reasons why we employ an EMF meter is to detect fluctuations in EMF. I have spoken to a neurosurgeon before while on a dive trip. I really wanted to find out because many times there have been articles by paranormal investigators that EMF is so important. I want to know why is EMF so important. So apparently when there's high fluctuation of EMF, which is electromagnetic field, it makes your mind perceive things which is not there. Very high levels of EMF makes your brain see sparks and light. And it's not there. It just makes you feel that way. Which is why if you really go read up on many UFO sightings, many of these people stay near power lines. Which is why if you hear some of our investigation stories on both platforms, Supernatural Confessions as well as Radio Paranormal Singapore, I always ask, okay, this thing happened, are they staying near a power station? Even now when we stay in HDB, most of our power lines are underground, but you still have power station. And now even more so, I would think there will be more paranormal stories because of a lot of EV chargers coming up. And the high level of EMF, right, causes us to perceive things which are not there. Although there's another theory on the supernatural side that entities are attracted to places of high EMF.
So that you've mentioned about, the device that you use, do you usually use modern devices to do investigation, or do you also use supernatural devices?
Okay, so generally what I always use are things that engineers use, because that is the most accurate device. Because if you follow science, then certain things, you just need to follow that. I know that there are some investigation groups or most people out there, because of content, they tend to use devices that tend to flare up more. There are certain devices, and Eugene Tay will always argue with me, that even if you receive a WhatsApp, it will set off certain meters. So with a real tri-field electromagnetic field reader, it only kind of shows you a reading when there's a high fluctuation, which is the exact thing that I want to find out. And to be honest, my sort of investigation is very boring. It's not like what you see in overseas and stuff like that. Maybe at the later part of the show, I can share with you one story where my meters actually went off and I was so excited. And I don't know, everyone was scared, but I was just so excited because I've never seen this happen, because over the years, it just doesn't set off our meters. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wanted to ask you on your perspective, right, of spirit boxes.
Sorry?
Spirit boxes.
Okay.
What do you
spirit
think
boxes
of
is the one that generates sound, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Is it the one that
like
cycles through radio?
Yeah, it's like it's basically like shh, then you will cycle through the frequencies and then pull whatever's like we'll have random phrase. So people will use it, on YouTube. They'll use it. Are you here? What's your name? Then you will like generate some sound.
All right.
For me, as a filmmaker, I think it's just trying to grab any frequency that's nearby to generate a sound. That's the technology I see. So I don't believe in it. But I wanted to ask your perspective on it.
Okay, so I guess, I'm sure you guys are much younger than me. So the younger generation, right, will probably believe a spirit box a lot more. Where I come from, what was our audio last time? Radio, right?
Yeah.
So we actually go through frequencies. That's what a spirit box is. It's picking up radio waves of various walkie-talkie radio stations. And this is the thing about our mind. You remember those days where you used to go, your school camp and everything, and then your seniors tell you ghost story, and then you go for the ghost hunt. What's in your mind? You expect to see something, right?
Yeah.
So when you do an investigation, and if you really want content and if you really want something to happen, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Whatever that you hear, that gibberish, your mind will automatically fill that up and you will hear stuff. You remember in those days where we used to do mathematics and you do the 10-year series. After a while, you see A, you keep doing A plus B equals C, right? They give you A and C, automatically you know what B is, because your mind is that amazing, it fills that void. So like what he said, with the spirit box, you tend to hear certain things and you interpret what it is. Yeah, so to me, I don't really use that for investigation. Yeah.
Like I mentioned it before, like cameras are so good, right? These days you can see in the dark, literal dark. Like even without light, you can see it. You just need a specialized camera. Until the day, right, I see an actual, spirit captured on camera, on an 8K camera, high resolution. It's very hard to convince me. Like it's really, really very hard. Because the cameras already can, like back in the day, like DV cams, tapes, then don't say that. But this one is so high resolution, but I still cannot catch.
I like how you're coming from a filmmaker perspective.
Yeah.
Because for me, myself, I, as an audience, when I watch all these paranormal investigations and they use spirit box, etc., it's very hard for me to believe. Because I'm like, are you sure that is the thing? Or is it just basically, transmissions, frequencies, etc.? So Radio Paranormal Singapore tries to find reasonable explanations for supernatural stories. Why is rationalizing ghost stories or weird phenomena important to you guys?
Okay, I think it's more important to me. One thing is the message I send across. For example, I want the young to realize that there are certain things you need to explore on your own. Doesn't mean that old wives' tale means you need to listen. For example, so that's why honestly, my late mom, she every time cannot tahan me because I needed to explore certain things. So she'll tell me you cannot swim during Hungry Ghost Festival. You sit under the table, you become stupid. Don't cut your nails at night. But all this can be explained by science. Okay, except the Hungry Ghost one. So in the past, we don't have artificial lighting. So obviously, if you cut your nails at night, you might cut yourself.
Yeah.
You sit under the table, your mom calls you, you kanchong, you stand up. Of course, you get stupid, you hantam your head, right? So my mom said cannot swim, right? Hungry Ghost Festival. I actually went to dive during the Hungry Ghost Festival, hoping to see entities and stuff and to see whether underwater, is there anything different? Because more people do paranormal investigation terrestrially on the land. No one does underwater. So I even went, this one was in all due respects. I just so happened I went because after the tsunami, air tickets were cheap. So I decided to explore Phuket. I actually went diving to see if I could see anything interesting because everyone says, oh no, when something bad happens, honestly, it was clean, just like anywhere else. So my reason for that is to send a message that not everything that someone tells you, you need to believe and you need to get scared. Find out yourself first. That's why in the start, my son used to listen to our podcast, but after a while, now he's a bit older, he's P4, he starts to get a bit more imaginative and he gets scared of the podcast. But before that, he could he could argue with me. So I tell him, hey, you better not do this now. I tried to tell him, why? So he said, no, at the time your podcast, you say this one is because. So that is my focus, that not everything is hantu. Try and find out for yourself and you make the decision. Is it really hantu or not?
Interesting.
Wow. So between RPS and SPI, you must have investigated and studied countless of places and stories. In your experience, how often is there a reasonable explanation to the supposedly unexplained?
Okay, so most of the time I can explain it by science. But I do have to admit that there are certain stories that I just can't explain by science. So maybe I share with you this story. Many years ago, actually it's not too far from where your studio is. I think this was in 2002. Okay, so it was at Red Hill. It was a block opposite the Red Hill Market. So apparently the block was going for en bloc. So someone wrote into then when I was with the SPI, they said, hey, most of the people have shifted out, but there's still some people left. The unit above this guy, the informant, has already shifted out. But every night, right, he can hear furniture moving and fingernails scratching on the floor.
Wow.
So okay, let's I would be interested. So we went down, and at the point of time, I don't think I was the president yet. I was in charge of investigation. So I will bring my gadgets, make sure it's all charged, and plan how I should set up my gadgets. This being Singapore, in a HDB, we can't really barge in, so we had to put all our stuff outside. And interestingly, Discovery Travel Channel actually wanted to film the entire investigation, and they came along, and there was a documentary called Secret Singapore, I think, many years ago. So we set up the gadgets, I think about 8+. We interviewed the guy, set up the gadgets. So I had my, at that time, 20 years ago, our gadgets not so atas. So there was our usual hydrometer. It detects humidity as well as temperature and everything. So that's for us to gauge to compare it with the surrounding environmental temperature and stuff, as well as pressure. We had a motion detector, EMF meter, and a camera. So, in the past, those older flats, there's this aluminium window pane.
Yeah.
We kind of pry it open and we put one camera there. Unlike nowadays, the cameras are so small, right? Where they like plug that and then plug to a wireless transmitter, and then we had to sit by the staircase to observe. So we set up all these gadgets, and some of these gadgets were connected to lead acid batteries, so they can last for at least 48 hours. So we left them there and go away. The reason why is many times when you do paranormal investigation, you shouldn't be at where you set up your gadgets, because like how the Chinese do believe that humans have this life force, what they call qi. Mm-hmm. And I realized where there is a lot of human life force, paranormal activity doesn't take place. So we have to move away and observe.
Right.
It's just like setting out a trap for animals, right? You need to be away. So we are monitoring it from like 8+. And, to the people watching this, you think paranormal investigation very exciting. We sat there for like 5-6 hours. Nothing happened. I tell jokes until no more jokes already. Then we were hungry and everything, sitting, Singapore humid, right? We sat by the staircase, don't know what to do, look at each other. Then around 3:30 a.m., my motion detector went off. It is not like, so my motion detector, it's those, in the past, it was more for safety. When you put outside your tent, and then if something goes by, it goes off. So because the entire row had no humans there except us, because it was en bloc, nothing else could have set it off. It went this huge shrill. People kanchang, but I got excited. Wow, finally, like I've investigating for so many years, I never had something like that. I ran over to check on my gadgets. The first thing I realized was the hair at the back of my neck stood up. This happens when I do investigation at certain places and I feel that there's a sinister entity. So I ran there and then I look at my gadgets. Wow, half my gadgets, the battery just went flat. And to me, it's like, wow, this is exactly what I've been reading all these past 10, 20 years of my life. It's happening. And then the entire camera crew ran over as well. And then I noticed this sweet smell. I said, guys, can you smell this sweet smell? They say, yeah, God. And I mean, obviously, after so many hours, I don't smell that sweet. And that there was no like perfume or what being sprayed around. Everybody could smell that same sweet smell. And then I was just checking my gadgets and everything. And sadly, being in Singapore, we can't barge in. Not like, overseas where you could, it gets more exciting. And then we were just like checking my data and everything. And then the lady that was monitoring the screen of the camera, she said, hey guys, the door inside is moving lah. Sadly, in Singapore, that's all we can do, right? Take back all your gadgets, analyze the data, and let's see whether we can have a scientific explanation for that. So we kept everything. I went home. Okay, my house, I live in a HDB. From the lift to my house is a very long corridor, and it can be quite dark because maisonettes tend to block out some lights. Yeah. Just before I reached home, okay, now I tell you, my hair also stand a bit. When you take MRT during peak hour, the obnoxious fellas standing so close to you. Because you take your hand and cover your ears now, this way. That void of sound, someone is behind you. I had the exact same feeling. I turned around, nobody. I mean, I'm an investigator, but I'm also human lah. I also got a bit kanchong. I fumbled my keys, I went home, I showered, and I went to sleep. And then the next day, I woke up with a flu, which to me was, okay, that's normal, right? Because the past 2 nights before investigation, I was that time dating lah, so I think I went clubbing or what, not enough sleep. So I figured, okay lah, then I go see doctor, take medicine and everything. As the days went by, I got more and more sick. The medicine didn't seem to help. So to me, okay, the antibiotic didn't work. So I went to see a doctor for a second time. He gave me a stronger dose. That was about a week. At the start of the second week, I went to office. My ex-colleague came to me, hey, Eugene, not feeling well. I said, yeah lah, this stupid flu, damn chalat lah. She said, it's not flu. I said, what? She said, the past 1 week, I noticed this small boy following you around in the office. My first reaction is, thank you. Why the past 1 week you never tell me? You went to 1 week. So her explanation was, I wanted to ask the boy, why was it following you? But every time she approached, the boy disappears. And that's in line with what people believe, that these entities are afraid of people with the ability. So I said, so the next thing I asked her, okay, then how like that? She said, usually when attached to you, they will never leave you. Wow. Then I was like, wow, you win really lor. And then I said, okay, so what should I do next? She said, okay, never mind. Okay, so at that point of time, I was a free thinker. I didn't have a religion. She was Catholic. She said, okay, never mind, don't worry. I will go to Novena Church and pray for you. I said, okay lah, I mean, what else can I do? She already said attached to me, and so at the point of time I kanchong already. But at the same time, I still believe in science lah, that I didn't sleep enough. So the days went by. That week, I had recurring nightmares. I was always walking towards a dark castle, and all my friends are running out, and these are familiar friends. They're all running out. I'm the only fella stupid enough to walk in. And every day when I woke up, I felt weaker and weaker, like as if I ran a marathon like that. I feel so tired. It got to a state where I was coughing blood. When I cough, you could see specks of blood on the tissue paper and even my hands. So I figured, okay, I'll see the doctor again. So this, I think, was on a Thursday. So I took the antibiotics, I went home to rest. On Friday, I woke up like a new man. I suddenly felt totally better. I said, yeah, this doctor steady lah, his antibiotics work, man. So to me, I just left it as that. I didn't get to see my colleague that day because I was on MC.
Yep.
Now, what was interesting was that evening, the informant that first told us that he could hear all these things, he said, hey guys, you know that day when you all left the investigation, the hauntings actually stopped. But last night, the hauntings came back again. So to me, the antibiotics work lah. But on hindsight, I think it was too much of a coincidence. So, earlier on you asked me, am I a believer or not? On this story, right, I'm sitting on the fence because I'm not sure if the antibiotic really worked. But maybe that small boy followed me for a school holiday for 2 weeks lah.
Whoa. What I'm curious is that, what did you guys do after that? You all go back again? Or you're like, I'm going to take this case?
We didn't go back because I was a bit confused because I've never come across something like that. I do not know whether I should be scared or not. But one thing I know, if I told my parents, I'll get scolded at that point of time.
Someone you go home, eh?
Yeah. If I tell my parents and I tell my boss, all will get angry.
Why you never do the mama thing? Like go to mama before you go home?
I don't believe in all these things lah.
To release the bad juju.
Because I always feel that I can explain by science. Right? So
then that's nice lah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm not sure lah. That's why I think antibiotic, but at the same time, in the back of my mind, actually maybe.
But the weird thing is that you said that you felt someone behind you, right?
Yeah.
But he's a little boy. How can he be behind you? He must be like under. Like
I have no idea. That is exactly. I have no idea why it is. Yeah.
Whoa.
That boy could have a lot of energy on him.
Can become tall.
No, you watch the show, right? Shutter. Maybe you're sitting on my shoulders.
Walao eh.
And that's why I always disturb my friends. That time when Shutter just came out, I say, bro, I noticed you and I got backache, right? You go and watch this show.
Oh my God, now that you say it. I mean, it's true. Maybe the boy was sitting on him.
No, maybe.
Yeah.
Now that you've explained to us about all this, I mean, it gives me more perspectives of things lah.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, next time if anything happens, don't just jump to conclusions. Investigate first. But why do you think that people are so easily triggered to say that, oh, this is supernatural instead?
Because of how superstition is. In the past, I think superstition was used to control behavior. Like your parents tell you don't go out late at night. Because why? They want you to stay at home and stuff like that, right? But humans being humans, we always want to know what that is, which I'm not allowed to. So yes, it's so here's the thing. So in the past, we used to conduct tours, right? So only later on that I learned when I did a tour for the Society of Tour Guides, they told me I was too scientific. So people go for ghost tours, they want to get scared.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, they want to hear the theory and everything, but I was too theoretical, right? That it was not scary. They say you got to hype it up. And so that's what I think filmmaking is and everything. People want to believe.
Yeah.
I mean, which is exactly what, okay, honestly, in the past, my religion was X-Files when it first came out. And Mulder's poster was I want to believe. And that was me. So I really want to believe. But if I want to believe, it cannot be just like that. I'm the kind, I need to know everything else. Okay, if I cannot explain, then maybe it is this.
Right.
Yeah, so that's how it is lah. Yeah.
So this question is for everyone. If you could prove the existence of one weird phenomenon, whether they are aliens or ghosts or anything unexplained, what will it be?
For me, it's alien. My ultimate belief is that perhaps ghost is a form of alien that we cannot see or actually understand. The science cannot allow us to understand at this current juncture. But aliens probably can.
Yeah. For myself, aliens as well. I'm really curious to know, there's this particular area in America, in the United States where
Area 51.
Yeah, I'm like, I really want to know more about the place. Like, why do they block it off? And then they mentioned that they are doing some secret stuff there. I want to find out why. So aliens lah. So far, I mean, I've watched most alien videos. I don't see any aliens being visible. Especially if you talk about Singapore aliens, I'd rather believe in Kapi lah. You know, that kind of thing. So yeah, aliens. I want to know whether they really exist.
So for myself, later I'll speak a bit about aliens. That's why I'm ET, right? It is my theory on the supernatural. So, you know, you always hear schools and army camps being haunted. Have you ever wondered why? Okay, so along with my theory of, especially of the story that I shared just now, my theory of entities or ghosts is that they're that of negative energy. So that's the soul that we have. When we pass on, the soul resides. Why? Because physics and science say that energy cannot be created or destroyed. Yeah. So why I think it's negative energy is because of this. Negative energy tends to draw positive energy because, you know, opposites attract. Yeah. So that's why we have cold spots. Schools and army camps in a day, there's a lot of energy, a lot of positive energy, right? Yeah. So negative energy gets attracted. But at the same time, because human has this thing called a life force, it repels them at the same time. So it's like, yeah, they're being teased, like they go there, but they cannot go in kind. But what happens after school and when the army boys book out? There's a sudden neutrality of energy. And that's where these entities can actually reside there. So they're not exactly what we think it is, like, you know, ghosts and stuff, of how we, like Casper and stuff. They think of them as just energy, something we can't see, but makes our gadgets go off, and at the same time explain why certain hauntings takes place. Because they're actually an energy form that we cannot explain, just like sun. Sun gives energy, right? But what is it? In the past, people never knew. Now we know it is. It's just burning ball of gas. And back to the topic on aliens. Yes, a bit like what Carl said. You know, it might be something like that. But aliens, or whatever these celestial or astral beings are, we don't know. Maybe in the past, they were able to get all these energies, which we think are aliens, but maybe they are just astral traveling souls or energy that went through space and time to teach people exactly how, you know, what we've learned all these years lah. That's my theory lah. Yeah.
I think I would want to know about the actual truth behind ghosts. You know, and for me, it's more because I'm a scaredy cat. If I could make it tangible, if I could have a reason behind it, like, oh, like you said, like if it's not ghost, it's energy, it's negative energy effect. That takes away the fear once you put in the logic down there. Suddenly it's explainable. There's very little unexplained. There's very little that's left up to the imagination. So me being a scaredy cat, I would just like that explained so that I can stop being afraid of ghosts. All right, so let's start to wrap things up with another morbid fact of the day. Thanks to Kyle.
So according to a 2021 poll, right, 1 in 5 American adults have said that they actually encountered a ghost. That means that if they were right, there are actually almost 50 million ghostly encounters in America. What do you think of that?
Do you know America is also one of the few places that you can buy an insurance to insure yourself against alien abduction?
Oh, what?
What?
Yep.
Nice.
So my point is this, I mean, no offense with any country and stuff like that, but because unlike maybe in Singapore where, you know, we get information readily, you can see that in sometimes in some of the campaigns that they have, their, you know, electoral and presidential campaigns, not everyone reads facts like the way Singaporeans read it. So sometimes a little belief, and then you have to understand the demographics as well. Depending, so the exact demographics will be interesting to know. That is there a higher proportion in places where it is widely sparse, or is it in proportions where it's near Area 51 where everybody wants to believe? So that's me lah. I think that maybe there's a logical explanation more than, oh yes, there's really Hantu because 1 in 5. Yeah.
Actually, funnily enough, right, our own show, statistics, we are able to see from where our listeners are. And then we saw that statistically, we actually have like 40% American audience.
Oh, wow.
Which is very strange. But I think half of them are from the Midwest. And when you're in the Midwest America, you're usually in like one of those lazy towns, or like your neighbor is like a few miles apart. One neighbor, a few miles apart. So you have your own property. So I think you're more akin to have weird things happen, right? Like maybe your herd of cows disappeared, or like your dog disappeared, and then you find the body like the next day, like all chewed up by something that you cannot see. So that kind of thing. So you're more akin to. If you're in that zone, you are more akin.
Yeah. Just like when you're staying in kampong and then there's more stories because of kampong.
Exactly.
Situations lah.
Yeah.
But interestingly, Asia is a melting pot for ghosts. I think we have the most diverse number of entities that you can think of versus the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And to me, in my opinion, being on ghost tours overseas, I think Old Changi Hospital still marks the most haunted place.
One of the
places
best.
I've ever been. Yeah.
And we are making it an astrology center. Yay! More Hantu stories.
Oh yeah. I heard about that.
Let's go.
Right, so thank you for joining us, E.T. It's been great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
It's been really fun and very insightful.
I learned so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I can go investigate. No lah.
No. Go alone, Carl. Okay, and thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is E.T.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
So 7:15 p.m. is Maghrib, right?
Yeah.
7:15 p.m. sharp, the whole house suddenly full of bug and insects come in. My name is Shafi.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Our guest tonight is Shafi Aziz, co-founder of the YouTube channel UXM. You might know the UXM crew best for their series Cerita Hantu, now in its 6th season, man. 6 seasons. Welcome to the show, Shafi.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I just want to say that Shafi is a very, very popular guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
We all know.
Oh, we all knows him.
No matter how much you deny it, man, I'm sorry.
Whenever I go to schools for, squad suppose sekolah, they will go like, where are they? I'm like, hello. I'm here.
For this episode, we're looking at how some creatures and spirits just can't be confined to one country. This episode's theme was inspired by Harbour Queen from season 3. Elizabeth is a young travel journalist. She had convinced her best friend Chris to go to Indonesia with her for an off-the-beaten-track adventure. What was supposed to be an unconventional holiday turned out to be a nightmare she would never forget.
Let's take a look at the episode.
End of the day, think I'm really tired and paranoid. No sight of the Negro kiddo. Maybe Chris is right. She's just a hoax.
Why did they do this? Why?
I don't know if you're familiar with the show, but I think they do this purposely for you.
So Shafi, do you remember watching this episode growing up?
Yes, definitely. Actually, the reason why we do Cerita Hantu is because of Incredible Tales, actually.
Really?
Wow.
Huge fan. Yeah, I remember every time when I go home from school, right? I can't wait to it. I remember it was Wednesday night. Or was it Monday night? Can't remember. But about after the news, right? Then we will stay and watch.
10 p.m.
Wow,
10
it's
p.m.
lovely, yeah. Yeah.
It has to be at 10 p.m., isn't it?
Yeah.
Has to be after.
It's like they try to filter out like it's most of the good kids, right? They go sleep already. Then kids like us that are into horror, then we will start watching.
Yeah.
It was good. Yeah.
And you yourself produce a lot of horror content on your with UXM. We are just really curious to know, because as horror content creators, definitely there will be stories, right? Have you had any situation where you had stories from your end on your production?
Actually, during we were shooting, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, there's actually.
Okay.
There's two actually. One in Singapore, one in Malaysia. So which one you guys want to know first?
Singapore lah.
Relax first. Singapore. Beside it, there's actually an alley. Lead to where? I don't know. Yeah. So I remember we need to shoot an episode. So we went there with my crew lah. Okay. So when we go there, everything is fine. So we charge everything, we pack everything, we go there. So with all of a sudden, right, when we are reaching the destination, suddenly our car, we feel like there's something drop at the top of our car, like a huge bang. Yeah, then our car stopped. Yeah, so the vehicle cannot move, cannot switch on and everything. So we were like, okay, this is weird lah. Because we went out to check if we hit something or something hit our hood lah. But nothing is there, no dent, no nothing. But the car wasn't working at all. Yeah. So after that, then actually we like, okay, never mind, we still have to shoot. So we just walk to the location, about 5 minutes walk, then we start shooting. Yeah, so when we were there, right, at first, for me personally, I'm not those who get scared quite easily. Not say I don't believe in this kind of supernatural thing, but just that for me, I'm there for work. So I'm very well focused. Like, okay, we go there, we shoot, then we go off, right? Yeah, so when we start shooting, everything is fine until our lights start flickering. So when lights start flickering, we're like, okay lah, this is normal, go change the bed or something like that, right? So we actually use a power generator to shoot this episode. Then all of a sudden, like the light, it's not working anymore, no. So we change the light. So we change the lighting, right? Then again, as we shoot again, it starts flickering again, then it stops. Then our power generator, which we are sure that we charge 100%, suddenly not working anymore. So we're like, okay, this one something is out. Then my elder brother is there, Hafiz is there. So Hafiz is like a bit, not say scaredy cat lah, I would say he's a bit more cautious because this kind of thing. So he's like, okay, how about we change the power generator, we try shooting again. Then if all of a sudden, our whole C-stand and the light fell off. Yeah, so there's sandbag on C-stand and suddenly the whole thing fall. So when that happened, I think we're like, okay, this one is a bit, how do I say? We say this one is a bit something else because we know that thing is strong, right? That thing is very stable, right? So we're like, okay, maybe we should not shoot here. We should move to the next location. Right. So we go actually deeper, not outside. We go deeper inside because outside got light. So we're like, okay, this one cannot, it's not scary. So we have to move inside, right? Yeah. So when we start moving inside, then one of the cars actually start seeing things. He mentioned that he saw something white behind a lamppost or things like that. In which for us, it's quite, how do I say, not say we don't believe him, but in a way we feel like, just ignore lah. There's a lot of us, so nothing can go wrong lah, in a way or two, right? Yeah. So when we start shooting, we start hearing the sound man keep on saying that, hey, who's that? Hey, who's talking? Salam set. Yeah, they were like, but for us, right, when we were shooting, we didn't hear anything, but only the sound guy heard there's noises lah. His face, right, start to change a bit because he said the noise that he heard is actually a female voice. But on the set, there's no, all of us are guys lah. Yeah, so he's like, hey guys, I don't think we should shoot here. Yeah, so what we did is actually we stopped shooting, then we go home and we actually find another location the next day, then we shoot. So that was a simple, like the stories are a bit but that was my first experience. I remember it was season 2 episode 3.
When you went home, anything happened?
So far, no lah. So far, so good. So far, whenever we go out for shoot, right, we go home, I don't think that any of these things follow us.
Okay.
So far, so good.
It was just there and then lah.
Yeah, there and then.
Okay.
That's very professional of you. I like how something dropped on your car and you still thought to yourself,
yeah, you know why or not? Because we promised the client to upload on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay, no. I completely get it now.
Gotta do it tonight.
Yeah, last minute some more, right?
Yeah. The only thing more frightening than ghosts are clients. No, I get it.
That's true.
Everything in context now. Okay.
Okay, so following on about the Malaysia story.
Yep. Malaysia one quite intense. So we always shoot in Singapore, right? Like, how to say, as scary as it is, right? It's not as scary as Malaysia. Because Malaysia is somewhere for me lah, I'm not familiar with. So the place we're not sure of, and there's more ulu places, better places, right? Yeah, so I remember there was a project we have to shoot a whole series in Malaysia. So a month before, we actually did our recce. So over there, the good part about it is whenever you want to get space for location to shoot, it's very easy. Yeah, you go there, you can just ask, So we meet the locals and we asked for kampung. I remember we wanted to shoot an episode for kampung. So when we went there, actually we spoke to one of the locals. Then they said, okay, you guys can shoot in my auntie house. We're like, okay, where is it? So he said, it's at Malacca. Yeah, so we're like, okay, we'll go Malacca for it, right? Yeah. So when the day come, 1 month later, we went there for a shoot. First thing when we went there, right, the place is very deep. Like, kampung, you got a lot of kampung. There, one big kampung, right inside. We don't know, it was quite troublesome for us to be there.
Yep.
So once we are there, we were greeted by one old man. Yeah, then he said, hey, hi, you guys want to shoot here? Yeah, can. We have cleaned up the place for you, all this kind of thing. So we were like, okay lah. So we went in. So when we went in, right, suddenly the uncle stopped me. The uncle said, hey, you guys remember, when you guys later shoot, 7 p.m., please close this door. Yeah, so when he point us the door, right, the door is not even the kampung door. No. It was like a cubicle. Then he said, this door please close. So in my mind, like, this door got nothing to do with the house that we're shooting. Correct or not? Then he said, yeah, this one must close, I remember. Then we're like, oh, okay lah.
The door of the cubicle which is outside the house.
Yes, and there's nothing in there because it was open actually. Yeah, it was nothing in there. Then he said, please close this door. Then I'm like, oh, okay lah. I mean, house rules are right. So I'm like, okay lah. Yeah, okay lah, go for it. So when we went inside, and that was, for that place, we did not recce yet because it was not the local's house or the auntie house or something like that, right? Yeah, so when we went there, we went for a recce. So my elder brother Hafiz, he actually saw, Quran, right, was wrapped around with a yellow cloth and a crease on top of it. Yeah, so Hafiz and my DOP actually went in. They saw this in one of the room.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Then Hafiz went out, come to me. Then he said, okay, Shafi, whatever you do, you avoid that room. Then I'm like, why? Then he said, oh, just now we saw something, later I talk about it. I'm like, why is it? Then he said, Hafiz told me there's actually a Quran that they wrapped around, blah, 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 shit. So in Malay, I don't even know, they believe if something got yellow cloth, means no good already. Means they got some black magic going on already.
That's got curry some more.
Yeah. So I quite curious, I want to see. So when I go there, it wasn't there anymore. Yeah, it wasn't there anymore. Then we saw this old man, right, actually hugging it and walking out of Yeah, so but at that time was 12 noon, so it wasn't that scary, right? We were like, why? But we all know like this house got, I don't know if you guys know, like back then, old days, they love to have like those penjaga or penunggu, some guardians of the house. Right? Yeah. So we're like, oh, okay lah, never mind. So we just avoid that particular room because the kampung quite big lah. Yeah, so we're like, okay, so we set up our stuff, right? Then again, this old man will always come here, will be there for about few seconds, few minutes, then he will like just disappear. We don't know where he go. Yeah, because we don't take note of where he went.
Yeah.
Right? So after that, when we were shooting, we start shooting at 5 p.m. I remember. Everything was fine. It was a good shoot until 7:15 p.m. Yes. So 7:15 p.m. is Maghrib, right?
Yeah.
With all the sudden, right, me and my crew was inside. 7:15 p.m. sharp, the whole house suddenly full of bug and insects come in. Ooh. Yeah, grasshopper, and it's like this big, Yeah, so it was flying around everywhere, and us being city boys, right, we are like shouting like, Yeah, obviously it was very scary. It wasn't scary like a ghost thingy, but it was a lot of bugs. Like, when I say a lot, right, I'm talking about like over 50, like a lot, like it's buzzing through your ears. And we're like, so we ran out. So when we were running out, suddenly the old man is there. He asked why. Then we say inside got a lot of bug. Then he like, what's the color of the bug? To us, what does it matter, right? Yeah. So the thing is, he take one of it, then he walk away. Then he said, never mind, you all just come out for a while. Then I'm like, okay, so we went out of the house, he walked away, then he just showed the bug. When we went back inside, the house is clean. Not a single flying insect was in the house now. Then we were like, wow. Damn, we know this one, we were like, this one, honestly, something is not right already. It's like the old man, like, he knows something. Right? Then we continue our shoot. The old man knocked on our door. Then he said, when you guys done shooting, what time will it be? And we said maybe about 3 a.m. kind of thing lah. Then he said, okay, you guys stay here until subuh. Don't go home. Make sure you guys stay here until sunrise. Yeah. Then we're like, okay. But honestly, for me, that one I scared it because I know number one, it's not my place, right? It's a place that we're not comfortable with, and with the insects flying, with all these funny rules, the old man told me that I know, okay, this something is up lah for sure, right? So we're like, okay lah. So we continue shooting. So when we continued shooting that day, Hafiz was the sound guy. Yeah. So when we were shooting there, suddenly he's like, I was the talent. Then he was like, Shafi, can you don't breathe loudly? Then I'm like, okay. So we continue, right? Like, Shafi, can you don't breathe loudly or not?
Crap.
Then I'm like, I'm not breathing. Like, mine is still. Then I'm like, what are you talking about? Don't breathe. Want me to stop breathing? Then Shafi, you don't breathe. Then he said, you keep quiet. Then he hear, Then suddenly he stopped. Then he called my intern.
Oh no.
He said, hey, you become sound guy? Yeah, he said that. Then the thing, I still got a text to prove. Yeah, because I asked him why you don't want to become a sound guy. Because you put it on intern, I think quite risky lah. Yeah, he said you give my intern. Then he walked away. We continue shooting. Then with all of a sudden, right, at first we took a break, we go for a break, right? Then I asked Hafiz why. He said, actually I heard like someone's breathing over the mic. Then we're like, no, that cannot be lah. I mean, maybe it's just you lah. So as time goes on, right, all of us can hear the breathing. And the breathing is loud, no? It's like those, like how it feels like, it's not even 3D, it's like everywhere. It's like between your ears kind of thing. I don't know how to explain, you know? Like when you wear earpiece, right, it's like it's inside the earpiece kind of thing. Yeah, to the point it felt like, it's like someone is holding us and breathing over us. Like something big is breathing over us. And it's quite loud, right, to the point that all of us, all the crews, right, can hear it. And all of us start getting awkward already. And then in our mind was like, okay, never mind, we just finish this episode. Just finish this episode, get out of here, right? Because we are here, we paid for it, let's do it, and we go off, right? So as we stay, suddenly now, it became a bit more aggressive. At first, it would start with a tissue. I remember it was a tissue. So when we shoot, right, the conti, so we got tissue here. So whenever we take the tissue, we throw away, the tissue will be there again. Yeah. So we take again, we throw again. After we go back to the same place, right, the tissue is there again. Yeah, so we're like, okay, ignore this tissue. So it wasn't that bad. But until, right, they started to mimic our voice. This one to me is scary already. Yeah, because when like we call action, right, like there's someone here say action, then suddenly you can hear his voice on the other side saying action. So you can hear double action. Yeah, like we say and action, but same voice, no. Yeah, then honestly, this all of us that, oh shit.
Everybody heard it.
Everybody heard it. This is no joke.
So even without headphones and everything?
Everything. Even
oh
me
my
as
God.
I can hear
I know,
it.
man.
Yeah, so I know like, okay, this one, right, like legit one, this one, lame already. This one like, we are stuck there. Then we're like, okay, you know what? Never mind, we finish shooting. So after we finish shooting, at about 3 a.m. like that, 4 of the guys wanted to go home badly. Like badly want to go home. 4 of my crew guys say, okay, we need to go. I want to go. I'm not comfortable here because you know, when you're there, you can just feel the aura is not right. I don't know what is it, but you can just feel it in your heart like something is not right here. So 4 of them actually left. Yeah, in which and the rest of us did not lah. So we really, I mean, the rules was we don't go home until sunrise, right? So the 4 of them left. So we're like, okay lah, screw that.
As in they went back to Singapore?
No, they went back to our Airbnb actually.
Right.
Yeah, our Airbnb is about 2 hours away. Yeah, so they went back, we stayed there until sunrise. So before we want to go home, some of the guys wanted to go for a smoke break. Right? So kampung, you know, some of the, the design is there's a door, then there's a window here. So technically you can see where the door is. From outside, from inside, you can see what's outside. So when you wanted to go for a smoke break, with all the sudden, so I swear to God, right, the whole door is shaking, like someone is knocking hardly on the door. Yeah, so we're like, hey, someone there. So we ran towards the window to see, but there's nothing there. But the door is shaking. Yeah, so we're like, oh, so how still want to go smoke or not? But obviously we did not like, yeah. So we stayed. Yeah, none of us go out and smoke. Yeah, so we wait until sunrise. Then the old man is there. Then we said, he asked how's everything.
Where was the old man throughout all this?
We don't know. So after all that, then after sunrise, we want to go home. We went out. Then we met the local that we met. They're saying that rent out the house for us. Then he said that actually that house is not occupied for over 20 years.
What?
Yeah, and actually that house is empty. So like around that kampung, right, is actually their cousin's house. All of the cousins is there. So technically the house is empty for a very long time. So they know they want us to shoot. They need money. So they cut down all the grass. They keep it clean for us. So when we shoot. So they did not tell us the history of it. But now we found out that the place has been abandoned for over 20 years. Yeah, but when we were there, you can see all those furniture is very old. We can, when you are there, you can know that the place is very old already. So we thought everything is over. Everything is fine. So we went back to our Airbnb. Then these 4 guys, right, that actually went home, actually got very high fever to the point they keep on their nose bleed and all that. Yeah, so I have to send them back home to Singapore because they've been sick for about 3 days when we were there. We tried to take Panadol and things like that, it doesn't work. So we bring them to the doctor. They said, oh, it's actually a normal fever, but again, nothing happened. So okay, I shoot them off to Singapore already.
Right.
So all this footage, whenever we shoot in Malaysia, we always keep it in SSD. Right, there's a folder. So this one, I remember it was episode 4 or something like that. So we kept it inside. So everything is fine. But we went back to Singapore, that particular episode that we shot, the whole file is wiped out. There's footage, you know, like footage got the number and everything, but when you press, you cannot upload any video or you cannot play any video. So technically, the episode is not out lah. Technically, the whole thing, right, the whole day that we spend there, 3 camera, we shoot everything. Gone. Everything is gone, wipe out, clean. Yeah. So
sound, everything gone.
No, everything gone. Like everything gone. The whole folder is all gone. Like it's there, but when you click, nothing happened. You cannot play the video. Yeah, so that was, to me, my whole experience when I shoot from season 1 to season 6. To me, this is the most scariest one that I've ever faced. Yeah, to me, this is the one is damn real. Because like usually people always say, sometimes when you go to places you shoot, take photo, then say the photo blur lah, kind of thing. I always never believe that thing. To me, that one nothing lah. Maybe you move the camera or you shake the camera, things like that, right? But this is the first hand experience that I kena and my whole team kena is that we actually, in a way, waste our time to go there. We shot for 12 hours and then we lost all the footage. Just like that. Yeah.
The door that the old man was telling you about in the cubicle.
Yeah. We did not close that door. Yeah, we did not close that door. There's one thing we forget. Yeah, because it's very scary, because the kampung you see, kampung very big, kampung you see, then got what? Like one white space, then got one cubicle over there. Who want to go there and walk? So the thing, to the point we did not lah. So none of us actually closed that door. So we were talking about it because technically it's my fault. I did not tell my crew because only the old man told me only. I didn't tell my guys that we should close that door after that. Because like this, not say I don't believe lah, but in a way it slipped out my mind that day. So I think, we don't know if that's the reason behind it or what is it. Yeah, but it happened to us lah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's creepy.
Oh, the voice. The
voices are real though. Like legit, like you can hear like your voice, like maybe you say hi, then someone like echo after you and it sounds the same but just different direction kind of thing.
Season what was this of your?
Season 5 actually.
Quite curious, like so you do a lot of horror shows, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys pray beforehand?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we take all the safety measurements. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
but sometimes it still happens.
It still happens because we have our own person who start with us. So yeah, just to make sure before and after everything is fine.
So did he will stay with you guys all the way or?
For certain shoot, yes. But we know that this location is quite, the history is not that good, right? Then we were like, do you mind? Are you free today? Can you follow us to the shoot? Things like that. Yeah.
In this episode, we saw something related to water spirit, sea spirit. Have you ever had any experiences at the sea, the beach?
Honestly, no. But I heard of stories though, like how they mentioned it with fishermen, fisherman story.
Oh yeah.
Right? I don't know how true this is though. About the first fish that you ever caught, you have to put it aside. You guys heard of it?
No.
Oh, you guys?
I never. But I fish last time.
Really? Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know because I hang out with some of the abang-abang pancing, right? Then they told me the first fish you ever catch, must put one side first. Then you fish normally. That one you don't bring home.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, so every fishing trip that you go on, you can never keep the first fish?
Yeah, not the first fish. Yeah.
Did they say why?
Yeah, they say it's for this like water spirit or something.
So it's like an offering.
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, imagine you get like a very nice fish.
You have to put it aside.
Hey, like, unwillingly, right? Unwillingly.
The first is the biggest, the rest are small.
Yeah, maybe the sea spirit's like, this guy's generous. Let's give it a few more.
But I've been on fishing trips. There's a lot of rules. I think fishermen, they are quite respectful of the sea. So there's rules like, you cannot pee on like a certain side of the boat. You cannot scold vulgarities. Whatever you see, don't say anything, that kind of thing. Like, they're just very respectful when you're out in the sea. And they really believe, like, let's say if today, right, it's like they look at the date, right, it's not a very good day, right, they will not go out to sea because the boat might capsize or that kind of thing. Then some boat captains, they also have an altar on the boat itself. Yeah, specifically in Singapore. Yeah.
Right. But Malays have a lot of superstitions about the sea. Like, don't go playing by the beach at night. Don't get into the water at night and swim because there are a lot of spirits in the sea, especially at night.
Yeah.
My father used to work on the big boat where he sails off. So he did say that he has a lot of experiences on the boat itself. Also, there was a fishing story of my father's friend who said that while he was fishing and then he put his fishes aside and then suddenly his fishes goes missing.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then after that he's like, why are my fishes missing? Okay, never mind. He keeps fishing and then the next thing he saw a hand coming over, grabbing the fish and then literally like slow motion. And then he's like, stop touching my fish. And then the thing stopped. Because he's a brave guy. By the way, he's a very brave guy. If it's me, I'll just like, leave.
I'll be like, bye-bye. All right.
That's like a reasonable thing to do, so
Yeah, right. Leave. I think for me, growing up, because we know that the sea itself is where sometimes people throw
Yeah.
You know, things that
Yeah.
they don't want. Like the bottle, I think I've spoken about the mysterious bottle with a yellow cloth, don't open up. So those are where they dispose of spirits. So the spirits are everywhere there lah.
I'm kind of curious also, like, so you've had those experiences on set and you've heard stories about like the sea and everything. Are there any other, has anything else happened to you even outside of production?
Yes, it actually happened to my whole family actually. Yeah, this is a story actually I never shared online before. Okay, I cannot disclose the place, but people know that I stay in Woodlands. Okay? So back then, this is my parents' first house. It was a BTO, right? I don't know if they call it BTO or not back then. Yeah, so when they first get the house, they renovated the house lah.
Yeah.
So that's the first step, right? So after renovation, halfway through, my parents came in the house. Then what they saw was actually, to keep it short, right, it has prayers inside our store. So my parents was like, oh, there's a prayer thing. So never mind, later after this renovation, they will clean up. Then the next week when they come, that thing is not there anymore. But what's there is actually human feces.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So my parents like, hey, what is this? So they call the contractor place. I say, what's happening? Why is it like this? So keep it clean, you know?
Yeah.
So they were very angry about it. So they actually, at the end of the day, they changed contractor. They have a very big fight with the previous contractor. So they actually changed the service. So we start living in there. So everything is, for me everything is fine. But I pity my mom because my dad works, but my mom stay alone to take care of me and my elder brother.
Yeah.
But the thing about that house is, we believe there's actually, jinn, right? Like, yeah. So we believe it's a whole family kind of jinn. There's a mom, there's a dad, and there's 2 kids.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it all start off with a simple thing like this thing move, that thing move. So quite okay lah. I mean for me again, I'm a kid lah. Then for my perspective, right, it's like whenever me and my elder brother, we slept on a bunk bed. So whenever we sleep, we will saw drawers like will be pulled out. These are not imagination. I understand I was a young kid back then, but it's not really not imagination. Like you can see the drawer being pulled out, our toy floating. Yeah, and it moved around by its own. To the point, right, every night we clean the house, the next morning, toys are all outside. Then when my father opened up the place, they will always scold us. See, why is it so dirty? Why never clean up? All this kind of thing. Like we kept on telling him it's not us. We kept on telling him it's not us. Then he's like, no, he will scold us. Just clean. So we clean. To the point, right, we became friends with these ghosts.
Oh.
Yeah, we begged them, like, can you please clean back up? Like to that point, like legit, no, because we don't say it happened, like always happening. Yeah, so we are tired of it. We're no longer scared about it. Then we communicate with them. We say, can you please clean back? And guess what? They cleaned it back. Yeah, it's not bad lah. Right. So at first it wasn't that bad. Then it got a bit more aggressive. Yeah, when my youngest brother is born. Yeah, so when my youngest brother is born, they start to mimic us in a way of like my mom said, right? She will see me going out of the toilet without switching off the switch. Then he say, hey Shafi, go switch off. Then a few seconds later, I will come out. So who was the first person that came out, right? Yeah, to that point. And these ghosts are love to mimic me. So suddenly when my younger brother is sleeping, they will saw like me playing with my younger brother, leg, things like that. Then when my mother say, hey Shafi, what are you doing? Then I will run away. But when my mother chase, I'm outside sleeping. Yeah, things like that. Yeah, again, this experience, a lot of it is happened to my parents, not me. So to the point, like, our cat died, to be honest. Our cat got squeezed, like, like vomit, right? In our kitchen, full of vomit, and it's like a pattern drawing. We don't know what is it. I don't know what is it. But God. Yeah, and to the point that my kitten died, actually. Yeah, my cat died. 2 of my cat died, actually. Yeah, because of this. So after mimicking, moving, then they start to showing themselves a bit more. Yeah, and it's not even... It's any time one. It's OT. Even in the morning also have one. Like in the morning, I remember my first time ever encountered it was after the floating. The first thing I saw was a figure of hand, calling me like this in my mother's bedroom. It got worse when we wanted to move out of the house. So after 5 years MOP, my parents want to sell the house, right? So the last 3 nights when we were there, me and Hafiz couldn't sleep. Because every night what we see everything. We saw pocong. Yeah, we saw Cik Kak, this thing behind you, but it's nothing like that. It's way bigger. Yeah, then we see like there's old lady walking around in circle. Yeah, to the point we told our father, then my father said, okay, never mind, we'll lock the door. So my father actually closed our door, our bedroom door, and locked from outside, not even from inside. Yeah, he locked us from outside to make sure we don't get out of the house. Hey, I will explain to you guys later why my parents do this. Yeah. So the thing is, all this while you have to understand my point of view and Hafiz's point of view. My father doesn't make sense because every day he will scold us. Like there's no ghost lah, there's no this, there's no that. keep the toys lah, or something. He will always scold us. No, to us he's a bit like, why man? Because we know it's not us. But we don't understand these things. So one day, I think the second last night when we about to move out, I remember that Hafiz, yeah, it was Hafiz. Yeah, correct. So what happened was actually my father locked our door. Then that night about 2 a.m, suddenly Hafiz is knocking on my father's door. So my father opened up the door and prepare one broom already, one to whack already. Then Hafiz was like, yeah. Then my father like, Hafiz. Then Hafiz said, yeah, it's me. So my father went to our door and it's locked. The door is still locked. Yeah, so my father unlocked it from outside just to move Hafiz inside. So the question is until today, we do not know, even my father, no one can answer this question, how Hafiz just literally teleport from inside to outside. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so that's why after that day, we start sleeping in my father's room, all of us together. Before that, we actually trying to cleanse the place. So we met people and they asked us to throw like rice and pepper, something like that around the house, right? So when that happened, but the thing is my parents did not do it in the toilet, in the master bedroom toilet. So that night when they slept, they actually dream of two black figures coming to them, begging them to clear up space from my mother's toilet to one of the room inside Lachi. They said, please let go because my son is there. Yeah. Right. And both of them have this dream separately, but when they both woke up, they both have the exact same dream. Yeah, but then in the dream also, my father negotiated. My father said, if we do this, can you please stop haunting us? Yeah, then they said, yeah, they won't. They will leave the house. So they clean up the path and the next day we move out the house. So everything is done, all good, right? So the funny thing is after that, there's actually an old man and lady who actually took over our house. 2 years later, they actually met my parents at a wet market and they scold my parents. They was like, why you sell the house? You tell me honestly why you sell the house. Yeah. Then little we know that they actually moved out after 2 years. So they even last 5 years. Yeah, then they just moved out. And until today, if you guys go to that same HDB, same unit number, the place is empty until this day. I just checked it out like last 2 weeks. Yeah, from outside, everything is still empty. So no one stayed there until today.
So you say that it was a new flat that they built, right?
Yeah.
New one. So your parents were the first owner.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? Because it's a new flat. If it's a moved-in flat, then maybe we could find out the history.
Maybe the history of the house.
Maybe the location. I don't
The
know.
location could be the location. Could be someone put it there. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, but I just want to clarify. Maybe the pineapple thing was done by your contractor. Your contractor Chinese, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the workers saw something.
Yeah.
Then they go and pray because they're scared. They go and pray. Then I think the feces one, I think a bit hard to explain.
Yeah, that was
he crapped his pen. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. That's a bit far out. I don't know. Yeah, or maybe it could be like something that the contractor brought in, like by accident or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. Then he just stayed there because a new house shouldn't have, but also very hard to say.
Yeah,
very very hard to say. It could be the feng shui also.
Yeah.
And the worst part is when I remember my parents also tried to bring in like Ustad, clean the place. Of course they did that lah. They brought in about 4 Ustad in total, and all of them said no, the house is clean. There's nothing wrong with the house.
Wow.
And they just go off.
Wow.
Oh, that means they cannot solve it lah.
Yes, they cannot solve it. Yeah, only one is quite honest. He said that it's not say his level. No. He said, this one quite jalat lah. Then he never said that lah, but he said you need another, like he said you have to find another person to help you.
Different level.
Yeah.
Different level.
Yeah.
Yes.
The creepiest part, right, is how the brother come out, right?
Yeah.
I have a theory on that. It's even he's gonna freak out. So when the father say good night to both of them, right, lock the door, right, actually the brother outside. So the one that is with you is not your brother. It's something else.
Yeah.
Because they've been acting like, each other, right?
Yeah.
So he just sleep, he just sleep. Then the ghost also sleep. Then the brother outside, then suddenly the brother wake up. Hey, why am I outside alone? Then he goes knock on the front.
Yeah, that's a good theory. Or it could be the other way. Or the both of them were inside. This person just wants to be inside with the boys.
It could be a fake thing also.
Yeah, and then he's like,
that's creepy.
I want to go inside.
But the experience there is crazy. Even my youngest brother, right, back then he couldn't even talk, but kena idea so. Because we remember playing soccer in the house. Then the soccer ball, right, go inside one of the room. Yeah, so my youngest brother was about to walk inside the room. Suddenly he stopped. Then he looked up. Then he bent down. Suddenly the ball is right in front of him. Then he said, "Thank you, kakak." Then he walked over. Yeah. And this one, my whole family was playing soccer together, all of us, right? Then my mother, my father, come here. And he said, "Oh, got kakak help me take the ball." Now then we're like, "Kakak what color?" Then he said yellow, but he pointed at the tissue. So it's white lah. Then we're like, wow, that one, yeah. So that's the thing, the way that this thing just come and go, right? It's honestly, they don't follow timing one. Like if they want to show themselves, they just show themselves. Yeah, but this is my side of story. But when you hear like those, from my mother's side, right, she got her own story, my father got her own story. So we asked our father, only about a couple of years back, we asked, why did you lock us in our room? Why did you scold us whenever we said there's ghosts? Then he said, do you want to know honestly or not? I said, yeah, why? He said, to be honest, right, I'm very scared. But I'm your father. Yeah, he said, because back then he was only about 35 years old with 2 kids. Yeah, he said, because I'm the man of the house in a way. If I verified, say, yeah, there's a ghost inside this house, all of you guys will freak out, right? Yeah. And the thing is, I got no choice because I have to stay there. I have to go to work and your mom is alone. And my mom is always calling my dad, ask my dad to go home, please, this thing's happening, this thing is happening. So for him, it's quite stressful. But in a way or two, he cannot scare us like that as well. So that's why he keep on, even he said he knows that the toy is not us. He knows, but he said he have to say something that makes sense. You get what I mean? Yeah, because he don't want to scare us. So okay, fair enough, fair play. Yeah.
Oh, it's not easy, yeah. Not easy. Wow.
Imagine having your first house and this happened to you.
Maybe you can make it into a series.
We plan to make a movie out of this.
Yeah, I think you will make a very good movie because it's like you tell the perspective from the parents because the parents know it's not like they can do anything. They just bobodo lah. It's not like they can just sell the house, right? Yeah. You haven't reached the MOP. Wow, man, that sucks.
No, because he mentioned about him trying to find ways to get rid of this spirit out of their house, but it's not possible. Because when I moved into my flat, it's a resale flat, by the way, guys. I'm the second owner. We felt things. Especially because the owner left weeks before we moved in. Because, he was migrating. So when I come in, it's a fresh new face. And then the first thing that happened was the light, this light dropped down to the floor. Like it has been there for years. But then it start to, when I came in, the moment I stepped in, palm. So there were a lot of things happening, but I got rid of it, right? Through spiritual help and all that. Yeah. But this case is interesting. He doesn't want to get out. So this question is for everyone. If you had to pick a creature that was specifically Singaporean, which would it be?
I might kena from this one, but I'm just going to say it. Colonial masters. Because even after they left, we still somehow being haunted by their presence.
See? That's where I can't be just Singaporean. Because I think the whole region kena also. Now who's gonna kena? I know it's not specifically Singaporean, but just for the sake of argument for the region, Pa Chiao Kui.
Yeah. Banana spirit.
Yeah. I feel like in terms of the region of Southeast Asia, it spends most of its time in Singapore. That's my sense.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I'll go with Toyol.
Yeah, I was about to say
because
Toyol.
he's well in Singapore. Like to work,
Or maybe that's how he's coming
from
in the
young
financial
start
point.
working,
From young start
Toyol, I think Toyol would be good.
Yeah, actually good. That's a good point.
I think Toyol would be good.
I wanted to say Toyol, but then usually Toyol is more heard in Kampong. But now that you mention it,
yeah, a lot of Singapore ethics, Singapore.
No, if you think about it, right, Toyol, if there's a Toyol right now, right, like in the modern times, like, they'll be out of job, bro.
Why?
You need to go for skill upgrading. Because all digital, how to steal? How to steal?
All Toyol hackers.
That's why I said they need to go for skill upgrading. Actually, that's quite true.
Toyol Hackers. Imagine there's a company called Toyol Hackers. Toyol Hackers Private Limited.
But if I were to really pick a spirit, right, I think for me it's sea spirit. Because it's all around us. Like, as in, like Singapore is surrounded by sea. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Sea spirit is definitely one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Time once again to wrap things up. And that means Kyle has another morbid fact of the day for us.
This one you would like. There's a city in Indonesia called Pontianak. Legend has it that the city earned its name because last time it was infested with Pontianaks. And then until like the 1771, when the son of a cleric gathered an entire army of clerics to fight against them and clear the whole city. That's why it's called Pontianak. That's the origin story. So it's quite epic. Somebody should make a movie about it. Like imagine like these guys
I'm impressed
we need
nobody
to
is.
take back our city. It's infested with like kind of like a zombie film. Then then they fight. They go and fight all the.
Sounds like a National Day film.
That would like I don't know, like that would like
Then you imagine all this cinematic background music. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
We must fight for our land.
If we're gonna make it into a National Day kind of thing, where got Kakpi? I'm quite sure everybody knows which director should take it on, but where got Kakpi?
But even so, even if they have cleared their space, I would not want to stay there.
Yeah, no.
Actually, I want to
The
go
history, I don't want. Knowing the history,
Yeah.
why would you want to stay there?
You could miss one or two.
You imagine your cousin asks you, where do you stay? Oh, Pontianak. What?
Actually, I kind of want to go there. Low key is like one of the places I want to go there. Yeah, I just want to go and see. Then you get the chop there, Pontianak. It's like a passport, Pontianak.
Buy the what magnet?
I wonder if they would like capitalize on the name or not. Like the city will capitalize on the name.
Maybe. Imagine
like the mascot is Kapi. I don't know. Maybe to them it's like, oh, we don't joke about this. But to us it's actually okay, not that bad.
So thank you for joining us, Shafi. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes drop every week on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Shafi.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
She basically goes, that poor woman in white in the tree is stuck on there. Can somebody please go up there and help her? And she's like asking all the staff, and every one of the staff members like, no, she's fine. No, it's okay. And nobody wanted to tell her.
My name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Joining us today, once again, is Ut, host of Incredible Tales across its 13 years. Hi, Ut.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Good to see you.
Good to see all of you too.
Yeah.
You look...
And you.
All right, nice.
You need to stop doing that. You're freaking me out, man.
Do you have another person somewhere?
For some reason, I thought he was looking at Mel Gil.
You have been with us each and every episode.
That makes me feel a little bit better, thank God.
Nice.
Plus, you dressed up with the blazer again today, so you know.
I have the blazer, but we both have the same look today.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm in training. I haven't gotten the approval to wear the blazer
Pastor
yet.
and apprentice.
Yeah.
I really miss my Mel Gil blazer right now.
So anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to the classic Incredible Tales episodes.
For this episode, we're looking at how Southeast Asian supernatural travels beyond our region. This episode's theme was inspired by The Souvenir from season 4. When Robert, a guy down on his luck, gets a finger bone from his friend as a souvenir from his travels, he thinks nothing of it. Soon, his luck turns for the better. But then Robert discovers that accompanying the good luck are nightmares that come true. Is the finger bone the cause of all the bad events happening?
Let's take a look.
That all changed when I had another horrific nightmare.
Well,
Well,
it's
Angmos.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I was expecting?
What?
Him taking the bone, throwing it far away instead of keeping it in his drawer.
Like, I've seen the episode already. I wrote the description down. Even as I'm reading the description, I'm like, why would you accept the finger bone as a gift?
It's like in this part, he haven't decided to throw it away. So I think he just kept it. But he was freaked out because the bone was placed right next to him. And he was like, I did not put this here. But then this was not enough for him to throw it out.
Exactly.
I don't get. I think it's the whole idea of cultural biasness, right? Because it's not your culture. Therefore, you don't believe in their beliefs. Therefore, you're kind of immune to it.
Yeah, but that's true. That's
true. I agree with Kyle. I think sometimes like you just don't know any better.
Yeah.
So you just don't think it's gonna affect you. you
Yeah,
know?
that's right.
So it's interesting seeing reenactment with in Thai would be Farangs, like Angmos, like Westerners, because all the stories we tell, it's like it's like Asian based or like amongst our like the countries in Southeast Asia. So it's interesting to see how like the energies and the situations they go across lines.
Yeah. Yes.
All colors and barriers.
Yeah. Which, speaking of which, because you travel a lot from between America and Thailand, so with what you have seen, how much of our Southeast Asian ghost stories make it to somewhere as far off as the States?
Oh, they do, but they become remakes.
Which one? Tell me more.
I find it really entertaining when they become remakes because the authenticity and the trueness of like the stories, it gets tweaked into, it becomes very westernized, and it's like you're like, huh? You're like, let's keep it to like the Asian version, like The Ring, The Ring, or a lot of the Shutter is remade, and it just doesn't it doesn't translate the same.
Yeah,
I guess because did they bring down the scary scale, the horror scale down?
No, at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that it's just elements and specific things that do not pertain to the Western culture.
Right.
So then when it gets tweaked, then it's like it kind of just everything changes. Yeah. So going back to the question is, do I feel the stories make it there? Yes, I definitely do if they're brought in their authentic form. My friends who love the original Shutter, who love the original stories, because it's something far off from what they know. But when it gets translated, I guess like it's okay, but it's like it loses some of its authenticity.
Yeah. I always believe that vampires are the westernized version of Pontianaks. Don't you think so?
I love that you've flipped it around. Because like all the time I hear like, oh, Pontianaks are the Southeast Asian version of vampires. So for you to say like, oh yeah, vampires, they're their version of our Pontianak.
I mean, don't you think so? Like male to female, and then it's black, white, and then instead now it's black, white.
I'll take your word for it. I'm just not looking at it.
And they still suck blood.
I think Hollywood has like really spoiled the vampire for us. Because they're like sexy, they're like, then become teenage romance, that kind of thing. It's cool to be a vampire.
Oh yeah.
Is it though? To be the
I agree.
Yeah. But whereas like I think Kakak, we are a bit more still real to the source material in a sense whereby it's still a tragic tale of a woman losing her life, while giving birth, and then it's
like the man.
Yeah, exactly. Like it does, even though it's modernized, but it doesn't really change the core. But whereas like vampires in Hollywood, it has changed a lot because it came from like Vlad the Impaler, the story came from Vlad the Impaler, then Dracula, like it's all this like castle thing. Then now it's like modernized for Hollywood.
I think it's much more layered. There's more intricacies with how we see spirits and energies because we do things to appease them. We do merits. We have a deeper understanding of the stories behind it. I think with like with Western understanding, it's more on the surface. So then that gets changed in terms of like, how people perceive the energies and everything here. I do find that because they don't understand, like Westerners might not understand the intricacies. For a lot of them, it is fascinating, but it's how to connect it to them slowly. It's like kind of like food. You know, like what I've realized is when I was growing up in the US, that people's palate was quite bland. And then now it's like not bland, so more, you know, you got like sriracha and like hamburgers which wouldn't have been the case like maybe 10, 20 years back. So it's similar to what we're talking about. I think it just takes time for them to catch on to the intricacies. And I think it slowly is. Like, for example, the reenactment that we saw. I mean, that's an example of, I think, experiencing something out of the norm of what a Westerner would experience and then coming to terms with it.
Yeah, and then he will bring it back to his brethren, and then he'll be like, don't do that. When you go to a foreign country, don't bring back bones. I mean, to us, it's like common sense, right? We grew up with that. Like our parents thought, never ever do that. But I guess they are a bit more different in that sense. They didn't have that cultural understanding. Like, I'm pretty sure like an Asian person would never go to Africa and say, oh, that's like a bone thing, I'm going to bring it back. We will be like, no, we get it. Like, we get it. But whereas I think the Westerners, they are a bit more like what you say, surface level. Then they're like, maybe I'll bring it back as a gift.
That's true. More in understanding things on the surface.
There was this very controversial thing that, you know, a lot of the influencers, they, especially the Western influencers, they travel all the way to Bali and then they do like a whole bunch of photo shoots. Like near like a tree that is an ancient tree that's supposedly like spiritual. And they took nude photos there. Then people are unhappy because you are basically disturbing the spirits that are there and like the culture. So they were made to apologize and like I think do some prayers over there. So.
It's become quite common because of the influencer culture and the social media culture. So all these key traditional places, especially in Asia, you have a lot of influencers just like taking it one step further, you know, just to garner attention. So like that incident, and there's a lot of incidents like from Japan to Thailand to, you know, everywhere. So, but what's really good is on the other side of social media, there's also a backlash.
There's an accountability from it from
Exactly.
people who understand better as well.
And then there's like the other accountability, where the spiritual accountability, the ghosts come and haunt you. It's like, don't do that.
That's right.
It doesn't matter how many hate comments you get on social media, nothing's gonna beat the ghost coming to you.
But the ghosts come, people. Good luck, man. Good luck.
You can't block that.
I think to add on to that, because like what you say, Carl, where you know, the Western culture, they fantasize or they create a new character out of vampires. So hence the cultural aspect of, you know, respecting vampires is different than how we know about, let's say, Kak Pi. Because in movies, they will always say Kak Pi will always appear if you don't do this. It's just that cultural norms being instilled into movies. But in Western movies, however, we don't hear much of that norm or cultural do this and do that.
I noticed that as well in like the movies that we have down here. Even the horror comedies, like everything else will be a joke, but Kak Pi will always be played straight. So there's no making fun of her. It's making fun of everybody else around her, but there's no disrespect.
You can
her.
try.
No.
Try.
I am always respectful.
No, but like I'm curious. Like as a filmmaker, I think it would be quite interesting to see a Hollywood version of Kak Pi, like a portrayal of Kak Pi. I'm curious of how would they do it. Because we've always done it this way, right? Like how would they do it? But then I'm not gonna try lah. Just saying.
I think curious is the right word. I wouldn't look forward to it, but I'll be very curious about it.
That's true.
Actually, I was wondering as well, because you mentioned in last season as well that there's a community of, you know, fellow Buddhist people in California, and you've been to some temples down there. When they talk about like mythology and folklore and stuff like that, does it still feel like Thailand, or does it feel like there's a Western lens on it?
It depends on what community. If it's like, I think this is across the line. For example, if you have the Thai community here who immigrated there, they're still going to think in a very Thai way. But if you have like the children who are Thai American, they're going to be influenced by Western culture, so they're going to not be as connected unless their parents pass that down to them. And I think that's across the line with whether you're Singaporean, Malaysian, Indonesian, Filipino. So and then you have the other side of it where it's like you're fully Western. Yeah. So particular group of people that I see in the Buddhist community, they're very Thai. They're still like the first generation, and then passing it down to the children. It's more of like the people who come in who are foreign, who are learning. They're getting bits and pieces of things.
Which brings me to the next question, because do you think our Southeast Asian ghosts and creatures can actually travel to other countries? Like, for example, in the States, do the people there currently believe that, Minyak is still existing there in California itself?
I feel once you're like in a different space and environment, it might not necessarily be the same entity that we term it here. There might be termed differently, because when you're in different places, like let's say if you're in Australia, you have the Aboriginals. They have their particular terms to entities and spirits. If you're in the United States, the lands before what it is today was deeply rooted with American Indians. So they have terms for their spirits and their entities. And if we were to like just place it on this table and just have every indigenous tribes and people sit down and talk, it might be the same entity. But it might be the same entities and energies and spirits and kakat, but they just have different names.
That's true.
Yeah.
Is that how like the banana spirit, the kakpi, and the nangnak, they are like quite similar in that sense? Different origin stories, but quite similar in terms of how they look, how they kill, that kind of thing. Actually, that's a very good point.
Yeah, it's a good point. Because for me, when I travel, so this is funny, because when I'm in Southeast Asia, at night, I always think of the Southeast Asian horror Hantus coming up, at night. But when I was in UK for a holiday, I wasn't thinking about all those Southeast Asian. I was thinking about poltergeists. I was thinking about spirits that I cannot see, I've never heard of. So I've had hauntings when I was in UK.
You mentioned the last season.
So it's like, is it the same entity or is it just totally different entity? Because I'm in a different place. So that's a good point that you brought up.
I think the methods of handling the entities are different. And then when it's handled differently, then what becomes of the energy becomes different. I think with the poltergeist and the exorcism, it exists here in Asia, but I think it's more tamed because of the different religions we have across the line. So our different religions have certain methods to tame the spirits. There it's like it's more like just you have the priests and then the holy water and then it's like you have the caricature of what poltergeist or exorcism looks like, and it's what we see in movies and everything, but we handle it very much differently here. Like we have bomos, we have doctor, like spiritual doctors and everything that have these techniques and methods.
To actually add on to your point, right? Like basically your brain code switches for the spiritual world also.
Can you say that again?
Code switch for spiritual world.
Like
so it's like, I'm in the UK, switch. No more kaka. No more this and that. It's all poltergeist, ghosts, like demons, I don't know. But for me, it's a little bit different. So when I went to Europe, I was like, no lah, your hantu cannot beat my kakak. My kakak literally can claw out your genitals. What can you do? You move a chair. That's it. Right? You move a chair. Then that's it. That's for me lah. And then I also felt that they're very good at capitalizing horror. So I've seen walks for headless horsemen, that kind of thing. It's quite common there. Then people are like, this is part. There used to be a headless ghost, and I think they still roam around there. But here's 20 euros, then you go for the walk.
When people travel there and they bring the myths that they bring, they get code switched in that sense to fit the environments itself.
But I always wonder, would the the way to the priest, the pastor, the bomo, does it work in interchangeably? So
I think like if
vampire
it's like between Western and Eastern, it's like probably bigger hurdle. But I think if it's amongst our nearby countries, it's not as much. Like the story that I shared with you guys, how one of my producers brought an entity back to Singapore from Thailand, and then and Abomo told him to bring the spirit back to Phuket. So I mean, like if it's across, because we have similar beliefs and similar methods and techniques, but I think for Western and Eastern, it's like, you know, it's like a much bigger hurdle, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah. I think to add on to that, I did ask like spiritual masters about that recently, and then they say that it depends. But for certain religions, right, it doesn't matter what's your religion. You come to them for help, for exorcism, they will help. And they say that the power is still the same because essentially you're believing in light. So light will always fight darkness. So it doesn't matter what your religion is, they are able to solve the issue. It just depends on how evil the entity is.
Right.
So they say like, oh, you could be raised a certain religion and not the same religion as the spiritual master, but you can still go to him for help and he will still help. And the deity that, or the God that they believe in will help you.
I see.
Because still fighting evil.
Yeah.
That's a good point. It's like the source is the same.
Nice
Well, I'm gonna throw this little story in. Flight that crashed. I forgot where, like Kathmandu or like I have to look it up. But basically, the next flight leaving, it's the same airlines. There were stewardess who were on that airline asking to go back home. Yeah.
Oh.
The spirits of the
deceased,
the crew,
yeah.
the crew that had passed away. So some of them had asked to catch
that flight,
another flight back home.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
Yeah.
It's just
No, but it's quite a common knowledge that sometimes the commercial flights that we take, right, they do carry disease.
Yeah.
Yeah, like bodies, the repatriation flights.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's underneath the cargo space.
Yeah.
Because they do carry cargo ma. So sometimes it's disease.
Do we think that people are more understanding of other cultures, supernatural beliefs now?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Because I think on the flip side of social media is that everything's well connected now.
Yeah.
And then like what we mentioned about disrespecting key places and the backlash is very fast. So that's key to not having that repeat itself. I think it's the same when it comes to disrespecting like, you know, the spiritual world as well. And people are more worldly. They travel a lot more now.
Yeah.
So I think there's more of an understanding.
I recently saw this video. All my friends sent me. It's quite funny. It's a TikTok of basically an Ang Mo in Singapore. And then he's just walking around at night. And he's like, why my apartment outside got the frangipani smell?
Wow.
I love that smell.
Wow.
And then in the comments, you can see, right, people are like, Singaporeans are basically, do we tell him? Like, do we tell him? Like, good luck, man.
That actually reminds me of a story that a friend told me. And I won't mention the name of the place, but it's outdoors and you can visit at night. So it's an attraction in Singapore.
Oh.
I'm quite sure you can guess which one it is. And there was this lady from, I think, America, who he was working at this place, and he heard this lady from America just going on like, "You've got to help her. That poor woman stuck in a tree. You've got to help her. Can somebody help her?" And she's pointing to a tree, and she's like, she basically goes, "That poor woman in white in the tree is stuck on there. Can somebody please go up there and help her?" And she's like asking all the staff, and every one of the staff members like, No, she's fine. No, it's okay. And nobody wanted to tell her.
I would have asked the lady for her to go help instead.
That's true.
Like, I'll get you a ladder.
Go on.
There's a ladder for you.
I do imagine that Kat would have been a little bit more forgiving to that lady who's trying to help her.
Honestly, I don't think it's disrespectful. I think she genuinely wants to help.
Exactly.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
I think if she knew what it was, she probably would keep quiet as well. But yeah, I think it wasn't out of disrespect. I think she just was like, "Oh no, there's a poor woman stuck in a tree."
Yeah, it's like you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
Like it could be us on the flip side, right? We could be going to some Western country and then we could like have, I don't know, like hear some sound. It's like, what's that? But for the locals, they are like, hey, no, when you hear that sound, you run.
That's true.
I'm wondering, like, on the flip side of it, how how it is for the spirit world. Because I'm thinking
why is that woman pointing to my house?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I live here. Stop telling her to get me out.
It's like they're like, do we need
I wonder if they have like their own Google Translate.
Yeah. Do we need to get a translator?
Ghostly translate.
Do we need to get a translator to translate it, right? Yeah.
That would have been fantastic as well.
So I need to get my friend Dracula. It's on the other side of the world.
But I think eventually what's important is for us, because we love to travel, we travel all the time, is to, before we head over to that particular country, is to understand their culture, especially if it's supernatural culture.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we want to respect their culture as well. And likewise for anyone who's coming to our countries, to respect our supernatural beliefs as well. So that, eventually both side wins.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to Japan soon, so.
Just give him a look.
Yeah, I got like. I mean,
he'll be fine.
I'm honestly, I don't want anything to happen to me, but at the same time, I kind of want something to happen so that I got stories to tell. But I mean, Japan has been very kind to me thus far. Like, I have not gotten anything like happen to me in Japan. So chill. The spirits are pretty chill.
Yeah. You'll be fine. You'll be okay.
All right, so this question is for everyone. Which Southeast Asian supernatural entity do you think would be the most popular outside the region?
I will go first.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say, because of all the filthy pirates that's out there on the internet, I think people will love Hantu Tete.
Wow.
You know what's Hantu Tete, right?
Oh my God.
It's the ghost with the big breasts.
Oh.
That will suffocate you to death. Right? That's how they kill you, right? They'll suffocate you to death.
Sounds like a Japanese.
Yeah, but he's Southeast Asian.
Like a Japanese manga.
He's very much. Actually, yes.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
But he's Southeast Asian for sure.
Yes.
I didn't expect that answer.
I didn't expect that answer either. Which reminds me, she's such an underrepresented entity in
Yeah.
I like how I'm losing my words. But like you hardly hear people talk about it. That's a good one. That's a very good one.
Yeah.
See, because my initial thought would have been Kak P, but I realized that that's a local bias. That's a regional bias because we all love her, but that doesn't mean that she's going to translate well in, say, the States or Australia or somewhere like that. Penanggalan's my answer. Because just visually, she's terrifying.
Yeah.
You've got the wings, you've got the guts, you've got the head. Yeah. Penanggalan's the one for me. Penanggalan or the Filipino version, the Manananggal.
Wow.
Yeah.
My answer would be Toyo, because Toyo is almost as similar as a Harry Potter character that we all know. So I mean, it's a friendly character in Harry Potter, but if only that character becomes evil and it starts to steal from people's houses, I think it would be quite an interesting movie to watch. Just imagine like, Conjuring number, I don't know, and then there's that character appearing out of nowhere, hiding in rooms, and then, going houses to houses. That would be interesting to catch.
I would love to see the cinematic ad in Lorraine Warren try to stop a Toyo, just running after it.
Conjuring 5, Toyo, Mayhem in New York.
Oh yes, Wall Street.
It has to be set in New York.
There was a novel in Malaysia called Toyol's R Us. A corporation started, if I'm remembering the story, they started franchising Toyols within Malaysia. So you're probably not wrong. It's probably got like the best chance at having international appeal in that sense.
It's a profitable business, to be honest. Art, yourself.
I would do a double collaboration. One with Kyle and one with you. So the one with Kyle is interesting because it's just recently, probably this past 2 weeks, like my auntie was telling me more about, it has to do with the palakit. Palakit is this phallus that people pray to. Yeah. And then like she was telling me that it originates from a god and like two gods. And I don't remember the details of it, but like that particular god collaborating with your would be quite interesting. Are you looking it up right now?
Yeah. How do you spell it? Palakita.
Yeah. while he finds that, I'll talk about our collabo. So our collab will be Toyo's and Gumantong. I think it would be really cool. It would be really cool to have like, you have like the playful side, and then you have the evil. You have like kind of like the more dark. You have the dark version of the ghost spirits, and then the children spirits, and then you have like the light side of it.
Oh my god!
It'd be like Home Alone.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
It's Home Alone, but you do it in a buddy cop style.
Yeah. Just imagine. Yeah. I mean, the girl walking with the Toyo, holding hands, and then after that thing is like at the door, not letting you in.
So you like
envisioning?
No, I vision it as like more like you have maybe one house having the Gumantong and another house not knowing that they have the Toyos. So it's kind of like, it's
rival houses from across the street.
Okay, let's write this.
Rival houses.
We got a director.
Right now there's a producer out there somewhere who's watching this episode.
James Wan, come on, let's go.
Yeah, come on.
Like
let's go produce.
we have the if we were doing it in the Hollywood version, right? Hollywood version can have like Kevin Hart as Kevin Hart voicing the Toyo. I think that would be quite hilarious.
Oh yeah, I could imagine actually.
I would pay good money to watch that. Yes.
I'm here.
Did you find it, Kyle?
Yeah, I found it. It's a phallic shape. The phallic is basically a phallic shape amulet. It's for charisma.
Oh.
I have friends who have it also. It really is a phallic shape.
I believe you. I just love that I could see you going through all the different words you could use.
Yeah, it's
charisma.
Wait, so this collaboration would be if you are haunted by what's the
Hantu Tetek.
Hantu Tetek.
Yeah.
So if Hantu Tetek comes to you, then you have to go to the phallic
for help.
Oh no!
The phallic
will reverse the charm here.
Yeah.
Wow,
that's a horror romantic comedy if ever I heard one. All right, so we're almost done, and you know what that means. Kyle, please share with us our morbid fact of the day.
So on the other side that we're talking about, right, there's a shrine on Pulau Ubin itself that is dedicated to a German girl who died during World War II. And there is a rumor that her ghost supposedly still haunts the island. A lot of documented cases of paranormal investigators going even as recent as 2024. So I've been there myself actually. That place is sitting on the this kind of cliffside area of Pulau Ubin where you can overlook the sea. It's pretty creepy. Should I say the urban legend is that she died of very tragic causes. And it was like they were a German family staying in Pulau Ubin in the 1900s. I don't know why. They just stay there. And then she died and her restless spirit haunted the villagers. And then the villagers basically erected a shrine for her to, calm her spirit. And apparently she's super active. She will give out numbers to punters, people who buy 4D. So a lot of people will visit there and then pray for good luck. But there's also a lot of cases of hauntings. Not necessarily by her, perhaps by other spirits that's around the temple. Because when I went to the temple is a relatively small one, but it has a lot of other deities. But hers is the main thing. I wouldn't say she's a deity, she's more like guardian spirit of that area. Then I think it used to be a Barbie doll. And then I think they made an actual deity carving for her, wood one. The reason why I feel that it's very creepy is because many years ago when I was still dating my wife, then we went there for a picnic. And then we just walked around that area, right? And then we chanced upon that shrine. And went in just to, for prayers, I just pray only. And then for some reason, right, she felt really sick, for 2 weeks. Yeah. And we just couldn't solve it. And then we found out there was shingles.
Oh?
Yeah. But the thing is that Western medicine couldn't solve it. Really couldn't solve it. It's they keep giving her medicine and then she couldn't get well. It's it wasn't she wasn't dying or anything. She was just sick . It's just in pain . Then after that we went to a shingle specialist. A little bit Chinese medicine kind, but also with a little spiritual thing. So apparently, like in Mandarin, we call 抓蛇. So it's like catching the snake inside. So the shingle it looks like a shape of a snake, right? So then the person was like, you all cannot see. People who accompany her cannot see, because if not, you might spread to you. And she then specifically, I think the master was saying, this is a water snake. It's like, have you been to somewhere near water before or not? Recently? And I was like, yeah. It's like, yeah, you came from there. And I was like, so I'm very curious about this aspect. Like, experts in the comment section, please let me know, like, if this is spiritual or not, because I'm not sure. To this day, we are still puzzled. Like, then after that, she went for that thing, right? And then she recovered within 2-3 days. I know there is a lot of debate in the medical community that this 抓蛇 thing, right, it doesn't work. It's like kind of like, a bit of like spiritual healing kind of thing, but there's some medical backing to it lah.
Yeah.
But it's really weird. And then he was fine after that. And my wife she's the non-believer. She's not scared one. You can ask her to stay alone, in a very creepy place. She'll be fine. But a lot of times when we stay in creepy places or we like go to these kind of places, right, she'll fall sick. Like just like that.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was like quite creepy. Yeah. Yeah. Have you been to that place?
Pulau Ubin?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have. I might have. But I've heard a lot of stories about Pulau Ubin and I met someone who lives in Pulau Ubin. But I find this story very interesting because it shows that like spirits in the end, they're the spirits, and no matter like what background you come from. But I do feel sometimes when you're in certain places and you don't know, sometimes you take something with you that's very unexplainable, like what Kyle just shared. And thank you for sharing that, by the way. I mean, that was something personal. But I would be keen to know if there's any advice out there as to like how, what are people's sort of perception on that.
Yeah.
Because like given like if your wife's a non-believer and it's interesting because I think because she's a non-believer, so with non-believers sometimes they take in the energy in a different way.
Yeah.
So like I think for your wife, the way she takes in energy it affects her physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas for you, which makes you two the perfect match.
Yeah.
It's like you're outwards. So you sense everything outwards and then she senses everything physically inwards. That's so interesting.
Yeah. But have you guys heard about the German Girl Shrine?
No, never.
First time?
You've never heard about it?
Never heard of it. This is my first time. Yeah.
You know about it, right?
I know about it. I completely forgot that people ask her for 4D numbers.
Very Singaporean.
And no, that's the thing. I was about to say, it sounds like I'm making a joke out of it, but we talk about how spirits from elsewhere, they adapt to the local culture. That's a really good example of a Western spirit adapting to local culture.
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know lah. I wouldn't go there. Now, whenever I visit Pulau Ubin, I was like, no like even though I didn't get the shingles, but I experienced it through her. I was like, wow, that's no. Yeah.
I would be interested to know how it might have been because of both of you together.
Yeah.
Because I've had that the experience where I've experienced something with my brother who is a non-believer.
You mentioned.
But we were tied together and connected because after we went to a prajan, it's like, what's led to this is because of you and him. So yeah.
So you are the conduit.
Yeah.
We are the conduits. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of her
her
sickness, right, around like weird and supposedly haunted places. It's because she was with me.
Exactly.
Oh wow.
Sorry.
Sorry.
What do you mean to say sorry?
You're married to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so thank you again, Art, for joining us today. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Ut.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
came to me and it's like, you know what I told you guys? You know why I was looking in the other direction? I was like, why? Oh, because this is what we saw. And he showed me a picture of this white figure with eyes and all that, looking from that very direction towards us.
My name is Rishita.
My name is Raviji.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Joining us tonight is a returning guest and a new one. So Ravi G is a senior producer and presenter at MediaCorp's Indian news and entertainment radio station, Ollie 968. He is currently hosting a weekday show, Tea Kedai, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. He also co-hosts Tiggle Tales with a familiar face to our viewers, digital creator Rishita, aka Devil Wears Bata, still one of the best names ever on Instagram and TikTok.
Ooh.
In Tiggle Tales, Ravi and Rashita join forces to research and investigate instances of paranormal activities shared with them by listeners.
Welcome to the show, guys.
Hey,
Yay.
such a pleasure to be here, guys.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Great to have you here.
Yes.
Great to have you back.
Yeah. Fun.
For my money, you were still one of, and we love all our guests, but I think it was one of the most interesting conversations with you
Oh, thank
last
you so
season.
much. Thank you.
Just because of that skepticism. But we will get to that skepticism. We will get to how you complement that skepticism so well in just a little bit.
Can I just ask, what does Tingle mean?
Okay, so Tigil is basically horror in Tamil. So when I first started the podcast, we wanted a name that's catchy, fun at the same time. You know, it's easy to pronounce so that people from other races could also relate to it in that sense. So Tigil is horror and Tales is tales, as you know.
Horror Tales.
Nice.
Wow, nice name.
Yeah, and I like when we were interviewing Rishita for season 1, it was for Tiggle Tales season 1. And then now we're in season 2 and they just completed season 2.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we're kind of growing together.
I like to believe it's brand synergy.
So speaking of brand synergy, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and tie it back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
For this episode, we're looking at the kind of precautions one must take before encountering the supernatural. This episode's theme was inspired by All in a Day's work from season 3. For centuries, the Chinese have defined standard procedures for exhumation. Unaware of these customs, a foreign worker unintentionally offends a spirit, resulting in dire consequences.
Let's take a look.
Stop! I'm sorry. I will do anything for you. Please, stop!
After the incident, he was no longer the same. I heard he ended up in the mental hospital. That's what they all said.
I don't know why anyone would want to break the rule. It's not worth it.
I remembered this episode.
Sounds like an anti-smoking ad. It's not worth it. So the exhumation, basically the story is about this worker who like exhumes graves, right? And then he don't follow the protocol, right? Then he was very disrespectful to the deceased, and a lot of things happened. Then he ended up in a grave like surrounded by ghosts, and then he lost his mind. Yeah. So
I think this is the biggest problem or the biggest nightmare that I always have the back of my head when we were shooting Tiggle Tales. Yeah, which Rishita couldn't give a
about. Because it's all about precautions, right? So speaking about precautions, now we want to touch on Tiggle Tales. So maybe for the both of you, Ravi and Rishita, can you tell us how did Tiggle Tales come about, specifically this partnership of believer and non-believer?
Crazy.
Believer, non-believer.
Yeah. So as I said, right, I started this podcast on radio and it was going really well. And then I realized that podcasts should evolve and maybe a digital version would look good. So I scouted for people who I can work with. And then I
chanced upon her profile, and I was like, wow, this girl is just going all out, video after video about all these rituals and stuff. And then she's like, oh, but I don't believe this. That's a sign off. So I was thinking, this will be interesting to work with someone who doesn't believe and then someone who believes. I think we marry the fact that people are going to watch it, right? Or hear it. They'll be like, okay, they're going to fall with either one of us. And I thought that would be a good mix of it. So I called her up. I DM'd her first lah. And she was very friendly, but it's a DM. You never know. So when I spoke to her, she was totally on about it. I was thinking, wow, such a friendly person. Why is she doing this kind of videos? Yeah. And then what happened?
Then we started like exploring various places in Singapore and started doing a mini TikTok series for Uli's channel. And it became a hit on TikTok. So it got picked up by MediaCorp and it became an actual show. So it was like a dream come true, like how our baby became a big show, I guess.
Yeah, as much as I was petrified with the fact that I'm going to go do this on a full scale, because it's a TV show, I think it was very exciting working with someone, as she said. And at the same time, I also wanted to face my fears in the sense, you never know until you see it, right?
Yeah.
And then you have someone who will not stop until she sees it.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Yeah. That was the idea behind it.
Has her very staunch skepticism from as of season 1, has it rubbed off on you?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm not going to do those kind of stuff.
But his fear rubbed off on me.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I started getting scared here and there. It definitely rubbed off on me.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And I felt it too. Because sometimes she'll just grab my hand. I'm like,
that's a strong grip.
It's you, right? As long as it's you, I'm fine.
Okay, so what we understand about TQ Tales is that you guys go out to explore haunted places. And now this time for season 2, you also went out to, not just Singapore, but overseas.
Yeah.
So were there any precautions that you had to take as compared, if you were to compare it between Singapore and whilst filming in Malaysia?
I think in Malaysia, with all due respect, we took a lot more precautions because we were unaware of the place. We are not native to that place, most of us. So I think because of that, we had to be very careful as per what the video, the episode was all about. We didn't want to offend anyone or anything, most importantly, right?
Yeah, and also like safety precautions because you don't know if the building... Is it in a good condition when we explore? What if something falls on us? Or what if we go up and it cracks and we fall down? And we don't know what animal or insect is going to be inside. I think for me, that was the biggest concern for me. Randomly a snake comes in. Honestly, I would be way more scared of the snake than a ghost. So that was like...
She said it here and there. How you know? Then the ghost, I'm not a joke to you.
Really, then and you don't know the condition, right? So I guess safety precaution is the main for me.
But the scary part is right from the start of the shoot, everything was not going according to plan. So
tell us more.
So at the very start, right, my tickets got mixed up. Yeah, this has never happened before. Yeah, because I gave them the wrong dates, they saw the wrong dates, and everyone got the flight booked except for me. Yeah, so I was thinking, this is funny. Then I'm like, okay I don't think too much, just get there. And when we got there, 3 of us got in. Me, Rishita, and one of the producers, Jay. All 3 of us got in first. The rest of the crew was stuck out. And they were 5 minutes or something away from before the gates closed. So, yet again, we faced another obstacle. And then when we got there, our car broke down. On the way to the location, our car broke down. It was so random. It was so hot. Our car heated up and it broke down. Just like that. Coincidence? I don't think so.
I love how it's like in his mode already.
I know, right?
So after that, we got to the hotel. Our keys got mixed up.
Yeah.
We ended up just waiting for the person to come get us and get into our hotel. So there were massive delays right from the start. We were supposed to be there at 3 p.m, but we ended up being there at 6. Because of that, we lost sunlight and we couldn't shoot certain shots before sunlight because we wanted some sundown shots, and we had to rush for that. And our drone got delayed. And then when the drone got there, it didn't work.
Oh dear.
I think after a certain point, you're just thinking to yourself, come on, this is a bit too much. At this point.
Yeah. But, you know, Rishita being Rishita, she was like, no lah, it's just coincidence. Wah. Yeah, things happen. Wah.
Yeah.
I like how when you asked just now a coincidence, I guess that was her answer. Nope. Yeah, it is.
You know?
So Ravi, in your opinion, what do you think it is?
I think right from the start, right, whatever it was not I believe it was not a spirit, but I thought it was more like a guardian angel trying to guide us or maybe protect us from whatever it is that we were about to face. And that's about to get a lot more creepier, you know? And so we shot a few shots and then we came back. We had a break, you know? And then we came back to shoot a few more things. And in the midst of it, we were allowed to go into a room which was untouched for several years. So I'm talking about a room which is filled with spiders and whatnot, webs all over, completely uncanny, you know, furniture's all over the place. So we got into the room. I think some of you would have seen the episode. We got into the room and we started looking for things. And Rishita being Rishita, she couldn't keep her hands to herself. She had to go touch things, move things, feel it, right?
Yeah. I was curious, like, because some of the furnitures were just left there untouched, and they had like books on the table as well. So I was very curious what the book could be and stuff.
Okay, I'm just curious to know before you even got there or even enter, like, were there anyone there telling you that okay, once you enter, you gotta be careful? What were your expectations like for yourself, Ravi and Rishita?
I think there were definitely two opinions. Like even within the set, there are people who are very strong believers, and there are people who are also moderate believers. So the moderate believers like, okay, I can go and see and stuff, but then the strong believers are like, no, don't touch it, be careful. So like we invited 2 guests that day. So we had one, I guess he was an exorcist, and another thrill seekers. So they were 2 type of guests. So the exorcist was very strict about not touching things and not disturbing things and not
being very respectful in a sense. Yeah,
be more respectful. Whereas the thrill seekers were like, no, we have to go there and investigate every part of it. So at one point, the thrill seekers started feeling sick with us, those who came with us.
Yeah, in the room.
In the room, yeah. She started feeling sick and her voice changed completely. She was panting and we had to get out of the room because of that. And after that also, she was saying that she felt like something was trying to enter her body. And yeah, there was a whole ritual done after the shoot. Yeah.
With all due respect, she's underplaying it majorly, guys. The thrill seeker freaked out. Because it was a huge room and it had like a living room within and then the bedroom attached. So at the living room itself, there were like rituals done. You can see the carpet with blood stains.
Oh.
Yeah, and the blood stains are not random blood stains. It's craft in those demonic patterns.
Gosh.
Yeah, you know that a ritual was done there. And randomly there's a sofa in the middle of the living room. Just like that. Creepy? Okay, maybe not. Then we went to the room. And then I remember the fog. Is that what they say in English?
Yeah, I think it's fog. Yeah.
Fog. It was extremely thick. We couldn't see what the building that was right beside it in front of us. But we can hear this faint whistling sound coming from. So we are assuming it's a human whistling in the middle of a thick fog. Assuming. And the best part is, one of the panels was open in the bedroom. It was broken. I didn't even realize it, As it got nearer and nearer, I was like, wait, there's no panel here, and I put my hand out.
Oh.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no panel, glass panel, thick fog, but nothing was coming into the room.
And the scariest part is my dad was to sit on the sofa. The chair.
Yeah.
But for some reason, before I could complete the dare, we were chased out, basically. Like we were sent out. So the exorcist was like, this is just a sign for you, because if you had sat on the chair, there is a possibility of me getting possessed and jumping from the apartment. So this is what the exorcist told us.
Yeah. In fact, the exorcist and the thrill seekers had a little of a squabble, I would say, because, this side was saying that you guys have pissed them off, and this side was saying we just went in, chill. So all this was happening in the set, and in the middle of it, like she said, my producer, he felt something. He's a huge believer, very religious, so he felt something and he just took us out. The next thing you know, we were informed that she sat on that chair, boom.
Yeah.
And that's not the first time Rashida was under threat. There's a much bigger, scarier thing that happened to us when we went to the house. So we shot in that house after 12, specifically after 12. A few hours away from my flight, I remember. So when we got there, the exorcist was late. So because of that, there were several delays. But eventually, when we decided to go into the house, let me just paint a picture of the house for you guys. It's one of those good mansions that we see in Singapore. Okay, it's massive, 3 floors at least, completely dark, untouched for several years, and it looks like a perfect set for a horror film.
Oh,
and we are going in, we're going in. So we had this app that apparently helps us communicate with the spirits and whatnot. Yeah. So Rishita and I, this happened. She was holding on to the cam because I was holding on to the app, right, in the phone. I stepped in. I just took a step into the gate. The next thing you know, the app was totally quiet. It was just all the way. The next thing you know, it went, "Why are you here?"
Yo.
Scary.
I mean, the app just spoke.
Yeah.
Just spoke. Till that very moment, it was radio silence. And then it went, "Why are you here?"
Honestly, at that moment, I was still skeptical. I was very skeptical.
She thought it was an automated message.
Yeah.
Like, press 1 for ghosts.
I was just about to ask.
I thought it was a coincidence, or these apps usually have like fixed messages in, right? But then outside the house, we were told that only odd numbers. If I'm right, 7, right? Only 7 people can enter. 7 or 9.
7, 9, odd numbers.
One of cannot be even.
Yeah.
So
it had a negotiation actually.
Yeah.
The fella had a negotiation.
I think it's 7. So we were only 7 of us can enter inside. Because it has to be an odd number according to the exorcist. So when we entered inside, someone tried to come in. So the app actually said even, and then it also said, first it said there are 7 of you, and then it said even. And when it said even, someone was actually trying to enter the house.
One of the production crew.
Yeah, one of the production crew.
And he was chased out.
Then I was like, okay, this is too accurate to be a coincidence.
That was your point. That's the turning point for you, right?
That's when I was like, okay, this is quite creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, before that I was like, okay, all these automated messages.
But even before we entered the house, right, the exorcist was just standing out here. He was just staring at the window, He was just staring at the window, and then he's like, I'm like, what's this man doing? Like, is he okay? High or what? And then the next thing, he turns around to us and then he gives us a brief. He's extremely strict. He's like, don't go in there, touch things without my knowledge. Don't take things without my knowledge. Don't shoot things without my knowledge. Let me be the only moderator. If I communicate, it speaks, I'll reply. No one enters the conversation. All that, he's so strict. I'm like, it's army camp or what? Like, what's up, Sergeant? Relax lah. That kind of feels, And then we go in, right? Like she said, it started saying very accurate things. And at one point, we were at this lane. And then, remember, it was like a corridor, not lane, rather, in the house itself. Oh, but it's like a palace kind of mansion lah. So the one of the corridors was blocked, right? And he was bringing us through that particular corridor because it did not allow us to enter from any other spots. And he kept saying mother.
Yeah, so the exorcist will communicate with the ghost, but the ghost will reply with the app. So, and then we have to be behind him. So every time, so they will be having their own lingo. They will be talking amongst themselves, and most of us are lost. Like, what's happening? And then he'll be like, who is this? And then the app will say mother, daughter. So apparently it's a family of ghosts staying on top of the mansion on the 2nd floor. So they will come down one by one to talk to the exorcist. The app also knows what place we are in. So the app tells us, go to the living room, go to the dining room. Like, how does the app know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an app after all. So it's fair for you to think that, how is a ghost communicating with technology and app and whatnot?
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair lah, it's fair. But the sheer accuracy is alarming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very alarming. So as we got nearer and nearer and nearer, we got to this stairs, and he looks at us, exorcist, and he says, "This is how far I can bring you safely. Anything above this is going to be extremely unsafe." And our friend here loves the wild adventures. Yeah. So our friend wants to go up. And then he reminds us again, once again, he reminds us that this is how far I can bring you safely. If we were to go up there, that's it. Something up there, a way higher power is ready to take us. So I was thinking, what is he talking? And then at that point in time, he's negotiating with them and it's asking for roses. And I'm like, what is happening here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I at one point, I think the both of us were on board on going up. And then I approached the guy and I was like, okay, fine. If we were to go up, what will happen? And then he gave me like a very basic schoolboy analogy. He was like, oh, by the way, there's a pool in the house itself. So he pointed at the pool and he said, you see, there's a pool. It's filled with water. I'm telling you it's 2 feet deep. You're saying it's 1 feet deep. So if you were to go in, what will happen? I was like, drown. That's going to happen to you when you go up there. And I'm like, okay. So, it's going to be messy in a sense. And in the meantime, he has this helper who, so all of us are facing this direction towards the stairs, right? And this helper is just looking there. And then he's just like nodding, taking his phone up, taking pictures. And I'm thinking, what's this guy doing? So random, staring at a window, remember? I'll tell you guys what he did after this. And then at some point, we decided, okay, we are going to go up. And then when we did try to get nearer towards the step, it started communicating with him again. Yeah. And that's the point. He told us that's it. If both of you go up, it's going to take Rishita.
No.
And when he said that, I was like, no lah, cannot. I mean, you can put yourself at risk, but you can't put your friends, your family, your loved one at risk.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was it. That was a point I was this close to shouting at Rishita, really, that's it. This is it. Cut. We go home. Yeah.
I'm curious to know, during that point of time when, the exorcist was telling you all this information, what was going on in your thoughts for the both of you? I mean, were you okay with that comments, or were you still skeptical about the comments?
I was on board with him. How about you?
I was skeptical. Like, I still wanted to go up and see if there's really something, because I mean, technically that's why we are there, to see if there's really something there. But yeah, everyone was spooked at that moment, so we decided not to go. But yeah.
Because it's not just us going up there, It's the
like the whole
cameraman,
crew,
it's the
everyone,
producer.
yeah.
What if anything happens to all of them? I think sometimes audience need to understand that as much as it was a horror series, there were boundaries that we cannot go past.
Yeah.
Especially when an exorcist is telling you that if you were to go up, it's going to get messy.
And even before we went to the house, we actually were able to witness a live exorcism. We weren't able to record it because
outside.
to respect the family. Yeah, but we also witnessed, like, we heard the screamings and everything. So we followed the exorcist himself. So like, to be very honest, I was quite spooked. I was spooked at that moment. So my mindset was also like half. Okay, should I explore, or should I listen to him? So yeah, I was skeptical, but not as skeptical as previous episodes. Definitely.
So there's this feeling of, if I were to go and proceed, it might happen. But at the same time, if I don't, I'm going to miss this out.
Yeah.
You know what's the best part? The footage that we filmed, right? Our producer showed us. We've never been in the house. No one knows that where we are from and all that, because it's a different country, right? But on that wall, leading up to the staircase, there is our logo on it.
Oh.
Our show's logo on it. A T, a double T.
Are you
Remember?
serious?
Yeah.
Yeah. Coincidence? Maybe it's purely coincidental, but there was a double T on it. Yeah. And the helper I told you about previously, when we came back to our vans and we sat there and then we were like chilling out and all that, he came to me and he's like, you know why I told you guys? You know why I was looking in the other direction? I was like, why? Oh, because this is what we saw. And he showed me a picture of this white figure with eyes and all that, looking from that very direction towards us. Specifically Rishita.
So he actually photographed it.
Yeah, he took a picture.
There's a photo. Did you include it in the episode?
I don't think don't think we decided to, because we felt that it may further offend it. Because that's what the exorcist said. If you are going to feature this somewhere, it's going to follow you for sure.
I see.
Yeah.
Why do you think it was targeting Rishita specifically?
I don't know, something about females and ghosts.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
From the exorcist explanation, he said that I was the only female there. So all of our crew members were male. And on top of that, I think the ghost was male also. It's a demon, if I'm right. Yeah. So he just wanted a female, I guess. Yeah.
So can I just clarify a few things? Right, the exorcist is he has third eye. Then he had like disciples lah.
Yeah. And so after all this drama, right, we went back to our hotel and we shot a few scenes in the hotel car park because it was very nice. It was very foggy and all that. So when the cameraman shot my shots, like a monologue kind of thing, it was perfect. But when we shot hers, he couldn't capture her, the camera. It was always out of focus.
Yeah.
We felt there was a technical glitch. And then we switched again, which means I came back on frame on a mid shot, and he shot me. He was able to shoot me again. And then when she came back, again it went out of focus. It just couldn't capture her. So the exorcist was like, it's up to, and you had rituals after that, right?
Yeah, they did rituals on me, and I was also very sick.
Yeah. That very night,
Like fever, that kind of thing.
I don't know. I was in a daze actually. Like I was tired and I had cold. And also could be possible, I didn't bring proper attire.
It's the fog.
For
Yeah.
the
Cold lah.
Yeah, it's very cold. So I was wearing a leather jacket, which is like not insulating at all. So like I was like freezing from the start. Yeah, and the shoot was very long also. So I think because of that, I was very tired. Yeah, and we had less sleep. Like it ended very late.
I did want to ask as well. So when y'all take these precautions, how do y'all decide what kind of rituals or what kind of precautions take? Like which faith do you take it from?
I think it doesn't depend on the religion, for us at least.
Yeah.
We look at it more of case by case basis.
Yeah,
lah.
case by case. And also the best. Yeah.
So when you shot the camera malfunction scene is in Genting, right? I presume.
Yeah.
And we came back.
So you all stayed at the hotel? Is it the creepy one?
No, we didn't stay there.
We stayed right opposite it.
Yeah.
Right opposite it.
Yeah. We were supposed to stay in the hotel. We were given a room, but hello! What the?
But then that hotel itself is divided by two parts. So one is the creepy building, and then the other building was very well renovated. You know, it was
In fact, they were
had Marvel
residents.
team rooms and all. Like there's an Iron Man room.
There's a shop also below, right?
Yeah, there's a shop,
But
canteen.
the main one that is like creepy looking is still there, right?
Yeah,
It's still
there.
creepy.
It's still
But there are people staying there. What? I remember.
Yeah, I think only one floor is blocked. Yeah. So
We
that-
even went all the way up to the roof for a drone shot. And I was able to, from there, I was able to see that there were some houses, as you mentioned, apartments taken up. So
Yeah.
within that creepy building itself, there are people who stay there.
I think it's not the whole. If let's say if it's haunted, I don't think it's the whole building. It's probably like that one floor, because that one floor nobody stays there. Also, it's just fully guarded.
Did anybody tell you why
floor?
that particular floor
Which
is?
floor? I don't remember. Do you remember?
it
the
11?
I don't remember the floors, the number of the floors, but the thing is that I felt the management there were very shady about the entire place.
Yeah.
They wouldn't reveal a lot of information. They had security walking around all the way,
Yeah.
and then when they realized that we were aggressively shooting, and then they had like guards coming in, looking at us, what we were doing, how we were portraying.
I think after we broadcasted it, we were our cameraman was looking through at whatever shots that were left over. Then they noticed that the position of the chair actually moved.
Switched.
Moved slightly. Switched or moved?
I think it got switched.
Yeah.
Switched around, yeah.
So like nobody went to that area though. Like how did it switch when we just came to another room? So there are like two rooms, and you can see each of the room adjacently
Facing
to
each
the
other,
window. Yeah, so the chair moved, and then we were just discussing, that's actually very creepy, because like we didn't notice that when we were there.
But I felt that throughout the series, right, whatever spirits that was trying to disturb us was solely after Rishita for some weird reasons. Yeah. I wasn't disturbed. I didn't feel disturbed. I was just very afraid. that something might tag on to me and affect my family members or whatnot when I go back home. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, but I don't feel attacked. I didn't feel attacked at all. Yeah, but I think it was more of Rishita's always being, looked at. I don't know, favorites list or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a theory about that. Because they like to be acknowledged.
Yeah.
They like to be acknowledged and respected. Then Rishita is always saying that, no, I don't feel it. I don't, I don't believe. So they want to make you to believe. Because you see, the whole idea of the supernatural is that they want us to talk about it. Even the fact that we're in this room talking about them, they like it. You see, so long we are not disrespectful lah. So I think what they want is like they want you to acknowledge them in that sense lah. I feel I want to make this person believe me. So I'm going to give you more and more occurrences because you don't believe me.
Wow.
But then again, I also feel like when they say that the ghost is attacking me, it's most of the time it's the guests who are the ones saying it, but not the ghost itself communicating with me.
Yeah.
So it's like, are they just doing this to scare me? Like you'll never know.
Yeah.
Because like it's not the ghost coming and be like, oh, Rishita, be scared. Then maybe, of course I'll be scared like if I see a ghost talking to me. But it's not the ghost.
So everyone around you is affected. Isn't it a sign?
It could be some psychological thing also.
I love this. The thrill seeker herself, she isn't afraid. You know how she works. She was shivering. The thrill seeker herself. She is legit like, I'm gonna go out there and But
she also got low-key pissed at me last season for not believing. So no, I ain't trusting her.
You think it's a conspiracy. Everyone come together to make you believe.
It's a show, so
yeah, but like then you still so many things already happened to you. You still like.
But nothing actually happened. It's just people telling me if you sat here, you would have committed suicide, or if you went up, you would have gotten possessed. But nothing actually happened though. It's just you could have. It's just people saying you could have.
I think kids these days really, really a bit.
I mean, touch wood, I don't want that to happen to me lah. Of course, who wants to die so young, right?
But that's how you're making it sound, what?
But I just feel like I will try to be as cautious as possible. Like even when I'm doing a task, let's say, because I am skeptical, but you'll never know, there might be a ghost, right? So I will, like, let's say if I was about to sit on the chair, I'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm doing this for a show. I will say it inside my heart lah. So if they choose to attack me and I'm meant to die that's fate law. Yeah.
Wow.
So you'll not rest until Casper shows up and say hello.
I mean, that's just how it is, I guess. If you signed up for the show, you have to, right? I mean,
wow.
But I mean, if I'm really scared, I wouldn't do it lah. Like, if I'm really scared.
So
yeah.
if like say the Exorcist was like, oh, don't go up here, and you went, okay, you say it's a danger to me, I will take responsibility myself. Would you go to that extent to
I mean, I need to also respect everyone around me and their opinion, like their decisions. So if let's say the crew don't want me to go up, I wouldn't like push them and go lah.
Yeah.
But if they're okay with me and the Exorcist also like, okay, like I can go and try, then I will go, definitely. Yeah.
Wow.
Season 3 is going to be fun, huh?
Okay, so as a believer, how does it feel for you to hear her say stuff like this? And you're like, I'm going to go into a haunted house with this person.
I think it's fun, because to have, you know how the world works, right? The yin and the yang.
Yeah.
You got to have someone who believes it and someone who doesn't believe it. If not, the world wouldn't be in a balance. So I think she brings the balance to the world. And to the series.
Okay.
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you.
So this question is for everyone. If someone paid you $1 million, would you visit a very haunted site without performing the proper custom or taking the proper precautions?
Yes.
Oh, I like how she immediately answered yes.
I knew the answer was coming.
I mean, what kind of million are we talking about? Million rupiah?
Oh, yeah.
Let's
That's
a
true.
million in the currency of your choice.
Oh, okay, USD law.
Give me £1 million
Pounds, yeah.
and I'll do it.
Wow.
So no spiritual customs, none of that.
No.
So
Show me
the-
the money.
I love how you guys both sit on opposite ends of the spectrum, but both of y'all, no,
I mean,
worth it.
we are doing it for a fraction of a cost, so
Might as well get $1 million, right?
yeah, might as well, yeah.
Bring it in.
I love it.
Currency of our choice. Okay,
Currency of your choice.
I'm going to sound like a crypto bro, but like
my
a
God.
million Bitcoins, I will do it. $1 million Sing dollars, I might need to think twice because, I've experienced a lot already. So, but 1 million crypto, do it.
Oh, that's a good deal, man.
Very good deal, right? Very, very good deal. I only work one night only. That's it, Yeah. Then after that, I can do all the cleansing I want.
You say you only work one night, but for all you know, you might bring your work home with you.
Yeah, then use money to settle already, this one.
No, but you're not allowed to do any of the precautions, no? How?
No precaution after what?
Post? Yeah.
Yeah, you never say post, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, post, then I do after that.
Loopholes.
Right.
Sneaky. How? I recognize that laugh. I recognize that laugh.
I'm torn because it's money, guys. But at the same time, especially after what we've gone through for episode 1, I mean, the after rituals, you will work, probably shoo away all this stuff. But I don't want to go through it again. So no.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. I any currency also no.
No.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Not worth it.
No.
Like, how about just step in?
Oh no.
Also
No. This is the cost of my peace of mind. My peace of mind is worth all that money for me where I'm like, you know what? I can be assured that nothing will follow me home. Nothing's gonna unless you tell me literally step past a gate of the haunted house. Not even step into the haunted house, past the gate out in front. Maybe then I'll consider it, but into the haunted house, no.
What if it's $1 million and lifetime worth of therapy? Then would you?
Now it's a mental health episode.
No. Okay, no. Now she's got a point. Okay, $1 million, a lifetime worth of therapy, and a lifetime worth of post-works, right? Lifetime worth of spiritual protection.
Then you'll go in.
Then I would still consider it, but considering it is much further than I thought I'd ever go.
Oh, this one's contract is a lot of plus.
Yes.
But like, if you have $1 million, you can have a lifetime of therapy and have a lifetime of spiritual
I know,
power.
so it's tagged onto it.
Oh, so he doesn't want to spend his money on it.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
How expensive do you think spiritual help is?
A lifetime's worth? No. In therapy, I'm gonna get
The top tier one.
not just top tier, I'll probably get a few of them.
Mel Gil, Dr. Mel Gil.
I don't think I can afford Dr. Mel Gil. That's the top of the top right there. But yeah. So
but to add on to that, I second to Wayne. The reason being is because sometimes we don't know how malicious that thing is.
Yeah.
And how much can a spiritual help get rid of. I think we spoke to a couple of our guests of where they have experienced things that they cannot get rid of. What if that one thing that followed you home is something that you really, really cannot get rid of?
Yeah.
It's funny that you say that. Some people willingly allow these things to enter themselves. Right? Because it could be a sense of power. It could be a sense of security. Money, in fact. Yeah. I've heard about all these stories before. Yeah.
Agree. Yeah. So for us, we are greedy lah. Capitalism.
So you
buy
can
money.
treat me to dinner next time, okay?
Yeah, sure. So if somebody offer me $1 million Bitcoin, I will consider it. Seriously.
Now it's time once again to wrap things up. And that means Kyle has another morbid fact of the day for us.
Okay, so do you know salt is actually a very good use for the supernatural, to protect yourself against the supernatural? So a common fact is that a number of religion and civilization actually use. In fact, ancient Rome, salt is rubbed on a baby 8 days after its birth to ward off evil spirits. Yeah. And then in Japan, the Shinto religion actually uses salt to purify locations. Yeah. So I know that some restaurants, I think actually most Japanese restaurants in Japan, they will put like a bowl of sea salt outside every day. They will change out to purify the energy. And then in Buddhist and Taoist culture, people will use salt also to expel. But most of the time, we combine it with rice. That's the only time when you're allowed to throw rice and salt. Especially when you move into a new BTO, you do the pineapple thing, then you do the salt and rice at all corners to purify all the corners.
I think that's similar for Hinduism also.
Where we have we add salt to our holy water and splash it all over the house. Online.
They also take salt and like rub around your body.
To get rid of negative energy. Yes.
Yeah, I
Quite
washed the
cross.
whole house with salt and water when I first moved in my flat.
Yeah.
Then no wonder my mom always say, "You're so salty, right?"
Loving your puns this evening. Loving these puns.
The ghost is like the sodium level a bit high.
Okay, so thank you once again, Rishita, Ravi. It's
Thank
been
you.
great to
Thank you,
have
guys.
you guys. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes will go up every week on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Rishita.
My name is Ravi G.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
Then he was waiting at the toilet because we had a toilet,
Mm.
a porta
Yeah.
potty, installed right next to the gate. He was waiting outside. Then he heard someone whistle behind him. It came from the altar.
My name is Nakia.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We have a very welcome returning guest for this episode. I'm quite sure next to Art, you are the person that's appeared on the show the most so far. Yeah. So you have that distinct honor. Nakia Ayub from True Horror Stories POV, welcome back.
Hey guys! Thank you for having me again and again.
Very fun, right? Fun, right?
Very fun.
Okay, so for those of you who have, for some reason, not seen Nakia's previous episodes, True Horror Stories POV is a hit YouTube channel featuring short POV videos based on or inspired by true events. And Nakia loves horror in every sense.
A little bit too much, huh?
It's an understatement.
At frightening levels for all of us, except for Nakia.
Anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to the classic Incredible Tales episode.
Now, for this episode, we're looking at how the arts are tied into the paranormal. This episode's theme was inspired by Still Life from season 6. A haunted painting finds its way into the home of a young couple. But will it bring about the downfall of the family, or will it claim yet another victim?
Let's take a look. You know, this is why, right, I do not like hanging paintings, right, of people, because I studied arts, right? So we will go to a lot of like galleries. So whenever I see like portraits of people, I will siam. Because I know like maybe Hantu can go inside.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very okay, imagine you at night, right? You go to museum, like, then there's like just a whole room of like portraits of people. Don't you feel creepy? It's damn creepy, eh?
Let me enjoy this for a second.
Okay.
Because I never see you get this terrified over.
I'm not specific things. I'm not terrified. I'm just
creeped
very
out.
disturbed. Like,
Yeah.
It's very disturbing, eh?
This is very rare for me, so just let me enjoy this first.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
But I like the fact that this episode came out like years ago, because if it's now, I mean, right now we have the technology where images can move.
Yeah.
And after watching Harry Potter, I'm pretty sure you believe that really image can move.
Can move, yeah.
Yeah. But since it's back then, I think everybody's freaked out lah.
Yeah.
With this scene.
I mean, to be fair, if I saw a painting move at this point, I would also be freaked out.
Nakia, yourself, do you remember watching this episode?
Yes, I do. I have I wouldn't say similar experience. I would say slightly of a different kind. relate. You're suddenly taking deep breath already. It's actually ever since I started doing horror, right? So I got invited to do a lot of podcast sessions. So there's this one, a group of teenagers, I would say, they conduct their podcast at home. Okay, so it was a Saturday afternoon, nothing scary, nothing creepy about that. And then when we came over, it was me, my husband, and I think 2 or 3 of our crew members lah. So when we came over, there's this big, with ornated like frames, and then inside there's this Javanese lady.
Ayo.
Okay, so she was doing like, you know that very atas pose.
Yes,
she was doing that. So I was like, okay, cool. Like it looks very unique and very, you know. So I walked in. So when we wanted to go to the podcast room, we had to walk past this master bedroom, and then I saw the same lady standing in front of a mirror that is like not the common one. It has like some carvings around it, and the woman was doing the same thing, like it was doing that and looking with the whole gear and stuff, you know. So me thinking that this is like horror podcast, right? So I'm thinking like, oh, maybe they got their grandma to dress up, you know, as the thing lah. And my husband also saw. Then we kudos to them. We were like, wow, you're very on for this episode. You're actually dress up somebody. And then they kept quiet. And then they were like, okay, let's just do the podcast. And then we were like, okay, so during that period of time, we were like, okay, when is this grandma going to come in? When is she going to come in? She never did. And then 4 years later, I went back to the same podcast, but this time around they upgraded to a studio lah. And then they asked me, what was that about? And then I said, me and my husband literally saw your grandma doing some things like in that master bedroom, you know, with the whole costume and stuff. I said, dude, that is their ancestor, don't know what. And then she passed away long time ago. So we were like, oh, okay, shoot. We kind of acknowledge it. Yeah, but thank God nothing happened. And then when we asked the crew members, right, we said that, hey, actually y'all ever like experience anything like this or not? Everyone, before I even opened this story, right, they said that everyone felt iffy about that particular painting. Because sometimes they shoot late at night and then they will be like, hey, that painting is giving me the heebie-jeebies. Then they'll like cover it or some stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know if it's exactly related to that, but this one is, I saw the thing actually, manifest itself. Yeah.
Not just related to it. I like how you had to take it to another level. That one, the painting just moves. This one, the painting came alive.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's not scary because it was beautiful. You know, it was adorned in that ancient look costume.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to be scared of except for the fact that she don't exist lah. Yeah. So that was one incident which I feel like, hey, this is weird, man. But yeah, I don't know if I should actually open my mouth to say this. It's a bit too late lah. Yeah. If I didn't mention with podcast
maybe don't.
You never mention who so I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to add on to that because I think I'm not sure whether you will agree, but even in I think Malay folklore is that we try not to replicate a certain being exactly because things can live in it.
Yes.
Yeah, same for us. Especially when there's dolls, there's like figurines that kind of look like human with a face shape. To negate that effect, we actually paste something red behind it so that nothing can enter it. Because for the Chinese, red is good luck, ma. If you know, in the different terms. So you cut out a red square and then you just paste it on the object that you want to display. Then it should be fine. Nothing will go inside it. And you shouldn't talk to it. You know how some people like they got their like dolls, right? Then they will talk to the dolls like the human. Because it might attract anything to enter it, and then so you must talk to it like a toy. You are a toy. I use you.
Or maybe don't talk to it.
Yeah. Or maybe even simpler, don't talk to it. Yeah. So that's how we negate it. I rarely see any Chinese households with paintings of people.
If photographs?
Photographs, yes. Usually, actually, it's quite. I think now lesser lah. Now because people, we're in the digital era, so lesser lah. But some older folks, they do have photos of their ancestors who already no longer around. They will hang them, up in the house. It's like a tradition.
But that one is okay as long as you paste the red thing at the back, is it?
They don't lah. But I think it's okay because they are ancestors one. Yeah. But I don't know. When I see it, it creeps me out. It really creeps me out. Like I saw it's like got these two photo of these two deceased people. Then like a bit weird lah.
So even photos of deceased people creep you out?
I think it's weird lah.
Yeah. I mean,
it's weird lah. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know because I like the whole idea of digital. So you can watch, you want to see, you meet someone, you want to see, just pull out your phone, but don't put it there. Like, you know, especially in the bedroom, then you put it there, then you want to do business, then it's like a bit weird, right? Wherever it is, I just feel that it's a bit like got someone staring at you. It's like, I don't know, for me, I find it like weird.
I understand where Carl is coming from.
Yeah.
Because especially if the photo is like a portrait like that.
Bro,
Yeah.
I cannot, bro. I can't do the painting thing. Yeah, I can't.
Ooh.
Especially got face on. Like you can have like a nice scene, like, you know, without face, then okay lah.
Specifically for this topic, because we're talking about arts itself, you are I would consider yourself as an artist, I would say.
Yeah.
Because you create horror videos. Why don't you choose to, write novels or paint?
Right. Okay. Actually, first and foremost, I cannot draw to save my life. Okay? I cannot. Okay, so that's one. Another thing is I did try to write, but I cannot get the feelings across that well. So I decided, you know what? People are more visual. So let's give it to them. Yeah, novel is like, okay, read, and then like, oh, okay, we're at the back, goosebumps. Yeah, not really, you don't really feel it. But when you do a video, it's really like, bam, in your face. The impact is there. Yes.
Do you think your third eye, your infamous third eye, is like, do you think that played a part in you choosing like, because you said the novel isn't impactful, and like a video is more impactful. Do you think the third eye played a part in that as well?
Definitely. I was like thinking like, what should I write about? Then the thing that traumatizes you the most lah, which is ghosts, right? I wouldn't write about my crush. It'll all be art. So I was like, okay, I need to think of something else. So I was like, okay, I need to unleash. And I don't know if I mentioned this before. My family, they weren't like really all that excited when I tell them that I see stuff. And in fact, they are like telling me, no lah, it cannot be. And I got punished and all that. So that's my outlet. Yeah, so when I got bigger, eventually when I was growing up, I learned to shut up about it. Even my husband don't even know about my third eye, nor did I know about his. Because we didn't want to tell anyone. We are scared lah that people will say, this one's Jinping lah, Yeah. So after that then, when True Horror Stories came about, that's why I realized that, hey, it's actually an outlet for me. Like finally I get to tell people what actually happened like decades ago. Yeah, and it's satisfying lah to see people getting scared.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Speaking of getting scared, we had you for our very, very first episode of season 2.
I was
together with
so
Art.
sad. It was only one. You should have called me for the first one also.
Okay. Next time. I call you. Next time I call you. So the first episode of this season, we actually got Art and Nakia and the three of us in Bukit Brown Cemetery. We recorded an episode. And then we also did the Walk of Courage. So just wanted to ask you, like, were there at any point you were like, a lot of ghosts?
At the start.
See, I told you.
Okay, so the thing is that you tend to know which ghosts are like malicious, which are like just guarding their territory. They're just chilling, hanging out there. So the first one when we came, I saw, the backlight behind Raihan. There was this green or blue light, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so at that point, I can see 2 statues.
Yeah.
Right? You guys saw it too, right? But then I saw someone else also standing there. So I figured it must be one of your crew, especially the tall one lah. He was standing there. So I was like, wow, this guy damn pro. He stood still like that, like not moving throughout the whole session. And I was like thinking, he not in frame, eh? I don't know if you noticed, I keep checking at the back. I keep on seeing like, what? Right. Then he was just standing there doing nothing but just guarding lah.
Just beside you?
No, behind the light area there.
All the way at the back.
All the way
at the back.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. Then I realized that I don't think it's him because I kind of saw him like lingering behind us. So I was like, okay, then I just shut up lah, don't say anything. And then whilst we were doing the whole podcast, right, I saw someone, like a cloth, and then you just want to like, what's the word?
Dust it off.
Yeah, dust it off, right? At a tree. Behind Kyle, okay, there's a big toot tree, okay? And the white cloth is almost as big as that tree. So it was just moving and we were hot there, remember? There wasn't any like strong wind or anything. But the fella was moving the cloth like nobody's business. So I realized, I was looking at Kyle, I was looking at Art, I was like, okay, let's just look at Art's eyes lah. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone lah.
Wait, but the tree is on your side, ma?
No, it's the one that's...
There's a tree behind me. I didn't
Yes.
know.
But
Not directly.
Oh, very far lah.
Yeah, very far.
Oh.
So you imagine it was just hanging there and waving its white cloth. And I was like, okay, that one is also guarding, no issue. Because from my experience, if that thing wants to latch onto you or disturb you, it would come closer or suddenly disappear. Because why? Already on top of you. You know? So that's how I was like thinking, okay, it's still there throughout the whole episode. Nothing is funny and everything. But what happened was, remember I asked you whether is it okay for me to talk about certain topic?
Yes.
Okay. I did. Remember I shared about my mom's neighbor. Right? So right after I shared that, I felt someone slapping my thigh.
Ayo.
Okay, if you can actually replay the clip, I actually looked down because I thought someone tapped me to say that, hey, speak closer to the mic, giving me instructions. So I legit thought someone was there. So I looked down.
I saw.
Yeah, I know.
saw she looked down. Because I'm facing everybody, you see.
Yeah, I was panicking because I thought I did a mistake lah. And then the best thing is after that shoot, right, I saw there was a mark. There is a grid mark. Yes.
What, like a hand or?
No, it's not a hand. It's just like tear. Like
Bruce.
Yeah, a big one.
Wow.
Yeah, so oh my God, I didn't tell my husband, shoot. he will tell me, see who asked you to go. But yeah, I didn't tell him lah. Yeah, so it's still there, but I cannot show you because
do you think that is the spirit that say cannot say?
I think so. I don't know why. But when I was sharing the story, I didn't mean to offend anything.
Yeah.
Right? Because I asked you for permission. I said, is it okay to talk about this? Because it's my opinion. As in, it happened to me. I'm just sharing what. But then I don't know, that thing wasn't happy or what. Then just slapped me. And I was like, okay, thank you for that.
It's the black and white one, that one you're talking about, the tongue one, right?
The tongue one, the incident lah. Yeah.
That one,
So I was like, okay, never mind, I'll just keep quiet. Then if you notice, me and Art, we got quiet after that. Then we were like, okay, let's just keep it, on the down low because we didn't want to.
I was quite noisy in the episode.
You know what's the most difficult part? Because I'm actually facing you guys, right? So I can actually see everybody's reaction. I see Wayne was quite calm. And I see Carl was like, okay, he's trying to focus and all that stuff, trying to look around, but okay, nothing. And then after that, Art and her face, they just keep on like...
Yeah.
And Art has this really distinctive smile if he sees something. So he's just like...
Yeah. At one point, Art took out his amulet. He literally took the amulet, put in front, like as if to, I got protection,
Yeah.
Don't come, I got protection. But I think Art is very well versed and he know how to regulate lah.
Yeah.
But I think from my angle, it's scarier. So from my perspective, right, it's like I'm looking at Nakia and Wayne, right? Behind you is a big grave. My eye line, right, I'm trying not to look at the photo because in Chinese mythology, you're not supposed to look at the photo. And then you're supposed to have pure thoughts in cemetery. But sometimes your brain is just stupid, right? So then there was one point I looked at it, I was like, I wonder who is this? And they're like, oh shit, cannot think. I need to look at them and I just focus on the episode. But I wasn't very scared or anything. I was just like,
curious.
I looked at it. Then it's like, oh, I don't look. But I cannot remember the face, so it's okay. If you can remember the face, then that's a problem. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Why you can remember that?
No, one of my crew member did. Because we shot after you guys, right? So they were looking for a good spot to film. So, okay, this is, mind you, the exact same place where I asked you to keep quiet, the Courage Walk, right? So they actually went all the way up there. And then there was this one very significant tombstone, right? It was playing some prayer, mantras and all that.
Right where we were at.
Yeah, if you walk down the Courage Walk, right, you would actually pass it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of my crew member, we don't know about the cannot look at photos kind of thing.
Yeah, I understand.
So he was like, hey, where to shoot? Then he was like, hey, then he smacked on the guy's face. And he can even describe to me the fella's face right now. So I'm like, okay, I didn't know it's a taboo until now lah. But
respectful lah, yeah.
Granted, until now, we as a team are still talking about what happened during our shoot there. So I don't know, maybe it's linked or something.
What about the part where we shot the links, where it's like, we were talking about the wrap up at the gate? Yeah. So what about the gate? I can sense lah that you and Art probably saw something there around the gates.
Yeah. Okay, so it was perching atop the altar lah. So I saw Debbie, Art's talent manager, right? And then they were chilling near that thing. And then I saw that thing that was perching on top was staring at them. You know, I can sense like it was not happy that they were standing so close to it and not offering prayers or something. Yeah, so I went over and I was like, hey guys, don't stand here. And then they were like, then after that they went off. And then Art immediately got my cue and he started to offer prayers lah. Then after that, I think...
Oh, you saw him pray lah?
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, he got my message. Yeah, we are like that. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, but anyway, yeah.
So what was it? What did it look like?
It looked like the one that you described, the deity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but honestly, I've never seen... Aside from the one that I told you at my mom's house, right?
Yeah,
the Tang one. So it looks similar to that. So I don't know whether I should be afraid or...
Black or white?
Black.
Black color one?
Yeah, black color one.
But because you said that in your story, there's one black, one white, right?
Yes, this
so
one is just black one. Okay, how I see is because there was smoke, because I think you guys added smoke effect, right?
Yeah.
So the smoke was like going up, and then I was looking at the trees, and I realized that the smoke was in front of something black, and it's like some human shape lah. But yeah.
Got wear hat or not?
No, I never see, because the head was a bit camouflaging to the trees behind. So it wasn't really easy
on
to
the
see.
altar lah.
Yeah, it was just there.
There's
sitting.
two altar. Which altar?
The right side. Yeah. You're talking about the one that is inside, is it?
Yeah.
No, I saw the one is outside.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because
What's that?
the right side altar is for the deity, the earth deity, the Tope Kong, the Datuk Kong, or the deity lah. There is more like closer to heaven. Then the left one, the green green altar is where the hell police is.
Oh.
Which we also prayed to. Yeah. So that's I'm just asking. I just want to know roughly the position also.
But why is it supposed to perch on top of the altar?
I don't think so, but I think it's just there. That's the altar, and they are in charge of the cemetery. Yeah, there is a verbal agreement as to we are there to film.
Okay. Yeah.
And then because we did prayers just before sunset to tell them, to the deities first, then to the hell police, then to the spirits to tell them, look, blah, 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 blah. We are this company here to do podcasts. This is a verbal agreement. If there's anything that we offend you, please do not be offended, blah, blah, blah. Here's some offerings. Here's some blessings to all three parties. And then may the shoot be smooth.
Yeah.
Then there's this actual contract. Yeah. Like it written in Chinese. And it was recited out by the priest and then burned. So it's a standing order to say that don't disturb us. Let us shoot. You can see, but don't disturb us. So I thought it was pretty chill because there was this thing that was going on. But I'm not surprised that, the hell police came out to see us lah. Yeah.
Check up on us.
Yeah, and for my friends, exactly, for my friends, right, that are quite spiritual, they do say that particular altar for the hell police is quite a lot of people go and pray on. Yeah, because it's guarding one of the oldest cemeteries in Singapore, ma. Yeah, so they're in charge of that. So I don't think there's anything to scare. I was just more worried that it's other entities. Yeah, yeah. So then that would have been quite.
But is it possible that it could have been other entities? Because
it could be the Ghost King, because you mentioned that that time you say the big one is there, like there's a Ghost King. There's an altar for the spirits also. Literally, it writes ghosts. The altar writes ghosts.
Wow.
Which one was that one? That was
the small one. You saw we prayed to 3, right?
Correct, yeah.
The small one right beside the green one. That's at the back of the gate.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, we did not smoke for that segment because we were short on time. The smoke that you saw was from the incense paper that the master burned just before we left. So that was like already smoked already. But the smoke is much thicker lah.
Oh.
So yeah, that's the interesting part. Yeah, and then we had to Win and I, after we wrapped, we had to go and like pray and say that, thank you for letting us use. We are done. Yeah. So I think it was fine. Yeah. So one creepy thing happened to one of the crew, one of the transport crew. He was fetching, I think our sound person in because it's very deep inside the cemetery, so needed car to fetch in. Then he was waiting at the toilet because we had a toilet, a potty, installed right next to the gate. He was waiting outside. Then he heard someone whistle behind him. It came from the altar. And this was night, like 9 p.m. Nobody came from the altar behind him. He immediately, nope. He went into his car. He went inside the car.
Wow.
But he was like very chill. Yeah, it was actually wild because my friend, he's quite spiritual, so it's chill. It's like, it's just they just want to let you know that they are there.
Yeah, I reacted in a certain way earlier on is because when you mentioned that there was that particular spot where you felt like that thing came in and then the thing left, and it was right before that particular tombstone, right? Was where Art told me to stop and look up.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's exactly that spot. Raihan, stop. Look up. Huh? Look up. Look at the stars. They're nice. Oh yeah, they're nice. Yeah.
But did you walk or you just look up?
No,
first?
we stopped and we look up. And
But what's Art doing? Like,
I don't know. I didn't see. All I know is the light is on my face. I couldn't even see Art. Really, because he was just putting the light like that on my face.
Yeah.
I was looking up and then I was like, okay, Raihan, let's go. Oh, okay.
It's the place. It's that particular.
Yeah. Very creepy.
Yeah.
Very creepy. Yeah. And I had to do the walk again, you know.
I know.
No, but
multiple
as in,
times.
like, I had to do it because I need to pass you all the light.
Yeah.
Then the first time I did it alone. So the car, right, the curve already, then they park at the car, right? Then my guy is like, I'm just going to wait for you in the car. It's like, okay lah. Man up a bit, I take. Then a bit scared, like, he's so many grace, I just walk. Faster pass you. I walk back, right? Then I say, hey, next time you follow me. I broke my own rule, don't walk alone.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the painting. The question is for everyone. What's a book, movie, or TV show that you would still watch or read even if you knew it was cursed?
For me, it's not even none of those, but for me, it's music. Hotel California. One of my favorite piece of music. I'll listen to it at night also, I don't care.
Is there
Never would have expected to hear
A bit uncle lah, yeah. Very good. Okay, because I work in post-production, right? So we sometimes need to calibrate the studio monitors, the sound.
Right.
Then Hotel California is a very good piece of music to test the EQ, the equalizer for the thing. So we always play it to test the speakers. So I know of the reputation. When you play in reverse, it sounds like a satanic theme song.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I played it before.
That's the
reverse. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the and Stairways to Heaven also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard you talk about Hotel California in all the time we've been friends. So this is like,
if you look at the lyrics, right, it does sound like a supernatural event. Like in a random highway, but this guy cannot check out of this hotel because this hotel has been there for I don't know how many of years. Like
you just
sounds
can't
like a
kill
horror.
the beast.
Yeah, you can't kill the beast. It does sound satanic.
If I'm not wrong, it's supposed to be talking about the music industry. But that says a lot about the music industry that it sounds like hell as well.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned this before, but I really love comic books. So if I found out that they were cursed, I would ask as many spiritual masters and priests and monks as I can to find a way to uncurse, and not even one specific comic book, like my entire comic book collection. If I can find a way to uncurse the comic books, please, I really love reading my comics. Could you just uncurse them?
Marvel Comics Spider-Man issue 1.
Oh. No. If you're going to go like that, right? Okay, this one, sorry. I apologize to everybody, it's a bit nerdy. Amazing Spider-Man issue number 33.
For me, it's music. There's a particular song that is very nice, but it's believed that if you actually play it or sing it at night, the thing will come lah.
What song?
Pulang, Michelle Omar.
Oh.
Seharum bunga.
Right.
It's a song that, according to her, when she recorded it, it's a Malaysian artist and it's still relevant. When she was recording the song, she got hauntings after that. So until today, she doesn't want to sing.
What is the song about?
Coming Home.
Oh, serious?
It's a theme song of the
of that movie.
Oh, Kakak.
Oh, okay.
The 2001 one.
I think so.
Wow.
The song is about a lady who wants to get back what she has been taken off.
Oh, okay lah. Sounds about right lah.
Yeah, so that song creeps, but it's a damn nice song.
Okay, later
get it? Oh. Yeah, so
I like how you sang it and then also at the same time auditioning like Raihan singing voice right here.
I might come up with my next album. Incredible Tales Edition.
See? Every episode he come up with business idea.
Raihan.
Okay, so for me, it would be Middle Eastern movies.
Ooh.
So have you guys watched them? Like Turkey?
No.
Okay, like I can watch horror movies alone in my house or in a theater without anyone and I won't be scared, okay?
Of course.
Yeah, desensitized. Okay, but give me Turkey movie, I'll be out within 5-10 minutes.
Really? Is it that movie that I'm thinking of?
Yeah, because for the reason that they actually use real mantra.
Oh.
Not the because they have a few what do they call it when they remix, right? No, it's as in if you want to watch and you get the clips, right? You watch the real one. The one that's like done in 19 something. Yeah, that's
It's a supernatural
It's a
show.
supernatural movie.
and
It's
and the movie is mostly about dark arts. So practicing black magic. So the mantras that they use, right, is real. I don't know why, but it's so scary. Even though when I see, right, the makeup it's questionable, but when you hear the mantra, even though I don't understand it, you can actually feel the vibe. And after I watch, there's this one time I was watching it alone in one of my rooms, in my house lah. So I was watching, I tell myself, usually we would mute that part.
Yeah.
Okay, but this time I was telling myself, you know what, Nakia, just do it. So I blast the whole volume. Yeah, so I was like, I kid you not, that room, we call it the movie room, someone banged onto it. I thought it was my husband because he's like, hey, why are you watching? And then like blasting the whole the whole mantra, right? So I was like, okay, I will shut it. Then I open, no one. And my husband is actually in his room playing PS as his game lah. Yeah, then I was like, okay. Then my thought is because when I was watching that, it was via projector and sound system. So I thought it could have been the sound effect or something. Then I tried again. I replayed the same thing. Nothing happened. So I was like, hey, if it's the same volume, same everything, the thing should do the same thing, right? Yeah, it didn't. But that night I had the worst nightmare. So I was like, and that nightmare tells me the dream that I had, the entity was telling me to do some prayers and like cleanse yourself because you are not protected. I don't know what it means, but yeah.
I gotta add on, that movie went really viral on TikTok. Like there were people were talking like, oh, you should watch it, but you should watch it with caution.
What's the name of the movie?
I don't want to say lah.
Why?
They have a few sequels. Okay, the one that I would say the good ones lah. You have to watch is Dabe, Dabbe. Another one is Sichin. So they have a lot of episodes like Sichin 1, Sichin 2, Dabe 1, Dabe 2. So you need to find the right one or just watch all lah.
Is it scary?
Because it's authentic.
That's why it's scary.
Yeah, that's why it's scary. And you can feel like when they recite the mantra, right, you feel like, like you are actually summoning something.
The mantra is said in their language lah.
In Arabic lah.
Oh my God. So is it a known thing, in the Malay community that this film is like creepy?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. There was some
curse.
Yeah. Do you know like there's this Korean movie Exuma?
Yeah.
Same thing what? They actually the cast had to recite real mantras because the priest said that if she were to say a fake one, it would offend the spirit. So they actually had to say the real one and she accidentally did summon something.
Ayo.
Yeah, you can check it out lah. This one is Exuma, EXHUME, the movie.
It's not a bit too dangerous.
Yeah.
I remember watching an interview of the producer for this Taiwanese horror film called The Tag Along. It's about the Mosina, the Hong Yi Xiao Nihai. So it's like about this mountain spirit that will curse people on lah. So they filmed in actual places that had like suicides and a lot of ghosts on abandoned. And then they were doing the scene with the Thai Kumantong, the Thai version of the Toyo. And they had to build sets, like statues of the Toyo. So the master actually told them, look, we're not going to do the real thing. Okay? We get the Thai prop masters to do 80%. But we change some things. If not, something is going to go inside. Yeah, so they did that. But unfortunately, the pandemic happened. They kept it in storage. And guess what? Something entered it. Because they stopped production ma. So they kept it in storage. And the storage, storage area very dark one. Something entered it. And then like caused a lot of like mayhem on shoots. So that's what happens when you blur the lines.
This one you can kind of take with a grain of salt, but The Exorcist, when it came out, and then over time people used to say like, the set was, because the most famous one is they'll say that the actress who played the little girl, Linda Blair, like, she had a very rough life after her time in Exorcist. can kind of take it with a grain of salt, that one.
Some films are just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, since we're talking about like weird stuff with the arts, I think now is a really good time for us to call it a wrap, almost, and have our morbid fact of the day, courtesy of Kyle.
So there's a lot of curse paintings, right? So one of the more famous one was when musician Nikki Stone, she actually purchased a self-portrait of the serial killer John Wayne Gacy. So yeah, he's quite a notorious serial killer in the States lah. Yeah. So after purchasing the painting, right, weirdly, Stone's dog died shortly after, and then the mom got cancer. And then his friend was very nice. I said, hey, I want to keep. I want to keep. Then after that, he died.
Oh, wow.
Then the neighbor was like, okay, this guy died. Let me help you put it in storage. The moment he took it, for some reason, he tried to kill himself. Yeah.
Oh. Raihan, are you familiar with John Wayne Gacy?
I'm not, but this is a very creepy story.
I ask only because it's a self-portrait of him, and he was known as the killer clown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to see.
He's evil lah.
Yeah.
He's an evil man.
So there's a saying that if you were evil when you were alive, you will be evil when you're dead.
Yeah.
So that's why there is malicious spirits lah.
Yeah.
Because they had evil intentions lah. Yeah. It's like the Warrens, right? They got like the museum of all the cursed stuff.
But I think some people are fascinated with serial killers, which
is America's favorite pastime.
Yeah.
Seriously?
True crime. Yes.
Yeah. The other thing I think is this idea of the curse item it's a weird appeal to people like, oh, I want to get like a curse item. Like a certain group of people. Clearly not anybody at this table. But a certain group of people will like...
You sure not?
Don't call me out, leh.
Yeah, I think they just like, oh, if I hear there's a certain mythology around this item, I want to get it for myself. So I will never be able to understand that fascination, but as long as you stay safe, more power to you.
Because this is something that's forbidden to have. I have it.
But what if they cannot control it?
That's the problem, because people don't think about consequences.
Yes. That's exactly where I went. Because I honestly can believe like what you said is probably somebody's way of thinking. Is like, I want to sit in front of this power down here and they think they can control it, then no, you can't.
All right. So thank you, Nakia, for joining us again. It's really great to have you on the show. And we've shared a lot of things, and we hope to see you more in the future.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yes.
More walks. Next time I pair you with Art.
Yes.
And maybe Raihan also. Put Raihan in middle.
Help me, guys.
That would be wonderful because Art would be trying to protect you and then Nakia will be like,
Hey, look there.
No lah, Nakia will help lah. Nakia.
Thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up every week on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Nakia.
my name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time. I think she has taken something into her body, a negative spirit or whatsoever.
My name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
The host of Incredible Tales across its 13 years, once again joining us here tonight.
Hi everyone.
Hi,
Hello to the audience and people who are watching us too.
Yeah, episode 16. Let's go.
Woohoo!
So in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to the classic Incredible Tales episode.
Now, for this episode, we're looking at how much of the supernatural can now be seen through a more informed understanding of mental health. This episode's theme was inspired by Mind Games from season 6. A young woman named Sophie returns to Singapore to live with her Auntie June after 15 years. Auntie June, though, is not quite the person Sophie remembers. Sophie is told that Auntie June suffers from dementia, but Sophie starts to wonder if the friends Auntie June has over are part of her condition or something else entirely.
Let's take a look.
Please don't go away. Please don't go away, Robert. You're mad. You're absolutely mad. What are you doing? Where do you get that thing from? He's not coming back to me. He's not coming back to me.
Wow.
One of the things watching Incredible Tales and these reenactments is the fact that these actors are very good. I'm like amazed when I'm able to, revisit the stories and like, oh, the dedication. The auntie right now, it felt so real.
Yeah, I think this is one of the episodes where I expected to be, the usual, scared. I think I ended this episode feeling incredibly sad. It's such a, it's not a wholly down ending, but it's such a sad story. And she really does that really well. Yeah.
It doesn't help that they actually shot on location in one of those older houses. So like in Singapore, there's quite a few of them, like heritage houses. So you can see like in that particular shot, right, it's an angular kind of wall.
Yeah.
So you can tell it's old. So it adds to the creepy, plus the long hallway. Where she ran back to her room, right? Then that adds to the creepy factor, but at the same time, it's sad lah. Yeah, because the whole story is basically she lost her son at a very early age, and then she cannot get over with the grief.
Yeah.
That's why she's like being kind of haunted by her past, haunted by the spirit. And then this young girl is like seeing everything unfold lah. So there's a saying in Mandarin, it's called 白头送黑头, which is like it's a straight taboo. So it's basically white head send black head, means to say that that's the literal translation lah. But white head means like white hair. Someone who with white hair sending someone with black hair to the underworld. That's like very sad, very tragic. Because no parent would want to bury their own child. So that's why I think this episode, we can all feel that it's like it hits home a little bit too much, because we have all dealt with death in some sense. Yeah.
And I think it also opens up a little bit more of a perspective, because in this case we're looking at a possibility of her really missing someone. Just not just a ghostly haunting.
There's a bit in the episode where you find out that she's been keeping her son's gravestone, and at first you're like, oh god, gravestone, ghost, but then towards the end you're like, your attitude towards that particular part of the episode just shifts halfway through when you realize what she's going through.
So, just a question. If you guys ever encounter anything supernatural, do you try to reason it out as your mind is playing tricks on you, or you chalk it up to stress?
I think this is interesting because we had the doppelganger episode in which my thoughts were going towards more like a mental situation. But then watching this makes me think of that episode in terms of, how much of it is attributed to you thinking it, a person thinking it has to do with a mental situation rather than something else.
Yeah.
So I think there's like, it's very gray. You know, it's very gray because now I look back at that episode. It's like, could it be me trying to find a reason, or could it be something more spiritual, or something that is what it is? And looking at this one, it's the same. It's basically the person, like the person who's living with Auntie June. Basically, she's not sure whether this is a condition or this has something to do with something that has nothing to do with a condition, and it's more, might be sinister or like energies or something.
Yeah, I think that gray area for me really, I think it's exemplified a lot of times because I've when you meet or when you know elderly folks who are on their deathbed, and it's happened more than once. I've heard several elderly folks who are on their deathbed say this. They'll see their late relatives, like a brother who passed on or their parents. They'll see them in the hospital, and that's just before they pass on. And it's for me, it's like, well, yeah, I guess it's because of their illness, they're seeing all these things, but also at the same time, like, A, we're in a hospital. That those places are creepy enough as it is. And B, like, it would make sense if they're coming to welcome their relative.
I find it like there's a fine line of like the mental illness. You can have PTSD, you can be like, short attention span, but that has nothing to do with being able to have a third eye. And I think sometimes it gets bundled together. It's like, because like, there's a mental condition. That's why making up things lah. But that's where the fine line is, because it could easily be seeing things, but having it not attribute to the mental condition.
But it's a chicken and egg thing, isn't it? Like they say that if you connect to the spiritual world too often, it brings in the negative energy, whereas it affects your mental psyche, and then you compound that with like even more hauntings. Then it gets worse. Then you start seeing things that are not there. So I think it really ties back to like which state of mind you are at. Like the elderly, when they are like almost passing on, right? Then they're in that state of mind whereby they either accept it or they don't. Right? But then they start seeing things. It could be their condition. It could also be the relatives like waiting for them to come. But there's another theory that people say is that you're actually reliving your whole life as you are about to pass on. So you start seeing images that are around that you have lived through. Which is quite interesting. So your mind is like doing a massive playback of what you have done in preparation of passing on.
So for myself, if I hear anything knocking on my window, I'll probably think it's tree branch or whatsoever, even though I'm living on a high floor. But then when it repeats a couple of times, then I'll start to think, what exactly is that thing knocking on my window, etc. But brings me to a perspective that most of the time I'm 50-50. If anything doesn't sound right, then I'll start to think like it could be spiritual. If it's possible for me to just put in, the Miss Dr. Mel Gill kind of hat, I'll put it as much as possible. But I've got to tap on what Carl mentioned about, if you take on energy, bad energy, negative energy, it could also affect your mental health. Because I know somebody who is still alive today, which I think she has taken something into her body. A negative spirit or whatsoever. I don't think she has it now, but somehow or other, because she went through the phase of having that bad energy, today she is living in a state where it's constantly negative. Like she blames people, she blames this, she blames that. As a Muslim, we do prayers, etc. Certain prayers can get her very uncomfortable. So it gets to the point where we were like, does she has it still in the body, or does she not has it? Or is it really a mental issue that she's facing, or is it something that's bothering her inside? So I know of a relative as well. This happened to someone very close to me, where we know that she has it. Susok, have you heard of it? It's like you put in a needle into your body to make you look good, make you feel young, etc. But then when time comes, when you want to pass away, it's really hard because you got to get that out of the body. So she had a difficulty to pass away. While she was living, towards the end of her stages where she was about to be bedridden, she had a lot of very traumatic and sudden spur of emotion. So again, it could be that thing disturbing her internally, or it could be just her going through a mental state.
But then you have the layer of black magic with the needle. So there's a lot going on there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because we've had this discussion before.
Yeah.
Anytime when you dabble into the realm of assisting in accelerating certain things, like looking younger or wanting love and thinking you can make a particular chant, potion, or ritual to get someone, all these things that are linked to black magic are going to affect you towards the end of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like a lot of layers in there.
Right, right. So a lot of layers.
For me, I'm kind of with Raihan on this one where it's 50-50, but my 50-50 is it depends on the situation. If it's something that's terrifying, like something knocking at my window, like mine, I try to take the reasonable approach to things and go, yeah, it's a very, very, very tall tree. It's scratching at my window. I notice that I tend to leaning towards the supernatural if it's something that's pleasant, if it's something that's, if it's tied to somebody who's close to me. Like when my uncle passed on, I think it was my cousin's wife, and I was very close to my uncle. My cousin's wife said that she saw him sitting in the living room during the wake, and he was just watching people pass by. And then I had like somebody else, I think it was my brother, who had a dream of my uncle, said that there was a party at his house, and again he was just standing there. He was watching all of us, and he had a smile on his face just to see everybody gathered in his house. So in instances like that, where I think if it touches on the supernatural, my logical mind kind of takes a back seat. And I go, yeah, that sounds like something he would do to come and visit us and, want to see us one last time. Yeah.
I think it depends on what is happening, right? Yeah. I think one, if it's like someone that you miss and care about dearly, you confirm will lean towards the supernatural.
Yeah, right.
Maybe because you want to believe that their spirit lives on, right? If it's something malicious, then first thing you will try to find is the scientific elements. Like for example, this morning, the light on just now in the studio by itself, and then we were like trying to find reasons that no lah, it could be like the light on, like we switch on the light by accident, the app malfunction. We try to reassure ourselves, but it could be supernatural. And then the ghost is like, I'm just right here, I'm just trying to tell you that I exist, which I acknowledge you.
We do.
Yep. But so I think that it really depends on your perspective on how it affects you, right?
Yeah.
But my approach has always been to have a balance.
Yeah.
You cannot have one of each, like all the way.
That's true.
Yeah.
When I'm listening to all these ghost stories, I do evaluate who is telling the stories, who is the one also delivering it, how they deliver it, and whether they have gone through a certain past that can allow me to then decide he is mentally okay and not mentally okay.
So in my head, even if I wholeheartedly believe what you're telling me, like the story itself, I can still separate it as a story. So I think that allows me, so for me, it doesn't really matter like, a person's mental health condition or anything like that. If they tell me the story and I know that they're going through stuff as well, I can separate it slightly, so my logical brain can go, well, because of the condition, maybe they're just like seeing stuff or they're really stressed and this causes hallucinations. I don't know. But boy, that's a really good story.
I think there will be more evolution in terms of what you said. Like horror stories will become an expression. Like it's already happening. People are using it to express like, there's quite a few like art house horror where they're talking more about like mental health, like cultural issues. But I think at the end of the day, to me, horror is entertainment.
Yeah.
And it is closely tied to mental health in that sense whereby you watch horror to escape. Yeah. There's a difference between watching horror to escape versus living in actual horror situation. You see, back to the question of whether, like, if you ask me, would I believe this person if you tell me, hey, got haunting? I would say on face value, yes. Then I will tell them to get help, but not religious help, scientific help first. We're living in an age where you have 5G everything, right? How about we just document it? It's very easy to catch weird things happening. Very easy. We got sensors, we got recognition software, we can recognize patterns very easily right now, right? So it's basically what the Warrens have been doing for years. They've been documenting it, submitting their research and their evidence to religious leaders. And then this is your case. You go and do, this is proof that this place is haunted. Go and solve it. So I think we can take that approach first. Then after that, then do the necessary things. Because at the end of the day, right, the mind is a very powerful thing.
Yeah.
You can hallucinate. I remember one of our guests, Eugene Tay, he's a paranormal investigator. And then he has mentioned that they've done experiments, right? They're telling people that, okay, this place, right, is super haunted. You go and sit there for 5 minutes and then you let me know what you feel. Then the person will start feeling things. But turns out, right, actually research is done, that place is not haunted. He's just doing a test. So, yeah.
The mind is so powerful, and sometimes it really depends on who's bringing on a subject. It's like it's across the line, not only in terms of like horror related stories. It's like you can tell if you say you're like a museum expert, or like if you're an artist and like you've created art. This is my art. And it's like you put it in an empty room and you do a display and people might come in like, but everything is very subjective nowadays, and who's presenting it and who's delivering it.
Okay, so this episode leaves it open enough for the viewer to decide if Auntie June has dementia or can speak with spirits. So what do you think is the truth?
It's a bit of both. It's a bit of both. I think her mind is trying to cope with the loss. Still trying to cope with the loss. But at the same time, is to keep a tombstone, right, in your house is very bad. No matter how long the spirit has left, there is still some energy left. It's bad for you. Like in a certain religion, right, you don't you're not advised to keep urn at home. Certain religions, yes, it's bad luck. Certain religions you are encouraged to. So there's a two different school of thoughts. So for her religion, I presume it's like Taoist or Buddhism, right? She has actually broken the law because you are not letting the deceased rest. So there could be a manifestation of that. But at the same time, she does have dementia. And I've also seen like people with dementia, they really are talking to air. And it can get quite creepy. Like for example, it's like Raihan, I tell you, why is there an American soldier walking behind you? Then you'll be like, what? And then if you're in a hospital, then it's like, oh, it makes sense because this used to go through World War II or something, right? Then your mind starts like patching in. So it could be the same way for them. Because of the loss, then the mind is trying to coax itself into thinking that your son is still there. Therefore, there's no need to grieve.
Agree.
I feel like when you're dealing with dementia, I'm not an expert, but a lot of things that are coming out into the forefront is from your subconscious. So like what Kyle was saying is like, let's say if she sees a soldier, it can be so many different things. It could be literally seeing a spirit that exists there, or it could be something from her past that's lingering in the forefront of her mind. So that's the sensitivities when we're discussing whether is it dementia or is it really what she's seeing. We don't know. We're not in her head. And hosting Incredible Tales and these reenactments, a lot of times we need to deliver them in such a way for the audience to go back and kind of just linger for themselves, whether it's one way or another. So like my my stand on it is still the same as when I was hosting it. It's like it can be either or.
Yeah.
And we really don't know Auntie June, like, what's going on in there. So it can either be.
I have, relatives who are elderly who, because I have another relative who's going through, I think, is a mental issue where she speaks to herself or she starts screaming by herself. And then the older relative immediately thinks she's possessed and immediately brings her to see an ustaz.
Yeah.
So trying to solve it, by drinking holy water, etc.
Yeah.
And then it's not solved.
Yeah.
Right? And then she keeps blaming, and she thinks it's a stronger demon being is in control. And so she looks for another ustaz, and it keeps going and going and going. But then the issue is not solved. So I come in a perspective saying that maybe she needs mental help. But to them, it's a taboo to talk about mental health at that point of time. Even till today, to them, it's like, mental health? No way. So they keep thinking that anything that happens is due to spirituality. While on the other hand, I believe that if only they could go both ways, like seek mental help and also seek a help from an ustaz, maybe that's way better for this individual.
Well, the problem in Asia is like there's a huge stigma with mental health.
Yes.
So there's not a full understanding of mental health. We're just like a different culture, and that's like a problem across the line.
Yeah.
Because like in my culture, basically, anything that that gears towards being mental health, it means like you're just crazy. There's a word just like ba, and the thing is, mental health is not ba, is not crazy, but it's because it's been embedded that way. So it's like you're either normal or you're crazy.
Yeah.
So like that negative connotation actually affects, because people who might be going through a mental issue or like have a family member or friends, they're like, oh no, there's that stigma. But there's no stigma if you go to the spiritual side of it.
Yes, that's right. And I think it still applies now, especially in the rural areas of Southeast Asia.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you go to Indonesia, I believe even in rural Thailand, people still believe that spirituality help is still ahead of mental health.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can see that in movies, etc. Yeah. So this question is for everyone. Which creature or spirit do you think has gone through the most trauma?
The first one that came to my mind wasn't even like a mythological creature or spirit. It was Shutter. And I know it's a ghost, but the ghost from Shutter.
The ghost from Shutter.
Yeah. It always seems to be rooted in trauma.
Yeah, you're right. Almost every spirit goes through trauma is because, for example, if we summon a spirit, there must be something that is going through with us that wants us to summon the spirit. So when we are summoning the spirit somewhat or rather is a reflection of us in the darker way.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And in the darker energy. And then hence the spirit also resembles our dark, deep desires, and hence they also will do the dark deep desires to the person that they want to do it to. So it's like a cycle. So hence the trauma kind of like reflects us. And I believe also those people who come back as spirits with vengeful spirit, as a vengeful spirit is somebody who has unresolved issues. So that's trauma too.
I think the spirits and energies that are still lingering in a way that connects to the physical world or realm are all spirits that haven't have resolved. Because if there's the resolve, then they wouldn't be lingering around.
Yeah.
And I think the extremities of it, it's different. You have like the light side of it, and then even like the light gumans, I feel like they're unborn fetuses. So it's like basically it's unresolved. They were supposed to be born, but they weren't. So I feel that's my take on it.
Okay, like as with any episode, I want to give like a twist. For me that has the most trauma is actually the Orang Minyak, because I know that on the flip side, it actually assaults its victims, right?
Yes.
But I'm more akin to believe that entity was actually a racist creation by our colonial masters. You know what's an Orang Minyak,
Yeah, I
right?
was going to ask, can you elaborate on this particular energy?
So Orang Minyak is this entity that basically like, correct me if I'm wrong, like basically someone who does black magic and then covers himself in like black oil.
Yeah.
Then of course he has spiritual powers. And then goes around villages basically sexually assaulting women.
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
But it's a entity.
Yes.
But Orang Minyak correct my language if it's wrong, Orang Minyak directly translates to oily man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back in the day when they colonized us, which I think that, probably there is no such entity. They created this to create resentment between their colonies.
Yeah.
So I would say on that flip side, then this is the victim.
Wow.
Because can you imagine, right? For example, like villagers that just happen to be darker in skin colors and getting caught. I'm sure there would have been cases that getting caught and then they would have been killed by villagers, their own villagers, based on that rumor. And then countless of people would have died that way. And then I guess essentially creating an actual Orang Minyak. So it's like an endless loop.
Wow.
Damn, that's a good answer. That is such a good answer.
Right.
Oh man, that has to be for this season one of the best answers I've heard.
Thank you. On the incredible scale, how much?
11.
Thank
out
you.
of 10.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What about yourself, Wayne?
My go-to answer is always Kat P, but I think for me it's a tie between her and when you brought up the Kumans, I think Toyols also kind of fit into that category where, it feels all the more sympathetic for me because not only was your life cut short, but then now you're being used for something that it goes against that innocence. You're asked to steal, you're asked to sabotage, you're asked to cause trouble. So it's twisting what they were. It's not just that your life was cut short, it's twisting it. It's a darker image of what they were supposed to be. All right, we're almost done with what has been a pretty serious episode, but still a very interesting one. Let's end it off. Kyle, do you have a morbid fact of the day to share?
Yes, of course. So writing for Psychology Today back in 2013, right? This person, Dr. Deborah Sherman Coughlin, said that belief in the supernatural can have a positive psychological effect by aiding the grieving process, providing the life coping mechanisms and simply giving hope where there was none.
I agree to that.
Yeah.
Not only aiding in the grieving process, but aiding in bringing people together. I mean, we've had this discussion before, how I had a random fan who DM'd me about watching Incredible Tales and how it's had a profound effect with her working in senior citizens community centers, because they all would come together and share stories, stories, ghost stories, urban tales, urban legends. So along with grieving, it also creates community where people are just sharing. It's like sharing food. And it's like, it brings people closer together. And she's like, she said, the sessions become very lively and very, very fun. And everyone's like, they bond and they have shared common stories, and they have different stories that they bring to the group. So
that's the whole beauty about telling ghost stories, right? You just bring people together.
This is, for example, in Auntie June's case, all she needs to believe is that the son has already passed on and he would be at a better position, peaceful position, if she lets him go, right? So I think that also helps her to understand that his spirit needs to be at peace if she is at peace, and hence that helps her in the grieving process.
Yeah.
I mean, if she doesn't believe that there's such a thing as his spirit cross over and then etc., it might make things more difficult for her to accept the situation.
Don't you think that the grieving process is a damn long process? Because in Asia, we actually, visit the graves of the dead every year, right? Their death anniversary, a lot more. Like we have festivals dedicated to the dead, Hungry Ghost Month, like etc. Ubin for the Japanese. So actually, it's an extremely long process if you think about it. And I have seen with my own eyes, my grandmother lost her eldest daughter when she was in her 30s. Then it's very unfortunate, but even to when the later years, when she's visiting her grave, she still cries.
Yeah.
I think it's a grieving process, no? People may think that, it's stupid, you bring the flower, you go and put in the grave, you bring the food, all this, and then probably wild dogs will eat it or the cleaners will clear it. But it is a process.
It is a process,
I was smiling and laughing because it not at the situation, but at my own personal situation with my mom. It's like I've always felt like she pays too, like with tradition and culture and everything, she pays too much attention to the dead rather than the living, because it's like there's continuous funerals that we have to attend, or you know, we don't have to attend, but I mean, you know, and then there's the whole rituals when someone passes away, the 100th day. Not only do we pay attention to my grandma's birthday, but like on the day she died, and this was just recent, like last week. You know, my mom had us all go to the temple, and then I need to have conversations with her to tell her like, well, we're living right now, so we should maybe focus more time with the living. But you know, I think it's been embedded. It's like it's crossed the line. It's across the line with like the older generations. That's how they've been embedded, and in how they see things, how they believe in things, and everything.
I guess because we are also cultured to only miss the living once they are dead.
Yeah, which is, to me, doesn't make sense.
Isn't that ironic?
Yeah. To me, it's like I'm here.
I mean, it's like what
like, I love grandma. I miss her. You know. She already said in my dreams, "Later, bitches. I'm off." So
again, probably the best goodbye you could have ever asked for. But it goes.
I can't have that conversation with my mom because she'll be really upset if I say that.
But it's like what you were saying. Like it's that balance. Like not just mental health, but like, you know. Yes, revere those who have passed, remember them, but also don't forget those who are here. But I definitely agree with Carl as well, that it's however you choose to approach the grieving process, I almost feel like it's a lifelong process when you're grieving these people. Maybe not grieving per se, but missing and mourning these people. It's a lifelong thing.
Remembering.
Yes, remembering. Them. Yeah.
So thank you once again, Art, for joining us. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Art.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
I just sitting down. He said, just wait and rest. So I sit down, I wait and rested. But the next thing I knew, 3 hours have passed.
Wow. And you didn't realize it?
I didn't realize. It was like a time walk. My name is Eugene.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Joining us tonight is our old friend Eugene Day. Eugene, for those of y'all who don't remember from season 1, is the man behind the wildly popular YouTube channel Supernatural Confessions. The channel is a collection of stories recounted by people with real paranormal experiences. Eugene, welcome back, my friend.
It's good to have you back.
Fun, right?
Feels like home again, homecoming.
Notice any difference?
No, you guys have done it exactly the same.
Yeah, preserve the set.
I thought Carl was going to say like he got a haircut since the last season.
No. Dr. Melgill is still here with us.
He is.
Anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
So for this episode, we're looking at how some ghost stories grow from anecdotes to urban legends. This episode's theme was inspired by White Lady from season 5. The Philippines is a country where old wives' tales abound. One of them is that of a white lady who lurks on dark street corners when the sun goes down. The story may have stemmed from caretakers who use it as a warning to wayward children. But then again, may very well be true.
Let's take a look.
any passenger? Sorry. I was waiting for someone but didn't show up. Sorry, I'm just gonna go ahead.
I like how just from the corner of my eye I could see you smiling when the white lady. You're like, hey,
old friend.
So the maybe you can share with us like what is the tale of the white lady from Balate Drive?
The legend of the White Lady of Balate Drive is that she haunts that particular street. One variation of legend claims that she was a student at the University of Philippines who was sexually assaulted and killed by a taxi driver. So yeah, she's there looking for justice, maybe revenge, but some form of help, I guess.
Eugene, do you remember watching that episode?
Oh, this was so long ago.
I know, right?
What I like about this particular episode, although this is based in Philippines, it's a classic tale that happens in Malaysia, Singapore,
the lady in white. Yeah.
The lady in white haunting a particular street, home, who has a big tree as a home, and usually the cab drivers are the one that gets haunted.
Yeah.
But you use the word haunted, but when I watched that video again, she was saying, help me.
Yeah.
So is she haunting the place or is she just looking for help?
I think it's a difference in culture.
Yeah.
Asians, we will be like,
pretend never see.
Pretend never see.
Even real people, you will be like, now my business. I shall evade my gaze. You know?
So since we're talking about urban legends, etc., so the White Lady of Balete Drive grew so far beyond anecdotes that it actually received press coverage. So why do you think, stories like this makes it, or other urban legends makes it and stands out among all the other ghost stories that we've heard?
I think it's because stories like this is very accessible to a lot of people, regardless of the countries you're from. You have a cab driver, you have a woman that has been abused and died a wrongful death and comes back to seek revenge. That sort of narrative is applicable not just to Philippines, like where the story was, the urban legend grew from, but you have that in Malaysia and Singapore, Indonesia, and almost any part of the world. That's such an accessible narrative. So it becomes very popular. But I think that narrative is also steeped with some truth behind it. In this particular episode, we saw her haunting just cab drivers. So that again, that makes sense. But why cab drivers are such a popular trope in horror stories is that they're always on the road. So they get to see all this, right? And they're always on the road. And you scare them. And the thing about cab drivers is they love telling stories as well. So that's how all these anecdotes get propagated. And you will hear cab drivers saying, hey, my friend. It's always my friend.
Yeah.
So you that's how the virality of it, such stories just spread amongst people.
Yeah. I guess it's the relatability, right? Like how relatable they are to us.
Yeah. And for the living, you kind of want justice for that spirit.
Yeah.
You may be afraid of her, woman in white, but you want her to get her revenge on the guys who did her wrong. Yeah. So that's why such stories become so classic.
It never occurred to me also that because it's always connected to taxi drivers, literally and figuratively the story travels.
So speaking of White Lady, right? Like I just want to throw this question to all of you. Like, which one is scarier if you see at night? White Lady or Lady in Red?
Oh my goodness.
You can only choose one. I cannot say both. You can only choose one.
I know my answer immediately. Lady in Red.
Okay.
Because red is an aggressive color.
Yeah.
So whether or not it's like there's the history behind it, right? My first instinct if I see a lady in red, right, it's like, oh. Yeah. You?
Likewise, I think Lady in Red, because red signifies like vengeance.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what she's vengeful of. Hopefully not me. But if there's anybody around me that she's vengeful of, I should stay away.
Now, I prefer the lady in red. The lady in red, like what we all know in our urban law, a woman who dies in red or buries in red comes back as a much vengeful spirit. But that means she also has a lot more power. And I don't mind speaking with her. Again, taking this episode as an example, we use the word haunting. But yet we see her calling for help. Help me, help me. And I have more faith in the unseen than I have in humanity. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
So if I see a lady in red, it has a higher chance because I have higher power and vibration, able to speak and connect. And if there's something that she needs help with, I know I'm not the target. I'm not a cab driver. I'm just a passerby. She probably felt, like she can speak to me and I won't run away. And she says, help me. I would stop and I go, what can I do?
Wow.
And who knows, I mean, typical Singaporean mentality, if I help you, maybe I can win 4D. Underlining objective out of it.
Yeah, don't you look at me, I confirm scared of the red one. Yeah. I'm with you guys for this time. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The line has been
There's a new line drop.
Suddenly,
Eugene has a special little box all to himself.
There's a line there now.
You know, Eugene, we actually have we actually gave you a name already. Like for in supernatural sense. I told them before we roll for this episode, I said that Eugene is the supernatural equivalent of Steve Irwin. It's like everybody see a crocodile, right? People will run, right? Steve Irwin will run. For him, it's like, wow, go kaka, crikey, that's a big one. Let's go.
Hantu, that's a red one.
Like, do you have anything to say? Okay, come, I help you. Yeah, but I think it's needed lah. It's needed. Yeah, we need brave souls like you to go and investigate. You know, like I think previously he got mentioned that, you know, sometimes a lot of it is in your mind lah. Like then you need brave people like him to go and sit in. Or haunted, is it? I go and experience. Nothing on.
Yeah.
That means it's not haunted lah. Then don't need to escalate for spiritual help. You're okay, it's in your mind. But if he starts like, actually quite haunted, then you better get some help.
Yeah, I'm just putting on my broadcaster hat. The Hantu Times. Probably be an article produced by him and published by
Hantu Times,
Talking about the good that Hantus are doing, helping the children and the poor.
Hantu activist. Hantu activist.
Yeah.
Hantuvis.
Okay, so what are some other urban legends that you're familiar with, and what are your thoughts on them?
I think the most famous urban legend, and the minute I start this story, you all will be nodding, and I know you guys will know.
Okay.
Cab driver driving along a lonely road, sees a woman, flags down. He stops. She gets in. He smells something floral. He drives on, and to the destination, she disappears. In some variation of the story, she pays him in currency, but when he opens up his little cash box, it's all leaves. But now with PayLah and PayNow and GrabPay, no such thing already.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I've heard so many variations of that one. Like it's not just like, okay, so sometimes he turns around, she's not there, and there's a tombstone on the seat. The variation comes in the middle of it. So it's, again, cab driver at night picks up a lady. It's reversed this time around. So the lady's in the back of the car, and the lady is human. And as they're driving along, somebody runs in front. And the person has no face. So the lady goes, hey, uncle, do you see that? The uncle, yeah, please lah. You see nothing on lah. So they keep driving. Again, a man with no face runs in front. He's, uncle, confirm one, confirm. I see that one. No lah. Hey, you don't very scary here. No? So keep driving. Third time it happens. No face. So the lady is like, okay, uncle, you have to have seen that one. That man really got no face. And then taxi driver turns around, all like this.
She never checked for the rear mirror. Yeah, that's why I see lah. But see, urban legends like that, then the variations come about. Because people love ghost stories. And I noticed that in Singapore, you can be different race. Different age group, boomer or millennials or Gen A. The minute a ghost story hits the table, everybody's equal. And everyone wants to one-up each other. So it's almost like, you know why we always say every school is haunted, every camp is haunted. It's almost like everyone has a need to be in a social gathering and feel accepted by having a ghost story. When I hear stories like that, especially when you have a very nice narrative flow of first time, second time, third time, punchline, I'll be like, real ghost stories from the thousands of confessions that I got never happens that way.
Correct.
There's no 3-act structure. It's like just like that.
You can see like the base level they take, like taxi driver picks up passenger, then from there you veer off lah. From a storyteller point of view, it's quite interesting lah.
It's a great story. Right? And it doesn't. And I always say these days in my tour and when I run my tour, I say it doesn't have to be a real story or not a real story. It doesn't matter. The minute I tell you a story, even if you have doubt, I've planted a seed. That's going to freak you out anyway. The next time you take a cab.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess that's where urban legends happen now. Because, you know, as you tell the stories over and over and over, it gets planted into your head. It has become ingrained into us that certain situations like this will have stories like that.
Urban legends also evolve with times. So last time, the kampong time, you have the lady in white at a tree. Going back to kampong, you see her on a tree. Now you don't see her on a tree anymore because there's no more kampong. You see her along corridors. You stay under a void deck. So the structure and the setting of a place makes a huge impact on the urban legends that is at play.
Yeah.
Why you don't hear cab driver stories anymore? Because cab drivers now no longer accept cash. Everything is through digital. So that story dies down. And I always ask cab drivers, whenever I take cab, or anywhere I go, uncle got story or not, right? So cab drivers these days, as opposed to the 90s or the early 2000s, have almost no story. Not like last time. Every cab driver have a story. Now it's like maybe 1 out of 10, and then they were like, I don't know lah. I thought I see something but cannot be sure. So the move is towards downplaying it, not even acknowledging it. Yeah.
On the flip side of things, right, do you think that because there's so much happenings and it's so easy to document it, therefore they downplay it even more?
It goes the other way around now, right?
Yeah.
Last time it's harder to get stories, so stories are just exaggerated. Now you go online, you get stories almost every other page you search. So people then start to move the other direction and go like disbelief. Disbelieving is more of a trend now. And also I think we are told that you ignore them, you don't acknowledge them. The minute you acknowledge them or you talk about them, they come. So the mindset now is, no. Even if I believe, I will say, I don't talk about that just because I don't want to give power to these entities.
So this is more like the whole culture just going, no, we're not. Okay.
Yeah. So I think people still believe. There was a poll done, like people believe in ghosts. Even non-religious people also believe in So it's quite an interesting take for Singapore.
I guess, but you're right lah. When you choose not to speak about them, then people also think that, okay, I shouldn't even say anything if I see them or whatsoever. It has become something that is, it just disappears, but it still exists.
Yeah. Like, remember I mentioned just now is that everyone needs to have a story to feel socially included. Now, if you tell a ghost story in a group, it's almost like you are the insane one.
Yeah, you're the weird one.
Oh yeah.
You're the weird one.
I don't know about you, but when I tell ghost stories, sometimes they actually come around, hang around, and I feel like they are nodding, like, they want their stories told.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
So when you're telling ghost stories, they are listening.
Yeah.
So you're talking about me. Okay.
So, Eugene, do you have any other ghost stories that you've experienced so far, besides the ones that we've shared on season 1?
Let's go with stories from the islands. There's a few well-known islands in Singapore that we can still visit. Pulau Ubin, St. John's, Kusu, Sentosa. Sentosa has a very interesting story. So we know Sentosa is called Pulau Belakang Mati.
Yeah.
You know how the name came about?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's hear it. I want to see whether the history tallies with the history that I know from the boatman or not.
Pulau Belakang Mati means the back island of death. Literally translate to that. And it's basically when, I think back in the 1800s or 1900s, there was like bubonic plague. So they left the people there to die on that island. And before that, it was not connected to the main island also. So just left them there to die. And of course, the invasion of Singapore, a lot of deaths also occurred in that island. So is that correct?
So
that's what I heard.
That's what I read too in the history textbook. So according to a boatman that I talked to and interviewed, he said it's the island behind death. So Sentosa is the island behind death. So what island are we talking about? The island of death, the Isle of Death. So he actually sailed past and you can see all the military signs that says no entry. He grew up on St. John's Island. This is an elderly man. And he remembers that island because as a child, he and his friends would just swim across and watch spiritual practitioners practice their craft there. And if I don't like you and I have a duel with you, it's a spiritual duel. We go to the island and we will fight to the death. And this is a child, he remembers growing up there, it says, he sees crease flying, spells being cast, and they all sit there like Colosseum. And only one person can leave. So one will die.
Wow.
And why that island, when he was still growing up before it became a military island, he was going there to pick up crease and you go find things in the sand. Yeah. So that island is known as the death battlefield. And that's right behind Sentosa. So the island behind death, that's the Isle of Death. And this is Sentosa.
So it's St. John.
Besides St. John. Between St. John and...
what island is that?
I think now it's a military site, so may not have a name. You're not supposed to dock there. Not supposed to.
Not supposed to what?
Dock your boat there.
Pulau, Tekukoko jetty.
Of course, St. John have their own stories as well.
Wow.
Any place with a camp and students go, you have a lot of stories. And they have a dark history on St. John.
Yeah. The chess one.
The chess one is debunked. So the urban legend about the chess piece is that the Japanese were there and they line up the locals and they play chess. So whichever chess piece get eaten, the Japanese will behead the prisoner, right? But we found out the chess piece was built after the Japanese occupation. So it could not have been possible that the Japanese used that as a torture ground.
See, that's so interesting. Like, well, not the torture and everything, but like, like you said, the urban legends, they kind of just grow out of, not say misinformation lah, but like, the stories themselves, the narrative that comes out from it. Because like you said, it's a nice, neat narrative to think that, this was used as a human chessboard. Yeah. And it's quite interesting how that kind of grows. And like you said, like, the school camps down there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's pattern recognition.
Yeah.
You see the chess, someone very creative, see the chess, remember the World War, remember the atrocities, then like put 2 and 2 together, become a narrative.
Yeah.
We like to recognize patterns on. And then over time, then there's more and more stories and there's camps. And what you do at night when at camp, tell ghost stories. It's like a thing.
I've been running Supernatural Confessions for 10 years now. And when I started off with just retelling stories as it is. And it's fun. It's still fun. I love hearing stories, may it be true or not. It's just the childlike fantasy that I have. But now as Supernatural Confessions grow and people are asking questions and they want as close to the truth as possible, it's no longer a topic of do ghosts exist. My community just believes ghosts exist. We acknowledge it. But we want to know what's haunting the place. Why? So if you tell me a place like this toilet is haunted by a white lady in white, then we want to know what's the history of the place. Has there been any tragic death? Why is a spirit from out of nowhere want to haunt the 4th floor toilet? That makes no sense in the law and heritage way. So when we talk about ghost stories like that, and I do a lot of tours as well, I end up having to research almost as a byproduct of running tour. And then I discover all these little historical nuggets that, if this is not during the Japanese time, then this can't be. But do I go out and debunk it? No, I allow stories to be stories. But what I do on the other side is I wear a historian hat. I start talking about history. I start talking about heritage. And then you as an audience start piecing together and go, then you debunk it yourself.
Right. So can I say that the reason why you're so interested in the supernatural is the history behind it that is unsolved that you want to know why?
Yeah. Usually history will give you a very good answer.
So, Eugene, do you have any more stories for us? Like creepy stories? Island one.
Okay. So this one was on one of the islands that I stayed overnight. Okay. First-hand account.
For Supernatural Confessions or for like, recreation, camping?
It was for Supernatural Confessions. Right. We're doing some expedition on the island. Okay. And we walk through trying to document history of the place and potential haunting. Now, I was told that there was this tomb in that place and I was trying to find it. So we walk. And then we went in about before lunchtime. And the idea was to come out by 3 p.m., call it a night, because when you walk through the forest and you bash looking for all these places, there's no light. By 5 o'clock, you better get out. If you don't get out by 5, and then there's no light line, you get lost. Yeah. So we always heard this urban legend about people go through forests and cannot find their way out.
Yeah.
I hear it, but it has not happened to me until that point.
Oh.
Yeah. So we walked in, we found the tomb, and that was about 3 o'clock. So we said, okay lah, we found a tomb, we did everything, let's get out. We started to walk out, but we couldn't get out. We just walked round and round in circles. And we keep coming back to the same tomb. Right. So by that time already, we knew something was wrong. We said, okay, that was a stupid thing to do, but we said one person will wait here, the next person walk out. So by right, if we are walking in circles, you should see me again, right?
Yeah.
The person never came back. So I was there alone. Now, if I say I'm not frightened then, I'm probably lying to you. Because at the point in time, I was like, okay, are 2 of us now missing? Will I ever get out?
Yeah.
Right? So they say like, you got to do certain things like pull down your pants, whatever. The story about how you get out of these places. One of them is you put on your pants and you flash your ding dong at the spirits. You're supposed to frighten the spirits away and you can have the way out.
That's the first time I've heard.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard it too.
Yeah.
It is.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
So I did it. Nothing happened. Then after waiting for about half an hour, now we're talking about pitch darkness already. So I decided, okay lah, no point waiting anymore. I have to walk. Sitting down is just, not doing something is worse than doing something lah. So I walk. The last time I walked, I come back to the same spot again. Now there's an old man there. There was an old man. And he said, rest, don't go, just wait. So that was all. I sat down, I just rested. And for some reason at that point in time, I just went into a different zone, a different headspace. And the next thing I knew, I woke up, it was about 8 o'clock. 3 hours have passed, from 5 to 8.
As in you just slept on the forest floor?
Yeah, I was just sitting down. He said, just wait and rest. So I sit down, I wait and rested. But the next thing I knew, 3 hours have passed.
Wow. And you didn't realize it?
I didn't realize. It was like a time walk.
Whoa.
And then I walked out. As I walked out, the message I got in my head was, if I had walked out any earlier or you had not prevented me from walking out, something bad would have happened to me. So we always say that when we go missing, it's like something evil is trying to hide you. But in this case, I tell you also my goosebumps are up. It's because he was trying to protect me from whatever calamity might happen. So that's why I was walking around in loop. So when I went out and I got to safety, I know who that tomb belongs to. It was a caretaker of the island. And I didn't know how I know. I just knew it was a tomb when we went there. There was no like caretaker words or any other name. It was just a small mound. When I went back to do my research on who this guy is, because I was just so curious about this entity that protected me, that tomb belongs to the caretaker of the island back then. So when I say that sometimes ghosts are not as scary as they are, I mean it because I had the experience to back it up. Like in this case, I truly believe the ghost saved me from something.
Wow.
At the point when the old man appeared, you already know he's not human.
It was a forest quite deep in. There was no one there. And to see and when we young people bashed through, we were sweating. It was quite a feat. And you see an old man there, you know it's not right. But between the old man appearing and me getting lost and me being tired, it was just not something I can react to anymore. Like, I know he's not real. But the question is, what am I going to do about it? Run? We'll run where? We'll be trying to find our way out. We cannot run. So in the situation like that, it's just deal with the situation. It is a ghost. Let's talk.
Then you mentioned that your other friend is like outside running out. Then what happened after you met him?
She ran out and she found the exit. But she cannot come back in, and she's been shouting and calling for me. She just cannot find a way back in. Like the path that she came out from no longer exists. So my sense is that it was not her in danger. That thing was trying to protect me.
Right.
Yeah, because she went out, no problem. And she just waited at the beach.
For that 3 hours?
Yeah.
3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. This was like a while back already.
This was during COVID time where the only time you can go out and not wear a mask is to exercise.
So you were exercising?
Yeah, so I was hiking and exploring. There was nobody, just COVID time.
Yeah.
Deserted.
I want to relate that to one of the beliefs that we have as in the Malay community, Bunyan. Have you heard of it? Orang Bunyan. Sometimes Orang Bunyan can also be helpful spirits. Where I'm not sure whether what you saw was Orang Bunyan, because they are known to trap you in their dimension and then bring you back to your own dimension. And that's where you feel like you were in a time warp, because to you, it's like, I just stood here for 5 minutes, but actually to them, it's like, I just brought you back for 3 hours and just returned you back.
I feel that Orang Bunyans are good people with a bad rap. When I went up to Penang, or somewhere between Penang and Ipoh, there was a cave called the Bunyan Cave. Right, my tour guide was there and says, oh, this is a Bunyan Cave. And I said, why is it called Bunyan Cave? Is there real Bunyan? And without missing a beat, she says, yes. She says there was a village there before it became sort of gentrified, and there was a pathway, boardwalk and all that. Back when the village was there, the people of the village, the villagers, before they get married, they will go to the Bunyan Cave and seek the blessings of the Bunyan. The villagers live in harmony with the bunyan. They understand each other exists. So you don't pee on a tree, you don't hurt the forest because the bunyans are there. And the belief of the kampung people are very strong in that. So they'll go to the bunyan cave and ask for blessings from the bunyan for their marriage. The bunyan will give them plates or cutleries or some form of earthenware. And they will take this as an heirloom. So bunyan says, you can pass down to your next generation. Because 1,000 years in our time is probably like a day in the bunyan.
Yeah.
So you can pass down your generation, and that's fine. Which means you are protected by the bunyan who have given you the blessing for your family. So when you hear these stories, like, actually, these unseen are not exactly all evil.
Do you think that the spirits almost encourage these urban legends to spread and change and evolve and turn into new legends over time?
I don't think the spirits encourage it.
Okay.
It just happens because that's what humans do.
Right.
Some urban legends might hurt the original law of the spirit. They demonize them or diminish their existence.
Right.
But I believe that not talking about them, not acknowledging them is worse. The minute we stop believing, we stop communicating, we stop telling the story, they cease to exist. So even if we are telling a story about a spirit of a girl who likes dolls, and people are coming down to worship and venerate this female spirit, the actual entity, which is not the female spirit, is still benefiting from these offerings. So why not? I will, if I'm that spirit, sure. You want me to be a girl? Go on. Bring me more offerings. Bring me more incense because you want something that I can give you. Right. I want the veneration. You want 40 number? Let's go.
So, big question for you. Why are you personally interested in the law of the supernatural?
The lack of knowledge was where fear came out from. And being fearful of the unknown just drives me nuts. It makes me feel weak and helpless and vulnerable. So I started understanding and researching and digging. And then the more I dig, the further down the rabbit hole I go. So it's not almost like I want to research the law out of purpose. It's almost like organically that's how it has led me down the hole. And I found that when you understand the law, you understand the culture and heritage, and you put them together, it gives meaning to the stories. And if you know from a storyteller point of view, telling a story alone doesn't connect with your reader if there's no meaning behind it. So why does this story make so much sense to Singaporeans or Southeast Asia as opposed to, say, European? Because of the heritage and the law, right? So when we understand deeper the law and the heritage and all the underlining factors, then these stories have more sense and meaning for me. Like I mentioned just now, you tell me there's a white lady in the toilet on level 4. It's just, that's it. That's the be all and end of the story. But now if I know a woman has died of childbirth in the area, what does that mean to Singaporeans? Oh, the law comes to play. A woman died of childbirth. That equates to the woman in white. So once you start joining that dots, that one-liner story has so much more value and worth. And because I do Supernatural Confessions all about the stories, I want to give that gravitas to the storytellers and to the entity. That second layer of research of the history and the law is so important.
Right, so this question is for everyone. Which urban legend, supernatural or otherwise, do you think is the most well-known?
For me, I think I will go with something that's not as supernatural. Urban legend of like the $1 coin. The Singaporean $1 coin. Apparently, one of our leaders heard feng shui advice from this big feng shui master that's very well known that calamity will strike all Singaporeans if we don't have a pakwa. So the shape of a pakwa. What's the shape of pakwa?
The 8-sided
octagon.
Octagon. So octagon is to in Taoist, octagon is to reflect evil. So we need to carry that. And it doesn't make sense to force every Singaporean to carry something like that, right? So the plan was devised to actually create a $1 coin with the octagon shape. So every Singaporean would carry a $1 coin to protect them from calamity. That's an urban legend. I'm not saying it's true. That's the most famous urban legend that I've heard about Singapore.
Because they were digging MRT lines, the dragon beneath Singapore was offended. That's urban legend.
That,
carry on to add on to
really?
that. That's what I heard.
There's a dragon underneath Singapore. Wow.
I mean, if you look at the map, right, Singapore is a certain mystical creature based on the geometric shape that was eating or casting out fireball based on the island shape.
Really?
So when they start digging tunnels and everything, it offended the dragon and it has severed the backbone of Singapore. So without certain mystical things in play, Singapore will collapse. Actually, it's all urban legend. I am digging into the history of it. I cannot find anything valid about it.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting story.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
That I've heard the
$1 one.
$1 one. I never knew that the reason was because we offended the dragon while digging up for MRTs.
I always like to know the reason, right? Even if it's a fake reason, but it's a cool reason.
That is a cool fake reason. I like this one's not okay. It's not exactly answering the question, but if we're talking about like urban legends like that, along a similar vein, there are two buildings in Singapore which look exactly alike, and they're next to each other. Apparently, those buildings look like swords. Okay? So, and this is completely debunked, but the urban legend was that another building was built that was supposed to represent the scabbard for the swords.
And if you look at a certain angle, it fits right in between two swords.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it was a huge piece of land. They could have built that building anywhere on that piece of land.
Yeah.
But they built it right in the middle of the two swords.
Yeah.
Okay, for me, I'm torn between two. One is the Teletubbies doll. That I think you've heard lah. Teletubbies doll they were saying that the doll was haunted and that it causes a lot of rumor and havoc because everybody starts throwing their doll away, including my mom.
You had a Teletubby doll?
I had a poor Teletubby doll. So cute. So I got afraid of it also lah. So I threw it off. So that's one. The other one was so whenever you hear marbles, it means something is playing lah. But then there were some people who debunk it.
It is debunked already.
Yeah.
That is actually just,
the concrete expanding.
Yeah, correct.
You know the origin of that story? So the origin story of how the marble story came about was that in the 80s when they were quickly developing Singapore, there were kidnapping cases. Children were going missing.
Oh.
So the law was that children were sacrificed for the foundation of this building. Because that's a Asian law. You want to build bridges, you want to build buildings, you need to sacrifice a human.
Right.
So why are children going missing and not found? Because they were kidnapped by the government, no less, apparently according to the legend, and killed and put in the foundation.
The heads, the skulls.
Yeah. But to appease this child spirit, the children's spirit, they put marbles within the building so that the children can have something to play. So when you hear the tick, 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 there's a spirit of the children playing the marbles.
Yep.
Wow.
But I think it's concrete lah.
Alright, so we're almost done here. So it's time once again for one of Kyle's morbid facts of the day.
This one is for you, Raihan.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. So starting from 1981, there were numerous reports of evil clowns trying to lure children into vans all across America. In most cases, right, no adults or police officers were able to, pinpoint or confirm the sightings.
See? It's a happy ending, I guess. They never could find the evil clowns.
The clowns.
No. Not happy. Because you cannot find them. That means they're still there.
Clowns are just sad. They just look sad, Like, okay, you just imagine this scene, right? A clown is just sitting by the bench at the park, right? Then eating a sandwich. It looks sad, yeah. It look like he out of job, look like his wife left him, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Have a mortgage to pay.
If I see a human clown eating sandwich in the middle of a park in the middle of the day, I'm okay lah.
But how
at night different, right?
Different. Huh?
So if you see a human clown at night eating a sandwich in the middle of the park?
Yeah.
I'll see his makeup first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay. To make you not that scared, there was this video that I saw of this guy. I think he was having a bad day. Then this, stupid prankers on YouTube lah. So they prank the whole killer clown thing. So they prank this guy like in the middle of nowhere, like he was going to get his car. Then this killer clown just appeared.
I saw that one.
Yeah, I saw that.
The guy just stopped. Then the guy just stared down the clown. Then the clown approached. The guy straight away like ready to take the clown out. Because in America, self-defense.
Yeah.
So the clown ran away.
Yeah, I would probably do that if there's any clowns coming towards me.
Yeah.
We're going to get so much hate mail from the clown community.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So don't
They know what they got into lah. Come on, like it's a general consensus that clowns are creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even I find Ronald McDonald creepy.
I thought children love clowns. It's
No.
birthday parties.
In which decade?
Yeah, which decade?
Okay,
Yeah.
my era.
Children didn't see clown.
I think now I think they really will cry.
Yeah, they will cry. I think there was a cute video of Barney coming into the class and everybody start crying. So they're so not used to Barney.
Yeah.
You laugh way too hard at the idea of children crying. Way too hard, man.
I love Barney, but now I'm like, oh, so poor thing. This is such a cute dinosaur. So thank you for joining us once again, Eugene. We love your stories and we love having you back.
Thank you so much, guys.
And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Eugene.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
The earliest thing I heard about doppelgangers was that if you see your doppelganger, you're going to die.
My name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
We're joined today again by Ut, the host of Incredible Tales from across its 13-year run.
I'm back.
Hi.
All right, let's bring on the stories.
Oh, yeah. In every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and tie it back to the classic Incredible Tales episodes.
For this episode, we're looking at ghostly doppelgangers. This episode's theme was inspired by Mistaken Identity from Season 5. A young woman named Sylvia comes to Singapore to study. Soon after getting settled in, she starts to get mistaken for someone else. Is she just a really good actress leading a double life? Or is it something more sinister?
Let's take a look.
She was wearing the exact same clothes as I was. It was like she also had the same height, same build, same hair. It was as if I was looking into a mirror. Except she had a different look in her eyes.
I know like doppelganger scares you.
Yeah. I don't know why we decided on this theme and I was okay with it. I clearly wasn't thinking straight. Yeah, doppelgangers, it's like, okay, you know how in our previous episode, mirrors, I put them on an incredible scale of 8.5 to 9? It's doppelgangers, that's
So
why.
what's the incredible scale for doppelgangers for everyone?
Oh, mine's going to be similar, 8.5 to 9.
But that's one. There.
Don't you dare. Art's already done this way too many times this season.
No, I'm fine with doppelgangers. In fact, I've always Googled who looks like me.
So Art, are you like, have you ever had like any doppelganger situation happen to you before?
No, I think if we're like on a rating scale, like if I was to just rate right now, it's probably like a 0. Like for you, mirrors are 0, right? For it, it doesn't have any effect on me whatsoever, or any effect in like seeing a reenactment or a story on it. I find other layers to it.
For me, it's 0. If I see a doppelganger me, I'll go and talk to it. Yeah.
You will go and talk to the doppelganger.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of myself. I will confront myself. Why did you do this? Why did you make this choice back in the year? Blah 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 blah. Why?
I like how you're approaching a doppelganger as if it's just a multiverse version of you.
Probably. I'll probably say hi. Hi, you look like me. No, I look like you.
Hi, run.
Maybe. But this is interesting because doppelgangers can sometimes happen in dreams. I don't know. Like you dream of yourself in another part of the world. Wow. Like you're doing something else, not this, and then when you woke up, you're here. And then I've heard people saying that if you dream of such a thing, it means your doppelgangers are probably there doing whatever they're doing.
I see it like just watching the reenactment from a very psychological point of view, which is like with, let's say we delve into like mental illness or like schizophrenia. I actually saw it as, well, it's a version of herself that she sees herself in her mind. And it's like, and the mind can be extremely powerful. So it's like, literally we see two and she literally sees two, but it's not physically there. I mean, that's sort of the core of schizophrenia and people who go through it. So I find that very interesting how that would be linked to the spirit world, you know, because there is some link to that. You know, because sometimes people who do have certain illnesses is because their energies are so low that they're absorbing a lot of like unwanted energies. So that brings them into certain mental states. So it's interesting for me to kind of delve into that, the gray lines between like what is a doppelganger in a physical sense and what is a doppelganger in a mental mind sense.
Agree.
That's true. It could be like in this case of her, probably just her imagination.
Yeah, and to go further, let's say if she's, and I don't think it's even imagination because like schizophrenia and mental illness, it's at a level where they don't even think they're imagining. It's like, it's very real. So let's say if that's the case, then it's actually just one person, but she's putting on two different personas. And it could be that in real life scenarios, people around her might be seeing the same person, but like she's putting on two different personalities. Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know what the origin of me being freaked out by the double is. Because I have actually thought about this, especially after the last episode with the mirror, and I can't figure it out. I think it might have been one of those things where the earliest thing I heard about doppelgangers was that if you see your doppelganger, you're going to die.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is
so
it a
that's
belief?
that's the thing. I don't know where the belief comes from exactly, but it was one of the things that always stuck with me about doppelgangers. Because something similar happened to somebody I knew.
Oh.
In real life, where he had come back and he saw his brother at home, and he went, "Oh hey." And his brother just stared at him, just glared at him angrily and didn't say a word, and then just walked into his bedroom and slammed the door. And so this guy that I knew, he asked his mom, "Hey, my brother's being really grumpy. What's up with that?" And the mom said, "Your brother's not here. Your brother's been in Pulau Ubin for days." And from what I remember, apparently his brother was either falling sick or experiencing something strange while he was on Pulau Ubin at the same time that this person saw his brother's doppelganger as well. So I remember hearing that story early on. Like, I think, well, not early on, I was probably in my teens, but by then I already knew about this whole thing of doppelgangers being an omen of evil. So that's kind of stuck with me. And I don't know why that particular thing has stuck with me more than a lot of other strange phenomenon that I've heard of.
Yeah. I think one of the beliefs in Malay folklore is that spirits can actually take a shape of a human being.
Yeah.
And sometimes they do that because for the purpose of probably scaring others, haunt others. So, I mean, if you know somebody's very close to you, for example, Carl, but there might be another spirit who might look like Carl just to scare you.
Yeah, like that's not me, right?
Yeah, that's not
Lyle.
So I also have a story, like it was told to me by my secondary school classmate. So he likes to fish with his friend, especially in the midnight, because sometimes the high tide comes in at night. So he will go to East Coast to fish. And it's always the two of them. And then I think that night he wasn't having any luck, couldn't get any fish. And then he packed up and then left with his friend. They live quite close to East Coast so they can walk. But throughout the walk, right, the friend was super quiet. Then he keep talking to the friend, like, it's like, you know, your friend is not in the mood, but you keep telling your friend stuff. Then your friend's like, or just quiet. And then suddenly he received an SMS. Like, that was back in the day, right? Yeah. SMS. And it's like, where are you? And then the friend that's with him, right, continued walking. And then he called. And the friend's like, where are you? Well, I've been looking for you. I'm at the jetty. Where did you leave? Like, why did you go home? It's like, I'm still fishing, you know? Where are you? Did you go to the toilet? And then at this point, it's like, hey, you don't joke with me. Like, you don't joke with me. This is not funny. They put down the phone, walk right next to the guy, and the guy just turned to him and say, you already know what I am, right?
Oh, man. And the fact that he actually went back to that guy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Excuse me, you know, that kind of thing.
No, because he was like, he ran up to him. He's like, you think this is funny? This is not funny. It's at night. It's not funny. Then he's like, you already know what I am.
I can't deal with that.
Okay, but personally, have any one of you seen your own doppelgangers?
In dreams, yes. Yeah, in dreams. But it's like, it's very weird. It's like it's the way where you are from the point of view of like the camera.
Yeah.
And then you look at yourself doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of like that. But then it's also in a form of deja vu where it will happen after.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the weird part. Yeah.
Likewise.
I'm similar to Kyle, but I guess I don't term it doppelganger. I just term it like I see a version of myself. Because I guess like for me, I guess when it's termed doppelganger, it's basically like an evil version of another entity that looks like you. But I think for me, if I don't term it doppelganger, I've in deja vu or in dreams, I see versions of myself where it could come in the form of a deja vu where I was here before. This feels very familiar. It's like it's happening all over again, and then it happens. So I don't think that would be termed doppelganger. And also in dreams of like seeing versions of myself that look strange, you know, that I can't quite grasp. I had this like really vivid dream of being in a cabin, and it's like at first like this figure had his back towards me, and it was like similar to Kyle, it was like a camera point of view, and I'm walking behind him. I was in a lucid state, so I actually was able to kind of gear myself to do certain things in that particular dream where I walked over to the wall because I saw all these pictures. And as I walked closer to the pictures, I could see myself in pictures, but I didn't recognize myself. It's like an older version of myself. And then as I was walking, then the figure turned around, and it was myself looking older with like white hair, very wise. Eventually, I woke up, and when I woke up, I realized that it's not an older version of myself. It's actually a version of myself now that just looks different.
All right. So you saw your variant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was very strange. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of that, now they've mentioned variant, there is a belief in Malay folklore that we are actually living in 7 dimensions. Right now. As we're speaking, there's another 7 dimensions that is circulating around us right now. So there is a possibility that we have 7 other versions from other 7 dimensions.
Nice.
And we actually were living together with them right now.
Is there like a particular term in Malay that's termed or called?
Just 7 dimensions.
Just 7 dimensions.
Which I'm not sure what are the other dimensions like. But all I know is that, have you heard of Bunyan?
Bunyan?
Yeah, Orang Minyak.
So that's another dimension. It's like a spirit world where it's like fairies.
Fairies. Okay.
Yeah,
so
like
they've heard stories where back in the days, if you were pregnant with your first child, when you give birth, you have to close all the windows and doors of the house because the fairies loves firstborn child.
Then they will take it,
and then they bring it back to their dimension to raise up as a child. So hence your child now becomes part of the fairy world.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I feel like if we're going to go into the focus of doppelgangers, it is possible that these doppelgangers for particular people who are experiencing these situations where it's probably from a realm or a version that is more dark that shows up, you know.
Yeah. It's funny that, you know, the Bunyan have that, there's that Bunyan idea of, you know, a fairy coming in and then stealing the firstborn child. I think it's, I'm probably getting it wrong, I think it's Irish or Gaelic or something where they have the changelings. So they come in, they steal the baby.
That's
and then,
true.
Yeah. And then a fairy takes the baby's place.
That's true.
Yeah.
Coming back, I mean, I'm studying theater in Los Angeles right now. So one of the plays that I had to dive deep into was an Irish play.
Oh.
And it was particularly about the fairies and the spirits and the ghosts in that particular town. It's so interesting. It's so interesting how they have their own beliefs in fairies.
Yeah.
Fairies is like, it's very huge there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fairies in the belief is they guard the land. They're very intricate and integral to all parts of people's lives in Ireland.
So it's interesting that they actually believe in fairies because in Malay folklore we believe in Bunyan, which is also fairies. Yeah.
And when we think of the word fairies lightly, it's like fairies, like, you know,
yeah, we think it's the
but like
no, bro.
No, it's like it's much deeper.
I've seen a horror short film that is all killer fairies. They look all like, you know, like very nice outside, right? But they actually kill humans.
Oh wow.
And they eat them or something. It's like, it's quite dark.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So doppelgangers.
Supernatural properties have been applied to doppelgangers around the world. There's the car in ancient Egypt, the Vardoga in Norse mythology. Chinese folklore sometimes associates them with jiangshi. Why do you think the supernatural double has traveled so well?
Jiangshi is the first time I heard, like, you know, the hopping vampire. Didn't know like it was like a double thing.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either as well.
Yeah.
But it's apparently a thing where like they're always associated with them.
While you could control a hopping vampire with your own incantations, I mean, it's shown in the movies, it's shown in the Hong Kong movies, Mr. Vampire, so you can actually control the cops. So that you can do an incantation and then you can get the hopping vampires to follow every single movement that you do. So the legend of the hopping vampire is that in ancient China, when people died, they usually died from far from their hometown. And then it's very expensive to hire like a horse carriage to carry the bodies back to their hometowns. So they will hire Taoist priests who are trained in necromancy. So they would actually use certain incantations to bring back the body. So the body can actually rise and move, but they can only jump because they are stiff. These are all like just rumors lah. So then they will gather a whole bunch of them and then they will do the incantation. So they will double the Taoist priest movement. So when the Taoist priest jump, they jump. So the Taoist priest will hop all the way back to the village. And then they will do their last rites with the family lah. Oh, so it's actually a job. But the more like debunked theory is that these are just people acting as vampires to scare off the living because they were like trafficking drugs.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Actually quite an impressive scam that they're running.
Because they will have something, they will say something like, oh, beware of the dead. Please avoid your gaze because the gate is the dead is passing through. So they only do it at night. Yeah. So the double thing, I guess that's how it came from.
All right.
But it's really weird lah. Imagine like you do an incantation, then you move, right? You scratch your head. The jiangshi behind you also scratch your head. That would be quite weird, right?
I'm just picturing me being very clumsy, a juncture just tripping down constantly.
Yeah.
And he has to hop some more. That's worth it. I mean, we talked before about energies, positive energy and negative energy. So it's almost like, what if your negative energy, you know, took a form itself? It's your particular negative energy. It took a form itself. So I think, at least for me, I don't know about the ancient cultures, but at least for me, that whole dark twin, the dark side of yourself, that frightens me. So I think maybe that's why it might have had a resonance with like ancient cultures.
I think the intrigue in it is like, if you just look at twins, you know, there's so much intrigue in like people who are born as twins and how they connect to each other. The example that you gave in regards to like the brother, and then and he was sick, but then like he wasn't physically there. You know, there's like that intrigue in how we connect, and then it's like it becomes even more closer to you when it's a version of yourself in front of you that looks like you, talks like you, sounds like you.
Yeah.
So I think that resonates across like any culture and any traditions and any times, that if you're faced with a physical version of yourself that's tangible, then it's going to be quite interesting. Yeah.
It's happened quite a few times before, actually. Like my family my parents' place particularly, because my parents' place have the ancestral tablet, which is like all the deceased relatives and they used to live in their house also. So sometimes, not saying that it's haunted, sometimes weird things happen. So I remember particularly 2 incidences. One was where I was playing on the computer, and I was just chilling in my room. I went out for a drink. Then my dad was like, I thought your sister is like sitting right beside me. And I saw my sister sitting right beside him. Then turns out my sister was in the room all along, because my room was like dark, so I couldn't see my sister. My sister was just using her phone. I was like, I thought I saw my sister. I said, no, it wasn't your sister. Then straight away, I drink the water, I switch off my computer, I go to sleep. I was like, what the hell is that? Man. Then after that, he went to check. Then he was like, I think your aunt's death anniversary is coming up. I think that was her, because she used to live in their house. So I don't know. That was weird. And there was another time, actually last year, then we were there like as a family. And then my uncle was in the room, like just reading newspaper or something. And then everybody was leaving the house already, we were going to the market. Then my dad asked, where's your uncle? In the toilet. I think one of my relatives said, in the toilet, because I saw him walk in the toilet. Then we were like, no, nobody's in the toilet. Then I walked to the toilet, checked, nobody. There was no one in the toilet. But he said he saw someone walk in the toilet. Someone who looked like my uncle walk into the toilet. But my uncle is like in the room. And I said, no, I'm just reading my newspaper here. So who was that? And then I was like, Dad, you need to check whether the house is haunted or not. He said, no lah, I'm pretty sure it's just like deceased relatives. But don't know why they take on the looks of the living lah. Maybe that's their way of cloaking. Or maybe that's like another reality. It's like you unveil a little bit of another reality, or you unveil a little bit of the other side of things.
Like it could be like a portal that's like kind of between 2 dimensions. Or something like that.
Yes.
What to add on to what Kyle's saying.
So Wayne's doppelganger, Dr. Melgill, says that the doppelganger in this episode was just Sylvia being highly intuitive and manipulating events so that her father could be saved. What do you think of his reasoning? Maybe we should ask Wayne first.
Yeah.
Oh God! Now I really wish I had the hat and the blazer. He's wearing a tie in that photo. I like his reasoning just because it helps me deal with the episode. So that, going back to what you were saying about how it's you're seeing your doppelganger, but it's not a physical doppelganger. It's a mental doppelganger. That A makes the episode a lot more interesting, but also B, it's slightly less scary for me now. So I'm going to strongly agree with my doppelganger on this one.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to tap on with what you have mentioned earlier, where, it could be a mental condition, like, so when you're hallucinating, so it could be that. So he's coming in a perspective where it could be more than, maybe instead of a spirit disturbing you, but it could be your mental state. Because, she's going through quite a probably high stress moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I because I brought it up earlier, I'm definitely on the same page.
Yeah.
I feel like it's sort of like a coping mechanism where she's kind of put herself in a different gear.
Yeah.
And then she's created this doppelganger to handle the situation. And the only way she can handle it if she's the opposite, complete, like a different version of herself.
Yeah. For me, I'm on the other side of the fence where I think that this could be supernatural or something that is string theory, like an alternate reality, that somehow she can only see it, which would be weird. Normally, I am quite against horror shows taking the approach like, it's on your mind. I think that's quite lazy. But in that sense, for this particular episode, I thought that was quite interesting that they played on this fact. Maybe she's the only one who can see this doppelganger and it's driving her nuts. Like literally nuts. And it could be the sense of like, okay, because we are of the same person. Your spirit and my spirit is tangled. So therefore I can see you. Yeah. So I like to believe that she is being haunted by herself.
Yeah.
From another dimension that she's already dead.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that would be quite creepy. Imagine yourself, let's say, hey, I'm already dead in this dimension, but can you help you so that you will not die? Something like that.
Wow.
That is very interesting too.
Yeah.
That's like sort of like unfinished business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like the movie?
Yeah.
Nice.
So this question is for everyone. If you could blame something you've done on a ghostly double, what will it be?
I take accountability. I wouldn't put the blame.
You're a much better man than me. I'd blame something like, silly, like, I forgot to wash the dishes. I will blame that on the ghostly. I didn't put those dishes down there. It must be the ghost.
So now you know who he is scared of.
My wife.
He's
yes.
truly scared of. I wasn't going to say it. But for me, I'm a little bit of like in between both of you. I wouldn't blame anything because I think everything happens for a reason. And also down to the fact that I will meet my doppelganger. Then I will ask my doppelganger, hey, if you live in the future, 4D number, come in, give me some number. Let's get rich. If I get rich, somehow in your dimension, you also get rich. So we get rich together. Let's work together, man.
I love every single plot twist you have to these questions. I love it.
Yeah. What about you, Raihan?
It really depends if my ghostly double is an evil version of me or a nicer version of me. Yeah. I mean, if it's a nicer version of me, I wouldn't blame. But if it's an evil version of me,
it's all your fault.
Yeah, it's all your fault. I don't know. It might be a very, very evil version of me who scams people or etc. It's like,
that's true, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's true. Huh?
You know what it means, right? Based on my answer, I'm the evil doppelganger.
Well, you don't wash dishes, so that's evil.
That is evil.
Yes.
That is evil.
So yeah, I have two takes. Nice or naughty?
Very good. All right, so it's time for us to wrap up on the double. Kyle, what's our morbid fact of the day?
Okay, I don't know if Art knows this, but like supposedly, right, Abraham Lincoln, the ex-US president, actually saw his doppelganger like before he died. So his wife told him that it was a bad omen, that he would finish his first term, but not his second term as president. And that premonition became true because he was assassinated.
Yeah, I did read up on his assassination and the lead ups to it. There are I think President Lincoln has thousands and thousands of books written about him. I went to visit the theater where he was assassinated.
Oh wow!
This was probably 2-3 months ago.
Wow!
So I was at the theater where he was assassinated, and also the house across the street where he was ushered to, where he eventually died. So in the lobby area, they piled all the books that has been written about him, and to add on to Kyle, basically he had a premonition. But it's written in different forms, in forms of him seeing his own death, him seeing a doppelganger of himself, and he was he was warned about what was going to happen. But the experience of being at the actual location was very profound for me, because for so many reasons, I don't know why I was very in tune with wanting to visit. Because it's my second time in DC, but I think it's because it's the history behind Lincoln and how he was, he was beyond his times in abolishing slavery and everything. But I wanted to experience the theater, whether I be what kind of energies I would feel, you know, and I didn't feel a negative tone to the theater nor like the house, but it was more just like a more solemn, more like, you know, kind of like more of like a calm sadness, like not anything volatile or anything, like being in that space. But interesting fact, and interesting that I just, you know, went to visit the theater.
Perhaps it was fated.
Yeah.
It was fated that he visit, then he can talk about it on this
of course,
episode.
of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Definitely.
Manifest.
All according to the manifestation.
Yeah.
Wow. Right, so thank you once again, Art, for joining us. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Art.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
And it has happened before where people go to okay, this is gonna freak me out. Go to a funeral and then like you see the dead sitting beside you just reading the Quran. And then they're like, but you're dead, like. My name is Hafiz.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
Backed by popular demand tonight, we're joined by Hafiz Rahman. Hafiz is currently an arts educator and a working actor who has worked with the theatre practice Checkpoint Theatre, Dream Academy, Theatre Ekamatara, and Theatre Kami, amongst many others. He has a podcast that's aptly titled The Podcast, which celebrates everything Malay while also dedicating a fair amount of time to horror stories too. In his free time, he dresses up as a makcik for laughs. Hafiz, welcome back.
Nice.
Hi. I'm just upset that I wasn't in the outdoor shoot. Why is it a studio shoot?
We've explained this to you. We've explained this to you.
Do you have any special powers that we...
I know who is in the outdoor shoot. You know who you are. See you later. You know, vengeful spirit. But thank you so much, guys. This is the second season. I'm very happy for you guys that you guys have managed to you know, do something that resonates well with the audiences that we have a season 2.
Yay!
And we have me again. Hi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just because it's Hafiz lah. Hafiz.
You have to have Hafiz lah.
Yeah.
Those stories are like, wow. Anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
All right, so for this episode, we're looking at the paranormal and the police. This episode's theme was inspired by The Code of the Bataks from season 4. A forensic detective is sent to a small town to investigate a series of cannibalistic cases. Are there really cannibals in this day and age? Or is a cult responsible for these unspeakable crimes?
Let's take a look.
To investigate the case. And this is him. I saw Pocong attacking a man. But I think that man deserved it. He stole our food and money all the time. That man deserved it. And you, officer, this is real. A Pocong is legendary ghost with a long nail who is wrapped up with a white robe. The only way to ascertain if it is really a Pocong responsible for the murder is to find the answer from the body itself.
Wait.
Why? Is this? Are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
No. I think I know why you laugh.
Okay. Why are you laughing?
Why do you think so? I love the fact that the Pocong is so mobile. Like, they can like the high jump, you know?
That's one. The other thing is to find out if the Pocong is really responsible. I'm like, what?
And then what's going to happen next? You're going to like go and barge into the Pocong's like what?
You're under arrest. Handcuffs. Oh, no hands.
I feel like this quite amazing. This episode is quite amazing on a few levels. First, they actually got the investigator to appear, like to give the lines, like to give the story, to tell the story again. And then second, right, the pocong actually exacts justice in that sense. Like he steal our food, then the pocong go and kill the guy. It's like, I'm hungry lah, but I also help you lah.
So is he really living a life of crime or justice?
That's the part I'm like, I tried not to laugh, and then you started laughing. I was like, the kind of like, this man deserved it lah. Good for the pocong. You know, good.
Yeah.
Kill more men like this.
How do you write the report?
Exactly.
How?
But the question is, why do you think that they actually use spirits to solve their cases? Like, why is it like in Indonesia especially, it's so common and
I think
so
beliefs.
used?
I think primarily because of the fact that it's Indonesia. So Indonesia is very spiritual in itself, right? I think even a common everyday man would know a thing or two or have dealt with anything of the supernatural. You would know lah, you know. If you know people from Indonesia, you know that they are very in tune with their spirituals. When I say spiritual / supernatural self, so it's no surprise that they take it very seriously, you know. Yeah.
Or what if they are trying to just cover a case? Like
Probably.
You know, like this person actually murdered this person, but I just gonna put it as the pocong helped it.
Yeah. The pocong crouched over him and bit his leg. Watch it again. Aduh. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like it's a bit out there to me lah.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was the police officer, when I first see it, I was like, first thing I think of is someone is trying to imitate the pocong.
Correct.
Yeah, right.
Correct.
I wouldn't. I mean, it's cultural bias. Like, I wouldn't think that it's supernatural.
But that's the thing also, like, we look at it from the investigation point of view. If, let's say, you tell the victim's family, oh, a pocong killed your husband. If they're satisfied with the answer, I swear I'm trying not to make you laugh. I really am trying not to make you laugh. But if that's the thing, if the victim's family is satisfied with the answer, then like, is justice actually done? Even if it was a human who killed it, killed the person, then
like for me, if it happened to me, I'm just thinking, okay, it's not nothing better. But like if a police come forward and tell me that it's someone tangible that has done it, I think that closure will be there because I know of a person who has done it.
Yeah.
But if it's like they come and give me some wishy-washy story, it's a pocong, I'll be like, can I take a look and ask? Can I untie and ask some questions? Like there's no closure in that sense because it's very out there, right? Like you said, you see.
You can't arrest a spirit, no?
Yeah, that's why.
How you arrest?
Which is like, yeah.
Actually, you bring me to another question. Like, okay, since this pocong killed this person, will that pocong also disturb my family? It's like,
okay.
Like, because the spirit is still everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to make light, but also then the question comes in, which pocong?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. You can't just say a pocong. Which pocong?
Yeah,
is
a
it?
pocong. Yeah, which pocong?
Yeah.
Like, from which body?
So I want to ask this to both of you.
Yes.
Can the pocong actually kill?
No.
Actually, I've never heard of
I
it.
don't think so.
Yeah.
They can haunt lah.
They can haunt
Yeah
lah.
lah.
I think we are of the understanding that spirits cannot do anything to you. I think the only things that can happen to you is from a fellow human lah. So that's why they say that humans are like more evil than spirits themselves. But I don't think they can. I mean, they can inhabit your body, but I don't think they can get you to do things.
So they cannot physically hurt you lah. Is that?
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't know if you've heard any story. Yeah.
I mean, there were stories of like, the kapi on top of the car and then that kind of thing. And then, that one we've seen it.
But that's the side effect. That is the result of being scared, you see? It's not like, and like the kapi will like, like bite you until you die. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think
I never heard of it.
I don't think it was that way.
Yeah. Even like, if you know about Toyos, we spoke about it, that they go to houses and steal money. But no, never heard of pocong hurting anybody.
It's interesting.
I don't think so, yeah. Okay. Just sidetrack, okay?
Okay.
In the canon of all the Asian ghosts, okay, or like Singapore, Malaysia, regional ghosts, we call them regional ghosts lah. Which ghosts really like gets to you, like it crawls on your skin, like when you think about it, like it really like makes you that me and our dear friend in front here is laughing at it, but like pocong creeps me out.
Yeah.
Creeps me
actually.
hell out. Like out of all of it, because it's based on a tangible thing, like when we go for funerals, we see the dead body, so it's a visual aid, so I don't know.
Likewise.
Actually, no, not to jump on the bandwagon, but I agree with you because like, it's not just you can see a physical, it's not just based on a physical thing, but also I imagine, even if the pocong doesn't harm you, it's haunting you.
Yeah.
And then it's perpetually just frightening you. Whereas like if, like say Kapi or what, maybe you die almost immediately.
For me, it's the sea spirits.
Oh.
Which one?
Just water ghosts.
Water ghosts.
In general, because a lot of people die in water.
Yeah.
And we are in archipelago that's surrounded by water. So high chance that you will die in the water, right? Very high chance.
Correct.
And it's everywhere. You cannot escape. And so it can be connected to the spirits. Like, they need a replacement.
No, that's true.
Yeah, so that creeps me out. And have you seen like the ocean in darkness? It's damn scary. It's like an abyss. Yeah. And the scary part is that, when you link it to science, right? Actually, humans, we actually explore more of space than water. So we don't know what's underneath.
Oh, yeah.
On land, you can run. Water, how fast can you swim?
That's true.
Do you think that ghosts and spirit police have any difference between each other?
Oh, as in like spirits that carry out acts of justice? No.
I'm curious to hear what you think because I learned about the Hepai Wuchang from you. So I'm curious to hear what you think.
Oh, what is that? Tell me.
The Hepai Wuchang is basically the ghost police in the Chinese mythology. They keep the ghosts in line.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are the hell police. So usually they have altars near Chinese cemeteries that is related to that. We call it the Tua Liape. So it's one black, one white. Yeah. There's more versions of them. But generally that's the consensus. Then they guard the ghosts. But they don't really investigate. They are more like some people when they are close to passing, they will hear the chains. So it means that they come and collect the soul already. So they're kind of like the Grim Reaper in that sense.
Okay. Do they ride on animals?
No, they ride on coffins. Like legit, they ride on coffins.
Okay, because I have a story of a friend. She's Taoist, right?
Okay, let's go.
It happened over a period because they have to keep the body for a certain period of time, right? So there was one night she said that because the wake, right, in itself, they do it at the void deck, of course. And void deck, of course, you have the pillars and all that, right? So she said that it was the last night before the burial the next day, or before the cremation the next day. Sorry, they cremate the body. So, you know how Chinese funerals, they have like kacang, they have like peanuts and all that, right?
Oh, yeah.
So she said that I have cleared all of the paper plates and the chrysanthemum tea, and all that. So everyone's just getting ready for the cremation tomorrow. And I believe she said it was around 3+. I was tasked to take care of my grandfather's body and the coffin at the void deck. Everyone went upstairs for a while because they wanted to clean up the stuff and all that and bring everything down. So I was alone, and she said this happened very quickly because she said I remembered my family went up there for only about 5 minutes and then they came back. But she said that there's no one, of course there's no one. And she said she heard people eating kacang. So like basically the sound of the
Crunch.
peanut going. It's just like, and it's coming from behind the pillar because like they have like 10 or like 15 tables, right? Where families and friends can come. And she said, but I've cleared everything. So when she went behind, she said she saw like a small mountain of eaten peanuts. She's like, where did that peanut skin came from? Like I didn't put anything, During the cremation day itself, of course, friends and family came. One of the aunties, so the auntie probably can see, And the auntie said to her, oh, lai liao. And after that, they're like, what is it? So you know what the auntie said? The auntie saw like, don't know if it's a horse or a huge dog, like 2 of them, just waiting at the car park. And then they're like, so the auntie's like, did we get horses to like bring the body along to the cremation place? And then the auntie said something that really like made her like, wow. So the auntie just said, oh, they just went into the tarmac of the car park. As in these 2 big horses. And then like there's like I wouldn't say the word that she's like a soldier of sorts sitting on the big dog / horse waiting outside the car park, and then suddenly they think they just went down. And then they decided to move to the cremation place. So I do not know if it's related or whatever, but like could be.
Yeah. Then there's the another thing is the guardians of the hell called the New Toe Mamian because horse face cow face.
Right.
Yeah, so ox face. So they are the guardians of health. Could be them also.
Yeah.
Because they need to appear scary to the spirits. They need to keep them in line. Yeah, these are the same spirits that would actually guide the spirits to the afterlife, or like sometimes during Hungry Ghost months also they come and catch the spirits if they run away that kind of thing.
wow.
So it's to maintain law and order. But back to the question itself, right? I think actually a lot of the spirits in Southeast Asia, they just want justice. The Pontianak is like usually it's the man that let them down.
Yeah.
That's why they come back for vengeance.
Okay.
The banana tree spirit is like she's just there minding her own business. Then you go and tie one red rope and then you ask her for favors.
Yeah,
you affect her, so she way song.
Yeah.
Right. Pocong is
She way song
the person like if I'm right lah, correct me if I'm wrong. Like Pocong is basically the person like has unfinished business or like the shot never released or something, then come back, right?
Yeah, that's
Usually
that's a general belief
needs
lah.
help lah. Needs help lah.
Need you to help them to untie the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot reaction.
Just imagine if
Horrible.
Yeah.
And then the toyol is like some unborn fetus where they
But we poor thing lah, if I think about it, because they are made to work.
yeah, very poor thing.
Or for humans' own greed, you know.
Yeah, and after that, babies know how to count, man.
Yeah.
And then the hand's so small, only $2. Like, go and take some more lah. Bring back. You bring me $4 for what? Right.
Yeah. The kumantong also.
Yeah, kumantong.
Unborn fetus also made to work. Like poor things,
poor things, like
haven't even grow up, right? Need to go and work child labor.
This is the one very good. They can put in their CV, like 10 years experience. By the time, like
child labor. This one child labor. 4 MOM. Yeah. So I think it's like, I think they serve their own justice lah. Yeah.
But I just want to ask Raihan, like, do we have that like in the Malay Muslim community? Do we have like police, like spirit police and all that? I'm very interested to know because I think their version is like very interesting. Like they have.
Yeah.
Okay, from what I know, for us, maybe not. They're not spirits lah. They are angels who are being brought to carry out the work. So we have an angel to take your life away.
Yes.
We have an angel that will write down your deeds, good and bad, you know. So I mean that we have lah, that we believe in.
Yeah, we have the good gene and the bad gene.
We have good genes and bad genes. Yeah.
They're all genes lah.
Genes lah, the gene lah. So like they also like us lah. They have
genie lah.
They have. Yeah.
So the good ones are the ones that usually I won't disturb you kind.
Correct.
They are mostly.
They are being tasked to do stuff lah. So their task is like very specific. Like for you will have to write all the good deeds. For you write all the bad deeds. For you take the life away. For you have to ask the questions when they're in the grave.
Yeah. Those are the angels.
Yeah, so the angels. So it's very interesting.
We have Corins also.
We have Corins. Corins is a very interesting concept. So basically, like all of us are believed to have our own jinn, and the jinn looks like you. Looks exactly like you. And it has happened before where people go to this is gonna freak me out. Go to a funeral and then like you see the dead sitting beside you just reading the Quran. And then they're like, but you're dead. Like, but no, it's a Korean.
Yeah, it's a Korean. So
but that's not like malicious lah.
It depends.
It depends.
So,
if you are naturally a bad person, I would think that the Korean would
become
absorb
a bad
and
Yeah, it's the same
If
belief
you're a good
of like
person, you become a good
if you're a bad person, you will become an evil spirit lah. Most likely
lah,
lah.
probably
Most
lah.
likely.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Korean. Yeah, interesting, huh?
Yeah, right.
We have like you have like a twin.
He's so freaked out. He really
Freaked
scared.
out.
He's scared of doppelgangers.
Oh, doppelgangers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it happens, you know. This happened to a cousin. Cousin lives in Toa Payoh, so they want to go on Malaysia trip. They're like, okay, everyone switch off all the light, blah, blah, blah. So when they went down at the car park, they go up at the house. The house, the what do you call that? The bedroom light is switched on. And he saw the father standing there like, it's like, father's gonna drive the car. Yeah. So, but then that one, we don't know whether it's Corin or the Penunggu.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Penunggu is house spirit, right?
House spirit.
Yeah, sometimes the house spirit
will take
forms
of the owner. So there's sometimes like there's stories of like where neighbors say, "Yeah, you're at home." And after that, they're like, "No, I went on a trip. Like I wasn't at home."
Yeah. Now we believe every house has their own gene also.
Yeah,
But there can be good and
The
bad.
Chinese also. House spirit.
House spirit lah. Yeah, they can take care of
They
the house.
protect the house guardian. They protect. Every single house will have one house spirit. Protect the house from other spirits.
So I have a story just recently. Just my wife was telling me.
Oh, nice.
Your house.
Yeah, my house.
Yeah, my house also have. I recently found out I have one also. But also it's very interesting because of what it happened. It's from someone from Indonesia. Okay, go.
Let's go.
So recently my niece and my nephews came over, and the youngest one is like I think 3, 4. No, just 1.5. So he's just started to like walk around the house and all that stuff. So there's this one particular room that I use for my prayers. So I usually pray there, and then if there are guests, they will usually sleep there. And then that day we were actually outside. I was not home. So they kind of stayed over to accompany my wife. And then the little one likes to go inside the guest room. I mean, he likes to walk around, right? But according to my wife, there's always this one corner where he likes to sit down and he's just like, like that.
Ayo.
So then she gets freaked out lah. And saying, why is he always coming into that corner particularly? And then, do that. So after, when she told me the next day when I came back home, so I was like, oh really? So I just kind of walk in and I don't feel anything. So I assume it's actually just a good jinn in the house.
Yeah.
Jinn Islam.
Jinn Islam, maybe.
Which they like kids also. So
maybe
see them. Plus it doesn't have any malicious feelings whatsoever.
Correct. As long as it doesn't hurt you, then it should be okay.
Yeah, so I just told her that it could be Jinn Islam. It's okay, no problem. Yeah.
Interesting,
Yeah.
Like for me, my house, I told you that my mother is very susceptible to all these things, right? So it's been a long time since she hasn't had any experiences. So this thing happened quite recently. This happened about a few months ago. We are all working adults in that house, so we don't have time. We don't make the time to clean the house, so we have external help to come. So it's this lady that my mom knew. She is married to a Singaporean, and she's a PR, but she wants to like do odd jobs, So she said, I can clean your house for like maybe 3 times a week or 4 times a week. So my mom was like, okay, you know what, perfect, all right, just come to my house, clean my house, and then that's it. So she's from Pekanbaru, right, a place in Indonesia lah. So she would come to my house like 3-4 times a week to clean the house. She would wash the laundry, mop, sweep, change the curtains and all that. And for the first few months, everything was okay. And then things started to get a bit like, and I'm the kind of person, I don't like to entertain these kind of things because it will lead me to nowhere and it will make me very frustrated with my mother whatsoever, right? Yeah. So my mom came with me one day, she said, she was talking to me one day and then she just looked behind me.
Ayo.
And then she just looked like I'm talking to you, Raihan, right? And then she said she just looked behind her. And then she just looked at my mom and she said, Kakak, ada orang jaga ya? Like, is someone taking care of you? She asked my mother. And my mother like, no lah, where got, nothing. Oh, okay. Then she kept on looking behind. So when my mom saw that, my mom turned. And she just went like, kan dia sudah lari? Like, see, he ran away. It's a he, by the way. So then, okay, never mind. So my mom always WhatsApp in a group chat where she was scared all the kids lah. Like, she said that there's a thing. And after that, she would forward messages from the world because no one's at home, right? So she would be in the house alone. Like we give her access to the house. She would clean, and then she would send messages like, I saw the man again. Like he's just sitting in the living room, or he would like walk around in the master bedroom and all that. And my mom would forward these messages to us. And we're like, can you please don't ask her not to like report strength? Like, what are you doing? Like, you see, then you just see lah. Don't need to tell us lah, because we're the inhabitants of the house. I don't want to know. Okay, because the thing is, you don't acknowledge these things. The moment you acknowledge, then the thing will like know that, okay, you know that I'm here, so I'm gonna do. So then my mom kena. So my mom works shifts, right? My mom works a night shift, morning shift, and afternoon shift. So she finished her night shift. She finished work at around 9. So she went back home. So normally when at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm at work, my father's at work, my younger brother's at work. So she's alone at home, right? And she said, I want to sleep because it's been a long night. So she locked the door. She made sure I have 3 cats. So she made sure all the cats went out of the room, and then she locked the door, and then she closed she's in the master bedroom, right? The toilet. So she was asleep. And she said, someone is showering inside the toilet. She's like, I remember being alone in this house because I'm alone. And it happened in the morning, it's not like at night. Play with the flash, and then water, shower, then close. Then my mom is like, whatever lah, whatever. Because my mom is so used to it. My mom is like, whatever lah, you do whatever. Clean yourself, okay, whatever. And then the door, scratch. So thought it was a cat. Right, okay, never mind. So after scratch, then knock. And then try to open the door like that. So I'm like, my cat can't do that lah, so it's probably something else. So my mom buat bodoh. So my mom slept, and then she said, and then I felt like I was being watched. And true enough, guys, when she opened her eyes, she said, Hafiz. So it's a long message. I don't know whether I can read to you guys. Later I'll read to you guys, okay? If I can find the message, it's still in my group chat. She said, Mama want to tell you guys this. And then I'm like, oh no. Like, what kind of news is happening? And I'm at work and I'm teaching, right? And I'm like, and I get this long message because you get stressed because, you know, when you take care of your parents, like a long message means like something is wrong. Right? So I'm like, I had to stop my class. I said, you wait, everyone take a 5 minutes break, go to toilet. So then I look at the message and then she said like, I saw a man standing at the foot of my bed, just staring at me, and he was very tall. And she said, I couldn't move my body lah, macam like, I cannot move my body, and he was just staring at me. She said, it was very tall, like up to the ceiling lah, and he was just staring at me. And then she said, oh, is this probably the thing that is in my house? And my mom just started praying. She said, I need to just move my body. But cannot. She said, cannot for the full 20 minutes. She just stuck there. The thing is there. And then after that, after some prayers, I think the thing just like, okay, fine, now you know that I'm here. Just went away. And she said she got freaked out lah. Then she just messaged everyone. That was when I got the message. So that was the last time she actually talked about that penunggu inside the house. But funnily enough, my father and me and my brother, we never see these things. Like, yeah, I don't know whether he doesn't present himself to the alphas in the house. You know, like you only go to the woman, but like, yeah, so I've never seen it. So when my mom tells me this, I take it with a pinch of salt because I know that, okay, she might be tired or whatsoever. Yeah. But it's so interesting lah. But then it got me thinking. So my younger brother who doesn't live with us, he's married. So he just says, get rid of that helper. That's the first thing he said. Oh. Because these things has never happened until she came into the house. Yeah. Correct? So probably it's not even from our house. Probably it's something that she brought in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, so then I'm like, oh, interesting. But between a clean house and a haunted house, I'll take a clean house. It's okay lah. Clean and haunted house or dirty and okay house? Clean and haunted house lah.
I've heard
so
stories.
She's still working with us.
She must be damn.
But my mom give an ultimatum. Cakap, jangan kasih tahu saya. Like, don't tell me anything. You say something, just buat bodoh. You know? Yeah.
No, because I've heard stories of those helpers that comes to Singapore with
protection. Protection.
Yeah, to protect themselves. So hence that thing follows them, and it could be lingering around the owner's house.
Probably.
It's like their guardian spirit. Right?
Guardian spirit,
yeah. So correct. just in case anything happens to them, their parents are usually the one back then to like, okay, come, I give you this. This is attention to you.
Take care of you.
So they can take care of you. Yeah. So it can be no harm lah.
So that's why I say Indonesia is a very spiritual thing because common man, everyday man has one.
Yeah.
You know, or knows of a way to protect themselves using a spirit, you see?
Yeah.
So you hear many stories of these domestic workers who come here to work and they bring things with them, you know? And then things get very bad when, for example, inside the house already got another spirit or the owner of the house has another guardian. So like clashing clash. So it happens. Yeah.
My late grandma's helper can see, can feel. So yeah, she is someone who, like, throughout the whole entire time when my late grandma was still around, she's the one who has ways to kind of shoo these things away. Because I mean, she's spiritual herself, coming from Indonesia. So I guess like what you mentioned, they are here with maybe a little bit of enhanced protection.
Yeah. But I would understand why, because you're going to another country.
Right.
So I understand the rationale. I mean, even though it's wrong in the eyes of morals and religion, but I understand why people do it, you know, and have it, because how else can you protect yourself, right? When you're in another country. Yeah. Interesting,
Right. So Hafiz, have you like heard of any other stories involving the police and the supernatural while producing your podcast Berhantu?
Police and supernatural. Yes, a couple of stories that come to mind. But one story that struck to me was this policeman who wrote in and said, I wanted to share with you this story about what happened to me. So police get calls, right? So the call was for domestic violence. And the police was called. So he had to go with his friend, go to this house. This was in the eastern part of Singapore. Sometimes I have to like, you know, red tape myself. Eastern part of Singapore. And he said that I was being called to this house. When I went there, the husband already was outside. The husband was outside, the wife was inside the house crying. So then, of course, I have to take statement from both parties, right? And then because the one who called was a neighbor, you know, and all that. So the husband looked at the police officer, this guy who came, and he said something along the lines of, you will regret coming down here. He said, and he's like, I'm just doing my job, whatever lah. So he took off his shoes, went inside to the report from the wife. Okay. So then the wife kept looking into the house, kept looking into the room. So when he turned, he said, because he's like, is there anyone in the house? He said, no, it's just the two of us. You know, like, because they said the kids are all married already, so it's just the two of them. It's like it's an elderly couple. So okay, elderly couple, right? And probably maybe about 60 years old, 70-ish, like that. So then when the lady kept looking behind him, he looked at the back and he said, I saw an old man seated at the, I don't know why I'm telling you guys this, an old man seated at the edge of the bed and just like that. So he said, is that your father? And then she looked at him and she went like, no. She went like that, no. And then he looked back and like, hey, the guy is still there. And then it's still there, like, I mean, yeah. So like, who is that old man? But like, okay lah, fine lah, because whatever lah, you know, old man is whatever. So then he told the because he come in too, right? So told the other guy, can you ask and take a report? Because if he's inside the house, he's a witness, right? Have to ask, right? And then the friend said like, which man? Like the father. And he said at the corner of my eye, I could see the man outside smiling at me. Like, so thought, okay, never mind. And can you imagine, it's so messed up. You're just doing your job, you know.
Yeah.
And you're a law enforcer, you know. You have to handle all these things. So she said, I thought that was done. Okay, fine. My friend said, tak ada orang, like there's no one there. So then he turned, there's no one there. Okay, fine. Okay, great. I just saw a spirit, never mind. I thought it was end, right? Okay, never mind. So took the report, okay, give warning. And then he wanted to go out. He remembered I said this man actually took out his hand and wanted to salam me. Like, salam. So he just went like, I'm not going to salam you. Okay, enough, whatever. So went back home. So we thought that was the end of it. At night, he said, for the next 2 weeks, my son, my 3-year-old son, would sit at the door and say, uncle outside. Then our father is like, who is this uncle when you go in? Yeah. So then he said, I do not know where the uncle came from. Oh, it's freaking me out. I don't know where the uncle is from, but like, he's trying to enter my house. But I think for some reason, cannot enter the house. You know, so he's just standing outside. So I kept asking the son, like, what uncle? Oh, the uncle is outside. He wants to go into the house. So he want to masuk. So then he's like, nothing. It's just that. Until one day, that thing really came into the house. Really came into the house. And the one who kena was the mother. His mother, because he lives with his mother, right? Or rather, his mother lives with him. So the wife doesn't see anything. The youngest, the son doesn't see anything. It was the mother. The mother said, semalam, she said, in Malay, I said, yesterday when I was asleep, there was a man sitting on my chest. It was an old man. And then like the man, he said, like, so then the son asked, like, the policeman's son asked, like, how did he look like? Cakap got no eyes.
Oh my.
Got no eyes. It's just a man sitting there. No eyes. And I think I said something is not right. He said, the mother said something is not right because I've never experienced this before. Like I've lived in this place for so long. Suddenly got this man. And he just said, sorry, I get very scared. So he said, is he wearing a blue shirt? Because he remembered that when he went over, that guy was wearing a blue shirt with kain pelikat, like this wrap around cloth. And the mother said, I don't remember what color it was, but whatever it is, they just saw someone like that. And the son just said like, oh, I think I know what's wrong. So then they had to cleanse the house. So apparently that guy, I think he sent his spirit to kacau the police guy. So that was the only thing, that was the only rationale that he could get. It's like, oh yeah. So
that's why he warned him, right?
Yeah, he warned him like,
he said you will regret coming.
You regret coming to my house.
So it was can I just ask, like, was it like a, like a family dispute?
As per the phone call was that couple fighting like domestic violence like, domestic case yeah.
Wow, it's a bit too much like the police is just doing their job.
Yeah.
And then you send something. Yeah. That's personal.
It's personal yeah. But like, yeah, so sometimes I really pity the police force. Not only because of the fact that they get calls over the littlest things.
Yes,
you know, like littlest things, but also, so the police is just trying to do their job, and it's just so messed up that people would go at length, just to,
I think that is crossing the line. That's personal.
Yeah, it's very personal.
Yeah.
I wonder whether if he had, because the husband wanted to salam him, right?
Salam him, shake his hand.
So
he wanted to transfer.
But he didn't shake it. So if he had salam,
it would
The husband, would it have been better or worse?
Probably if he was one who salam, that thing would have latched onto the man itself. Have you seen Shutter? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
worse.
probably, So but didn't salam, okay lah, never mind. Didn't salam, okay, never mind. Just follow him home. Yeah.
But I mean,
Horrible,
I'm glad that it's sorted lah. But this kind of thing do exist, and I feel really bad because for the first responders, including SCDF and then the ambulance, it's like they are always the first one to see what is going on, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And like you said, like people will call the police over the smallest things, and then can you imagine if your house got ghost, right? Who you call first? Confirm police one, what?
Yeah.
That's true.
There's an intruder in my home. What intruder?
Or they will call the hospital.
Yeah.
My mom kena a lot of
floating. Then the police will have to come out. And it's weird. I know like there's like a lot of cases, right, that they cannot talk about, but like I'm sure it's supernatural.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's supernatural.
Wait, your mum gets called at the hospital?
So my mom works as a telephone operator for one of the hospitals in Singapore. So she gets phone calls all the time. And for the littlest things like normally to go to the doctor, like want to make an appointment whatsoever, but then she will get this call. She'll be like, she said this happened like maybe 3 or 4 years into the job. This happened a long time ago. In one of the hospitals that she's working in, she got a phone call and then this lady just called crying. She's like, do you want to see the doctor? Are you in pain? Like, can you give me your name and your IC so that I can schedule an appointment for you? It's like, no, my house is got ghosts. Can you help me?
Ayo.
Like my neighbor all died. And then my mom is like, and it's like 2 a.m. anyway, because my mom works night shift. My mom is like, how? It's like, please help, that kind of thing. Like you get weird calls. Telephone operators get the weirdest calls. I would imagine. So my mom kena before in the office after she got a phone call from this man who just went like that. So my mom just went and sir, I'm gonna put down the phone. Can you tell me what's wrong? Put down. Wait. So put down. My mom's okay, fine, whatever. So my mom was doing. So at night when it's like the graveyard shift, she's allowed to lie down on the floor lah. So then the headset never goes out, So then she controls it from lying down. So when she was lying down, she was holding on to the headset. She heard some scribbling, and then she went up. And there was only 2 of them in the office. Someone had scribbled like fire on her notepad with a pencil, fire. And she's like, where is this thing coming from? Like, ayo, horrible. And last time, the call center in this hospital is not outsourced like in another building. They do it in the basement. And that basement, you have to go through a long alleyway. That alleyway is where they carry all the dead body.
The morgue.
So it's an underground tunnel where they drive the buggy to bring all the dead bodies. So sometimes she will go to work and she'll be like, oh, got dead body. And she'll go to the office. Yeah. But now no more. Now they outsource it. Now they put the what do you call that? The telephone operating team at another building. Nearby.
Thankless job.
Yeah, it's
a very thankless job. Yeah.
Right, so this question is for everyone. If you were murdered, would you want the police to call on your spirit to investigate?
Leave me alone. I have things to worry. I have the afterlife to worry. I mean, just leave me alone. Doesn't matter lah. It's okay lah. My family will get closure lah. It's okay lah. Never mind lah. Whatever lah. Time will heal all wounds lah.
Just put in the will alright.
Just leave me alone lah. Yeah. I already put everything in the will already. I already got my CPF money. Just shut up lah.
Very practical.
I already get my insurance money. Ayo. Every month 2,000 Okay. Kyle.
What?
Pressure.
I have the interesting answer lah.
Of course.
I would say yes.
Really? Yeah.
I'll come back not as a vengeful spirit. I'll come back as a detective.
Wow.
I'll wear the fedora, everything like the 1950s detective. Like I watch too much police drama already. So it would be quite fun and quite apt and justice if I find my own killer. That would be.
Win. Would you?
I would say no. Because between my afterlife and you calling me back, don't know how many problems there could be on the way over here.
That's true.
I wouldn't want to come back for anything. Same. Like my CPF money probably not that much. Okay. So nobody really want to solve my murder. So it's fine.
Freelancer things, huh?
Yeah, freelancer things. So, there's no worry about like anybody killing me for like insurance money or CPF money. But then just to get me from the afterlife on the way back. Don't know what I'm going to encounter on the way. No.
Yeah, that's true.
Just leave me in peace. I made it to the other side. I'll stay there. Thank you very much.
Also, like to be able to see your loved ones back again. No, I don't want that.
Yeah.
Just done is done. Done is done. Just let me focus on waiting for my hands and my feet to be talking by themselves. You know.
That's another problem. I have
Bigger
to think
things
about.
to worry.
Yeah,
you know?
correct.
Yeah. Raihan?
Pressure.
Pressure.
Likewise, I won't come back lah.
Yeah.
I think they can investigate on their own lah.
Yeah.
Let me die in peace.
And I believe in our justice judiciary system
Yeah.
that they will get the murderer. You know,
Yes,
whoever
correct.
lah.
Interesting.
All right. Time once again for one of Kyle's morbid facts of the day. Kyle?
So in the early 2000s, right, there was a psychic that could see the death of an Australian woman, and she basically helped her solve the case lah. And the psychic also correctly sensed that the woman's murderer had died too. Right, so the psychic sensed that the woman died, and then the killer died also. It's very strange.
This was reported in the news.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Australian, right?
Yeah lah.
It's weird.
Wow.
Weird.
Psychic.
How they report it in the news, I'm not sure how they walk around the whole thing lah. But
Yeah. Wow. Do you all believe in psychics?
No.
No.
I believe in mentalists.
Yeah.
So mentalist is basically the art of reading people.
Okay.
So I think psychics
Use that.
They use that technique.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. I feel like they're not psychic, they're just very, very observant
Very.
people who know how to do research.
Down to the micro expression of someone.
Okay. What about psychics who know your past without you telling them, or like you know whatever that's happening? Because there has been cases of, you know, I do not know whether you know about this lady Teresa Caputo. She's very famous in America on the TLC channel. So she's a famous psychic. So she would like talk to the dead and all that, you know, and then like we Muslims, whenever we watch it, it's like it's not the dead talking to you, it's a jinn.
Yeah.
Possibly.
You know, because if you invocate the spirits, they can tell you everything, right? Correct or not? Like they would know your past and your life and all that. So she says, so like the big part about her ritual is that she would like sage the room, and then she will take out a big notepad, and then she will, okay, who is it that died? Your father. And she said, is there a red colored box in your room? Because he's showing me a red box right now. So, and then the girl like, yes, you know, like, you know how psychics are just meant to like elicit closure or emotions out of you. So a part of me believes that maybe she's a mentalist, you know, maybe she's dead. But because it's also reality TV, it's not so real anymore.
Yeah, reality TV is never real.
Yeah, and also the supernatural bit is like, probably if she's really hearing voices or getting images from this thing, it's not the dead lah. It's you know that it's an evil spirit lah. You know, like why would the dead come back? Like we believe that the dead don't come back lah. You know, yeah. So like that lah.
Yeah.
Agree.
All right, so thank you for joining us again, Hafiz.
Thank you for having me for the second time. Thank you so much.
No worries. Maybe we can look forward to have him in the future walks.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Outdoor
Why
shoot.
I think
Yeah,
you'll
why
be
not?
very excited, right? You excited on, right?
I'm very excited because the last time you all said that we want to do something exciting. I'm like, okay, can just bring me out. Okay, but it's okay lah. Studio. I said okay lah, aircon lah, but like, it'll be fun lah. It'll be fun to see Raihan get creeped out in like real time, you know.
Oh, bro. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales. New episodes go up weekly on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Hafiz.
My name is Wade.
My name is Kyle.
My name is Raihan, and we will see you next time.
She put her son as one of the main characters. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks into it, her son died.
Oh my God.
My name is Ut.
My name is Raihan.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And this is Tales from Incredible Tales, a show where we look back at the popular MediaCorp horror series.
It's our season finale, so there was no one else we could or would have as our guest besides Ut, host of Incredible Tales throughout its 13 years. Welcome back.
It's
Ut.
good to be back. Hi guys.
Looking very vampy today.
How are you guys?
Yeah.
So what are you guys?
Can we get out of character now, or we have to?
we can get out. He already out of character.
Yeah, I know. Wayne ruined
Okay.
it. We actually started in character.
So Wayne, what are you?
You know, I've been told I look like all sorts of things since the start of the makeup session. so far I have been a guy with really big glasses, a raccoon, a Coldplay fan, which I don't know.
What do you think Wayne looks like?
Yeah, what do I look like?
Yeah, let's go around table.
Yeah. That's gonna be the question for this episode. What does Wayne look like?
You look like a half-ass ghost.
Thank you.
Like not really there yet.
So I'm not quite dead.
You're interning as a Hantu.
I'm interning. Okay, ghost intern. I like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking Casper, like you kind of, but not quite there. And then when I saw you from afar, I was thinking like the Michelin Man as well.
Wow.
Thanks.
Okay. I can get behind that. Michelin Man.
I'm thinking of Zorro.
Oh, wow. Macam, where's your sword, bro?
Well, I'm Zorro on a lazy Sunday.
He's a retired Zorro.
No, I think to be fair, I do like Kyle's suggestion the most. So if anybody asks, yes, I'm an interning ghost.
Yeah. So, the reason why we are in makeup is because it's Halloween. The creepiest time for Angmos.
That is a good way to put it. Right.
Right.
It's pretty much creepy all year round, but yeah, it's the creepiest time for the Western culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, guys, what am I?
It's pretty obvious.
Are you? I thought you were yourself.
You're Kyle with a cigarette in your ear.
Yeah.
With a bit of swag.
With a bit of swag.
A bit of swag. Walao, so I know swag lah.
No.
Without the goal.
No. You're extra swaggy today.
No, guys, I'm Ghost Abeng.
Ghost
I'm a
Abeng.
ghost gangster.
So
money, pay money.
Abeng for listeners out there, because I think we have foreign listeners
Yes,
too.
we do.
So
we
can
do.
you explain Abeng?
Abeng is basically a chef.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So basically, they are like hooligans,
Yes.
gangsters,
Yeah.
triads,
Unsavory folks.
unsavory folks.
Yeah.
Not really lah. Well,
fair enough.
I don't want to get beaten up.
They're
Maybe that's my character's motivation. I got beaten up for insulting another gangster.
There you go.
Then I become gangster ghost.
Exactly.
You seem to be very straightforward, Raihan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you just do a laugh? Like laugh right now.
Laugh?
Yeah.
Like a scary
Yeah.
laugh?
No, just laugh. Don't think.
Oh, Lawe.
Okay.
I like how,
That's pretty cool.
I like how you Walawi. I'm quite sure this is actual laugh.
No, he elevated it a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
So kind of nervous.
No, this is my most biggest fear. Being
Really?
myself.
Like the way that your makeup is on.
Yes, because I hate clowns.
Oh, really?
I hate clowns.
Oh, wow.
And I'm dressed up as a clown. So I actually got freaked out when I look at myself in the mirror earlier on. I'm like, ooh.
Ooh, you're facing your own fears.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm scared of myself.
So, Art, what are you?
I don't know what I am. I'm like a hybrid. Thank you to our makeup artist. So
Yeah. Shout out to Bino.
Yeah.
Lovely
Bino
job.
is our makeup artist, by the way. Who?
Yeah.
Love
I mean, if you're listening to the audio version, please check out the video version because
yeah.
we put a lot of effort. In
That's
fact,
true.
though, everyone in this production for the past 20 episodes put in way much effort, to make us look good.
Yeah.
Yes.
We just sit here and talk.
Yeah. I think if anything, and this is like perfect segue, I think if anything, if you are not watching the video version of this episode, you really, really should.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because since it's the season finale, we had to pull out all the stops.
Yes.
We are on location for this episode again. But this time, we're coming to you from the 10 Courts of Hell portion of Hell's Museum. An eerie yet highly informative part of the very uniquely Singaporean theme park, Haw Par Villa.
Oh yeah, I should ask you guys.
Cool vampire. I mean, he looks like Edward
Yeah,
Cullen.
it's something the fans have been saying in the comments with all the thirst comments. Art is a vampire. He doesn't age. He looks so good.
Yeah, so we leaned into it, I guess.
Hair.
Oh, yeah. So guys, let us know who is the best. Who has the
Oh,
best
are we
costume.
having a voting system?
Yeah, we're having a voting
Okay,
system.
so we're having a voting system. It's all about engagement now.
They will
so.
get a shout out in season 3.
Okay.
If there is a season 3, they will get a shout out in season 3.
You will get a personal shout out from me if I'm highest on the list.
Hey, that's just okay. Come on, man. He played you on it. He played you on it.
Okay, we can wrap up, guys.
You will get a personal shout out from Art if you can guess who's second place, because obviously you're coming in first.
Yeah. So anyway, in every episode of Tales from Incredible Tales, we explore a different theme and how it ties back to a classic Incredible Tales episode.
Now, in this episode, obviously, considering what day it is, we're talking about Halloween. This episode's location specifically was inspired by the marionettes from season 5. In many forms of traditional Thai arts, it is believed that teacher spirits exist. These spirits watch over the performers and give them guidance and power during their performances. Some might say the performers are channeling these spirits while on stage, but show disrespect to these teachers, and there will be hell to pay.
Hell.
Well, you know, I think we purposely planned it that way.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
Can I just say, I'm glad we picked this clip specifically just to see Raihan's reaction.
He got annoyed. He was like, oh my God, guys.
I wanted to see more.
I know,
mean,
right?
there's like so much suspense in that, that clip.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has to do with the fact that we're on location as well. So everything just, everything seems to fit perfectly.
Yeah.
It's a little bit heightened today.
Yeah, it's heightened.
Very, very
feels
heightened, actually.
Exactly. So the question is, how does it feel to be here on Halloween?
It feels like being home.
Whoa.
That's nice.
I mean, I think it helps that we are probably the very first podcast in the world to shoot here in this location. Because this location is called the 10 Courts of Hell. It's basically showing, the Chinese mythology, what would happen if you commit sins, and it's quite gruesome lah. And as kids, the Asian parents will bring us here to traumatize us. So if you lie, you end up like this. You steal, you end up like this in hell lah.
Yeah.
So it's a fitting location. I agree. I feel that it's quite welcoming.
Yeah.
I think it helps that we're not just like, oh, let's come here. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of things involved to get permission, as well as from the spiritual realm. So we did our dues. So we prayed, we did ask for permission. So I guess they are like, okay, you guys can film here.
Now, half of the table, Wayne, is like welcoming. So what about us now, Wayne?
I'm sorry, Raihan. I'm with them on this one. It's purely because, like Kyle said, our parents would bring us here when we were kids. And I came here as a kid and I was just thoroughly fat. I didn't have the context for it. So all I thought was, gruesome statues. And that was my context for me. And coming in here, it just very weirdly enough reminds me of my childhood. So it is kind of welcoming. I've been here on and off since I was a kid, and sometimes I come here to write, sometimes I come here just to hang out. Not this area specifically, but just the park itself.
Because this is an actual park.
Yeah.
Because where we are right now, we're inside the portion where you see the stories, but outside it's like a whole park.
Yeah.
And there are sections where you can actually just rest and take it easy.
Yeah.
I have to ask, Raihan, what about you? Because you mentioned before we started rolling, this is your first time here.
Yeah,
right?
yes. Okay, so this is my first time here.
Oh, wow.
I've never been here before. I've heard of it, but I've never been here physically. So, now that we're not, we're here
nighttime and coming here and having to see all this. And I have, so clown is not my only fear. Dolls are also my second fear. Oh my God. So watching that clip, hanging doll, that's why I freaked out. And then having to see graphic statues around. So it kind of like makes me a bit more on edge, So, but I'm good. I'm surviving here.
It's
fine. You'll be fine.
There's a lot of things to like help calm the nerves here. I mean, have you see what's like hanging on the tree up there?
Oh.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't be able to see that.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I like how hard it's like pointing. You see the bridge? It's just right behind me, bro.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so for the audio listeners, there's a tree branch with hanging corpse, and then there's a bridge with decapitated heads. Very nice.
No, but I was just got to add on because in Islamic beliefs, we have all this. It's just that this is physically in front of my eyes and learning what I've learned as a child and now to see it in real graphic terms. Wow.
Like joking aside and amusement aside, it is a lot to the senses if you're not used to it.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's totally understandable how this is like a lot.
Yes.
Because it's like you can hear a lot and be taught a lot.
Yes.
But to actually see it and then be here at night.
Yes.
So it's okay. You got us.
Yes.
And you got the whole crew too.
So we're good. You're not the one sitting on the edge, It's just the two of us sitting on the edge. We protect
I wanted to mention to Wayne because usually in the studio you will see, cards.
So don't have, right?
Yeah.
No, but this one is.
Hey, now instead of in the corner, it's all around you.
My own personal experience is the fact that I grew up in a temple, and then one main temple in the U.S. And then having lived in Thailand for more than half of my life, it's like temples are all around me. It's like part of the culture. So a lot of the temples have the drawings and have the stories.
I mean, going back to the episode, guys. So it's quite related. We chose it for a specific reason. Basically, the guy who is doing some like performance, right, with dolls, he was disrespectful to the dolls. He was disrespectful to his teacher, and then the dolls started to haunt him. So the dolls like, there is a saying like they like to enter into statues, dolls, and things that are not used, but they look like human.
Yeah,
they could look like human with a face. So that is the crux of the story lah. Like you shouldn't disrespect objects that are kind of related to the supernatural as well as the deities and stuff.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
But sometimes you can accidentally be disrespectful without knowing it.
Yes.
I think it's especially like with children because they don't know. So sometimes like if you bring children and they do something accidentally, it's not their fault, but they just don't know any better. So you have that too.
Yeah.
A lot of times they put there's emphasis on quote unquote these artistry have teachers. And therefore you respect the teachers of these artistry. Whether it's like I say, if it's a traditional Thai dance and you have like the what they call is the cone that you put the
kind of like a crown, right?
The mask,
headdress,
the head, or something like the puppets. So the fact that there's a respect given to the objects as a teacher, then there is energy that's put into those objects. So there's a high respect for these objects that you use. Like for me, like personally, if I would share like something personal to me, it's like I used to play the Sa'u. I don't know what it's. I think it's similar to the erhu. The erhu, yeah. So my teacher taught me to respect my instrument. My instrument is sort of my teacher. Because it's my teacher, basically, it's as if it has life too.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the point there because I mean, whatever you're learning or trying to understand, whether it's a teacher-student relationship or whether it's an object, you've got to respect the item or the person teaching because I think that's where you have this you build this, I would say, a rapport.
Yeah.
Even though it may not be a living object,
Yeah.
but I guess it's to respect it as something that you owe it up to, you know, because you're learning something, right? You need to gain the knowledge from it.
Yeah. It sounds like there's a certain level of spirituality when it comes to these arts. Does that translate to, especially from Thailand, does that translate to all the different kinds of arts, or is it more?
Yeah, I would say it's across the board when it comes to the arts that I've been exposed to in Thailand. Everything goes back to the source of being a teacher for you, whether it's like the clothes, the traditional clothes you wear, or like the objects that you use. You have it like, I think a very good example is looking at Muay Thai. You know, how there's the traditional ritual of respect in the beginning. You would see it quite often.
Yeah.
You know, you would hear the music and the way they would do like the little dance in the beginning to pay respects. So that's an example because it's a form of respecting the arts. Because Muay Thai is rich in history with the fact that it was a form of fighting when you would have to go out to battle. But then it has since progressed through the times and generations to become like kickboxing. Yeah. But it has a different story and foundation to it.
Yeah. I remember like going to Thailand, right, for massage. And I noticed that the masseuse, they will put a garland right underneath the massage table. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's for the spirits.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Thai people, we are a spiritual bunch, very spiritual bunch.
Yeah, I find it interesting what Kyle was saying because like a lot of the traditional masseuse, like the old school masseuse, what they'll do is like after they give you a massage, they'll put their hands together as a form of respect. But it's interesting because it's more deep rooted. Yeah. But if you're a Westerner or a foreigner who's not used to it, you're like, oh, okay, this is cute. They put their hands together for you. But it's more deep rooted where it's like it's an art of giving you a massage. Yeah. And it's respecting what they're doing.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yes.
Agree.
And this is I don't think this is spoken. Not a lot of people talk about this. So this is actually a very good point to point out. And
I saw it and I was like, actually this is new for me.
That's beautiful because a lot of people like they think to themselves when they think art, it's a certain thing. You're either an actor or a singer, but to find the art for Muay Thai combat, to find the art in massage, to find the art and there's the element of art and spirituality on it. That's actually beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's extremely beautiful. I also think it's a shame that like through times and everything, it's kind of slowly diminishing from like the source of what it really is. On both sides, on both like the service side and then both like the people who are taking the service.
And the fact that we are here, in Haw Villa, right? Actually, I heard that when we were doing the prayers before we started production, there's a small temple that we did that, and that temple was actually like established by the performers that used to perform in Haw Villa because Haw Villa has other attractions in the past which have since shut down. So they have like an amphitheater where people would perform, and before they perform every night, they will pray at the temple, the small little temple that they have built to for the surrounding spirits as well as like the deities for protection so that everything goes smooth. So I would say like in Asian culture, it's not it's safe to say that we are actually very spiritual. And it's all about respect, respecting the things.
It's Halloween today, right? So you spent some time growing up in America where Halloween is celebrated. So with roots in Southeast Asia, was it strange for you to be part of a festival steeped in Western supernatural while also being aware of the supernatural from Thailand?
It wasn't strange for me because I was so westernized. I wasn't exposed to the Asian side of my culture until like later in life. So like growing up in a Western culture and thinking in a very Western way, I didn't have the other side of it. You know, I saw things from a very Western point of view. So basically, Halloween for me, like most kids or most people in the US, it's just you dress up, you celebrate, you kind of don't know why, you don't know what's the source of like Halloween, but you just get free candy. So basically, you dress up once a year and you're just trying to get as much as you can. So that was my perspective on things and Halloween. So you look forward to Halloween. You look forward to going to as many houses as you can with your friends and everything. But things change through the years because, now it doesn't really exist. I didn't have the experience of understanding the Asian side of things to kind of merge that in being confused about what was going on with Halloween. But after coming here to Asia and then starting to understand more about the spirit world, the energies and everything, do I see Halloween differently? Yes and no. I mean, Halloween is not it's not Asian based.
Yeah.
And then everything in Asia now, everything's kind of merged. So, Halloween is now celebrated in this side of the world, just like Christmas and all the other holidays, which wasn't the case when I first moved over.
Yeah.
People were quite, they didn't know what Halloween was or Christmas was when I first came down to Asia, and now the whole world knows. Yeah, because social media, everyone's dressing up and everything.
I have to ask.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you dressed up as a kid? And which one was your favorite?
Oh gosh, I think I dressed up as Chucky.
Oh,
wow. Yeah, that was fun.
Did you choose to dress up as Chucky or did
Chucky chose me?
No,
yeah, Chucky chose me, so I ran around
I would give you candies.
I give him more candy just so that he leave.
Right?
Yeah. If I had a kid come up to my house dressed up as Chucky, I'd be like, take whatever you want.
Hell no.
Yeah,
Bye.
Yeah.
So for me, right, Halloween is a little bit weird because I grew up in Singapore.
Yeah.
So there was a period when I was still studying, then we were all getting into Halloween. And I remember dressing up as a vampire and taking the train.
Here in Singapore.
Yeah, and this was 2014.
Oh.
And people were like, this boy siao this boy. That was 10 years ago. This boy siao They just gave me, so me and my girlfriend were holding hands. And she was like a ghost bride or something. Then I was like a vampire. And people were just giving us weird looks. But now if you do it, I think it's quite common to see people in costumes, but back then a bit weird.
I think more often than not here, especially around the clubs and the bars, if you see people in costumes on Halloween, that's kind of accepted at this point.
Yeah.
If anything, if you're not wearing a costume on Halloween weekend, you're the weird one out now.
Yeah, imagine me with this eating laksa.
Well, today's a perfect day, so Halloween, so you'll fit in.
Nobody said you have to take out your makeup after the session's done, so
That's
you
true.
can just go and then people start filming you.
Yeah.
Do you feel that there's some level of supernatural involved when you dress up in a costume, whether for performance or just for candy?
If it's not related to Halloween, I do feel that. I feel like for me, in terms of the other side of being an artist in acting, when I'm put in certain characters and roles, I feel there's that element of that. I've been in period pieces in Thailand. So the period pieces are a bit more sensitive in the sense that we're touching on, it's fiction, but then we're touching on a bit of history, a place in the time. So stepping into those roles, I do feel there's a spiritual element to it. This subject is quite fresh. One of my I call him my brother, but he's a much younger friend, but I call him my brother because I've known him since he was very young. And his mother is a novelist. His mother is a very good novelist who wrote the screenplay for a TV drama I played in. And this is probably maybe 20 some years ago. The story behind this is that the story is about more or less about the history of their family. So there's many layers, and the layers of the family story is there's a lot of curse. And it's like very, very deep rooted, very layered, very intricate. It's so well written. It's like one of those when you talk amongst your friends or when you hear something, it's like it's so good it can't be written. But the thing is, she wrote it. So she wrote this, and it was turned into a TV series, and they had started production. Now, one of the key characters in this story is her son. She put her son as one of the main characters. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks into it, her son died.
Oh my God.
So his name was Tam Tonik. So he died right at the start of the production. And then they needed someone to fill in for him. So I filled in for him. Oh my God. So out of respect, I had met with Man Noi. Her name is I call her Man, his mom, and Noi is like her nickname. So I went to pay respects to her and the family, and that's how I got to know Sin, who I consider like my little bro, because I'm about the same age as his brother. And then we've just been very close since. I do believe that you need to respect what you're walking into in any form that it comes through. And I just recently went to the temple, which is very strange because I passed you a crook to actually pay respects to the novelist and her son recently, because I think a lot of things have become like full circle for me lately. So one of the things is having been in that particular TV series that to this day is still really talked about, because like the intricacies of the stories is just like, it's very beautiful, but it's very tragic and beautiful, and how real life actually imitates that.
That's poetic. It's like I always say, right? Like horror creators are not made. We are chosen. So the fact that we are sitting here right now, right, means that it has already been decided that it's fated that, the four of us will talk about ghost stories and, supernatural stuff in this space. And I mean, I've asked like spiritual masters, they say like, sometimes the spirits just want you to, talk about them and they choose you. So then you will make it happen. So you don't need to worry too much. So that's why, we feel welcoming. We feel that it's welcoming because everything we have done so far is respectful. And of course, back to your story, it is about being sensitive and being respectful to the role that you play.
I mean, for myself, in Islamic terms, we do believe that everything is fated. Everything that we say and whatever we do is all kind of predestined. So, I mean, you speaking about it now, it's like coming in full circle.
Remember, like as in season 1 when we said that let's do the cemetery episode, and then we did it, right? We lived through it. We survived the cemetery episode, and surprise, we got another on-location episode for you, which is at Hoppa Villa. So I think it's really full circle. So let's manifest season 3 maybe.
Wow. So this question is for everyone. If you could dress up as anything for Halloween, what would it be?
Well, not a ghost intern, that's for sure.
I mean, I've done ghost arbing, right?
You have done ghost arbing.
This is like my bucket list. Thank you guys for letting me do this ghost arbing. By the way, please vote for me. I know he bribe, but please vote for me. But Asian Jim from The Office.
Ooh.
Probably
Captain America or Harry Potter.
Well, you should have the body for it.
I can see it.
No, I mean, he's a cool character, right? So I just want to try on that suit. Just like stand in front of the mirror with the shield.
Wow,
or Harry Potter with the broom.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I love Harry Potter. I grew up watching Harry Potter. But I forgot to say, because since we're in Halloween, right? And I'm actually dressed up as It. Pennywise. And I totally hate that show. I got...
You float too.
You! I just watched... I didn't watch the movie, by the way, guys. But I saw a short reel on that clown coming out from the drain. And I got nightmares.
And I'm looking at myself. But Bino, thank you. This is great.
Yeah, character growth.
Character growth.
My previous answer would have been Spider-Man, but I do not have the body for Spider-Man. So Terminator.
Okay,
I don't have the body for Terminator either.
Exactly,
I can hide it. I can hide it with the leather
Just do
jacket.
it, bro. Just do it.
Yeah.
Can you make the voice?
I'll be back. I assume you went Terminator, not Spider-Man.
I really don't have any character that I would want to dress up as. I think it's because of having dressed in so many different characters throughout my career. I've been so fortunate. I mean, I've had full makeup gear as the Crow. I've had, I was gonna say Gambit, but then I just remember I've been dressed like Gambit before.
Wow.
So I'm like, yeah, I don't think there's any characters that I could think of, but I need help. So everyone who's like listening right now or watching right now, if there's like a particular character that you find that would fit me, please like
You gotta
send that
flood the
over.
comments, man.
Hey, hang on. When did you dress up as Gambit?
I did it for a fashion shoot, but it's not like full Gambit.
Yeah,
but I mean, it looks like Gambit.
Yeah.
Gosh, I can imagine.
Gambit is my favorite X-Men.
I could,
same here.
I could see the light just going.
Yeah, like I mean, like
It's my favorite.
I would. I mean, me. It's interesting because I'm like, oh, me and Kyle, we have like a lot more in common because I'm a huge John Krasinski fan as well, and I'm now going back in his like
older stuff.
Yeah, like The Office. Keanu, he's you know.
Yeah.
He's legendary for me.
Yeah.
And Gambit.
Yeah, Gambit. Oh my god.
Once again, a great episode, but I think Raihan, I was gonna say I cannot wait to get out of here, but I think Raihan probably cannot wait to get out of here at this point. Kyle, let's start wrapping things up with our morbid fact of the day, please.
So some of you might know, right, that actually Halloween takes a lot of its tradition from the Gaelic festival Samhain, which is why the fear of Halloween is called Samhainophobia. Sounds like a made-up word, but
It does. It really does.
actually it's very hard to find people scared of Halloween.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Halloween the movie, yes, but
Isn't that just being an introvert?
maybe
Right? Parties, lots of parties.
Maybe it's
people
kind of-
getting drunk.
maybe it's tied to the idea of being scared of costumes.
I'm not sure if it's the same of what I've read, but it actually is quite dark. The
Yeah.
festival.
Yes.
It's like you have like sacrifices and rituals. So it's like if you really go deeper into the fact that it came from that festival is not what we know of today. It has a very dark meaning.
Yeah.
So okay, so it's the same. So like I would say if it was true to what it was, then there would be a huge fear of Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Because like even the origins of it as well, like you're saying, it's a very tough fest. If I remember correctly, it's to mark the start of winter, which means that you are literally marking the start of the darkest period of the year. So it's If you're afraid of the dark, then yes, let's not even go into like all the
I like the fact that we ended with what we would want to dress as, and it's interesting how we went into just characters that were more fun. It was more light, because I think that's what Halloween has become. It's just something more light and fun and celebratory, and not anything of coming from an Eastern background. It's not mocking.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the reason why we all went for something more fun is if we were to dress as something a little bit more supernatural for something as light-hearted as Halloween.
It's true, but I also kind of want to like dress up as a 僵尸 because I watched the movies, then I want to jump. I mean, I watched the movies growing up. Yeah. And we talked about it in another episode. Like it's kind of like not really a real thing.
Yeah,
right. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So
they want
you can kind of like urban legend it. So I'm still safe.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why people are okay with vampires. People are okay with dressing up as vampires Because you can kind of debunk it. Oh, a man turns into a bat and flies away. Ha ha ha.
It would be great at this point, Art, if you just turn into a bat and flew away. That would be wonderful. And then we just end the episode on that.
He's like, bat.
Did you think this was just makeup?
So thank you once again, Art, for joining us throughout the whole entire season. It's been really great.
Yeah.
It goes by so fast each and every season because we have so many stories to share.
Yeah, I think we should have more.
And it's become like a lot of the people who are listening to our podcast or watching, they say it's like listening to friends, but that's how it feels each time we come together. Kind of like catching up at our houses and just like sharing stories.
Friends with that little bit of education as well, because I always learn something new from each episode as well.
Absolutely. Different perspective, news perspective, and and new experience.
Yeah. They're very nervous. Scan.
Look at how far you've come, Raihan. This is true character progress.
That is true. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you for gracing our show.
Yeah. Thank you also to Hoppa Villa and Journeys Private Limited for the perfect setting for this episode. And thank you to all of you for tuning in to Tales from Incredible Tales Season 2. Every episode from this season and the previous season is now available on MeWatch, MeListen, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
My name is Ut.
My name is Wayne.
My name is Kyle.
And my name is Raihan. And we will see you next time.
I think like you find...
Kyla, wait, sorry.
Alright guys, welcome to the second season of Tales from Incredible Tales. We are done with our cemetery episode and we are here to do the Walk of Courage.
A bit garang lah. So essentially, what the Walk of Courage, guys, is, it implies itself lah.
Okay.
You solo walk inside without lights.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. Huh? No, guys, come back. We have two guests, which is Anne and you. And then we have another special guest just for this video, which is D from MediaCorp, the man who brought back Tales from Incredible Tales.
D man.
Without him, we all won't be here lah. Just saying. Yeah, so each of us will be paired up, and then we'll be given a set of route to follow through with just the two of us, 2 lights, 2 cameras, and a whole lot of guards. So I don't know, you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Go.
So ready.
Let's go.
You're so eager. Is this your first time?
Nope. Is this your first time?
Yes.
Oh, legit?
Yeah.
So, do you want to tell a story? No, just kidding.
No. But I can hear monkeys though.
Yeah. You can't. Sorry, you don't have the third eye, right?
Nope.
So, do you want me to warn you if anything?
No. I don't want to know.
Okay. Very honest, this guy, very honest.
It's like, if you know, then it's worse, no?
Right.
I'm sure you have like heard from your friends, right? Like, hey, don't say anything, don't say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think Bukit Brown, right, is very old. So there are still new places that people see. So I think like you find...
Wait, Kyla, wait, sorry. Okay, wait, I think we just... Is that the end game in front?
The near lah.
Then, okay.
Okay, we are almost out of it. But I will here advise we walk slower.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you can tell from the light, but I'm sweating like mad.
Yeah,
bro.
actually it's humid, huh?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how scary is it
This walk?
right now?
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Okay lah, I would give it a 7.
Really? But you don't look like you 7, bro.
Okay lah, no lah, I'm just saying that for you.
Oh, okay, just say. It's okay.
3?
Okay, wow. Guys, she make me look like a wimp. For me, it's a 7. Like legit 7. Okay, guys. Thank you. We made it out. But she's just being very nice to me. She could be like, hey, you really weak, yeah, a bit, cannot, how can you call yourself a horror creator? But that's why I hide behind mics and just tell ghost stories from the comfort of the studio instead of coming out.
Let's do again.
No. No, we should let the other ones, test, okay? So it's on to the other team.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah. It's peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the pavement's quite done nicely.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the gravel is just perfect to walk.
Oh,
I think it'd be nice to run in the morning.
Okay, so it's really dark, guys. So we're gonna
We'll show you how
the,
dark it is. Watch it. Once I get the lights off us, this is how dark it is.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can tell that we are alone.
Yeah.
With just us two.
Yep.
Great company. We're the best pairs.
Yeah. Because it's really dark, guys, so I'm scared if I tumble or whatsoever. But yeah, I'm fine. Ooh. Too bright on me.
Wait, hold on. Hi guys. What's your favorite part of this path so far?
The peacefulness of it. Yeah. I think it's really peaceful to walk, and plus it's not really that hot. I don't know about you, Art, but Singapore is warm, but I feel quite cooling tonight.
That is true. I feel like it's a bit misty. It feels like it's after a rain, but without the humidity.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
What do you feel about trees at night?
What's
What's your personal, do you like trees?
I do, but I don't see them at night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like trees personally.
That's great.
Yeah, it's just, I'm like nature boy.
You know, the last time I did this art, like this kind of walk.
Uh-huh.
I think, when was I? 14 years ago.
14 years ago?
14 years ago, yes.
With your brother or yourself?
No, it was in a camp, school camp. We had to do this kind of walk.
We're actually walking to meet R's brother too.
Oh yes,
He's
here.
waiting for us.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that we're doing a courageous walk.
Yep.
Hold on, we have to do a quick respect.
Sure. Come, you want me to hold it?
Yeah, I'll do a quick respects on the behalf of both of us. Right, let's move on. It's so pretty. It's like we are walking through like a beautiful neighborhood. Oh gosh, we have like another 5 kilometers to get out here.
Are we here?
Oh!
We have arrived safely.
What's up?
Woohoo! Good, we're good.
I think that both of you want to say to the next team.
Have fun.
Yeah, have fun. Have a good, enjoyable walk.
Yeah. Value your time together.
We learn a lot about each other.
Yes.
He likes trees.
How are you feeling?
If I'm gonna be completely honest,
Uh-huh.
I know it's not very good for content.
Uh-huh.
Tired. I can't tell. We can't see a single thing here, man. It is so ridiculously dark.
Yeah, it's no point in me looking forward. I just keep looking down. Only.
I know. I'm like, I don't know why. For some reason, I like instinctively I keep turning my head. I'm like, what's the point?
Can you don't suddenly turn your head?
No. It let's be honest here. It doesn't make sense in any possible way. chit-chat sounds we heard earlier on. And I'm trying not to think about those.
You come to a place like this, and the thing you are freaked out most about.
I love how you say I come to a place like this as if I had a choice in the matter. This is your fault, guys. You wanted this. The original plan was for me to hold this and the lamp that D is holding right now. And then we all realized very quickly I'm impressively unfit.
And scared of chicha.
And scared of chicha.
You know, in a weird way, it's kind of peaceful.
That's one way to describe it.
If you know, you're walking with someone.
That's really one way to describe it.
You're holding a couple of lights and you got like a GoPro.
I have a GoPro. We have the lights.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, D, I am not feeling peaceful.
It's kind of weirdly peaceful.
That's nice for you. I'm glad you're feeling peaceful. Oh, that's nice. The recorded chanting. That's great.
Oh, you hear it too?
Yeah. No. Okay. In all fairness, we're breaking the illusion a little bit here. We've been here before, so we know that that's actually recorded chanting.
Yeah.
But you know, if I hadn't been here before, not fun.
Actually, have you ever heard the chanting in Pasir Ris Park?
We made it so far.
No.
And now
you
he's telling me stuff
You just
like
triggered
this.
like a core memory that I had.
Go on. What chanting in Pasir Ris Park?
There was one time where me and my friends were hanging out when I was in secondary school. We were just hanging out in Pasir Ris Park late at night. Just a bunch of kids being stupid kids.
Yep.
Having like a 7-Eleven picnic, you know, buy some chips, some Coke, and just sit down at the park there and just, you know, talk bullshit. Midway through it, we start to hear like chanting and then like some drum beating, you know. Have you had that experience, Wei?
No, D. And now not only do I can reassure you, I'm never going to Pasir Ris Park. I'm sure it's lovely. To the residents that stay in Pasir Ris, I'm sure it's lovely.
Yeah, so that was quite freaky.
I won't be frequenting your park anytime soon. And you have D to thank for that. Oh God. Hi. Are we there yet?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
I was perfectly fine until the rat ran in front of us. We made it!
We done.
We made it!
This is your idea, you know, you all bully
Yes.
us on social media to make us go on these kind of walks. And then, then now we are here. So if you have any more ideas, please let us know in the comments below. And then we'll continue walking. But I believe that you and Anne, they want to go walk again now.
Yeah.
So wish them
not
luck.
scary now.
Yeah.
But
Whoa.
Get something to eat.
Yeah.
You want to walk?
Yeah.
There? Okay.
Okay, do you see something?
Hey guys, thank you for watching Tales from Incredible Tales. As you guys have requested, we are taking up the challenge again.
So today we have a very special guest.
Yep.
Jason.
Hello.
Danny from MediaCorp. So he has graciously said that he wants to join us on this very special game. Yeah.
And graciously in character.
Yes.
He bring the machete for
Yes,
protection.
Yes.
Whoever can walk in Haw Par Villa the longest, with a minimum of 10 minutes, will win the challenge. Are you guys ready?
It's only
Okay,
10
easier.
minutes.
Oh, it's only 10 minutes.
Only 10 minutes.
Okay,
You're talking smack.
Alright.
Only one way to find out. Let's go.
It started. We could have come back and like, oh yeah, no, we didn't see a single thing. So you came here before you came to Singapore, right?
I think
before
I
you
came
moved to Singapore.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh look, we've got pandas over here.
Oh, let's go through here.
Yeah. I have to be honest, the thing I'm most frightened of is falling downstairs at this point. I gotta say, it's really peaceful here.
I think it's quiet and peaceful.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, they got incense.
Oh, good, they do have a lighter here.
So, yeah. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, and you know, a lot of temples now, they don't really use the joysticks because, but then most of the temples, because it's indoors.
Right.
So it's more of like a hazard.
Ah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay, so this must be a tombstone.
Yeah.
In memorandum of what you said.
Yes.
Am I using the right word, memorandum?
In
memory. In memory. This is huge.
Yeah.
But it's one of the brothers?
I believe it's one of the brothers. I think the other brother has his tomb somewhere else. Here. I got it.
You can find a total of 4 memorials in Ha Pa Villa, erected by Abun Ha for his beloved family members and to signify the Chinese family hierarchy. Oh, so this is for his parents.
Oh.
Wow, that's so tall.
It is.
But it's more like just it's just a memorial. It's not the actual
tomb
burial. Yeah, tomb.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And that changes things.
I like how you're disappointed that we didn't find a tomb.
Right? Oh, I love how they have like the trees around the tombstone. I just think it's like a different atmosphere at night.
Yeah.
Because you have the stars and the skies above. And today it's like it's not raining.
Yeah.
And you just
enough
have
lights.
And you have all these stories around us. It's like we're not alone.
Yeah.
We are not alone here. Okay.
Yeah.
He was freaked out about something.
It was a very casual walk.
Hey, I think we can hit the beer garden because they're gonna take. Oh, but they might be fast.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
Plus they're right in front of us. I don't think we can run them from here.
Hey guys.
Did we win?
How are you feeling, Raihan?
Well, I am feeling alright, I think. Yeah, but hey guys, so we are doing our walk of courage right now. So I have Danny, who is fully equipped for protection.
I'm ready to defend.
I know, right?
Against what happened. Hey, this place quite dark. I want to go there.
You serious, Danny?
Cool.
Serious,
Yeah. See, quite dark one.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This feels more like it.
Oh, okay. This is the car park where we park our bikes there. Okay, guys. So we are at the car park area. So it's really dark right now, and I don't know whether it's a good thing because it's dark and I can't see anything. So okay, let's just stop here, Danny, and just like.
Hey, continue. Go.
Where?
Go, keep going. Just watch out for your step. Don't fall down.
Thanks, we are walking up the hill. Okay, so this place, of course, there's somebody at night. The park closes at about 8:30, is it?
Oh, that one's creepy.
I don't know. I shall not say. I'm strategically planning my walk. Okay, strategically planning my walk.
I'm taking the sides, man.
I thought you couldn't see anything.
I mean,
there's a cone in front.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we are now at.
What is this area? Oh, this is the entrance, is it?
Really?
Yep.
You want to walk?
Yeah.
There? Okay.
Okay, do you see something?
No, that's fine.
So this is a nice little section with a lot of human-shaped
monuments.
That Raihan refuses to look at.
Yeah, that's right.
It's kind of cool, eh?
Okay, the good thing is at least it's bright, right?
Yeah.
It's not.
You don't feel any like...
Shh. Shh. I know you're gonna ask me a question. Shh. Okay. I shall not speak it. I shall not say anything now. I shall say it later once we are back with people, with everybody else. Okay.
Oh, did you actually?
Shh. Shh. Can you not? Okay, so crap. Okay, so anyway, guys, no, I don't have a third eye, but I can sense. So sometimes you just get a tingling feeling. You know, get it? You get it? You get it? So
yeah.
Okay,
can we go down there? Yeah. Where did our camera guy go?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay.
So yeah. So okay, so I spoke about this before, guys. One of my fears. You right? Okay, we shall speak about that later.
Okay.
Yeah, we shall speak about that later.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back then.
I think it's just down the stairs.
Yeah,
we're done already.
Let's just go back down.
Yeah.
Woohoo! How you feel? Okay, hold on. The camera is not ended yet. Do you see anything?
Huh?
Do you specify?
Oh, I thought I saw something sitting, like a person sitting, but it might have been a statue lah. Because I can't really see very clearly.
Okay, so I was very uncomfortable at the part where I think we went up. And then there were a couple of human statues there, right?
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
were
yeah.
like a lot of human-shaped figures.
Yeah.
I can feel
over
things
there.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the moment we went back down, no, because I heard rustlings around me. So I don't know whether it was some, and I heard people speaking.
What?
So I was like thinking whether it comes from there, but we all sounds like somebody speaking, somebody singing. You cannot hear.
No.
Yeah, but that was what I felt. So that's why I was like, keep quiet until we reach here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, cool, sir.
Wayne is a good business partner. He goes second time with us.
Well, you know, it's I can't go leaving my business partner alone.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not even about being a good business partner.
You're very kind.
I know.
You're very kind, sir.
I know.
I can really feel the heebie-jeebies.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's because I went on a walk with Hart as well. It's very peaceful.
Okay, peaceful ah. Okay, we go here lah.
Oh, thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Kyle.
You need to be closer to me because I cannot catch you.
Okay, I thought you just scared.
A little bit, but
okay.
With the lights on, it's actually not that bad.
As in at night, but with the lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have the lights, then it's a different thing.
Well, yeah. To be fair,
let's go here.
Oh, no.
I think this is creepy.
No, this is creepy for me. Because we were here earlier on and I just kept hearing lizards.
Oh, yeah.
That's creepy for me.
Okay, so we're at the Cloud Pavilion.
As you can see from my camera.
Which is used to be the Yo Siu Hua thing. Yo Siu Hua shop. So it's like, they do like paper dolls.
Yeah.
For the
effigies.
Effigies. I remember going in and in the day, it's very creepy. Oh my god. I got freaked. I got fan one, bro. Yeah. But there's a construction.
Yep.
In Singapore, which spoils the mood
Yeah,
actually.
lessens the horror a little bit.
Yeah. This amphitheater is like quite creepy. If there's no construction sound, it will be quite creepy.
Was this the amphitheater you're talking about? Or was there another one?
No, there's another one. There's
Right.
currently like under renovation, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that is like dark.
That is dark.
That's a flip
ominously
the
dark.
Camera, you see? Look at that. That is dark.
I believe the...
Have you guys walked here?
We didn't walk here just now.
So
Yeah, it's definitely a different route. Ooh.
it's very,
okay,
very
now
dark.
it's a bit creepy.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, now it's very creepy.
Now let's honor the light.
Yeah, I don't want to fall downstairs.
Oh, it's a pond. Let's not go there.
Let's not go there.
Wait, you're on my left.
On your left?
On my left. You're on my left.
Alright, Cap.
Sure.
You want to go to the car park, right?
Yes.
Honestly, when I thought we were going to Lizard Place, that terrified me more.
Okay.
Let's go to the car park.
Okay. Just for a wee bit lah.
Just for a wee bit.
This is where we park with the crew. Yeah, but like bro, I can barely see, bro.
I can barely see because the light's in my face.
Like, yeah, I have another light on my watch. Okay lah. I feel like, honestly, I mean, it could be because I got people, I got you walking with me.
Yeah.
Not as bad, guys. Not as bad.
No.
Respect, guys. Respect.
Respect.
Let's just leave it as that.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if you all want to experience it, do come down to Haw Par Villa at night to walk around yourself. Then you know what we mean.
Can people come here at night?
Not that late lah, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
definitely open till a certain time.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we might not be flowing in our discussion because I think it's the fact that we are in a place that could be creepy.
Yes.
Which is a perfect way to end off.
Yeah. So if you would like us to do more crazy stunts like this, let us know in the comments. Say no,
Carefully.
please no.
Carefully.
Get Danny to do it.
No.
Danny, Jason,
He'll wear a different mask next
He bring
time.
his machete, he okay one.
Yep.